Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Tennessee. An underground research institute. Inside a narrow employee dormitory. A handsome young man in his 20s is using a computer, quickly searching through various materials. At the same time, his hands are swiftly calculating complex biological formulas on a notebook. On his chest, there is a silver badge. His name is written on it, Sulo. And his work unit and position, Super Soldier Serum Team 71, Researcher 71-08. Not bad. Sulo specializes in researching the Super Soldier Serum. The kind of powerful serum that transforms ordinary people into Captain America. However, Sulo does not work for the military or the government, but for Hydra. Assisting Hydra in researching the Super Soldier Serum. To be precise, the predecessor of Sulo's current body was specialized in researching the Super Soldier Serum. And now, the soul occupying this body is actually a time traveler. He just arrived in this body a few hours ago. When he arrived, the predecessor was already dead. As for why the predecessor died, it's simple. Firstly, the Super Serum Team the predecessor was in spent a lot of time and money but failed to successfully develop the Super Soldier Serum. Secondly, the current timeline is shortly after Avengers, Age of Ultron. After Hydra was exposed in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, it suffered heavy losses, both in terms of funding and manpower. So Hydra decided to cut off some ineffective projects, reclaim all resources and research materials, and kill the researchers to prevent them from leaking the corresponding research results they had obtained. So a few hours ago, the person in charge of this base, along with security personnel, strangled the predecessor to death. And then Sulo from Earth took over. Definitely. If Hydra discovers that Sulo has been resurrected, he will soon face a new death. The current Sulo is just an ordinary person, without any super abilities. If Hydra discovers that he is still alive, he will have almost no room for resistance and can only choose death. But there is always a way out. Sulo just arrived in this world and received a gift from his mother in his previous life on Earth. You have received a gift from your mother in your previous life on Earth, gaining the ultimate scientific research ability and unlimited evolutionary potential. Ultimate scientific research ability, you possess unparalleled research ability, allowing you to study anything you want. You can understand all knowledge and master them. Unlimited evolutionary potential, your body has the potential for unlimited evolution, capable of accommodating all evolutionary powers and absorbing them to the maximum extent. However, it is currently a blank slate, and you need to fill it with scientific technology. The scientific research ability allows Sulo to analyze all extraordinary powers and strengthen himself. The unlimited evolutionary potential allows Sulo to perfectly integrate the powers he analyzes into his own body. The current Sulo is no longer the previous Sulo. He is now someone with the ultimate scientific research ability. He now possesses super learning, super scientific research, logical thinking, super memory, and a series of other super scientific research abilities. In order to avoid dying at the hands of Hydra, Sulo is currently using this ability, rapidly digesting the research materials on the Super Soldier Serum and the current research results. And he is also rapidly deducing the formula for successfully manufacturing the Super Soldier Serum. Because only by researching and developing the Super Soldier Serum and injecting it, he can have the ability to save himself. At this moment, Sulo's brain is like a supercomputer, working frantically and rapidly deducing a large number of complex bioengineering formulas. Cellular energy conversion equations, biomutation equations, biomutation safety thresholds, coordination and overall control of billions of neurons, and cell collapse, and so on. Countless knowledge is flowing through his brain. During the process of his brain working frantically, the energy in his body is also rapidly depleting. Soon, his stomach growls. He quickly breaks open a few chocolate bars and eats them quickly, then continues to deduce frantically, without daring to stop for a moment. Because Sulo understands that he is now racing against time, racing against the death god. Because soon, there will be a specialized team to clean up the bodies, entering all the staff rooms and disposing of all the bodies. If they find out that he is still alive at this time, they will quickly eliminate him. As for escaping, he is just an ordinary person now, and the research institute is heavily guarded, with armed soldiers firmly controlling the exits, making it impossible for him to escape. So, before being discovered, he must research and develop the Super Soldier Serum and inject it. With each piece of paper filled with various equations, Sulo is also rapidly breaking through the difficulties of each Super Soldier Serum. In the office of the head of the research institute, the blinds of the window are pulled down, tightly closed. The head is inside, making a phone call. He grovels to the phone. Lord Baron Strucker, all the researchers of the Super Soldier Serum Group 71 have been dealt with. Baron Strucker's voice sounds through the phone. Very well, back up all the data, then erase all the data in the research institute, and finally shut down the institute. Alright, Lord Baron Strucker. Baron Strucker continues, don't let anything go wrong with this matter. Your research institute has already failed, if you can't even handle wiping your own A. The other person's voice suddenly turns cold, then I will have to eliminate you. Sweat beads form on the head's forehead, and he quickly wipes them away. Rest assured, Lord Baron, I will definitely handle this matter properly. There will be no mistakes. Soon, the call is hung up. The head dials a subordinate's phone, changing his demeanor, and says coldly, send a cleanup team to dispose of the researchers' bodies. Also, check if there are any escapees, if there are, eliminate them. Yes. Inside the dormitory. After several hours of intense deduction, Sulo's face has turned slightly pale, and he even feels a bit dizzy. This is the result of excessive mental exertion. Finally. Just as Sulo feels a slight headache, he deduces the final formula of the super soldier serum. He picks up the latest piece of paper, filled with data. Seeing the paper in front of him, Sulo reveals a smile. He licks his dry lips. Finally, it's done. Today, the complete formula of the super soldier serum sees the light of day again. Chapter 2. At this moment, Sulo's heart was filled with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. He had actually deduced the super soldier serum. The military, Hydra, and other organizations had spent decades trying to deduce the super soldier serum, but he had managed to do it in just a few hours. Although it was largely due to him standing on the shoulders of the Hydra research data, which saved him a lot of time. But taking this crucial step was the most important. After all these years, only he had achieved it. And it was all thanks to the terrifying research ability bestowed upon him by the Earth. With this ability, Sulo believed that as long as he didn't die, he would definitely be able to climb to the highest point and take a look. After a brief moment of joy and excitement, Sulo's face became slightly serious. He murmured to himself, next, the most important thing is to successfully formulate the serum and inject it into my body. Sulo clenched his fist. By taking this step, I will have a future. Having developed the serum, the next crucial step was to put it into action. Only by injecting the serum into his own body could he survive and escape from here. He now needed to stealthily infiltrate the laboratory and secretly prepare the super soldier serum. Fortunately, all the researchers were dead, and there were no people in the laboratory. As long as he entered the laboratory, he would not be easily discovered. But he had to sneak into the laboratory first. Click. A lighter was ignited. A stack of deduction materials in front of him began to burn fiercely and was thrown into an iron bucket beside Sulo. All this information was already engraved in his mind, so there was no need to leave it in the world. The blazing orange flames illuminated Sulo's slightly pale face and determined eyes. Sulo ate another chocolate bar to replenish his energy. Then he quickly tapped on the keyboard, using some computer knowledge from his previous life to hack into the surveillance system of the research institute. He tampered with the footage of certain surveillance cameras. As long as the surveillance doesn't see me and I'm a bit careful not to be discovered by security personnel, I can sneak into the laboratory. Next, he had to go to the laboratory. To avoid being detected by the cameras, he needed to disable all the cameras along his route to the laboratory. Click. Sulo finished tapping on the last keyboard key, and a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. Done. He had successfully dealt with all the cameras. He quickly got up, quietly opened the door, and saw that there was no one outside. He pushed the door open and walked outside. Following the memories in his mind, he quickly walked towards the laboratory. At the same time, on the other side of the laboratory, a group of personnel with handguns were pushing an incinerator towards the dormitory. They first arrived at the dormitory of Researcher 71-01 and checked the bodies inside. After confirming their deaths, they threw them into the incinerator. Boom. The incinerator erupted in flames, quickly turning the bodies into ashes and completely disposing of the researchers. They then moved on to Dormitory 71-02, repeating the same actions. Sulo encountered no obstacles along the way and everything went smoothly. Mainly because the researchers had been eliminated, and the security personnel were preparing to retreat. The laboratory appeared before Sulo's eyes. Luck is on my side. I haven't encountered any problems, Sulo said, looking at the equipment inside the laboratory, feeling a sense of excitement and anticipation. Next, I will formulate the super soldier serum. As long as I do that, I can escape from this research institute. Sulo focused his gaze. This research institute didn't have super soldiers like the Winter Soldier, nor did it have individuals with super abilities. There were only some heavily armed soldiers. Once he possessed the physique of a super soldier, it would be enough for him to break out. He pushed open the door of the laboratory. After entering, he locked the door behind him. Seeing the door locked, Sulo breathed a sigh of relief. The entire laboratory is made of reinforced bulletproof glass, and once it's locked from the inside, it can't be opened from the outside. Even if the people from Hydra want to rush in, it will still take them quite some time. This time should be enough for me to formulate the serum. He quickly left the spot and headed towards the experimental table, his hands moving swiftly, using a large number of instruments. Drop by drop, the biological potion was continuously adjusted, sometimes turning blue, sometimes green, sometimes transparent, like magic. Occasionally, with a bang, a green smoke rose from the test tube. The team responsible for cleaning up the bodies continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at dormitory 71-05. Click. The door was pushed open. There was no body inside. Damn it! What's going on? Where is Researcher 05? One person touched the bed and tapped the ash-covered iron bucket. The bed is still warm, and the iron bucket is warm too. It seems like someone was just here. Could it be that this researcher didn't die completely? They came back to life. Immediately. One person tapped on the computer keyboard and looked at the browsing history inside. There was a recent login to the account of 05, and records of accessing the super soldier serum data. His expression slightly froze. It seems that there is a high probability that 05 didn't die. He immediately reported this to the person in charge. Upon hearing this report, the person in charge felt a chill down their spine. They didn't expect that there would actually be someone who slipped through the net. They quickly sounded the alarm. Holding a communicator, they shouted to all the security personnel, 71-05 is still alive. All security personnel, aside from the guards, take action. Dig 3 feet deep to find 71-05. Once found, permission to shoot directly. Immediately. The entire research institute lit up with urgent red alarm lights. Teams of people set off, beginning a thorough search of the entire research institute. Inside the office, the person in charge pulled up Sulo's reading records. Seeing that the other party was looking up relevant information about the super soldier serum, and had been browsing for several hours, they furrowed their brows slightly. What is this guy doing? Why, in the last few hours, has he been looking up information about the super soldier serum? They pondered. It seems that this guy knows that with his ordinary body, it's impossible for him to escape, so in the end, he wants to gamble on the super soldier serum. Begging for a miracle, trying to create a successful super soldier serum. They sneered, simply a pipe dream. A group of people for over a decade, and there hasn't been much progress. Can he, alone, create a miracle in a few hours? Is that possible? Their gaze turned cold. I must quickly deal with this guy. If Baron finds out that I didn't clean up properly and someone survived, I'm definitely in trouble. Inside the laboratory, Sulo was rapidly completing his actions. Suddenly, an urgent red alarm light sounded. It seems they've discovered my disappearance and started looking for me. I must speed up. Hurry and formulate the things. Sulo felt the pressure increase, and his movements became faster. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside. Immediately after, a fully armed security team appeared. They immediately saw the person inside the laboratory. They quickly shouted into their pagers, "We found 71-05. This guy is inside the laboratory. He's working on something inside. The door is locked from the inside, we can't open it from the outside." The cold voice of the person in charge came from the pager, "Shoot the glass with bullets." The group of people quickly picked up their firearms. Bang bang bang. A storm of bullets rained down on the glass. Listening to the gunshots in his ears, Sulo's nerves immediately tightened to the extreme, sweat dripping from his forehead. Just a little more. Just a little more time. Chapter 3. He clenched his teeth and almost unleashed all his potential, rapidly concocting something in his hands. The office of the person in charge. Through the security personnel's glasses, he saw Sulo's actions inside. The laboratory's cameras had been hacked by Sulo. So, the surveillance couldn't see what was happening inside, it still appeared empty. The person in charge frowned and said, "What is this guy doing? Is he preparing a serum? If he takes a failed serum, it will be worse than death. Is this guy desperate now?" Their team had prepared many serums, but they all failed. After the experimental subjects took them, they would suffer for a period of time and eventually die. The person in charge sneered, "Such an arrogant guy." Just at that moment, a phone call came in. "I didn't expect there to be a problem over there." Baron Strucker's cold voice sounded. The person in charge was sincerely fearful and quickly said, "Lord Baron, I am already handling it, you can rest assured. We will soon deal with this guy." In a distant location, Baron Strucker looked at the computer screen, which displayed all the surveillance videos from the Super Serum 71 Research Institute, as well as the scenes captured by the security personnel's perspective. He saw that inside the laboratory, the surviving researchers were frantically concocting something. There was no change in his expression, and he coldly said, "Handle it properly." He also saw Sulo's reading records, but he didn't pay much attention to them. After all, this team had made no progress for over a decade, and this young researcher's performance was mediocre after joining. He didn't seem like a genius capable of creating a super serum. Immediately after, he turned off the surveillance of the Super Serum 71 Research Institute. Although it had bulletproof glass, if bullets kept shooting at it, it would eventually break under the continuous barrage of bullets. Not long after, creak, a tiny crack appeared on the glass. Seeing this, the team members all showed joy on their faces. It finally cracked. We can soon blast through this disgusting glass wall. Shit, our institute's glass is really damn good in quality. Looking at Sulo sweating inside, the security personnel sneered. This idiot is about to receive a baptism of bullets. I wonder if this guy will die first under our guns or from the poison he concocted himself. Inside, Sulo stopped his rapid movements. He took a deep breath and shook the test tube in his hand. The colorless liquid inside the test tube began to change rapidly. Soon, a pure light blue liquid flowed inside, extremely pure and beautiful like the sky. Looking at the blue liquid in front of him, Sulo's eyes widened with joy. It's done. The super soldier serum. He quickly picked up the syringe next to him and poured the super soldier serum into it. Then he inserted the needle into his own vein. He pressed the trigger. Swoosh. The serum was directly injected into Sulo's vein. The people outside saw the scene and all grinned. This guy is really asking for death. It would be better for him to die in our hands. The taste of failed serum, the feeling of being better off dead, is much more painful than a bullet. This kid really can't see the bigger picture. Inside the office, the person in charge saw the scene and immediately let out a sigh of relief. For him, whether it was shooting or injecting the failed serum, there was no difference. As long as the person died, it was okay. Now, the other party has injected the failed serum, and there is no hope of rescue. Definitely doomed. The person in charge smirked and started dialing the phone. Thank goodness it's over. At the moment when the super soldier serum was injected into his body, Sulo felt an extreme sense of pain, as if countless hammers were pounding his body, almost grinding his bones to dust. Ah! With a bang, Sulo fell to the ground, emitting waves of screams. He tightly clenched his hands. The intense pain almost made Sulo faint. But he understood that he absolutely couldn't faint, he had to persevere. Otherwise, this sleep would be eternal. Without the will to resist and coordinate his muscles, his body would eventually collapse. So, willpower is the last rope holding onto the body. Waves of intense pain surged towards Sulo like a tide. Sweat poured out of his whole body, his body trembled incessantly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and the screams were endless. Hold on. Hold on, he shouted in his heart. Sulo didn't want to die here. After all, his future was boundless. His ability destined him to go to the top of the mountain and take a look. He just crossed over and died. And he died from injecting the real super soldier serum, unable to bear the pain. This was too pathetic. He absolutely refused. Since he crossed over, he must live like the protagonist. What is this little pain? Sulo tightly clenched his hands, his nails embedded in them, blood seeping out. But he couldn't feel this little pain at all because the intense pain in his body was too strong. I can do it. Sulo's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted. Others were terrified when they saw him. The security personnel outside felt a chill down their spines when they saw this scene. They had seen the scene before. Those who injected the failed serum would endure this kind of pain. I think injecting this thing is seeking death. It would be better to let me shoot him. FG stupid. This kid is completely finished now. In the office, the phone connected. The person in charge flattered, Lord Baron, I have already resolved the small oversight on my end. Baron Strucker, is he dead already? The person in charge laughed, he just adjusted the serum himself and injected it. He is now writhing in pain on the ground. As you know, injecting the wrong serum, no one can survive. It simply destroys the cells in the body, ultimately leading to an excruciating death. This guy. Suddenly, the voice of the person in charge stopped abruptly. Immediately, there was a sound of gasping in shock. Baron Strucker asked urgently, what happened? Chapter 4. Under the bombardment of a large number of bullets, the bulletproof glass, which had been strengthened, was covered with cracks. Finally, even the strengthened bulletproof glass couldn't hold up anymore. With a bang, it instantly shattered. A group of armed personnel saw this and a smile appeared on their faces. Damn it, We finally broke this thing. Charge. Let's give this guy a few shots and let him die a little more comfortably. Hee, I'll go for a headshot, no one should try to steal it from me. The group quickly rushed in. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, Sulo, after enduring waves of pain, completed his metamorphosis. After the intense pain, a warm current surged through his body. At the same time, bursts of explosive power continued to emerge. Lying on the ground, Sulo was panting heavily. He clenched his fist, and an astonishing burst of power kept surging out. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, it's done. At the same time, as he heard the sound of glass shattering, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Next, it will be my territory. He quickly rolled and rushed into the experimental platform, holding several sharp surgical knives in his hand. These knives were originally used to dissect people who died from taking the wrong serum. Now, they had a better use. To kill living people. Seeing Sulo suddenly stop screaming and swiftly roll into the experimental platform, the security personnel widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. FK. He's not dead. How is that possible? This speed. Did he succeed? A security personnel swallowed his saliva, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. After injecting the serum, enduring the pain, and not dying, but still being able to move normally, this was a scene they had never seen before. In the office, the person in charge saw the scene and took a sharp breath, his words abruptly stopping. The Baron heard the person's sharp breath and asked what was going on, but the person in charge couldn't listen at all now. His attention was completely focused on that narrow laboratory, on the man hiding inside. He shouted incredulously, "How? How is this possible? He clearly injected the serum. How is it possible that he didn't die and can continue to move normally?" Upon hearing the person in charge's words, the Baron's breath hitched. Injected the serum and still not dead. Still able to move normally. This, performance. Thinking of the only possible result, the Baron took a cold breath. The Baron quickly asked, "Did he succeed? Did he succeed? Did he succeed?" Asking 3 times in a row whether he succeeded or not showed the urgency in the Baron's heart. Inside the laboratory, due to their fear, the security personnel quickly started shooting at the front of the experimental platform. But the platform was made of metal and couldn't be penetrated at all. They quickly moved towards the back of the platform, wanting to defeat Sulo, who was hiding there. Sulo listened to the direction of the gunshots. His brain quickly worked. And then he moved, popping his head out from the other side of the platform. Several surgical knives flew out. Pst. Pst. One surgical knife directly hit a person's forehead. A surgical knife was directly inserted into someone's chest. A surgical knife grazed past someone, leaving only a small scar. Even with a strong physique, Sulo's hit rate could not reach 100%. Even headshots are a matter of luck. There's no way around it. After all, Sulo had never fought before. Being able to do this is already very good. Several screams rang out. 2 people fell down. 1 person died, the other groaned in pain. Sulo pursued his advantage. He quickly dodged attacks, crossed several experimental tables at once, and rushed into the crowd. He still had 1 surgical knife in his hand, with a cold and sharp blade. During the fight, Sulo showed no signs of panic, and was even terrifyingly calm. Even with continuous gunshots and imminent danger, he could still calmly think about how to fight, how to position himself, how to throw the knife, and how to kill. He didn't know if it was the effect of the super serum enhancing his willpower, or the effect of his research abilities. As Sulo charged into the crowd, the situation instantly reversed. He was like a ferocious wolf among sheep. The movements of these security personnel seemed slower in his eyes. Before the opponents could aim their guns at him, his surgical knife turned into a cold and bone-chilling arc, slashing across their throats. Pst. Pst. Warm and viscous blood splattered onto Sulo's stern face. Quickly, Sulo dealt with the security personnel in front of him as easily as cutting vegetables. The noisy gunshots disappeared, leaving only silence. Blood gushed out and the bodies on the ground twitched slightly. On the ground, only Sulo stood tall. His face and body were splattered with blood. Combined with his stern expression and cold eyes, he looked like a blood-soaked demon. Resolved. Next, I'll go to the control room, get the data I want, and then break out. If possible, Sulo wouldn't mind staying and slaughtering everyone in the research institute. Kill all the Hydra soldiers and leaders. However, he didn't have the time for that. Because Hydra could send reinforcements at any moment. He was currently just a strengthened super soldier, not the Hulk or Superman. If the enemy sent a large number of fully armed soldiers, or sent more super soldiers, he wouldn't be able to handle it. So, he had to escape from this research institute before Hydra reinforcements arrived. As for his grudge with Hydra, he could settle it when he became stronger. But before breaking out, he had to go to the control room. Because there were the data he needed. After all, Hydra's research institute still had a lot of intelligence and information. He needed some people's information. For Sulo, the super soldier serum was far from enough. It was just a temporary solution to his current predicament. He needed even greater power to deal with Hydra and future potential crises. He picked up a gun, a few magazines, and walked towards the outside. Fortunately, this was America, where almost everyone had experience with guns. His previous self was the same, otherwise he might not even know how to aim or reload. After doing all this, he poured flammable chemicals in the laboratory. After doing all this, he lit a lighter and threw it in. Boom. A raging fire ignited. Heat waves swept through the area, reflecting off Sulo's blood-stained cold face. Chapter 5. Sulo turned around and rushed out with a gun in his hand. The person in charge looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded and trembling. He never expected that this researcher, codenamed 05, had actually developed the super soldier serum. This serum had stumped countless scientists from the military, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Hydra, and even the genius super soldiers. Yet it was broken through by a seemingly ordinary young man in his 20s. His voice trembled. How is this possible? The Baron's chilling voice rang out. What happened? In the distance, as the Baron spoke, he reopened the surveillance of the Super Serum 71 group. However, the surveillance in the laboratory was already broken. But from the hallway camera, they could see the laboratory engulfed in flames. A blood-soaked young man with black hair was sprinting in the corridor, carrying a rifle and a cold surgical knife. His eyes were completely normal, without a trace of madness, filled with reason. Seeing this scene, the Baron's breathing became slightly rapid, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. His voice trembled. Is that black-haired man, the one who just injected the serum? At this moment, the voice of the leader of the 71 group sounded again. Yes, my Lord Baron. Baron Strucker suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted, capture him. Capture this man alive. Do not kill him. He was extremely excited. Capture him, and I will not blame you for your previous mistakes. You will be greatly rewarded. Baron Strucker never expected that the 71 group had actually produced a real super soldier serum. This was truly an unexpected joy. Immediately, he picked up another phone and said, immediately send an elite team to support the Super Serum 71 Group Research Institute. Also, send a team of super soldiers. Capture a man who has just transformed into a super soldier. He is an Asian man with black hair and black eyes, named Sulo. The super soldiers that Hydra currently possessed were all flawed, prone to losing control. They were usually frozen and required regular testing and brainwashing. And the success rate was extremely low. Mass production was simply impossible. If they could obtain a real super serum, then they could replicate an army of super soldiers. An army composed of Captain America. Then Hydra could rule the world. Thinking of this, Baron Strucker became even more excited. Office of the 71 Group Research Institute. Yes, my Lord Baron. The person in charge heard this and felt a bit excited. He immediately gave orders to his subordinates again, capture him. Try not to use guns. Capture him alive. He emphasized once again, remember, if anyone kills him, I will personally torture them to death. The security personnel of the research institute rushed towards the direction of the laboratory one after another. Soon, a battle broke out. In the narrow and short corridors, firearms were not effective. Sulo dashed into the crowd, immediately entering a frenzy of killing. Using people as shields, the surgical knife swiftly flew through the air. Screams and the sound of blood splattering filled the air as security personnel constantly fell. Behind them, the flames burned fiercely, as if chasing after Sulo's footsteps. Soon, Sulo arrived at a control room. He rushed in. Kill all the security personnel inside. Then rapidly tap on the keyboard. A large amount of data constantly pops up and is copied into a high-capacity portable hard drive. One of them is called James Logan. He is Wolverine. Wolverine's terrifying self-healing ability is his next target. As long as he doesn't die, anything is possible. Only by not dying can he do more things. So for Sulo, he must first obtain means of survival. Since Wolverine's self-healing ability can be given to Deadpool, it can also be given to him. In addition to Wolverine, a lot of information about other super ability individuals has been copied into the hard drive. And these people are all for Sulo's greater plan. These few hours have passed. Sulo already knows the path he must take. That is to use the abilities of these people to bring the god of mankind, Superman, back to life in the Marvel universe. He wants to evolve into a normal Superman, evolve into a Silver Surfer, and ultimately become an all-knowing and all-powerful supreme being. During this time of slaughtering people, a clear path of evolution has already emerged in his mind. For example, how to obtain a biological field, what abilities to replace, how to have flight ability, how to have super strength, heat vision, and become stronger by absorbing sunlight, and so on. He has a rough plan in his mind. Definitely, he also understands that this path is long and arduous, but he has confidence in achieving it. As Sulo rapidly taps on the keyboard. Soon, a massive amount of data is copied by him. He immediately puts the hard drive into his pocket. I have the stuff, it's time to go. He looks outside, a smile on his face, but under the rendering of blood, it appears somewhat terrifying. Whoosh. Sulo bursts out and rushes out of the control room. Facing the terrifying Sulo, the security forces of the Research Institute are unable to stop him. He constantly approaches the main gate. In another Hydra base in Tennessee, military trucks filled with people rush out and head towards Research Group 71. To avoid being too conspicuous and attracting unnecessary attention, they split into more than 10 groups and take different paths towards Research Group 71. Inside these military trucks are fully armed, live ammunition experienced veterans, filled with a sense of killing. In addition, an invisible fighter jet shoots out from the Hydra base and quickly approaches Research Group 71. Inside this invisible fighter jet, 4 super soldiers sit, their eyes cold and lifeless, like robots. However, they exude a chilling feeling, as if several fierce tigers and lions are sitting there. Research Group 71. The person in charge watches Sulo killing everyone in the surveillance footage and clenches his fist. I can't let you escape. You are the key to my promotion and wealth. He immediately turns around, presses a button, and mutters, you don't think that Hydra's Research Institute only has ordinary soldiers, do you? Chapter 6. Immediately after, several sets of exoskeleton battle armor with a cold metallic color appeared. This is the exoskeleton armor developed by Hydra using Chitauri technology. We thought we wouldn't need it anymore and it would be taken back by higher UPS, but unexpectedly, we still have to use it to make achievements today. After the battle in Avengers Alliance 1, a large number of Chitauri warships crashed in New York. These warships and robots contain Chitauri interstellar technology, far surpassing Earth's. So they were collected by the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra, a lot of Chitauri interstellar technology was taken by Hydra for research. The exoskeleton battle armor in front of them is one of the results. He called in a security team. Soon, 4 people wearing exoskeleton battle armor appeared. The leader spoke, take down Sulo for me. Yes. Immediately, the 4 people burst out with super fast speed and rushed out of the office towards where Sulo was. In a hall, Sulo kept moving between various cover objects and continuously shooting with his gun. In the midst of constant shooting, Sulo's shooting skills were also constantly improving. This is thanks to the powerful learning ability given to him by the ultimate scientific research ability. When approaching the enemy, he would switch to surgical knife mode for close combat. His close combat ability is also constantly improving. Definitely, these improvements do not come without a cost. Constantly fighting against fully armed security personnel, even though he has the body of a super soldier, he still gets injured. He has different degrees of wounds on his body. The pain also constantly stimulates Sulo. But on the surface, Sulo seems to have not changed much, except for gritting his teeth. His combat effectiveness has not weakened at all. It's as if these pains cannot affect Sulo. In reality, Sulo can also feel the pain. It's just that compared to the excruciating pain he felt when injecting the serum, these wounds on his body are nothing. In addition, in a life and death battle, the surge of adrenaline also weakens some of the pain. Fist. Sulo's surgical knife mercilessly slashed open someone's throat. We're about to go out. Looking at the hall through the external door, Sulo muttered. Just at this moment. Whoosh. Several figures shot out at high speed and rushed towards Sulo. A sense of crisis rose in Sulo's heart. He quickly raised his gun and started shooting. Clang clang clang. The opponents moved quickly. They used their steel arms to block the bullets. Then they swooped down and attacked Sulo. Sulo quickly used his gun as a shield to defend himself. Bang bang bang. A surge of tremendous force. The steel rifle was quickly hammered into scrap. Attacked from all directions by several enemies, Sulo struggled to cope and could only passively fight back. Under the opponent's offensive, he kept retreating. Sulo frowned as he looked at the soldier in exoskeleton armor in front of him. If he were to fight them one-on-one, he would easily surpass them and be able to deal with them completely. But when several people were together, especially experienced soldiers with high coordination, he couldn't handle them at all. If it continued like this, he would lose. Several exoskeleton soldiers looked at Sulo retreating and smiled. Surrender, and you'll get hit a little less. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We just want your freedom and your mind. We won't take your life. Don't resist stubbornly. Although we won't kill you, we can still beat you up. If you want to suffer less, surrender quickly. Inside the office, the person in charge saw the scene and clenched their fist excitedly. This is it. I didn't expect to have a pleasant surprise right before the work here is finished. The person in charge laughed heartily. In the hall, Sulo looked at the opponent's exoskeleton battlesuit, his mind spinning rapidly, recalling the knowledge he already had. He was thinking about how to crack the opponent's exoskeleton battlesuit. As long as the opponent didn't have the exoskeleton armor, he wouldn't have to exert much effort to fight. Soon, a gleam flashed in his eyes. The exoskeleton battlesuit is a mechanical item. Mechanical items all have a flaw, which is their fear of electromagnetic pulses. His gaze fell on a small laboratory nearby. Due to limited conditions and time, he couldn't make a large-scale electromagnetic pulse weapon to disable these mechanical exoskeletons with a single shot. But making a small, handicap-level, disruptive electromagnetic pulse device was still possible. The opponent's exoskeleton had no protective measures, and he could even see the circuits and power pistons inside clearly. There were no copper plates or steel plates as shielding covers, so there was no protection against electromagnetic pulses. Therefore, a small electromagnetic pulse device could still have an impact and temporarily immobilize it. When experts clash, life and death can be decided in a second. There weren't many things in the small laboratory, but making a small electromagnetic pulse disruptor was enough. He could even use a mosquito swatter to make a small electromagnetic pulse device, although the effect would be poor, at most shielding MP3 players and cell phones. Fortunately, the opponents were not a few super soldiers, otherwise, he would truly be kneeling here. Having made up his mind, he lifted the long steel table next to him and swung it at the enemy, then smashed it out. The enemies quickly crossed their arms to defend. Bang! They all took a step or two back. Taking advantage of this opening, Sulo ran towards the small laboratory. Seeing Sulo not running towards the exit but towards the inside, the enemy sneered. He had no way out. They quickly caught up, ready to take down Sulo in one fell swoop. Whoosh! A fighter jet streaked across the sky, tearing through the clouds at high speed. Heading towards Research Institute 71. Baron Strucker's voice sounded in the earpieces of each super soldier. After you arrive at Research Institute 71, kill everyone except Sulo. Leave no survivors. Yes. The voices of the super soldiers were uniform. Chapter 7. Regarding the secret of the birth of the super soldier serum, Baron Strucker does not intend to let more people know. Currently, only he needs to know the secret. Because he doesn't trust anyone else, in his view, once a second person knows, it means the whole world knows. The small laboratory is not far away. Sulo sprinted and rushed into the small laboratory. After entering, he immediately locked the door. The exoskeleton team outside also arrived. Boom! Boom! Powerful iron fists struck the protective glass. The glass walls trembled slightly. The veins on the foreheads of the exoskeleton team members bulged slightly. Don't waste your effort, this glass wall can't stop us at all. We only need a dozen seconds to break this wall and take you down. You better come out quickly, otherwise, if we get in, you'll suffer. Sulo rushed into the laboratory, searching for materials, hiding in blind spots of the surveillance cameras, and assembling. He whispered calmly, a dozen seconds is enough. An electromagnetic pulse is a sudden, high-intensity pulse of broadband electromagnetic radiation. Electromagnetic forming technology is a high-speed forming technology that uses magnetic field forces to shape metal workpieces. Because the load acts on the workpiece in the form of pulses during the forming process, it is also called magnetic pulse forming technology. The power supply charges the high-voltage capacitor and stores electrical energy in it. Then the switch is closed, and a short pulse of high-amplitude electric current is formed in the coil, creating a rapidly changing pulse magnetic field around the coil. This pulse magnetic field induces an electric current in the metal workpiece, and the direction of the induced electric current is opposite to the direction of the electric current in the coil. Under the interaction of these two opposing magnetic fields, a strong magnetic field force is generated between the coil and the workpiece. Generally, the coil is fixed, and the workpiece undergoes shape-shifting under the action of this magnetic field force. In short, it creates a powerful magnetic field force that causes mechanical components to shape-shift, thereby interfering with and even destroying enemy electronic devices. Sulo quickly disassembled things, took out circuit boards, and then took out copper wires. His hands moved rapidly, welding the circuit boards, binding layers of steel wire, with an incredibly focused expression, completely oblivious to the booming sounds outside. The exoskeleton team outside saw Sulo's actions. They furrowed their brows. What is this guy doing? I don't know, is he making an electric shock device? Does he want to shock us? It's fine, as long as we don't touch this guy's weapon. Besides, the four of us against him, can he shock all four of us at the same time? He shocks one, and the other three of us will immediately take him down. No problem. They were just simple soldiers who couldn't understand Sulo's actions at all. Soon, Sulo had a high-voltage capacitor in his hand, charged it, and stored a large amount of electrical energy in it. Next, all he needed was the switch. In this way, a small electromagnetic pulse generator took shape. Done. Boom. The glass wall shattered, and several sneers sounded. You're finished, kid. You've delayed us for so long. Get ready to suffer. Whoosh. Flashes of lightning-like figures rushed towards Sulo, almost instantly appearing in front of him, raising their fists and striking down. Sulo's eyes turned cold, and he raised the electromagnetic pulse generator in his hand, a very crude electronic device that looked like a pile of electronic junk. The enemies saw it and sneered. Do you think you can touch us? Do you think you can take down all four of us at the same time? Prepare to get beaten, fool. Sulo pressed the switch. Buzz. An invisible electromagnetic pulse burst out. The four mechanical exoskeletons creaked, losing power and pausing for a moment. What's going on? What happened? Several members of the team widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Sulo waved the surgical knife in his hand, the metallic arc cold and sharp. Seeing this scene, several people exclaimed in shock. Psst. Psst. Their throats were all cut. Because their bodies were fixed by heavy exoskeletons, they didn't fall down. It was as if Jesus was hanging on the cross, suspended in the exoskeleton. His body twitched for a moment, and then his eyes lost their light, dead. Sulo breathed lightly, sweat mixed with blood dripping continuously. The surgical knife in his hand fluttered like a butterfly in the air, agile and swift, directly destroying the circuitry of the exoskeleton. After completing these actions, he didn't stop. He dropped the unfinished electromagnetic pulse generator in his hand, picked up the surgical knife, and ran towards the door. Because he knew Hydra's reinforcements must be on their way, ready to arrive at any moment. He had to leave quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave. He picked up a gun and fired at the attackers. Without the resistance of the exoskeleton, the others were no match for him. He quickly rushed out of the hall's door and arrived outside. The research institute behind him was located in the belly of a small mountain. After coming out, there were mountains all around. His gaze fell on a car next to him. He hurriedly ran towards it. No keys. But he pulled out two ignition wires and tied them together. Boom. The engine roared to life. The whole car started. After completing these actions, he fired at the tires of the nearby cars, bursting them. After completing these actions, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot out, rushing into the narrow path among the mountains. The wind howled outside the window, and the fresh, slightly cold air rushed into his lungs, washing away the strong smell of blood in his nostrils. At this moment, Sulo felt like he was truly reborn. He looked ahead, his eyes seemingly shining. Definitely. He understood that things were far from over. Hydra would definitely stick to him like an annoying band-aid, tracking him. So he couldn't be careless now. Next, he needed to find Wolverine and study Wolverine's self-healing factor by replicating it. But before finding Wolverine, he still needed to purchase some things to reduce the risk from Wolverine. After all, Wolverine's claws were not to be trifled with. Chapter 8. On the way to Wolverine, there happened to be a vibranium dealer named Clay. This guy recently sold vibranium to Ultron in Avengers, Age of Ultron, allowing him to create a vibranium body, which later became Vision. At the same time, because he said the wrong thing, Ultron directly cut off one of his arms. He happened to be able to take some vibranium from this guy to defend himself and fight. He stepped on the accelerator, and with a loud roar, the car sped up, leaving everyone's sight in a cloud of dust. The person in charge ran out. Looking at the disappearing car, he went crazy. No. My accomplishment. He wanted to send someone to chase after the car, but all the cars had been tampered with. He kicked the car door in anger. Damn it. Damn it. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. This guy is driving our Hydra car. It's connected to our system. Track his route for me. The person next to him quickly said, okay. The person next to him took out a notebook and quickly typed away. Soon, a route appeared. A red dot was speeding down the road. Seeing this, the person in charge smiled. Very good, Very good. At this moment, a fighter jet broke through the clouds, diving down and finally landing at the entrance of the research institute. The person in charge saw this and his eyes lit up. Help has arrived. Several fully armed super soldiers came down from the plane. Seeing these super soldiers, everyone in the research institute felt a chill down their spines. After all, they knew a thing or two about the ferocity of these super soldiers. The person in charge quickly walked up and handed over the notebook. Everyone, this guy is running on the road, and we have been tracking his car. You can catch up to him now, he can't escape. After all, how can a car outrun a fighter jet? The other party expressionlessly took the notebook, looked at it, and nodded. Then, they raised their guns and aimed at the person in charge and the security personnel behind him. Seeing this scene, the person in charge and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Before they could react, bang bang bang. A single Sulo inflicted heavy damage on the security personnel of the research institute. 4 individuals of the same level, facing these security personnel, it was a one-sided massacre. The continuous screams rang out again. The research institute once again turned into a slaughterhouse, blood flowing like a river. While slaughtering, they reported the situation to the Baron. The voice of the Baron sounded in the earpiece of the super soldiers: completely eliminate the personnel of Research Group 71, then intercept Sulo and bring him back. Yes. In the distance, the Baron was reviewing the system information of Research Group 71. Reviewing the things Sulo copied from the Research Institute not long ago. Looking at the information of each super ability user. The Baron frowned slightly and murmured, "What is this guy planning? Why does he need so much information on super ability users?" In addition, there was also some information on non-super ability users. There were quite a few familiar faces among them. For example, the vibranium dealer Clay. After all, Ultron was able to find Clay based on the information obtained from him. To be precise, it was from the file office of the base where he was researching Wanda and her brother. He looked at Sulo's direction of travel, and then looked at Clay's location. The person closest to Sulo's current route was Clay. He pondered, is this guy trying to find Clay and get some vibranium? He immediately picked up the pager and called a truck team. "Baron, what are your orders?" The Baron said, "Change your route, go to Clay's location." "Yes." 4 super soldiers quickly bloodied the entire Research Group 71. From this moment on, the only people who know that Sulo has developed the serum for super soldiers are Baron Strucker and Sulo himself. The raging flames ignited by Sulo engulfed the entire Research Institute. Reflecting on the cold faces of the 4 Hydra soldiers in front of him, they turned around and boarded the fighter jet. Whoosh! They shot out, heading towards the red dot on the map that was running next to a motel. Sulo stopped and pulled apart the 2 ignition wires, causing the car to immediately stall. The reason he stopped was because he needed to tend to his own wounds. Even though he had a physique beyond that of an ordinary person, if the wounds were not treated, they would still worsen and lead to serious consequences. He opened a nearby medical kit, which he had just bought on the road. He tore open his shirt, revealing his streamlined and explosive muscles. With a dose of the super soldier serum, his physical form was already extremely perfect. However, this powerful body was covered in scars, bloody and destroying its aesthetic appeal. There were even bullet wounds. Bullets embedded in his flesh, the pain stimulating Sulo's nerves, causing his eye to twitch involuntarily. He took out a pair of tweezers from the side and inserted them deep into the wound to extract the bullets. The intense pain made Sulo take a sharp breath. Hiss. Fist. With a clank, he threw a bullet head onto the iron shell. He constantly extracted the bullets from his body. A series of crisp sounds rang out. In the end, on the iron shell, there were 5 bloody bullet heads. Sulo's forehead was covered in small beads of sweat. He immediately cleaned his wounds, pouring alcohol onto those wounds. Hiss. The intense pain made Sulo furrow his brow. After disinfecting, he wrapped layer after layer of white bandages around his body. Finally, he bandaged up the larger wounds. Finally done. Sulo let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his face. Immediately, he looked in a certain direction, a glint of determination in his eyes. Baron looked at his computer screen. The fighter jet was rapidly approaching the red dot, and the distance between the 2 sides was already very close. There was no way. The speed of the car compared to the fighter jet was like a snail compared to a rabbit. Baron smiled and said, "Soon, the fighter jet will catch up to Sulo's car. The serum for super soldiers will be in my hands." 4 super soldiers, 1 against 4, and still carrying injuries. How can you win this round? Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Why did the car stop? Could it be that this guy fainted due to his injuries? Or is he planning to abandon the car? He quickly communicated with the Hydra soldiers, Catch up quickly. Yes. Chapter 9. Above the sky. Whoosh. The fighter jet burst out. In just a few breaths, the people on the fighter jet saw the car parked on the road in the distance. A Hydra soldier spoke into his pager, "Baron, we have spotted the car. No sign of anyone around, it seems the target is still inside." An excited voice came from the pager, "Go up quickly. Somewhere in the Hydra base." The Baron also saw the car in the distance through the camera on the fighter jet, and his heart surged with excitement. He clenched his fist and exclaimed, "The super soldier serum is within reach. Now, my ambition can finally be realized." The fighter jet swiftly flew through the sky and arrived in the air in front of the car. Several figures leaped down from the fighter jet and quickly rushed towards the car. A Hydra soldier reached the front of the car and looked at the person inside, furrowing his brow. "Who are you?" Inside the car. A white man was inside, counting the money in his hands. Upon hearing the sound outside the window, he looked up and was startled by the fully armed soldiers. Bang! The Hydra soldier smashed the car window and pulled the man out, his voice cold. "Who are you?" The black-haired Asian man inside the car. The man stammered, "This car is stolen by me. I stole it from that black-haired Asian man. I saw him go into the pharmacy to buy something, and, the car was unlocked, and there was some money inside. So I drove the car away. Damn it." The Hydra soldier gritted his teeth. Bang! He directly smashed the man's head onto the steering wheel, breaking his nose, blood gushing out, a gruesome sight. The man screamed in pain. The Hydra soldier coldly asked, "Which pharmacy did you steal things from?" The man quickly replied, I stole from the West Pharmacy behind us." The Hydra soldier let go of his hand and walked towards the descending fighter jet, while reporting the information to the Baron. Behind him, a companion took out a pistol and pulled the trigger amidst a plea for mercy. Bang! The bullet hit the man's head, and he fell onto the steering wheel. Then a lighter was thrown into the car. A group of Hydra soldiers boarded the plane. A loud explosion followed. The fire burned fiercely, licking the air with intense heat. "Baron, the driver is not Sulo. He is not in this car," came the report from the soldiers, who then briefed Baron Strucker on the situation. The Baron's joy turned into a grim expression. He immediately gave the order, "Hurry to the pharmacy and see." Without the car, he shouldn't have gone far. Yes. On the other side. In front of a bar. An outdated sedan parked at the entrance. Inside the car sat a handsome Asian man, Sulo. Sulo murmured, "At the moment, those guys should have caught up with the thief and headed towards the pharmacy. But I left a long time ago. Sorry, you guys will only find an empty space." Sulo knew that there must be a tracking system inside Hydra's car, so after getting on the road, he planned to abandon the car and switch to another one. On the road, he saw a suspicious person standing next to someone else's car. Observing the person's behavior, he guessed that the person was a car thief. So an idea of switching cars came to his mind. Coincidentally, there was a pharmacy nearby. So he left some money in the car and intentionally didn't lock it, attracting the attention of the car thief. Sure enough, the other party stole the car. In this way, the other party would have more time to work for him. As for himself, he bought a worn-out second-hand car. The previous owner didn't leave him anything, but there was still a little money left. However, after such extravagance, there wasn't much money left. Actually, Sulo could have just stolen the car, just like stealing Hydra's car, very easily. But he didn't do that. Because he hadn't reached the point where he had to harm others for his own benefit by stealing cars. He was a person with principles, although these principles might be flexible. Taking advantage of Hydra's mistake in identifying the target, he had already arrived at one of his destinations based on Hydra's information. Noka Bar. According to Hydra's information, here, he could find the vibranium dealer, Claw. Thinking of this, he pushed open the car door and walked towards the bar. On the other side, the Hydra soldier arrived at the pharmacy. But they didn't find anything. They only knew that Sulo left after buying a car. As for where he went, Hydra didn't know either. Because Sulo had been walking in the blind spots of the surveillance and this area was not a city, it was a remote wilderness with few surveillance cameras and many roads. As a result, Hydra lost the lead. Inside the Hydra base, the Baron heard the report from his subordinates and instantly became furious. FK. Something that was supposed to be a sure thing ended up like this. My super soldier serum. After a moment of anger, the Baron's face turned cold. Sulo definitely calculated the car thief stealing the car. Leaving the door unlocked and the money, it was definitely intentional. He clenched his fist. Truly someone who developed the super soldier serum single-handedly. During his escape while injured, he was able to calmly consider the car's safety and even staged a clever escape. This guy indeed has something. He looked at the data on the computer screen and murmured, "So, dear Sulo, where will you go?" Noisy and dim, with dazzling lights and a mixture of strong alcohol and body odor in the air. This was Sulo's first impression upon entering the bar. The bar wasn't big, but it was almost full of people. And it seemed like everyone didn't look friendly, not like people engaged in legitimate business. Seeing this, Sulo understood that this might be a gray area, a place where all sorts of people gathered. As soon as he entered, the gazes of the people around him gathered on his unfamiliar face. Their eyes were all unfriendly, as if they had spotted a fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A burly man walked towards him. "Kid, you look pretty unfamiliar, and your face is quite tender." As he spoke, he slapped Sulo's face. Chapter 10. Sulo grabbed the other person's hand and calmly looked at them, saying, "I really dislike it when people lay hands on me." The burly man tried to pull his hand back, but found that the handsome man in front of him had a grip as strong as an iron clamp. His hand couldn't move at all. "What the hell? Why is it so tight?" Sulo twisted his hand, causing the other person's hand to contort slightly. A scream escaped from the other person's mouth. Several men quickly stood up from their seats and walked towards Sulo with unfriendly expressions. It seemed that they were the burly man's companions. Sulo kneeled down and hit the burly man's abdomen, causing him to immediately fall down, curling up in pain. The others rushed forward, wanting to teach Sulo a lesson together. Sulo threw a punch, hitting the faces, stomachs, and waists of the people. In the blink of an eye, several people were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Sulo was unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes, except for some blood stains on his hands. Complete domination. Seeing the powerful strength displayed by Sulo, the ill intentions in the eyes of the others dissipated significantly. They also withdrew their gazes, but occasionally glanced at the Asian man from the corner of their eyes. "Wow, this newcomer is quite fierce. I didn't expect someone who looks like a delicate Hollywood star to have such strong abilities. Well, anyone who dares to come here alone must have some skills. This guy is not to be messed with." Inside the bar, everyone was whispering to each other. Sulo walked towards a table. The customers at that table were all nervous, their breathing paused, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. The glasses they were holding were frozen in mid-air, not daring to move at all. As Sulo approached, the pressure in their hearts reached its peak, their hearts pounding. But Sulo only took out a piece of paper and calmly wiped the blood off his fist. After finishing these actions, Sulo walked towards the bar counter. The customers at the table breathed a sigh of relief, either placing their beer down or taking a big gulp. Sulo sat in front of the bar counter and ordered a chilled beer. Soon, the bartender placed a large glass of chilled beer in front of him. Sulo looked at the bartender and said, "I want to see Ulysses Crow." According to Hydra's information, Crow also had a stake in this bar. So the bartender should have some connection with Crow, or at least be able to contact him. The bartender expressionlessly shook his head, "I don't know this person." Saying that, he wiped and tidied the bar with a towel. Sulo didn't drink the beer, he just placed his hands on the cold glass, feeling its temperature. He spoke, "I know Crow is involved in this bar and has a stake in it. I just want to find Crow and buy something." The bartender shook his head, "Mr. Crow has retired and no longer sells anything." Sulo understood that he had to present something that Crow would truly be interested in, otherwise he wouldn't see him. Unless he could come up with a box of money or something else that Crow would find interesting. He definitely didn't have a box of money. However, he did have something that Crow might be interested in. Sulo spoke, "I have a set of steel arms here that can perfectly replace the original hands and are even more powerful and convenient. I think Klaus should be interested. You just need to tell him that the steel arm contains Chitauri technology." Not long ago, while selling vibranium to Ultron, Klaus offended him by saying the wrong thing and had one of his arms cut off by Ultron. So, Klaus at this moment will definitely be interested in a steel arm that can replace his original arm. Especially since the steel arm also contains Chitauri technology that far surpasses Earth's level. The reason why Sulo has this technology is naturally obtained from Hydra. It can be put to good use here. Upon hearing Sulo's words, the bartender paused for a moment and said, "I'll go get some drinks from the back." After speaking, he turned and entered the kitchen. Sulo understood that the bartender must have contacted Klaus. Sulo did not drink the drink in front of him. Instead, he handed it to the person next to him and smiled, "This one's on me." The person happily took the drink and drank it quickly, saying, "Thank you, brother." Soon, the bartender came out. He looked at Sulo and said, "Mr. Klaus is willing to see you." Immediately, he wrote down an address and handed it to Sulo. "Go to this place to meet him." Sulo nodded. It was a house outside a small town near the mining site. With the address in hand, Sulo drove to the location. Soon, an abandoned mining site appeared before his eyes. Next to it was a house. Outside the house stood a group of armed people. When they saw Sulo's car, everyone's eyes became extremely alert. They aimed their guns at the car. Facing the barrels of the guns, Sulo remained calm. Because Klaus needed what he had, and it was difficult for ordinary people to hit him with a gun. He opened the door and got out of the car, saying, "I have what Klaus needs." The other party said, "No weapons allowed inside." Sulo nodded. Someone quickly came up and searched him. After confirming that Sulo had no weapons on him, they let him in. After entering the room, Sulo saw Klaus. Perhaps because of his broken arm, Klaus didn't look too good. Klaus squinted slightly and said, "You said you can make a powerful steel arm for me." Sulo nodded, "Yes, I can make a powerful steel arm for you, and its technology comes from the Chitauri." He remained calm, "You know the level of Chitauri technology. After all, that battle in New York a few years ago was broadcasted worldwide." Klaus nodded, "I naturally know, otherwise I wouldn't have let you in. But how can you prove that you can make such an arm? Can't you deceive me?" Sulo threw a stack of documents in his hand and raised his chin. These documents were a partial technical description of the steel arm that Sulo printed before coming, and the key technologies were hidden. Klaus, also being a technician, picked up what Sulo handed over and started to look through it. Chapter 11. Soon, his eyes lit up. He clearly recognized the authenticity of this document. The advanced steel arms in the document are all achievable. While Klaus was carefully reading the document. Creak. The door opened. A little girl ran in, pale and sickly. She cried out weakly, "Daddy." Klaus frowned slightly when he saw this. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay at home?" The little girl looked aggrieved. I miss Daddy." Klaus tenderly embraced the little girl. All right, my precious. But this won't happen again. Daddy told you that you can't watch Daddy when he's working, it's dangerous." The little girl hugged Klaus. "I understand." Klaus threw the document on the coffee table. "So, what do you want in exchange?" Sulo said, "Vibranium, enough to make a shield." Klaus smiled when he heard this. "Enough for a shield? That won't be enough. A mechanical arm can be made anywhere, it's just a matter of skill level. Although your mechanical arm is indeed of a higher level. But it's far from being as valuable as a vibranium shield." Klaus put his legs on the coffee table and touched his daughter's hair. "Plus $20 million. Hearing Klaus's words, Sulo frowned slightly. $20 million. He definitely couldn't come up with that. He pondered in place, thinking about what he could exchange with the other party. The only things he had were some research materials from Hydra, information on some superhumans, and a formula for a super soldier serum. Definitely. He couldn't bring out the last item. Because once it was brought out, it would become a target for everyone. After all, too many people wanted to get their hands on it. At this moment, one of Klaus's subordinates said he needed to go to the bathroom. Sulo keenly noticed that the other person's expression and body language were subtly off. So, when the person left, he also said he needed to go to the bathroom. And then he followed to the bathroom. He could hear the sound of a phone call from inside. With his extraordinary hearing, Sulo heard the voice inside. He also took out his phone and started recording. Klaus's subordinate said, "Hello, Sulo has come to Klaus's side." The voice on the other end of the phone said, "Okay, try to delay Sulo as much as possible, I will report to the higher UPS immediately. A military force is already on its way to your location, and 4 winter soldiers have been dispatched, riding in fighter jets, they will be there soon. As long as you delay him, he won't be able to escape." Klaus's subordinate said, "All right, I will try to delay him as much as possible." Hearing the conversation inside, Sulo's eyes narrowed. Bang. He kicked open the door. The wooden door hit the person inside. A cry of pain rang out. He lifted the person up after opening the door. The mercenaries in the living room heard the sound and quickly rushed over with their guns, aiming at Sulo in the bathroom. "What are you doing? Let go of our people." Sulo, holding the informant, furrowed his brows and said, "What are you doing? Trading with me while betraying Hydra. If you don't want to trade, I won't force you." Sulo's face turned cold. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries were confused, some unable to understand Sulo's words. Sulo, holding the informant, walked towards the living room, ignoring the armed men. If anyone dared to shoot, the one who would die would definitely be the shooter. Claude protected his daughter and coldly looked at Sulo, saying, "What are you talking about? Betraying. Betraying Hydra." Sulo played the recording from his phone. Claude stared at the informant, his voice icy. Damn it, you're actually with Hydra. What exactly does Hydra want to do? Observing Claude's expression, Sulo confirmed that he didn't seem to be lying. He immediately understood that the informant was most likely a spy planted by Hydra around Claude. Planting spies. That's very Hydra. Sulo looked at the informant in his hand and said coldly, tell me your purpose. The informant snorted, I have nothing to say. Sulo chuckled lightly, believe me, my knowledge and proficiency in the human body far surpass your imagination. I know very well what kind of unbearable pain manipulating certain parts of the human body can cause. The upper orbital fissure of the human eye, the trigeminal nerve. The central protrusion of the trigeminal ganglion, entering the brain at the junction of the brainstem and the basal part of the pons, can transmit sensory fibers of temperature and pain that terminate in the trigeminal spinal tract. If I were to insert a needle into the upper half of the orbital fissure, it would cause unbearable and terrifying pain. Believe me, you wouldn't want to experience it. Saying this, Sulo somehow produced two extremely sharp steel needles, gleaming with a cold light. Listening to Sulo's explanation, the sight of these sharp needles alone was enough to make one tremble in fear. The steel needles descended towards the gap above the informant's eyeball. Seeing those terrifying needles, the informant quickly confessed his own information. The reason Hydra was monitoring Claude was to obtain the vibranium he had. However, Claude was always cautious and never shared the location of the vibranium with anyone, so Hydra's people had been lurking. Once they found a clue to the vibranium, they would take it and eliminate Claude. Upon hearing this, Claude's gaze turned exceptionally cold. Sulo couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that both of us have caught Hydra's attention. I really have a connection with Hydra. Wherever I go, I can encounter them. Just at that moment. Bang. 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 Gunshots rang outside. A mercenary quickly ran to the window and pulled open a small curtain. He hurriedly said to Claude, there's a well-trained team launching a fierce attack on our team. We can't hold on outside much longer. We need to go out and support. After saying that, the armed mercenaries in the room quickly rushed out and engaged in battle with Hydra's army. Claude held his daughter's head tightly and his face turned frosty, it's Hydra's people. Just as the mercenaries rushed out, cries of pain could be heard. Damn it! The enemy's firepower is too strong. Damn it! Hold them back. Chapter 12. A loud horn sounded outside the house. Sulo and Claude inside, surrender cleanly. You can't escape anymore, our army has surrounded you. Soon, our super soldiers will also arrive. If you surrender now, you can suffer a little less. Listening to the diminishing sound of gunfire on their side, Claude clenched his fist. He looked at his daughter in his arms, then at Sulo. I see that you are skilled. Save my daughter, and I'll owe you 20 million. I'll give you vibranium. Help me make a steel arm. How about that? Hearing Claude's words, Sulo nodded slightly. Okay. We need to leave here quickly. If Hydra's winter soldiers come, I won't be able to escape either. Claude nodded. After dealing with the people outside, I have a safe route to escape from here. Hydra's people won't find us. Sulo looked around. Give me a more powerful weapon. I'll take care of the people outside. Claude was slightly surprised. You want to take on Hydra's team alone? They are a battle-hardened modern elite force. Sulo raised his palm. Just give me the stuff. The people on the other side didn't dare to harm him, which was his biggest advantage. As long as he avoided their capture methods, he would be fine. Claude quickly walked to a wall and pressed a hidden door. You can pick any weapon here. The wall opened, revealing a plentiful supply of modern weapons inside. Pistols, rifles, grenades, even rocket launchers. Seeing Claude's weapons, Sulo's eyes widened. Wow! It was like a small armory. Truly the Marvel world. Weapons were hidden everywhere, with so many of them. With a snap, Sulo snapped the informant's neck and threw him to the ground. Then he grabbed several grenades, picked up a rifle and a rocket launcher, and rushed towards the nearby window. Breaking through the front was slightly more dangerous. Breaking through from both sides was the safest way. Seeing Sulo holding a rifle and a rocket launcher, Claude's eyes also widened. Wow, can he really go out and fight like this? Sulo leaped out of the window, leaning against the outer wall, and aimed the rocket launcher at the Hydra team in front. Sulo's appearance instantly caught Hydra's attention. Sulo has appeared. Switch to stun guns. Tranquilizer bullets. Capture him alive. Be careful. He's holding a rocket launcher. Spread out. Looking at Sulo, who remained calm, holding the rocket launcher with one hand, the Hydra agents exclaimed. Before they could finish speaking, Sulo pulled the trigger. Boom. The shell flew out horizontally. A loud explosion. Flesh and blood flew. The ground trembled slightly. In an instant, 1/3 of the enemies were gone. Their formation was also disrupted. Sulo quickly looked for cover while shooting at the enemy. Bang. 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 Bullets flew, blood splattered. In addition, Sulo was extremely tense, trying to avoid being hit by the enemy's stun guns or tranquilizer guns. Once hit, he would be done for. Damn it. This guy is too strong. We have completely suppressed the enemy. Unless the Winter Soldier is deployed, he can't possibly be his match. Damn it. Why is a researcher so strong? Why does he have such strong combat awareness? Is this guy really just a nerd from the lab? Damn it. Sulo moved extremely quickly. Like a ghost. In addition to bullets, he also threw grenades and smoke bombs. Explosions, gunshots, and screams filled the air. Soon enough, the urgent gunfire outside disappeared. Sulo appeared in the room again, with a few beads of sweat on his forehead, his breath slightly uneven. He didn't look like someone who had just experienced intense combat. Upon seeing Sulo, Chloe took a breath and said, "My goodness, did you single-handedly take care of Hydra's army? Are you a superpowered individual or some kind of super soldier?" Sulo's strength far exceeded his imagination, surpassing that of an ordinary person. He effortlessly crushed a tactical squad of Hydra, a top-notch special forces team. He was practically a second Captain America. He looked at Sulo's slender body and couldn't help but be amazed. It was hard to imagine that such a slender body possessed such astonishing explosive power. Sulo tossed the hot gun aside. It was mainly because there weren't many people who came, just a regular Hydra squad. If there were more of them, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. He urged, "Let's go, let's leave here. Hydra's real soldiers will be here soon." He didn't mention anything about his own situation. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chloe didn't ask further. Chloe nodded and said, let's go into the mine." With that, he held his daughter and quickly left the room, heading towards the nearby minefield. Sulo followed closely behind Chloe, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, especially the sky. According to what was said on the phone, 4 Winter Soldiers had been dispatched. Sulo just didn't know if those 4 Winter Soldiers were the ones eliminated by Zemo later on, or if Bucky was among them. Soon enough, the mine came into Sulo's view, dark and deep. The 3 of them rushed in. Chloe took out a flashlight from his pocket and illuminated the inside. At the same time, above the sky outside, a sharp tearing air sound could be heard. Sulo understood that the Winter Soldiers had arrived. A sense of urgency surged in Sulo's heart. He quickly said, "Hurry, Hydra's Winter Soldiers are coming." Chloe quickly carried his daughter and ran towards the depths of the mine. The mine was like a maze with many paths. But Chloe walked as if he was in his own backyard, familiar with the route. As he ran, he whispered, "In the deep part of the mine, there is a secret passage. It was dug by a miner a long time ago, who wanted to steal ore. Behind it is a natural cave that leads to the forest behind the distant mountains. But that miner was executed by my grandfather because this mine was owned by my grandfather. And this secret passage is only known by our family and has become our means of escape." As he spoke, they had already passed several intersections and arrived at a deeper part of the mine. In front of a rough and uneven wall, Chloe pressed on it. With a loud rumble, a stone door opened. Behind the stone door, there was a minecart. "Get in." The 3 of them got on the minecart, and the stone door closed. The minecart started automatically, speeding through the dim, damp cave, with only the flashlight providing some light. In the dimness, Sulo's dark eyes became even deeper. In his heart, he murmured, "Finally, one day, I will uproot Hydra and wipe them out." Boom. A streamlined fighter jet landed vertically in the open space outside Chloe's house. The 4 Winter Soldiers got off the plane. Looking at the situation on the ground, they frowned slightly. A man with a metal arm said, "All of our people are dead." Chapter 13. This person kicked open the door, and it was Winter Soldier Bucky. The others also entered and searched around, but they didn't see any trace of Sulo and Chloe. Seeing this, Winter Soldier Bucky quickly reported to his superior, "Baron, Sulo and his team have completely wiped out our regular squad and have left Chloe's residence." Upon hearing Bucky's words, the Baron felt a surge of anger. After finally finding Sulo's trace, they let the other party escape. FK. The Baron's roar came from the pager. After a violent gasp, the Baron's voice sounded again, "The undercover agent just reported to us, and our regular tactical squad has only recently arrived. They can't have gone far. Conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area, and you will definitely find them." Bucky walked out of the house and surveyed the surroundings, saying, "Baron, There's a mine nearby. Perhaps they might be hiding there. The Baron said, immediately send people in to search, and the other regular tactical squads are also on their way. They will assist you in the search. Yes. In a cave in the belly of a distant mountain. Sulo and the others came out, pushing 2 motorcycles. As soon as they came out, there were tall trees all around. The treetops covered the sky, leaving only a few gaps for a little sunlight to shine through, so that the area below wouldn't be too dark. But it was still cool enough. After all, deep in the mountains, it was much cooler than in the city. Chloe's little daughter couldn't help but hug herself. Seeing this, Sulo took off his coat and put it on Chloe's daughter. Chloe whispered, "Thank you." The little girl politely said, "Thank you, big brother." Sulo nodded slightly. He looked at Chloe and asked, "Where should we go next?" Chloe replied, "Come with me, we're going to my safe house next. When the time comes, I will give you the vibranium." After saying that, he placed it behind the motorcycle and then stepped on it, saying, "Hold on tight, baby." "Okay, Daddy." Chloe's daughter quickly hugged her father. Chloe then used a rope to tie his daughter to himself. After doing all this, vroom, he revved the engine. The motorcycle soared out. Sulo also started his motorcycle and flew out, following closely behind Chloe's motorcycle. The land in the mountains was somewhat uneven, so the motorcycles of the 2 of them were speeding and leaping. Both of them had excellent skills. Or rather, Chloe's driving skills were excellent, and Sulo had strong reaction and body control abilities. So the 2 of them drove smoothly in the dense forest and on the uneven ground. The wind whistled in Sulo's ears. The fresh and clear air filled his lungs, truly refreshing. He felt like his whole respiratory system had been cleansed. While speeding away, Sulo felt his adrenaline surging, especially when there were obstacles ahead and he had to avoid them at high speed. That thrilling feeling made Sulo thoroughly enjoy it. His facial expression seemed to relax a lot. Sulo murmured, "It seems that I am someone who enjoys excitement." They raced through the mountains and forests. The 2 of them traveled for almost a whole day. Finally, when night fell, they burst out of the mountains and arrived on a rural road. In the midst of the high speed, the wind was too loud, so they shouted to make each other hear their voices. Claude shouted, "We're almost there, just a little more to go." Sulo responded loudly, "Okay." The rumbling sound continued. The motorcycles raced on the road. After midnight, in another part of the mountains and forests, 2 motorcycles stopped. In front of the motorcycles, there was a cave. Claude said, "This is it. Inside here is a safe house I built." Looking at the cave, Sulo couldn't help but sigh, "You really are too secretive. Not only is it in the mountains and forests, but it's also built inside a cave. You can't tell from the outside, but there are rooms inside." Immediately, the 2 of them pushed the motorcycles inside. The cave was slightly damp and very dim. At the end was a wall, and it seemed like there was no way forward. Claude touched the protrusion. Suddenly, an electronic screen appeared. The electronic screen appeared and scanned Claude's pupils. Then, with a rumble, a door opened, revealing a hidden paradise inside. It was spacious inside, belonging to a simple European style. The 2 of them pushed the motorcycles inside. Claude's little daughter covered her bottom and fell onto the sofa, her face contorted in pain. "Daddy, my butt hurts so much from sitting on the motorcycle all day." Claude patted his daughter's head. "Daddy will massage it for you later. I'll go get something first." He waved to Sulo. "Let's go, I'll give you the thing." The 2 of them then entered a room. It was a tool shed, filled with various manufacturing equipment and tools. Claude picked up a small safe from the corner and took out a lump of silver metal from inside. Claude threw the thing to Sulo. "Brother, this is the vibranium for you. It's enough for you to make a shield." Sulo took the lump of metal and picked up a small hammer from the side, hammering it onto the metal. Seeing the kinetic energy being absorbed by the metal, Sulo's eyes lit up, a hint of joy flashed by. Vibranium in hand. Almost all of the kinetic energy was absorbed. Sulo could confirm that this was a genuine piece of vibranium, a priceless and highly defensive top-grade metal. After 2 days of hard work, they finally got their hands on this thing. With this piece of vibranium, they would be able to reduce a lot of danger when dealing with Wolverine's adamantium claws. At least they didn't have to worry about Wolverine tearing them apart with his claws. Definitely, but this amount of vibranium is still not enough. At the same time, he needed to create some other devices to further deal with Wolverine, to ensure that Wolverine would obediently listen to him. Wolverine's temper wasn't good, it could even be described as very foul, like a stone in a pit. Sulo was a man of his word. "Next, I will help you create an iron arm." Chapter 14. Additionally, I would like to borrow your tool shed to create a vibranium shield for myself. Upon hearing Sulo's words, Chloe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Chloe had personally witnessed Sulo's strength. Although his combat skills were somewhat immature, his physical fitness and reaction abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He was like a Superman-like existence. On the surface, the other party had the advantage, so Chloe wouldn't be surprised if Sulo suddenly changed his mind. However, when he saw Sulo putting a coat on his daughter, he understood that the other party was probably not a person who would go back on their word. The character of a person can be seen in the smallest details. He could sense that Sulo seemed to be someone worth getting to know. But until the very last moment, he still had his guard up. Upon hearing the other party's reply, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A slight smile appeared on Chloe's old face. "Feel free to use it, brother." Chloe continued, "By the way, are you hungry? I'll get something to eat." Upon hearing this, Sulo suddenly felt a wave of hunger. He smiled bitterly, "I am indeed a little hungry." Seeing this, Chloe burst into laughter. "Wait here, I'll give my daughter a massage and then get some food." After saying that, Chloe turned and left. Sulo rubbed his hungry stomach. "Hold on a little longer, I'll feed you soon." His gaze once again fell on the vibranium. "Next, I will create a steel arm and then forge the vibranium into a shield. During this time, with the remaining time, I can focus on training my combat skills such as fighting, shooting, and throwing. After all, I haven't received any training in this area, and everything is too immature. It really needs some training." In these past few days of battle, Sulo deeply realized his shortcomings. In terms of shooting, he occasionally misses the target, even when shooting at the opponent's chest. In close combat, he has always relied on his physical advantage to overpower ordinary people. If he were to encounter a Winter Soldier with similar physical qualities, he would basically not be able to win. After all, the opponents are all seasoned warriors, and their close combat skills are basically top-notch. Throwing is for the convenience of using the shield in the future. After thinking it over, he found that Captain America's round shield is still the most effective, with a more comprehensive function that can both defend and attack. The round edges can bounce back better. No wonder Howard, Tony's father, designed the shield to be round. It must have been carefully considered. Sulo couldn't help but say, "I never thought that I would become the second Captain America. Besides training, I also need to absorb the knowledge obtained from Hydra like crazy. The knowledge from my previous life is really too limited, far from enough." Next, he needs to transplant the self-healing factor from Wolverine into his own body. This requires a vast amount of knowledge in biotechnology. After all, the one who was able to perform this experiment was Stryker, the subordinate of Tesla, the father of Sentry. Tesla's help was involved in this. And Tesla is the top-level genius biologist who created the Sentinels. It is with the help of such a person that Deadpool was born. As for his previous life, he was just an ordinary researcher in a failed research institute, so his knowledge reserves can be imagined. So now he needs to charge crazily. In addition to the knowledge from Hydra, he can also browse more cutting-edge knowledge of bioengineering online. After absorbing a large amount of this knowledge, he can successfully understand and analyze the self-healing factor in Wolverine. Sulo put the vibranium aside and prepared to start working on the steel arm first. The steel arm is actually a machine device made up of a steel frame that can be worn by a person and connected to the nerves. This equipment can provide extra strength and limb movement for Chloe, who has lost his arm. This set of equipment needs to be able to understand the user's every move and simulate every action he wants in a timely manner. Even a millisecond of hesitation can cause a burden and make the user feel as if they are walking in water, making it difficult. Therefore, the sensors of this mechanical suit must be able to read every subtle movement and perception applied to its body at a speed of thousands of times per second. Its microprocessor must be powerful enough to convert these data into instructions and transmit them to the mechanical limbs in a timely manner, so that they can be coordinated with the wearer's thoughts. Coincidentally, the Chitauri already have very mature technology in this area, which he can directly use. So now he is ready to create a set of powerful, extremely sensitive, and accurate sensors and microprocessors. Thinking of this, Sulo is ready to start. He looked at the tools, instruments, and materials around him and nodded approvingly. Chloe, this guy, is quite meticulous. The equipment and materials for making things are very complete. This place is like a small arsenal. With these things, I can basically make what I want. Then, Sulo started working on making the sensors and microprocessors. After a while, there was a knock on the door. A little girl stood at the door, sniffing and said, "Big brother, it's time to eat." Sulo nodded and immediately put down what he was holding and went out to eat. As soon as he stepped out, a strong fragrance hit him. Looking at the dining table, there were beef stewed with potatoes, steak, and so on. Sulo sniffed, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. The little girl proudly said, of course, my dad's cooking skills are comparable to those of a Michelin chef. Hearing his daughter's praise, Chloe laughed heartily. It's still a bit worse than a Michelin chef. The little girl crossed her arms and hummed, Dad, we can't be too modest. Chloe laughed and hooked the little girl's nose, but we can't be too proud either. Chloe then said to Sulo, this is my daughter, Elizabeth Chloe. The little girl, with a big personality, reached out her small hand, hello, big brother. Nice to meet you. Sulo earnestly shook her hand, nice to meet you too, little Elizabeth. I'm Sulo. The little girl looked at Sulo curiously, I noticed that you don't like to smile. Is it because you don't have a girlfriend? Sulo's face darkened slightly. Chloe, who was next to him, almost choked on his food. Child, don't talk nonsense. Chloe said impatiently. Eat, eat. Then they all started eating. Sulo took a bite of the beef, which was incredibly tender and flavorful. With each bite, the delicious meat juice burst in his mouth, truly delicious. Chapter 15. Sulo felt that he could indeed rival the chef. Because of the strengthening of his body, his appetite had also increased. In addition, he hadn't eaten for nearly a day, and the food smelled delicious. So Sulo ate a lot. After finishing eating, Sulo continued to work. After working on the steel arm for a while, he put the hard drive into the computer and started learning how to handle vibranium. After all, vibranium is an extremely hard metal, and ordinary smelting methods are useless. It requires a terrifying temperature to melt and shape it. So he needed to specially create an alloy iron furnace for smelting vibranium. In addition, his shield will be made of pure vibranium, and its defensive power will be stronger than Captain America's shield. Captain America's shield is primarily made of vibranium, with the addition of original adamantium and some other metal components. In terms of penetrating power, Captain America's shield is stronger. After all, compared to vibranium, adamantium has a slight advantage in penetrating power. But in terms of absorbing kinetic energy, the shield he will create will be stronger, so its defensive power will also be stronger. For Sulo, the greatest significance of the shield is defense, while the attack will come later. In the following period of time, Sulo was manufacturing things and learning in the safe house, training in this mountain forest. Fortunately, Chloe is also skilled in combat, so he is teaching Sulo close combat and shooting. Hydra has conducted a thorough search around Chloe's house, even searching the mine several times, but they have not found any trace of Sulo and the others. It's as if Sulo and Chloe have vanished into thin air. When Baron heard this news, he flew into a rage. He smashed the entire office to pieces. Baron said to his subordinates, keep searching. Expand the scope and keep searching. An assistant spoke up, Baron, if we further expand the scope of the search, it will inevitably attract more attention. Is that a good idea? The assistant realized that Baron didn't want more people to know about Sulo. So he ordered the cleansing of Research Facility 71. When Baron made an unwise decision due to his anger, he decided to give the other party a warning. After hearing the assistant's words, Baron pondered for a moment, you're right, we can't expand the search in such a high-profile manner. Reduce the personnel, disguise yourselves, and continue the search. Once you find them, send a message immediately. In addition, pay attention to the internet as well. He may use his own information to go online or make purchases, although the chances are small, we can't overlook it. Yes. While Hydra was conducting a slow and thorough search, Sulo and the others had long since run away and hidden in a distant place. No matter how they searched around, they would never find Sulo and the others. Baron dismissed his subordinates and sat alone in the room. He murmured, Sulo, where are you now? He looked at the information of various superhumans on the computer. I have a feeling that you are brewing something extraordinary. In his mind, scenes of Sulo fighting alone in the research facility appeared. The opponent's calm state and those cold, piercing eyes left a deep impression on Baron Strucker. At that time, he felt that this guy was definitely not ordinary. 2 weeks later, in the mountain forest, Chloe raised his steel arm and moved his fingers. Beside him, Sulo stood still. Compared to when he first arrived, Sulo had changed a lot. He was clean all over, his injuries had healed, and he even picked up a neat and clean short haircut. He looked extremely healthy and sunny. But that face doesn't smile much. He spoke, how is it? Claude was extremely surprised, his face filled with joy. Oh my god, it's exactly the same as my own hand. Extremely flexible, just like a native arm brought out from the womb. Claude laughed heartily, it feels amazing. Elizabeth, who was beside him, was also happy. Daddy has an arm again. Elizabeth is so happy. She hugged Sulo. Thank you, big brother. Sulo rubbed Elizabeth's little head. Try using the strength and functions in your hand. Okay. Claude raised his fist and struck the big tree. Boom. A large hole was directly blasted into the tree. Seeing the power of the steel arm, Claude widened his eyes and took a slight breath. Wow, this fist is powerful enough to break through a wall if it hits a person. He immediately swung his arm. Boom. The big tree was directly broken in half. Boom boom. The tree fell down, leaning towards Elizabeth. Claude shouted anxiously, no. On the contrary, Elizabeth remained calm and quietly watched the falling tree. When the tree was about to reach above Elizabeth's head, it stopped falling. Sulo was seen holding up the tree with one hand, calm and composed. Sulo said, "Little Yi, move away a bit." Elizabeth obediently nodded and moved away. Sulo threw the tree away. Boom. Claude quickly hugged Elizabeth. Why didn't you dodge? And you were so calm. Elizabeth confidently said, because Big Brother was here. He's so powerful, nothing can happen to Elizabeth. Claude laughed and cried. He looked at Sulo. This girl admires you more than her own dad. Then he excitedly raised his hand. But honestly, this thing is really strong. He raised his hand and a beam of light shot out, directly piercing through several trees. Ha ha ha, this move is indeed impressive. Brother, you're really amazing, being able to create such a powerful thing. You're the next Tony Stark. Elizabeth coldly snorted, what next Tony Stark? Big Brother will definitely surpass Stark and become the most amazing scientist in the future. Presently, Elizabeth is Sulo's brainless fan. Claude looked at his daughter's appearance and felt speechless. Isn't it said that daughters admire their fathers the most? Why is his little cotton jacket leaking? Claude asked, by the way, how is the progress on your shield? Is it almost complete? Sulo nodded, it will be completed tomorrow. Claude asked, so, are you leaving tomorrow? Sulo nodded, yes, I have completed what I needed. I should go. Next, he will go find Wolverine. A gleam flashed in Sulo's eyes. Chapter 16. Crow nodded, okay. Immediately. He looked at the big tree next to him and couldn't help but sigh, brother, to be honest, your physical strength is truly impressive. The flesh and blood body feels stronger than my steel arm. Sulo shook his head, maybe the strength is similar, but the durability is far inferior to your alloy arm. No matter how powerful my body is, I would still bleed and get injured when facing knives, guns, and bullets. Crow laughed, you talk as if someone's body can be indestructible, impervious to bullets. He added, I'm talking about humans, not monsters like the Hulk. Sulo looked at the big tree, indeed, there are people whose bodies can be indestructible. In New York, there's a man known as the Power Man, who has a steel-like body that ordinary bullets can't penetrate. The person Sulo was referring to is Luke Cage. This is also one of his future goals. Hearing this, Crow widened his eyes and exclaimed, the world is so vast, there are so many people with super abilities, it's truly amazing. Elizabeth, who was next to them, brightened her eyes, I also want to have super abilities. Crow smiled, darling, we don't need any super abilities. Dad will protect you. Elizabeth nodded and hugged her father, I have Dad, I'm not afraid of anyone. Crow patted his daughter's head and then looked at Sulo, are you still training today? Sulo nodded, yes, I have to train. Immediately. Sulo began his shooting and throwing training. These days, Crow has been guiding him. Although Crow only has one hand, it doesn't affect his guidance at all. After all, he is an experienced warrior and a somewhat famous figure in the Marvel world. On the trees in the distance, there were targets drawn. Bang. 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 Sulo firmly held the gun in his hand, aimed at the target with his eyes, and the sound of gunshots kept ringing. Bullets flew out one by one, wood chips splattered from the targets on the trees, and deep craters formed. Only a few of them had slight deviations and didn't hit the bullseye. With the guidance of a master and his high comprehension, Sulo's shooting level has improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to 2 weeks ago, where he might have shot someone in the chest, now he could hit the head or even outside the body. Now, Sulo almost never missed a shot. To increase the difficulty, he would run or ride a motorcycle while shooting. The gun in his hand seemed to merge with his hand. No matter how the angle changed, the gun stuck tightly to Sulo's hand, aiming accurately at the target without any deviation or shaking. Because of the high-speed movement, the accuracy of the shooting decreased slightly, but he could still maintain a 75% bullseye hit rate, which was almost unattainable for normal people. After finishing shooting, Sulo took a resilient alloy shield and threw it. Bang. 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 It hit the targets, bounced back continuously, and finally returned to Sulo's hand. He dodged and threw, continuously hitting the targets, and the shield kept returning to his hand, forming a perfect cycle. After finishing shooting and throwing, Sulo was slightly out of breath. Looking at his extremely high hit rate, Sulo felt a sense of joy. After 2 weeks of hard training, the results were very significant. Claude, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but exclaim, "To be honest, your progress is simply unbelievable. It's terrifying. I can't imagine that just 2 weeks ago, you were still inexperienced in handling a gun. Now, even the best sharpshooters who have trained in the military for over a decade or two can't compare to you." Elizabeth, who was beside them, clapped her hands and exclaimed happily, "Big brother, you're amazing." Sulo shook his head, "What I've achieved is nothing special." Claude was speechless. Yes, you have to hit the bullseye every time to be considered good, right?" Sulo nodded. "If you don't hit the bullseye every time, it means there are still significant mistakes." Claude's mouth twitched. "There's really no point in communicating with someone like you, a freak. All right, today I put on my steel gloves, so my combat ability can be fully displayed. Let's train with each other." As he spoke, he raised his hands. Sulo nodded. "I will control my strength and speed to match yours." "Thank you for considering me," Claude said. Sulo shook his head. "I'm just doing it to better train my ability." Next, the two of them began their combat training. Bang. 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 They fought back and forth, the battle intense. After a while, Sulo had Claude in a chokehold. Claude was defeated. Claude sighed, "You really are terrifying. You've become a master in just 2 weeks, surpassing even the best." Sulo released his grip on Claude's neck. "Actually, our close combat skills are about the same. It's just that I figured out your fighting style, so I can quickly calculate your weaknesses and vulnerabilities in my mind." Claude forced a bitter smile. "To be honest, your progress is really discouraging. Are people with true abilities really this strong?" Claude said, "All right, after training for so long, let's go back and have dinner." Upon hearing the mention of food, Elizabeth cheered, "Yay, it's time to eat." Immediately, she turned around and skipped back to the safe house. Watching his daughter's figure, Claude smiled indulgently. Sulo looked at Elizabeth's back and asked, "What illness does little ye have?" Hearing this, Claude's face darkened. He said, "She has childhood asthma, combined with congenital heart disease. The former cannot be cured and will accompany her for life, preventing her from engaging in strenuous exercise. The latter, little ye has one of the most difficult types of congenital heart disease, which is incurable. That's why her body is so weak. I've sought out the top doctors worldwide, but it hasn't had any effect." Claude sighed at this point. Sulo didn't say much after hearing this. After finishing their meal, Sulo began the final process of making the vibranium shield. It was the last step in melting the vibranium using a small, high-powered arc furnace. Chapter 17. Currently, Sulo has already completed the construction of the furnace bottom and furnace wall using alkaline refractory materials or acid refractory materials. The furnace cover, furnace door, ladle, and furnace body are also basically completed. A series of steel melting techniques, such as high-pressure long arc operation, water-cooled furnace wall, water-cooled furnace cover, foam slag technology, and the use of external heat sources for melting, have been fully incorporated. Only the graphite electrode remains. This is also an extremely important part. After all, in electric arc steel making, steel is produced by inputting electrical energy into the steel making furnace through graphite electrodes, and using the arc between the electrode tip and the charge as the heat source for steel making. Fortunately, Hydra has information and prototypes in this area. It is the same material that Howard used to make Captain America's shield and melt vibranium. As Sulo continues to work, sparks fly in the instrument. Soon, the graphite electrode is restored by Sulo. Finally, Sulo completes the formation of a special version of the vibranium-powered small high-power electric arc furnace. A waist-high small furnace is completed. Seeing the completion of the electric furnace that melts vibranium, a hint of joy flashes in Sulo's eyes. Finally, the most difficult part is completed. He plugs in the power and places the lump of vibranium next to it. Then he starts it up. Powerful electricity is injected into the furnace and into the graphite electrode. A fierce high-temperature arc bursts out and enters the vibranium. As time passes, the vibranium begins to glow red, then melt, and finally, under the action of the high-power electric furnace, it turns into orange-yellow high-temperature molten iron. Then, these high-temperature liquids are injected into the specially designed mold device next to it. Hiss. The sound of steam. Boom boom. The sound of hammering. After a while, the machine stops working. Creak. The machine opens. A silver, smooth metal shield appears. It is shining with a cold light and is extraordinary. The inner side is also embedded with special tough super fibers, mainly used to grip the shield. Sulo takes out the shield. Finally, it's done. His vibranium shield. Holding the shield in his hand, Sulo feels a sense of excitement and joy. He looks at the nearby blocks of steel. The shield strikes. The block of steel instantly splits in half. No wonder its vibranium, its hardness and penetration ability are indeed far superior to ordinary steel. Then, he hangs the shield on a plastic human model. Then he shoots at the shield. The human model doesn't move at all. This is because the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet has been greatly reduced by the shield. This is also the reason why Captain America can fall from a high building while holding the shield without suffering much damage. It's not because Captain America's body can withstand the terrifying impact of falling from a high building, but because of the vibranium shield's terrifying energy absorption ability. After all, Sulo now has the same physique as Captain America. If you let him jump from the 10th floor without any equipment, he would still die. He picks up the shield again and says, "Now, the defense is also somewhat guaranteed. Next, it's time to finish making the final props." He looked to the side. The small electromagnetic pulse weapons that had already been made. 3 electromagnetic pulse grenades and 1 electromagnetic pulse gun. In addition, there were 3 sets of strong magnetic handcuffs. These were the powerful handcuffs that Hydra used to restrain Captain America in the elevator. A set of 2 magnetic handcuffs, when combined, were the strongest. To prevent Hydra from restraining Captain America, one of them was kicked away, so only one was restrained, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the handcuffs. And a neurotoxin button, when attached to the body, released a toxin that temporarily paralyzed the whole body. All of these were products of Hydra's technology. Actually, Sulo also really wanted to create the paralysis weapon used by the bald antagonist in Iron Man. That one used ultrasonic waves to interfere with the human nervous system, making it difficult for people to move. It can be said that it is very useful, and it can attack a group of people. But Hydra doesn't have that technology. And he currently doesn't know much about this area, so he can't make it for now. But for the neurotoxin button, he only needed to do a little finishing work. Conducting neurotoxin tests. He put the neurotoxin into a testing dish. Soon, the computer began to analyze rapidly, and the data turned green one by one, indicating that they met the conditions. Until the last piece of data turned green. The computer made a beep sound. Then it displayed neurotoxin meets the standard. Seeing this, Sulo clenched his fist. Perfect, the last weapon is also completed. He injected the neurotoxin into the button weapon. The basic preparations are done. Sleep tonight, and we'll set off tomorrow. Sulo exhaled and packed up his things. Then he packed up his things and walked out of the tool room. He saw Chloe sitting in the living room, flipping through a storybook, and Elizabeth was sleeping on his lap. She was sleeping soundly, with a hint of sparkling saliva at the corner of her mouth. Chloe gently carried Elizabeth back to her bedroom, then closed the door softly. Chloe asked, "Is it done?" Sulo nodded, "It's done." Then, Sulo asked, "By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Wolverine, James Logan?" After 2 weeks. Sulo didn't know if Wolverine was still in his original location. He also didn't know if Wolverine had been wandering around. After all, this guy had a habit of wandering around. Chloe smiled bitterly, "I have basically lost contact with the outside world now. After all, we are still being hunted by Hydra. If we make contact with the outside, it's very easy for Hydra to detect us. I plan to wait a while longer, wait for the situation to calm down before going out." Hearing Chloe's words, Sulo felt a little disappointed. It seemed that he could only go and check Wolverine's address from 2 weeks ago. Chloe said solemnly, "Stay safe, brother. Although I don't know what you have been through, I can tell that you are definitely an extraordinary person. Although you are currently being hunted by Hydra, this huge organization, I believe you can protect yourself. If you need anything, you can tell me. Even if it's an investment in you, based on my belief in you." Chapter 18. In the past 2 weeks of contact, Chloe sincerely felt that the man in front of him, who was not good at smiling, was someone worth befriending. Especially since his own daughter also liked the other person, and the other person treated his daughter well, which made him feel even closer. Sulo shook his head, "I've already taken the things, used quite a bit of your materials, there's nothing else I need." He thought of Chloe's fate, being directly killed by Eric, the cousin of Black Panther, also known as the Black Panther. So he reminded, "If possible, don't do anything related to vibranium anymore. After all, vibranium is too dangerous, too easy to cause bloodshed. If something happens to you, Elizabeth won't have anyone to rely on. And besides, you're not lacking money now. Sulo didn't directly mention Chloe's fate. After all, predicting the future is not easy to explain. And some things, being able to give a reminder is already a great kindness. Hearing Sulo's words, Chloe fell silent for a moment and touched his slightly graying temple. He immediately said, "I understand, I will pay attention in the future." Seeing this, Sulo didn't say anything more. "I'm going to sleep, leaving early tomorrow morning." "Okay," Chloe grinned, "good night." The next day, Sulo got up, had breakfast, and packed his things, ready to leave. At the entrance of the cave, Sulo rode a motorcycle. This motorcycle was a gift from Chloe to Sulo. After all, it was a bit far from here to where Wolverine was. Chloe wrapped a stack of money in paper and handed it to Sulo. "Brother, take it, you'll need money when you go out. You can't use your previous card anymore, otherwise Hydra will catch you. I see that you don't have much money on you, so take this." Sulo didn't refuse either. He took the money and put it in his backpack. "Thank you. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come find me." Then he gave Chloe a private email address. Elizabeth felt a bit reluctant. "Big brother, are you leaving? Can't you stay a little longer with Elizabeth?" Sulo touched the little girl's head. "I have things to do, I'll come play with you another time." After hearing that, Elizabeth's eyes brightened, and she extended her little pinky finger. "Promise." Sulo also hooked his pinky finger with hers. "Promise." Elizabeth hugged Sulo's neck again. "Elizabeth will miss you, big brother." After Elizabeth finished hugging Sulo, Sulo started the motorcycle. Vroom. The motorcycle roared and sped through the mountains and forests. There were traces of him on the trees around. Bullet marks and deep marks from shields were everywhere. These were the traces he left behind in the past 2 weeks. As the motorcycle raced on, the traces around became fewer and eventually disappeared completely. He left a familiar place. One day later, a motorcycle was speeding on the road. A man wearing a black helmet was on the bike, with a backpack on his back and a silver shield hanging on the backpack. This person was Sulo. He was heading towards the address in his memory. Looking at the fuel gauge on the motorcycle dashboard, it was about to run out. So fast, the fuel is running out. This gasoline is simply not enough. If this car had an arc reactor as its energy source, it would be great. In that case, I wouldn't have to refuel so frequently. It's too troublesome. He immediately headed towards the nearest gas station based on the map in his mind. Because he found mobile maps to be troublesome and inconvenient, Sulo chose to memorize the entire map of the United States in his mind. However, he only remembered most of the routes and some important locations, such as gas stations, motels, and restaurants along the road. He didn't bother memorizing detailed rural roads, village roads, and city routes, as they were too complex and would require a considerable amount of time even with his good memory. The routes in his mind were already sufficient for his use. It was like having the entire national map stored in his head. He just didn't have the more detailed local maps for now. Soon, Sulo arrived at the nearest gas station. After filling up the gas, he went to the open-air restaurant across the street to replenish his energy. Sulo just ordered a few plates of beef. He took off his helmet and started eating. Not far behind him, a person was typing rapidly on a keyboard, and the computer screen blocked the person's face. Behind the computer was a woman with sunglasses and a good figure, busy sending messages. "Nana, I have obtained the recent information about Hydra's transactions in the south. I will bring it back soon." "Phew, very good, you can return now." "Nana, also, it seems like Hydra is looking for someone recently. They have mobilized quite a few people. It looks very suspicious." "Phew, have you found out who they are looking for?" "Nana, not yet, but give me some more time, and I should be able to investigate." "Phew, okay, after you bring back the information, continue investigating this matter." "Nana, all right." Just at that moment, several cars rushed over. Immediately, a group of men in black jumped out of the cars and rushed towards the woman with sunglasses. These people had steel exoskeletons on their arms. "Capture her. Don't let her escape. We must retrieve the data from her." The woman saw the group of people approaching and quickly closed the computer, stuffing it into her backpack. She was about to leave. The opponents had already reached her and threw punches. The woman quickly dodged, and the punches directly smashed through the thick table, sending wood chips flying. The woman took a deep breath and said, "Damn, it's getting tricky. They all have steel arm exoskeletons." Bang. 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 Both sides engaged in intense combat. Tables and chairs were overturned and smashed. The scene was chaotic. The people eating around quickly got up and ran away without paying. The owner of the restaurant looked at the terrifying steel arm of the opponents and didn't dare to intervene. Sulo paid no attention to the fight behind him and calmly finished the beef in his plate, replenishing his energy. He left the money and got up to leave. Chapter 19. Sulo did not step forward to help. After all, it had nothing to do with him. And he was currently being pursued by Hydra, so he needed to keep a low profile. Sulo turned his head and put on his hood, preparing to leave. When he saw the woman in the fight, he was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter someone familiar here. That woman in the fight was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff kept evading and retreating. She gritted her teeth and thought, damn, this is big trouble. These people with exoskeleton arms have strength and speed far beyond ordinary people. I have their information, and they will definitely fight me to the end. Natasha Romanoff felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She never expected that the other side would send a group of guys wearing exoskeleton arms. On Sulo's side, he just glanced at them and didn't pay any attention. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He was about to leave. But his gaze collided with the people fighting next to him. When those fighting people saw Sulo with his hood on, they were slightly stunned. Then they exchanged glances. Is it him? It's him. Change target. Change. Attack him. Capture him. We can't let him escape. With a rush of noise, the Hydra members who had been surrounding Black Widow swarmed towards Sulo. They completely abandoned their original target. They gave up the information that was still in Black Widow's hands. Natasha Romanoff, who had been prepared to fight and instinctively retaliate, felt the surroundings suddenly empty, and her fist hit nothing. She looked at the Hydra members rushing towards Sulo, looked at her empty surroundings, her eyes froze, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? Why did they all run away? They don't want the stolen information anymore. She had the trading information from Hydra's southern region, which was extremely important as it related to some of Hydra's trading locations. These guys had come after her for this information. But now, just halfway through the fight, they all ran away when they saw another person, leaving her behind. This was a situation she had never encountered before in her missions. It completely caught her off guard. Her CPU felt like it was about to overheat. She looked at that person. An Asian man with a hood. Handsome appearance, tall and stylish. But she was completely unfamiliar with him, didn't recognize him at all. Who is this guy? Why would Hydra give up the important information on me for him without any hesitation? Does this guy have much greater value than the information on me? Natasha Romanoff furrowed her brows tightly, looking at the Asian man across from her. She couldn't understand why this person had such astonishing value to Hydra that they would directly abandon the information on her. But she understood that since Hydra wanted to get their hands on him so badly, she couldn't let Hydra have him. Facing so many Hydra members, and with exoskeleton arms, this guy definitely can't handle it. I have to save him. Just as Natasha Romanoff was about to make a move, the person opposite her made a move. He threw a hand grenade a few meters ahead. Grenade. Take cover. FK. Watch out for the grenade. You madman. Throwing a grenade so close. Do you want to die together? Hydra members were terrified when they saw the other person throwing a grenade so close. At this point, Natasha Romanoff widened her eyes. Throwing a grenade so close, it's practically seeking death. Just as Natasha Romanoff was preparing to find cover to hide. Buzz. The expected explosion did not occur. Instead, there was a buzzing sound. Immediately, an invisible wave of energy surged out. In an instant, the Hydra members who were preparing to find a place to hide were frozen, their exoskeleton arms stiffened, rendering their hands unable to move. Then, that man made a move. Quickly, he pulled out a fully automatic pistol from his waist. And rapidly fired off a few shots. Bang. 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 In the blink of an eye, the Asian man had completed his shooting. His movements were so fast that others could hardly see. Onlookers nearby took a slight breath when they saw this scene. Wow, this speed is too fast. The speed of drawing the gun and shooting, I thought I was watching a Western cowboy movie. No. The protagonist in Western cowboy movies isn't as fast as him. Bang. 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 All the men in black fell down. There was a bullet hole between the eyebrows of each man in black. Black Widow saw this and her pupils contracted. This marksmanship was truly exquisite and accurate. Even she, an experienced agent, felt inferior. Perhaps only Hawkeye had this level of skill. And the speed of the other person was clearly superhuman. Who is this guy? His abilities are so strong, but why have I never heard of him? Sulo saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect to encounter Hydra people here. When this group of people saw him, their eyes lit up, and they even gave up their mission to capture Black Widow, along with their mechanical exoskeletons. So he instantly recognized them, they were Hydra people. But fortunately, he quickly dealt with them, without giving them a chance to send a message. He didn't want to be chased by Hydra again. After all, if he was blocked by a few Winter Soldiers, things would get out of hand. Seeing the gazes of the people around him, he understood that it was not suitable to stay here for long. Sulo picked up his helmet, rushed towards the gas station on the opposite side, and got on the motorcycle parked by the roadside. Buzz. The motorcycle roared and kicked up a layer of dust, quickly disappearing from the road and entering the wilderness. Hey! Natasha Romanoff wanted to call out to him. But the other person's movements were too fast, the motorcycle vanished in an instant. Looking at the figure in the distance, Natasha Romanoff frowned. Who is this guy? Why does Hydra value him so much? She took out her phone, wanting to make a call to S.H.I.E.L.D, but found that her phone was broken. So, that grenade was an electromagnetic pulse weapon. Extraordinary physique, extremely powerful shooting ability, and advanced electromagnetic pulse weapons. What exactly is this guy? She took a deep breath, shook her head. I'll report this to the higher UPS first, and then investigate him. I believe we'll have results soon. Then she walked to the other side of the block, straddled the motorcycle, and disappeared in an instant. Not long after. In an office. Natasha Romanoff handed the information in her hand to the bald Nick Fury. Nick Fury flipped through the information and nodded. You did well. Natasha Romanoff furrowed her brow slightly. When I came back, I encountered something strange. Nick Fury looked up and saw Natasha Romanoff frowning, knowing that something was not simple. He asked, what's strange? Chapter 20. Natasha Romanoff soon encountered the incident involving the Asian man and recounted it. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, at that time, I thought I could save him, but it turned out that he could easily handle enemies that I found difficult to deal with. Upon hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Black Egg's eyebrows furrowed. You gave up the information in your hands for that man? And without hesitation, he asked. Natasha Romanoff nodded. Upon hearing this, Black Egg's brows furrowed even tighter. The information in your hands is crucial to their transactions. Once these transaction points are exposed, it will be a significant blow to Hydra. Especially since Hydra has already been heavily damaged by the Avengers Alliance. If they suffer another blow, Hydra's situation will become even more infuriating. Yet, Hydra didn't hesitate to abandon this information and went straight for the person they encountered. In other words, in Hydra's eyes, this guy's value is even more important than that information. Who possesses such great value? And he's a handsome Asian man with formidable strength, even possessing exceptional shooting abilities and a physique similar to Superman. So, is this guy a specially trained warrior? A secret warrior of Hydra? Or is he a secret warrior of some other organization? Who is he? Black Egg crossed his hands and fell into deep thought, rapidly considering people who fit the criteria. However, after thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a corresponding person. He looked up at Natasha Romanoff and asked, you really don't recognize him at all? Natasha Romanoff nodded. I don't recognize him at all. He's completely unfamiliar to me. If I had seen him before, I would definitely have some impression. Definitely. We can't rule out the possibility of him using disguises, she replied. Black Egg said, draw his face first, and I'll check it. Natasha Romanoff immediately took out a piece of paper and a pencil from Black Egg's desk and began sketching rapidly. Being a highly trained agent with multiple skills, Natasha Romanoff's sketching ability was very strong. She could easily replicate someone's appearance one-to-one. The pencil swiftly moved across the white paper. Before long, a brand new portrait was completed. Sulo's face appeared on the portrait. Looking at the portrait, Black Egg also felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He didn't recognize him at all. Black Egg frowned and said, I haven't seen this person either. Let me scan it and see if there's any information about him in the database. Immediately, Black Egg took a scanner and recorded the portrait. On the computer, the plain portrait appeared, and S.H.I.E.L.D system began scanning it rapidly. Lines of white light appeared on the portrait, undergoing calculations and processing. At the same time, numerous headshots appeared on the side, swiftly passing by and being quickly filtered. Soon, a photo emerged. It was extremely similar to the sketched portrait, almost identical, except for some slight differences in angles. Seeing the real photo, both Black Egg and Natasha Romanoff widened their eyes. Damn, our database actually has this person. Black Egg exclaimed in disbelief. Natasha Romanoff quickly read the information. Sulo graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a bachelor's degree in bioengineering. The first half of his life was quite ordinary, studying, getting into university, and graduating. Note, the translation provided is a literal translation and may not capture the full nuances of the original text. But 2 years ago, through the recruitment of Hydra's shell company, I became an ordinary researcher under the Hydra organization, engaged in some peripheral research. Evaluation, a relatively mediocre professional in the field of biology, lacking physical strength. This guy is a member of Hydra. Upon seeing the other party's profile, Natasha Romanoff and Black Salted Egg both widened their eyes slightly. Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe it and said, "An ordinary technician? How is that possible? Shouldn't this guy be a trained warrior for 7 or 8 years? With his skilled movements, superb shooting ability, and lightning-fast combat reflexes, can an ordinary technician achieve this?" Black Salted Egg's mouth twitched and said, "This Sulo, are you sure he's the Asian man you mentioned?" Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, "The appearance is definitely right, it's him." Black Salted Egg immediately started typing on the keyboard. Retrieved Sulo's personal information. He is just a very ordinary person, with slightly better academic performance, but nothing particularly outstanding. His professional level is also not at a genius level. Natasha Romanoff said, "It seems that there really is such a person, and apart from his face, he seems extremely mediocre in other aspects. But how did he go from an ordinary person to a powerful warrior in just 2 years? Could he have passed Hydra's Winter Soldier program?" Black Salted Egg shook his head and said, "Even as a Winter Soldier, he cannot have a value surpassing the information you handed over." Black Salted Egg frowned and said, "Even if there were 5 Winter Soldiers, they still wouldn't compare to that information. What exactly does this guy have that makes Hydra give up their southern trading point?" Natasha Romanoff narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems that Hydra's unusual behavior during this period, searching for people, is all for finding him. Sulo, what secrets does he have? He was clearly an extremely ordinary person in all aspects before, so why would Hydra go to such lengths for him?" After Natasha Romanoff said this, both of them fell silent. To them, Sulo was now like a mystery. After a long time, Nick Fury spoke, "But no matter what, since Hydra is so eager to find him and capture him, we absolutely cannot let him be captured by Hydra. We must do our best to ensure that he is not captured by Hydra. We also need to figure out the secret on him that Hydra values so much." Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, "I understand. I will access the surveillance of the surrounding counties and see if I can find any trace of him." 1 day later. In the evening. In a desolate area. A motorcycle was speeding along the road. The roar was deep and powerful. Soon, the motorcycle began to slow down, crossing through an iron fence and entering an abandoned factory area. It stopped not far from a dilapidated factory building. Sulo looked at the factory building in front of him and murmured, "Finally, I've arrived at the place where Wolverine has been staying recently." Chapter 21. I didn't expect Wolverine to live in such a dilapidated and abandoned place. Is this a place of seclusion? This factory area is abandoned, desolate, and devoid of human presence. The surrounding area is barren yellow soil, rarely visited by people. You could say that this place is almost a desolate and dilapidated wasteland. Looking at the side of the factory, Sulo felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had caught a glimpse of it somewhere. But he couldn't remember where exactly. In fact, all the factory buildings are not much different. Sulo immediately got out of the car. Carrying the vibranium shield, he lowered his pace and walked towards the factory. I wonder if Wolverine is still inside. According to Hydra's information, Wolverine seems to have been staying here recently. So, this should be Wolverine's temporary residence. He didn't enter through the main entrance. Instead, he entered from the back. He came to the back of the factory and glanced around, and saw a relatively high window. He took a deep breath when he saw that window, and leaped up. With his powerful physical abilities, he jumped up and grabbed the high window. The window was partially open. He gently pushed it open, then silently slipped inside. After entering, it was silent inside, without any sound. Below the window were piles of debris. He jumped and landed on the debris. In front of him was a tall shelf, covered in dust, dividing the factory into a storage room for miscellaneous items. He immediately lowered his footsteps and walked towards the house, holding the shield in one hand and the magnetic handcuffs in the other. There was no sound. It seemed that the people in the factory had left. He crossed the shelf and walked to the other side of the factory. There was a dilapidated long table, a few crude military beds, and some other miscellaneous items. No one was there. At the same time, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. Sulo frowned slightly. He walked forward. There were many bloodstains on the ground, but they had already solidified into a dark red color. There were marks of combat on the surrounding cabinets, tables, and iron railings. It seems that there was a battle here not long ago. He looked around. He didn't find anything useful or important. Sulo furrowed his brows. It seems that Wolverine has already left. Important things like identification documents and money were taken away together. He walked outside. There were more than a dozen bloodstains on the ground. There were also many bullet marks on the iron bars and iron sheets around, and there were some bullet casings on the ground. Looking at those things, Sulo murmured, it seems that the battle at that time was quite intense. He rubbed his slightly throbbing forehead. But where did this guy go now? Indeed, Wolverine is not someone who can stay idle. I was worried that he would disappear before I arrived, and sure enough. Sulo looked up at the swirling yellow sand outside and murmured, where should I go next to find this guy? But judging from the situation inside the factory, it seems that more than one person is living here. Several people are living here. Sulo squinted his eyes slightly. Wolverine, the Lone Ranger, actually living with someone else, interesting. Since there are no clues, let's go ask the locals nearby and see if we can find out anything. Sulo no longer had any clues about Wolverine, so he could only try his luck locally. He planned to find some local ruffians and rogues to inquire about any leads. After all, these ruffians and rogues may not have any other use, but as unemployed wanderers, they tend to be more knowledgeable about information. Especially the local gang members. Sulo immediately put the shield back in his backpack and fastened the handcuffs to his waist. He walked towards his motorcycle. Soon enough. A rumbling sound. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of yellow sand and disappeared into this desolate land. The sun still hung on the horizon, leaving a hint of red light in the dimness, struggling in its final moments. Sulo arrived at a nearby town. He planned to find a place to eat, replenish his energy, and inquire about relevant information. Inside a restaurant, Sulo sat at the bar, eating a large plate of pasta and steak. As he ate, he casually asked, "Boss, are there any strange things or people around here?" The boss cleared the plates of other customers while saying, "Strange people or things? We have plenty of strange people here. The one-eyed guy next door has a habit of eating chicken butts every day, it's really weird. The Tom family on the street hasn't had a passionate love life for over a decade. In the end, the husband went to Thailand and found a man, and there's..." Listening to the boss's gossip, Sulo's eyelid twitched, and he quickly interrupted, "Thank you, boss. The weird people here are indeed weird." He continued, "By the way, boss, if something of mine gets stolen, what should I do? Should I report it to the police?" The boss sympathetically said, "Report it to the police? In this central region, it's very chaotic. The police and criminals are in cahoots. It's too difficult to recover your stolen things." Sulo took a big bite of pasta and chewed, "Are the local gangs really that powerful?" The boss whispered, "Of course they are. The local street racing gang is ruthless, from petty theft to murder and arson, they do it all." The boss lowered his voice and warned, "So, don't even think about confronting them and getting your things back, or you might not even keep your life." Sulo said, "Where do they usually hang out?" The boss said, "You don't want to live anymore, do you?" Sulo shook his head, "I just want to avoid them." The boss breathed a sigh of relief, "It's night time now, don't go to Kanglin Street, because that's where the street racing gang's headquarters is." After some probing and observation. Upon hearing this, Sulo squinted his eyes. Street racing gang, Kanglin Street. Soon enough. Sulo finished his meal, paid the bill, and got up to leave. The boss quietly reminded him a few times, "Remember, don't go there, if you lose something, it's gone, material possessions are external." Sulo, who was leaving, waved his hand without turning back, "Thanks." With a rumble, the motorcycle sped away. Kanglin Street. Inside a warehouse. "Hey. Who's this kid with the backpack? Who brought in a new recruit?" "Don't know. Don't know, must not be one of us." "You brat, what are you doing here? Looking to die?" Chapter 22. After observing, Sulo finally located the hideout of the street racing gang. It was inside a warehouse at the end of Kanglin Street. He immediately walked in. Inside, filled with smoke and haze, people were drinking and playing cards. There were about 10 people, some of whom were injured. When they saw a stranger coming in, everyone was stunned and stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other. A muscular man with short hair spoke up, "Hey. Who is this kid with the backpack? Is he the new recruit?" He had a bandage wrapped around one hand. "I don't know. I don't know, he's not one of us." The muscular man slammed the cards on the table, stood up, and spoke aggressively, "You punk, what are you doing here? Looking to die?" He walked towards Sulo, his thick silver necklace swaying. Sulo looked at the crowd and calmly said, "I came here to inquire about someone." Upon hearing this, The crowd burst into laughter. The muscular man laughed even harder, tears shimmering in the corners of his eyes. Damn, what a clueless kid. Coming to our street racing gang to ask for information. Ha ha ha, coming to our street racing gang to ask for information. This kid is really talented. I'm so amused, does he think this place is a police station? One of them raised his fist, we must give this kid a profound lesson, or he won't know the might of our street racing gang. Sulo's expression remained unchanged. Do you guys know a man with steel claws? His claws are incredibly sharp, capable of easily piercing flesh and bones. Upon hearing this, the group of people, who had been smiling, suddenly changed their expressions and their smiles disappeared. Especially the injured ones, their faces twisted with hatred, their eyes flickering. FK. So this guy is in cahoots with that old BD. So you're with that damn guy. We must kill him today. Otherwise, I won't be able to let go of my hatred. Kill our brothers, and none of them can escape. Let's kill this kid first today. As they spoke, the muscular man next to them, with red eyes, pulled out a gun from his waist. Sulo made a move. With lightning speed, he took out the silver shield from behind and swung it towards the muscular man's neck. Fist. The shield instantly severed the muscular man's neck, separating his head from his body, blood gushing out. The scene was extremely brutal and shocking. Immediately, there was a dull sound of the shield cutting into the wall. Thump. A head fell down and rolled towards the crowd. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, fear rising. Looking at the unfamiliar man who had entered, blood splattered on his face, but his expression remained unchanged, still calm as ever. To be able to calmly sever someone's neck on the spot. The ruthless members of the street racing gang also felt a chill. They thought they were fierce enough, but compared to the person in front of them, they felt far inferior. The person in front of me is the real devil, isn't he? Damn it. Let's fight him. One person saw his brother die tragically, his eyes turning red. Kill him. Are we afraid of him alone? Immediately, the members of the motorcycle gang reached for their weapons, iron rods, machetes, and even handguns. Just as the two raised their guns, Sulo grabbed the shield and threw it forcefully, saying, still struggling. Whoosh. The shield flew out horizontally. Fist. Like the sharpest blade, it directly severed the hand holding the handgun. Blood splattered, and screams rang out. But it wasn't over yet. The shield smashed into the wall with a clang, sparks flying as it rebounded. Fist. Another hand holding a handgun was severed, and another round of screams erupted. Sulo raised his hand and casually caught the flying shield, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, saying, do you still want to try? On the shield, blood continued to drip. At the scene, the screams continued. At this moment, Sulo's handsome face seemed to be filled with intimidation. His pitch-black eyes seemed to contain an endless abyss. No one dared to move. Seeing this, Sulo nodded in satisfaction and said, now, can you tell me about the steel claws? A thin and weak man with a rooster's head trembled as he spoke. This happened a few days ago. We were stealing cars on the west side of town and saw a stretched car, so we planned to steal it. But at that moment, an old man rushed out and claimed that the car was his, telling us to stop. Upon hearing this, Sulo raised an eyebrow and raised his hand to stop the man from speaking, saying, old man. The man with the rooster's head looked at Sulo and nodded slightly, saying, yes, an old man who looked to be in his 60s, he seemed weak and lacked vitality. You think an old man can stop us, the motorcycle gang? That's not. He quickly corrected himself, that's not something we would agree to. So, Duma, the man you beheaded, picked up a handgun and fired at him. We thought it was over and were ready to continue stealing the car. But unexpectedly, the old man stood up again, and even extended steel claws. Hearing the man's words, Sulo's heart was filled with shock and waves. An elderly Wolverine, lacking vitality, fighting against car thieves. He finally understood why he had a familiar feeling when he saw the back of the abandoned factory before. Because that was where Wolverine lived with Professor X and Caliban in Wolverine 3. Later, he saved X-23, also known as the Little Wolf Girl. A girl created by a company using Wolverine's genes, possessing the same self-healing ability and implanted with adamantium. As a result, she was hunted by the company's people and had no choice but to leave her home. So we knew he was a mutant or someone with super abilities, but seeing that he was old and seemed weak, we fought him. At first, we had the upper hand. But unexpectedly, one of us accidentally shot his car, and he got angry. In an instant, he killed several of our brothers, and then we escaped. The man with the rooster's head briefly recounted their grudge with Wolverine. Meanwhile, Sulo tightened his grip on the shield, the bones clearly visible on his palm, and the veins slightly bulging. This showed the turbulent waves in Sulo's heart. In the background of Wolverine 3, the older generation of mutants died one after another, with no new mutants being born. The grand disappearance, the twilight has come. In other words, it is now the end of the mutant era. Chapter 23. The information Hydra has on Wolverine is also limited. They only have recent sightings and an introduction to Wolverine's life. So they don't know that Wolverine is already in his old age at the moment. So they also have no idea that it is now the end times for mutants. Because the Essex group has added genetically modified ingredients to the daily food of all humans, which suppress and alter mutant genes. Unbeknownst to them, this has weakened the power of mutants and also organized the birth of mutant newborns. This has led to mutants around the world becoming fewer and almost on the verge of extinction. It can be said that for mutants, it has come to the end times. However, according to the timeline in the movie, the plot of Wolverine 3 should happen in a few years in the future. He pondered for a moment. It may be because the Marvel world integrates the mutant world, so the mutant timeline has undergone some changes. The entire timeline has been pushed forward. Furthermore, because mutants have entered the end times and are basically unable to form any fighting force, the older generation of strong mutants have died one after another, and there are basically no new generations. So mutants have become unable to have any impact on the world at large. When Thanos comes in the future, mutants will also be unable to play any role. Seeing Sulo lost in thought, the gang of bikers didn't dare to make a move or have any tricks. After all, the deterrence left by Sulo was too strong. Various thoughts flashed through Sulo's mind. Soon, he regained his thoughts. Looking at the people in front of him, do you know any other information about that mutant? The people opposite all shook their heads. I don't know. We were planning to seek revenge, but we couldn't find him, don't know where he went. Sulo looked at the crowd, so, you don't have any more useful information? They all nodded. Sulo also nodded, all right. Immediately, he drew his gun, released the safety, and started shooting, his movements flowing smoothly and swiftly. Bang. 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 The sound of gunfire continued. In a few blinks of an eye, Sulo stopped shooting. The barrel of the gun was still emitting a wisp of white smoke. Peng. Peng. The bikers in front fell one after another. Each had a bullet hole in their forehead. Sulo shook the barrel of the gun, dissipating the smoke. He holstered the gun back at his waist. He turned and left, muttering to himself, I remember, Wolverine went towards Eden, which is the location in the X-Men comics. A roar sounded. The motorcycle roared away. The people around knew that this warehouse was a gathering place for the bikers, so even if there was a gunfight inside, no one dared to look or call the police. A few days later, the people around noticed that there was still no sound inside, and combined with the foul smell, they went in to take a look. They discovered the bodies of the bikers and called the police. The police came here to investigate, but didn't find many clues. Coupled with the fact that the bikers were already unpopular, the people around didn't say much about this matter and didn't provide any clues. The people of the entire town felt that this massacre was exhilarating, and they all applauded. Sulo visited the restaurant. The customers were eating and chatting. Have you heard? The motorcycle gang has been wiped out? It happened a few nights ago, but it was only discovered today. I heard it was a regular handgun that shot each person in the head, killing them. So, it was done by one person? They did a great job. The restaurant owner heard the news of the motorcycle gang being wiped out, and it seemed like it was done by one person. He trembled all over. He instantly thought of that night when a handsome young man came to eat at his restaurant and asked about the motorcycle gang. At that time, he even provided the man with information about the gang. He murmured, could it be that kid who did it? His heart was filled with shock and turmoil. He thought the young man was just an ordinary guy, after all, he was dressed in layers, carrying a bag, and it was nighttime. But he didn't expect the guy to be so capable. Who? A customer asked. Afraid of causing trouble for the young man, the restaurant owner shook his head and said it was nothing. But inside, waves were stirred up in his heart. After Sulo left the town, he used his phone to search for the comic book from the X-Men. He found the address. And he knew Wolverine's direction. He immediately searched through the maps in his mind. And he found a city on it, Oklahoma City. He remembered that Wolverine seemed to be going to the city, and it happened to be in the direction of Eden. Wolverine also stayed here for a short while. But Sulo didn't know exactly where he stayed. But he understood that soon, Professor X would lose control and cause a widespread impact. In this situation, as long as he searched online, he would be able to find the location of Wolverine and his team. The setting sun hung in the sky, casting a blood-red glow over the vast and desolate wilderness. A straight road stretched across the wilderness. A motorcycle raced on the road, casting a long shadow. The roar echoed in the empty and quiet land. Sulo revved the motorcycle to the maximum, speeding like lightning. Soon, a sign stood by the roadside. It indicated that Oklahoma City was not far away. After driving for almost 2 days and nights, I'm finally about to reach Oklahoma City. Sulo sighed as he looked at the sign. These days, I've been checking the news about Oklahoma City. The fact that there haven't been any incidents of mass paralysis indicates that Professor X hasn't lost control. The villains haven't found their group yet. Which means, I will soon catch up to the time when Professor X loses control. He looked at the city's edge that was faintly visible ahead. Soon, I will meet Wolverine and his team. But now, Wolverine is already in his old age, and his body is deeply poisoned by adamantium. His self-healing ability has greatly weakened. The current elderly Wolverine is not suitable for me to study anymore. Sulo paused for a moment, then continued to mutter to himself, but fortunately, there is still X-23, the female Wolverine, and the clone of Wolverine, X-24. For me, Wolverine's clone is stronger and in his prime. So Wolverine's clone is the best subject for observation and experimentation for me. Chapter 24. Wolverine will fight against the clone, and due to the intervention of a farmer, the clone was severely injured. At this moment, the clone is at its weakest in terms of combat power, which is also the best time for me to take action. As Sulo said this, a glint flashed in his eyes. As long as I capture the clone, I can then study the self-healing factor in his body and replicate it. As long as I don't do anything foolish, inject adamantium into my body, and avoid consuming genetically modified food, my self-healing ability will become extremely powerful. My survival ability will reach an astonishing level. Only by staying alive, only by not dying, can the future hold endless possibilities. Soon enough, Sulo arrived in Oklahoma City. After entering the city, he found a place that was conveniently located in every corner of the city. In a relatively central location, next to the gathering point of the local casino, there were several local large casinos. Sitting in a corner, browsing the local news on his phone. Just as Sulo was tirelessly scrolling through the news. Suddenly, a terrifying buzzing sound erupted. An immense spiritual wave of the invisible spread in all directions. Sulo, who was browsing his phone, instantly froze in place, unable to move. Professor X has lost control. And the other party is near me. Sulo never expected that the place he randomly chose happened to be not far from Professor X, Wolverine, and the others. And shortly after he arrived, he encountered Professor X's loss of control. At the same time, due to the powerful spiritual impact, Sulo's ears were filled with buzzing, making him very uncomfortable. However, he quickly noticed something. That was, he could slightly bend his fingers and make extremely slow movements. Although it was far from the level of Wolverine's actions when facing Professor X, it already surpassed ordinary people, and even other mutants who were completely immobilized under suppression. What's going on? Why do I seem to have some resistance to Professor X's psychic power? Sulo knew that Wolverine had a certain level of psychic resistance, but he didn't know whether it came from his adamantium or his self-healing factor. But he didn't understand why he also had a bit of psychic resistance. Although it was not as strong as Wolverine's, Sulo was still somewhat shocked. After all, Wolverine's psychic resistance was among the top even among the mutant forces. It was not suitable to compare himself with him. He quickly pondered the factors that could generate psychic resistance in his body. Soon, a flash of insight came to his mind. I understand, I know why it's like this. The Super Soldier Serum. The Super Soldier Serum not only strengthened my body, but also strengthened my mind in that terrifying agony. To be precise, I endured the destructive and crushing pain in my body, which greatly trained my willpower, leading to the enhancement of my psychic power. Compared to ordinary people, my willpower is stronger, which is why I have a certain resistance to Professor X's psychic power. Sulo didn't expect that he still had a certain level of psychic resistance. This was an unexpected discovery, a pleasant surprise. Just as Sulo was contemplating, Professor X's attack suddenly stopped. Sulo understood that Wolverine had injected a sedative into Professor X. His body regained its freedom and he could move easily again. He stood up and looked towards the high wall next to him, which was behind a neighboring casino. That is the only place around where people can live. So Wolverine and the others should be there. Sulo quickly started his motorcycle and headed towards the casino. But when Sulo arrived, he didn't see any sign of Wolverine and the others. He waited for a while. He only saw a group of mercenaries from the Essex group, some running out of the casino, and some getting off a van. One of them was the head of security for the Essex group, a cyborg named Donald, with his arm transformed into a mechanical form. He was one of the people who had been chasing after the Wolverine and the little wolf girl from the beginning. Sulo saw Donald angrily pounding on the car door and growling, "Damn it. Seeing this, Sulo understood that Wolverine had already left. But Sulo didn't mind. Because the Essex group ahead would lead him to Wolverine and the others. They would lead him to X-24, the clone of Wolverine. Because within Donald's team, there was Caliban, who could sense mutants within a 20-mile radius. So they could easily find Wolverine and the others. Sulo parked his car on the side of the road and kept an eye on Donald's team using his peripheral vision. He was very careful not to be discovered by Donald's people. After all, this group of people specialized in security work and must have excellent counter-surveillance abilities. Sulo picked up his phone and pretended to be an ordinary person, flipping through it. Soon, Donald's team started moving. The convoy drove out of the front gate of the casino and headed north, towards Eden. Seeing the convoy move, Sulo put away his phone and hung back behind the convoy to avoid being noticed. That's how Sulo drove for another half day. Suddenly, he noticed a small car speeding out and leaving the convoy, moving at a faster pace. Seeing this, Sulo frowned slightly. What's going on? Why is this car from the convoy running so fast? But Sulo didn't chase after it. Because Donald's car was still in the convoy, and Caliban was in it. He just needed to follow Donald's car, no need to pay attention to the others. So he drove for another 10 minutes. Finally, the speed of the convoy ahead slowed down. They eventually stopped in front of a farmhouse. Sulo had turned off his car lights long ago, so it was pitch black. He parked his car on the side and walked up, lowering his footsteps. Just at that moment, he heard a mournful roar from the front. Charles. That was Wolverine's voice. Seeing this, Sulo's expression tightened, instantly understanding that Professor X had died, killed by the Wolverine clone. How did this happen so quickly? Weren't they just arriving? Sulo muttered to himself. Chapter 25. At this moment, a small car next to the house caught Sulo's eye. He instantly understood. The one who had left the team was the Wolverine clone. It should be the Essex group's attempt to prevent Wolverine and others from escaping, so they sent out the clone to intercept and hunt down Wolverine and capture X-23, the little wolf girl. Soon enough, the X-24 clone walked out of the building, holding the struggling and roaring little wolf girl. The little wolf girl is a mutant created by the Essex group using genetic technology, intended to be trained as a specialized killing tool. However, as the children grew up, the Essex group found it difficult to control this group of mutant children, as they were a strong source of instability. In addition, they had developed a more powerful and obedient genetic weapon, which is the specialized killing machine known as X-24. So they decided to eliminate this group of mutant children. However, some staff members had developed feelings for these children and did not want them to die. So they escaped from the Essex mutant laboratory with a group of children. Now the Essex group is hunting down this group of children. Sulo's gaze fell on the clone. A strong and sturdy body, exuding a murderous aura. The wounds on the clone's body caused by the little wolf girl were starting to heal. Seeing the young and strong body in front of him, Sulo's eyes became somewhat heated. This is Wolverine at his peak, with his healing ability also reaching its peak, far surpassing the current elderly Wolverine. After all, the current elderly Wolverine is already sick to the bone, even his steel claws have rusted, and the degree of wound healing has greatly weakened. His combat power is no match compared to before. So X-24 is the experimental subject he desires the most. At this moment, Wolverine finally appeared. His appearance had clearly aged, and he no longer had the sharp and vigorous look he used to have. He gave off a sense of being on the verge of old age. He was currently holding the dying Professor X in his arms. Looking at Professor X in Wolverine's arms, Sulo knew that there was no hope for him. After all, Professor X was already very old, his body was already weak, and now he had been pierced through the chest by the clone's adamantium claws, making it impossible for him to survive. Even if the best doctors were brought in, they wouldn't be able to save him. In fact, for Professor X, this could be considered a kind of relief. After all, due to his brain degeneration, he caused serious harm during his twilight years, almost killing the last batch of the most powerful mutants. This is also a significant reason for the decline in mutant strength. It also caused injuries to hundreds of civilians. This made Professor X feel immense guilt and self-blame when he was conscious. Just at this moment, a group of people drove over. This group of people had a grudge with Wolverine before. They mistook the clone for Wolverine and threatened him. How could the clone tolerate this? In a few moves, he directly killed the opponent. On the other side, Professor X finally took his last breath in front of Wolverine. Wolverine's last friend also died in front of him. He was filled with grief and anger, and directly rushed towards the clone to fight. Unfortunately, the current Wolverine is no longer as brave as he used to be. He is just an old wolf in his twilight years. Soon, Wolverine fell in a series of stabs and screams. He lay weakly on the ground, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The clone saw this scene. He just sneered. And at this moment, boom! A 7 to 8-seater car raced forward and crashed into the clone, impaling it on the spikes. The spikes pierced through the clone's body, and blood gushed out from the corners of its mouth. Despite the intense pain, the clone only stared at the farmer who had gotten out of the car with hatred. The farmer was the owner of this farm, and his entire family had just been killed by the clone in front of him. He was barely hanging on, relying on his hatred for the clone to persist until now. He looked at the still-breathing clone, picked up his shotgun. Bang! He directly blew up the clone's eyeballs. The clone fell silent. But Sulo, who was standing nearby, knew that the clone was not dead yet. After all, with such a powerful healing ability, these injuries couldn't kill him. But Sulo didn't make a move immediately. Because it wasn't the right time yet. The clone's ability hadn't reached its peak yet. Just wait a little longer. Dr. Lay, from the Essex Corporation, the one in charge of the new mutant program, would inject the clone with mutant serum. To make the clone's ability reach its peak. Definitely, at the moment, the clone was still in a heavily injured state, just that it had regained consciousness. There was no need to exert any effort to deal with it. This was the moment for him to make a move. At this moment, the little wolf girl noticed Sulo hiding behind the bushes. She stared at Sulo with a slightly fierce expression, baring her fangs. Sulo let out a sigh. He didn't want to alert the people from the Essex Corporation right now. After all, Essex's firepower was formidable, and they also had Donald, the biohuman. He might not be able to take down Essex's mercenary group. He calmly looked at the little wolf girl, put his index finger to his lips, and made a gesture for silence. Whether it was because Sulo was handsome, harmless looking, or because of his calm and non-threatening gaze, or maybe both, the little wolf girl withdrew her fierce expression and just glanced at Sulo. Seeing this, Sulo felt a slight relief. On the other side, after the farmer shot the clone, he turned towards Wolverine. He had originally wanted to shoot Wolverine as well. After all, in his eyes, all of this was caused by Wolverine and the others. So he directed his hatred towards Wolverine. But as he raised his gun, he collapsed. Already heavily injured, he couldn't hold on any longer. The little wolf girl just glanced at Sulo, then ran towards Wolverine, helping him up, and the two of them drove away from there. On the other side, the people in the convoy witnessed this scene. But they didn't immediately chase after Wolverine and the little wolf girl. Instead, they headed towards the X-24 clone. After all, for the Essex group, the value of the clone was higher. More important than the little wolf girl. Clatter. From the convoy, a group of fully armed mercenaries emerged. Following closely behind them was Dr. Lay, the person in charge of this mutant weapon program. He was holding a small box in his hand. Inside, you could see a bottle of green liquid. Seeing this, a gleam flashed in Sulo's eyes. Here it comes, Sulo's peak state Wolverine clone. Chapter 26. Dr. Lay approached the clone. At this moment, the clone had already been pulled out from the spikes by the mercenaries and laid flat on the ground. However, he did not immediately help the other person. The leader of the mercenaries, Donald, asked, "Aren't you going to inject him with the mutant serum?" Dr. Lay calmly replied, "He hasn't regained consciousness yet. The serum can be better absorbed and its effects can be better utilized when he is awake." Upon hearing this, Donald shrugged slightly and said, "All right, then let's wait for a while. Anyway, we have Caliban, so we won't lose track of these two guys." And so, the group waited quietly for the clone to wake up. Having suffered such serious injuries, especially a head injury, even with Wolverine-like healing abilities, it would still take some time to recover. Sulo, who was beside them, naturally had to wait as well. He further lowered his body and buried himself in the bushes. At night, in the field, there were many mosquitoes. Slap! 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 The mercenaries from Essex kept slapping their bodies to fend off the mosquito bites and scratching the bitten areas. Damn, there are so many mosquitoes here. Damn it, is my blood tastier? Why are so many mosquitoes targeting me? FK, if I had known there would be so many mosquitoes, I would have brought insect repellent. Damn it! Stop FG biting me. Faced with the annoyance of mosquitoes, the group cursed and complained. Sulo's situation wasn't any better. Mosquitoes buzzed around his ears. Mosquitoes landed on Sulo and sucked his blood. But Sulo remained motionless, like a statue. It wasn't that Sulo didn't want to move. In fact, the parts of his body that were bitten by mosquitoes also itched. But he couldn't move. Because he couldn't be discovered right now. So he had to endure the itchiness on his body. Sulo had already changed a lot, especially after experiencing the baptism of the super soldier serum. His willpower had reached an astonishing level. So he could restrain the constant mosquito bites, remaining motionless and as steady as Mount Tai. Time passed like this. It was unknown how long had passed. The sky seemed to be getting brighter. Dr. Ly and Donald were starting to feel drowsy. At this moment, the clone lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing this scene, one of the mercenaries quickly spoke up, "Doctor, X-24 is awake." For Sulo, this voice was the most beautiful sound, like celestial music. This journey was about to come to an end. Sulo's eyes were bright and focused, looking ahead, whispering in his heart, "It's about to begin." Dr. Ly woke up, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Finally awake. He quickly got up and walked towards the clone. He took out the bottle of mutant serum and installed it on the syringe. Looking at the clone, his tone was gentle, "Don't worry, this is something that will heal you. Strictly speaking, you are still a newborn, just born not long ago, and your body is as fragile as a baby. You need nourishment. This thing will enhance your healing ability, restore your blood vessels and epidermal tissues, and increase your matrix cells." Saying that, he injected the serum into the clone's body. After completing these actions, Dr. Ly stood up, walked to the side, and put the syringe back into the box. Not far away, Sulo saw that the injection was finished and his eyes instantly lit up. "It's starting." He took out a headscarf from his pocket and covered his face. Then he put on a hood. Instantly, his entire face was completely covered. He glanced at the positions of everyone, looked at the surrounding environment, and engraved everything into his mind. Boom! Sulo shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards the clone on the ground. He reached behind his back and pulled down the shield. The surrounding shrubs were easily broken. Sulo's sound instantly caught the attention of the mercenaries. Who are you? Identify yourself." "Damn, someone's here." Lysi turned around and saw the direction Sulo was rushing towards, instantly understanding the other party's motive. He shouted, "This guy is here to steal X-24. Kill him. We can't let him succeed." Donald looked at Sulo's astonishing speed, his pupils shrinking. That is definitely not the speed of an ordinary person. Damn it. This speed. He's not an ordinary person. The other party is either a mutant, a super ability user, or someone with enhanced abilities. Donald raised his gun and shouted, "Fire! Bullets interweave and attack. Kill him." Ding ding ding. Bullets flew out one by one, rushing towards Sulo. Sulo raised his shield and blocked the bullet attacks. He looked at the large tree in front of him, his mind spinning rapidly, like a computer, calculating the position of each mercenary. Calculating the angle at which the shield should fly out, the angle of rebound, the force required, and the throwing technique to be used. These things may seem very complicated, but Sulo calculated them almost in the blink of an eye. It's as if calculating angles and forces is his instinct. In an instant, he reached a tree, and the veins on his hand suddenly bulged, a burst of brute force surged out. Whoosh! The shield in his hand shot out. Like the most powerful arrow. Rushing towards a mercenary, it directly severed the wrist of the mercenary holding the gun, causing a scream. The shield didn't stop, it collided with the car's shell at an angle and bounced off, rushing towards another mercenary. It flew past the mercenary's neck, and a head flew off. Clang! The shield collided with an iron railing and shot out again, cutting off someone's arm. Then he ran towards the big tree. And this chain of shots happened in an instant, a very short time, almost no time for reaction. As soon as Sulo's front foot left the tree, he reached out and caught the shield. Once again, he held the shield in front of him to block the flying bullets. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew. A crisp sound. Not a single bullet hit his vital points. As for his body, it was wrapped in a bulletproof vest. As for his legs, there was hardly any chance of being attacked, mainly because they were smaller in size and he was fast enough to avoid being hit. Sulo took big strides towards the clone. "Stop him!" Lysi roared. Two mercenaries rushed up and were directly knocked away by Sulo's bull-like shield. Sulo arrived in front of the clone. The immobilized clone stared at Sulo, their eyes locked. Sulo felt delighted. X-24, a young version of Wolverine, is in my hands. He lifted the clone and used it as a shield to block the bullets flying towards him. Psst. 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 The clone's eyes widened, and blood silently flowed from the corners of their mouth. What the hell is he doing? The clone coughed, and more blood flowed out. While running away, Sulo threw the shield again. Because of the clone, the shield didn't need to maintain its defensive function. The shield flew out, knocking down several mercenaries once again. Lysi glared at Sulo, as well as the shield in his hand. He gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "This speed! This shield's attack moves? It's you, Steve Rogers. You damn Captain America. You damn guy. What are you doing here? Kill him for me. Chapter 27. The attack towards Sulo became even more fierce. A large number of bullets were unleashed, seemingly surrounding Sulo from all directions. Sulo quickly used a clone to defend himself. Fortunately, the clone's body was tall enough to completely cover him. Pst. 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 Bullets shot out from within the clone's body. Blood gushed from the corner of the clone's mouth, as if it were free. Sulo whispered, "It's okay, you won't die, just suffer a bit." The clone couldn't speak, only able to stare at the masked person in front of him. The clone had never experienced such intense emotional fluctuations before. Angry but powerless, he felt extremely frustrated. This was an emotion he had never felt before. At this moment, Donald rushed towards Sulo and punched him, saying, "Captain America. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, offending us Essex. You better get out of here. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Whoosh. Then something faster than Donald's iron fist. A shield came from the side and collided with Donald's body, sending Donald flying. Immediately, it rebounded onto Sulo. The people around took a slight breath when they saw this scene. This ability to calculate was simply terrifying. It actually calculated the attacking range even for someone running. Sulo continued to sprint, heading towards his motorcycle. Just at this moment, Lay shouted, "Bring out the heavy weapons, we must stop them." The mercenaries beside him hesitated, saying, "But he has X-24 in his hands, it's company property. If we destroy it, the company will be furious." Lay gritted his teeth, "X-24 has self-healing ability. It won't die. We'll just have to spend more time recovering. We absolutely cannot let the other party take X-24 away. This is our latest genetic weapon, and there is still a large amount of experimental data that has not been recorded. We absolutely cannot afford to fail and start over from scratch." Donald climbed up from the ground, his whole body in pain. He swallowed a mouthful of blood and fiercely shouted, "Heavy weapons. Listen to Dr. Less's orders." The mercenaries quickly lifted a rocket launcher from the car, preparing to aim at Sulo. Sulo heard the sound from behind. He swiftly hung the shield back on his backpack and quickly drew his pistol from his waist. Turning his head, he instantly locked onto the enemy who had taken out the rocket launcher. Just as the enemy was about to aim, he fired a shot towards the back. Bang! A bullet accurately hit the enemy's forehead. In the moment of death, the enemy accidentally pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The shell shot out, flying towards the ground beside Sulo. Seeing this, Sulo's eyes narrowed. Shit! He quickly positioned the clone in front of him. Boom! An explosion. Because it was closer to Sulo, the strong shockwave directly threw Sulo and the clone into the air. They flew forward for a while. Both of them landed near the motorcycle. Sulo felt as if his whole body was falling apart, his face twisted in pain, looking somewhat ferocious. He took a shallow breath, "Feels kinda refreshing." As for the clone beside him, its back was facing the explosion, bloody and looking much worse than Sulo. The original text is already injured, and now it's even worse. Sulo exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're here." The immobilized clone stared at Sulo, as if trying to kill him with his eyes. His chest heaved violently, and blood constantly flowed from the corners of his mouth. It can be seen that the clone is currently in a highly emotional state. Sulo comforted him, saying, "It's okay, you'll be fine in a while." Upon hearing this, the clone became even angrier. He let out an angry growl from his throat. Sulo completely ignored him. He lifted him up and stepped onto the motorcycle. With a loud rumble, the throttle was opened. The motorcycle sped away, kicking up a trail of dust, like a long ribbon, fluttering behind the motorcycle. "Damn it! We can't let them escape. Drive and chase them." Upon seeing this, Les's eyes turned bloodshot, and he stomped his feet in anger. "Yes. Yes." The group quickly ran towards the car. Just at that moment, whoosh! Whoosh! Two things flew off the motorcycle and shot towards the convoy. A few people with sharp eyes immediately recognized the shape of those things. FK. They're grenades. Take cover. Grenades. Evade. Get down. Quickly, get down. Two grenade-like objects fell among the convoy. Just when everyone thought that two small explosions were about to occur. Buzz. Buzz. Two hand grenades emitted two low buzzing sounds. An invisible shockwave was released. Inside the car, some monitoring devices instantly shut down and went black. The cars that were still running suddenly stalled and stopped buzzing. Li saw that the bomb didn't explode, and his pupils contracted. Damn it, this isn't an ordinary hand grenade. He quickly ran towards the car, wanting to start it. But he failed. Looking at the dashboard, it was also pitch black. No matter how he tried to start it, it wouldn't work. Li grabbed his hair. Damn it. Captain America is using an electromagnetic pulse weapon. He damaged the engine of our car. Damn it. To make an electromagnetic pulse weapon in such a small shape, yet with such great power, it must be extremely advanced technology. How could Captain America have such technology? It must have been given to him by Tony Stark. Only a top genius like Tony Stark could create such an electromagnetic pulse weapon. It's really you, Captain America. Don't think that you've hidden your identity, I know it's you. Li roared in anger, Captain America. You will pay for your actions. One of the mercenaries next to him spoke up, we still have Caliban. As long as we call for backup, we can lock onto X-24 and retrieve him. Saying that, he quickly took out his phone, only to find that it was blacked out. Fool, even your phone can be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse weapon. Dr. Li was furious and helpless. Donald quickly went to check the other cars, and they were all destroyed. He went inside the house, hoping to contact someone. But he found that the communication facilities were also damaged. Donald walked out and punched the wall, creating a dent. Damn it. The range of this electromagnetic pulse is quite large. Electronic devices within a radius of 50 meters have all been destroyed. Chapter 28. He looked at the vast and uninhabited farm and gritted his teeth, saying, this is the countryside, very remote, and there's no way to find people or cars. Many American farmers have spacious land, after all, the land is vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, with agricultural automation, even a family can handle things on a large field through high-tech farming tools. Dr. Rice clenched his fist, veins popping on his forehead. This guy came prepared. He calculated everything. He prepared an electromagnetic pulse weapon in advance, causing us to lose our cars and communication devices, so we can't track him. What a clever plan. He must have been planning for a long time. Actually, Dr. Rice misunderstood Sulo. This situation was not planned by Sulo. After all, he didn't expect the plot to reach the old age of Wolverine. He prepared the electromagnetic pulse weapon initially just to prevent Hydra's exoskeleton soldiers. He didn't plan to involve the Essex Company from the beginning. It was only after arriving here that he planned everything and cut off Essex's communication and transportation means. It can only be said that everything was a coincidence. Donald looked at his men and said, let's go. 2 people come with me to find a car. The sooner we find a car, the sooner we can track down X-24. Yes, the group of mercenaries replied. Saying that, Donald took 2 or 3 people and ran towards the rural road outside, preparing to escape to the main road in the distance to find a car and a phone. Sulo's motorcycle sped along the rural road. 15 minutes later, he finally rushed from the remote countryside to the main road. On the main road, he looked back at the X-24 clone, whose hands and feet were firmly locked by magnetic handcuffs. The injuries on the clone's back were almost healed. The injuries to his eyes were also mostly recovered. There was no blood in the corners of his mouth. It seems that it won't be long before you regain your ability to move, Sulo said. The clone heard this and stared at Sulo, as if saying, you're finished when I recover. Sulo looked at the clone and said, I can't let you regain your ability to move, otherwise it will be troublesome. After all, those steel claws of yours still have some power. Saying that, he took out a small button from his pocket. Perfect, the thing I prepared is just right. In order to keep Wolverine in check, Sulo had long prepared a paralysis button with neurotoxin. Neurotoxin, it was something that could paralyze even the later stages of Thor. Definitely, his neurotoxin might not be as good as the Grandmaster's neurotoxin used to paralyze Thor, but it was more than enough to deal with the Wolverine clone. Seeing the button in Sulo's hand, the clone looked at the button in Sulo's hand and was slightly stunned. Immediately, a bad feeling surged up in his heart. He had a strange premonition that if he was hit by this thing, he would be completely finished. The clone roared in his throat, trying to stop Sulo's actions. But he couldn't move. However, under intense emotions, his body began to tremble, as if struggling with all his might. Sulo comforted him, saying, it's okay, it doesn't hurt, it just makes you quiet. Saying that, he pressed the button on the clone's neck. The next moment, 3 needle tubes emerged from the button and pierced into the neck of the clone. A trace of neurotoxin was injected into the clone's body. The neurotoxin instantly rushed into his nervous system, rapidly expanding and instantly dominating the clone's entire neural network. The struggling clone suddenly became motionless, as if frozen. The clone felt something strange in his body, and a hint of fear finally emerged in his pupils. He looked at the masked man in front of him, looking at the calm eyes of the other person, and for the first time, he felt fear towards another person. He felt that the person in front of him was incredibly terrifying. It was as if in front of him was not a person, but a devil. Sulo saw this and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Very good, the peak Wolverine is finally in my hands. Buzz. He started the motorcycle again. According to the map in his mind. He raced towards the east. Next, I just need to find a place. Then I can make use of the self-healing factor you have given me. On the other side. Donald and the others wasted a lot of time before reaching the main road outside. Then they quickly intercepted a car, took the other person's phone, and made a call to the company, asking them to send a new convoy. After making the call, Donald and the others drove back to the farmhouse and took Caliban and Dr. Rice. This time, Caliban didn't die, and instead of following the plot, he stole a few grenades and found a few shields. When Donald and the others returned to the main road again, Dr. Rice's face turned dark and he said, "Caliban, sense X-24 for me." Caliban closed his eyes and sensed, then shook his head, "They have already gone beyond a range of 20 miles. I can no longer sense their trace." Hearing this, Dr. Rice clenched his fist, "X-24. My latest research achievement. That damn guy. I swear, Steve Rogers, you will pay the price." New York. Due to Ultron's Sokovia incident, countless civilians were injured and killed, so the Avengers Alliance is currently facing criticism from the international community. Just like the other team members, Captain America has been staying in one of Tony's buildings recently and rarely goes out. It can be considered as temporarily cutting off contact with the outside world. He was originally overlooking New York when he suddenly sneezed. Then he felt a slight chill behind him and shivered. Falcon next to him said, "Looks like someone is cursing at you." Captain America smiled bitterly, "I feel like it's not just cursing, the other party also wants to kill me." Captain America sighed, "I never expected that the Sokovia incident would make someone want to kill me." Falcon remained silent. Captain America didn't know. The person who is targeting him is not because of the Sokovia incident, but because an invisible blame has been placed on his head. Trouble comes from above. Falcon spoke, "Captain America, be careful when you go out recently, so you don't end up in trouble." Captain America nodded, "I will be more careful recently." Chapter 29. Donald looked at Dr. Lay and said, "Doctor, we can't track down X-24 for now. What should we do next?" "I have already reported the situation regarding X-24 and asked the intelligence department to track it," Dr. Lay replied. "So, should we wait for the intelligence department's information and then go after X-24? Or should we deal with X-23 first?" Donald asked. After hearing the other party's words, Dr. Lay took a deep breath. He then said, "We don't know how long we'll have to wait for the intelligence department's information. Let's deal with X-23 first. In addition, report to the company immediately and have them investigate Steve Rogers." Donald nodded. Dr. Lay said, "Let's go, continue heading north." "Isn't X-23 supposed to go to Eden?" Donald asked. "We'll go there to find them." Donald turned to the driver and said, "Let's go, head towards Eden." "Yes," the driver responded. Boom. The car raced towards the north, heading towards the border. At this moment, Sulo's motorcycle was speeding towards a coastal city in the east. The two sides were heading in completely different directions. The night was as dark as ink. On a road leading to the northern border, there was silence. Only the rumbling sound of a car broke the stillness of the world. But this lone rumble only made the silence of the world more apparent, as if the whole world had fallen into a deep sleep. The car's headlights shone, trying to fight against the loneliness of the night, but it was futile. The thick, unbreakable loneliness flowed in this endless night. In the car, the elderly Wolverine, covered in scars, was driving. His eyes were lifeless, devoid of even sorrow. He just stared blankly ahead at the darkness. In Wolverine's eyes at that moment, there was no glimmer of light. Because his last dear friend had also died. Beside him, in the passenger seat, was the bloodied X-23. Her eyes were still sharp, her face still stubborn, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. In fact, X-23 was technically Wolverine's daughter, as she was created using Wolverine's genes. X-23 looked at Wolverine and remained silent for a while. Then she turned her head to look at the darkness outside and said, "When you were fighting just now, I saw someone in the bushes." Wolverine didn't say anything. X-23 continued, "Before Charles died, I heard his voice in my head. He said there was someone outside, without hostility. He said that person might be the key to changing the fate of mutants." X-23 paused for a moment. "In the bushes, it seemed like I saw him." Because in his eyes, there was no hostility towards us, just calmness. Upon hearing X-23 mention Charles, Wolverine fell silent. After a long while, he asked, "Charles, did he tell you who that person is?" "Sulo." A name fell into the rumbling and silent night. As if silently falling into the roaring tide of destiny. Donald switched to the car sent by the company and rushed towards the border at high speed. In the end, they caught up with X-23 and the others before they crossed the border. Through a drone, they saw X-23 and the other mutant children walking through the forest. But Wolverine was not among them. Because X-23 and the others were planning to cross the border and go to a sanctuary in Canada. And Wolverine had no intention of going, so when X-23 and the others left, they didn't wake up the sleeping Wolverine. Dr. Lay saw X-23 and the others walking and narrowed his eyes. Finally found them, X-23's. Donald looked at the recent information sent by the company. He looked at Dr. Lay and said, "I just received information from the company. Captain America's whereabouts have disappeared recently." He completely disappeared from the public eye and completely concealed his whereabouts. Upon hearing Donald's words, Dr. Lay let out a sigh. It seems that the person who took X-24 is no longer on the run, it's Rogers. He has hidden his identity and tracking traces. Dr. Lay gritted his teeth slightly. "Continue investigating Rogers' whereabouts. As soon as he shows up, we'll go find him." Donald nodded. "Okay." Dr. Lay spoke up. "Let's start by killing those little ones." "Yes." Immediately, Donald and the hired team got out of the car and rushed towards the little wolf girl and the others. Holding guns and bullets, they attacked them. Seeing the little wolf girl and the others in imminent danger. At this moment, a temporarily revitalized beast rushed out from behind and charged towards the mercenaries. Its movements were swift, like an arrow leaving the bow. Its steel claws were hard, easily piercing through the mercenaries' bulletproof vests and helmets. Soon enough, those mercenaries fell down. Wolverine, covered in blood, caught up with the little wolf girl and the others, leading them towards the northern border. This was Wolverine injected with mutant serum. When leaving, the mutant child left a bottle of green mutant serum for Wolverine. It temporarily stimulated Wolverine's vitality, allowing him to save the little wolf girl and the others in time. This time, because of Sulo's intervention, the clone did not enter this chase. So Wolverine did not encounter a formidable opponent he couldn't defeat. Therefore, this time, the old Wolverine did not die. He survived and took the little wolf girl and the others to a sanctuary in Canada. Before entering the tunnel at the border, Wolverine looked back at the world behind him. He looked at his own hands. With a soft sound, adamantium claws pierced out. He murmured, "Perhaps I should continue to live, and maybe it's time to let go of these claws." After saying that, he turned around and led the little wolf girl and the other mutant children into the tunnel, stepping into an unknown future. In the car behind, Dr. Lay watched Wolverine and the others leave, letting out a painful roar. He could have taken down these guys because he possessed the powerful weapon X-24. But unexpectedly, X-24 was intercepted halfway. Damn it! It's all because of Rogers. Rogers. Amidst the roar, there was deep-seated hatred that was etched into his heart. On the road, a car was speeding. A motorcycle was hanging on top of the car. The driver of the car was a man wearing a mask, his black eyes calm and steady. This person was Sulo. He had stolen a gang member's car on the way. There was no choice, riding a motorcycle with a bound person was too conspicuous. On his phone's browser, he was searching for the mastermind behind the Essex group. After the search was complete, he looked at the browser. Chapter 30. However, the search failed. He did not find out who the Essex group really is from the internet. After all, he was still curious about the origin of this Essex group. It only showed that this business giant is a biotech conglomerate with a global reach in everyday food and deep involvement in the field of genetically modified organisms. In the movie, it seems that the origin of the Essex group was not revealed either. The only thing Sulo knew was Dr. Lees. His father, Dr. Del Lees, was in charge of the X-weapon program and was later killed by the escaped Wolverine. In the end, Dr. Lees followed in his father's footsteps and joined the Essex group, reopening the X-weapon program to exterminate all mutants and create new mutant weapons. This is definitely not something Lees could plan. After all, Lees is just a researcher with slightly better abilities. In Sulo's opinion, there must be a mastermind behind this extermination plan. He created the massive Essex group and then used it to control global food security, silently strangling mutants. At the same time, while exterminating mutants, he also didn't forget to create mutant weapons. This person behind the scenes is definitely not an ordinary person. He must have strong ambitions and abilities. By taking away X-24 this time, He has already made enemies with the Essex group. Although it hasn't been exposed yet, it may be exposed one day. At that time, he may face retaliation from the Essex group. So Sulo wanted to understand this company first. To understand the existence behind it. But in the end, he didn't find what he wanted. Sulo drove the car and murmured, "So, who is behind Essex?" Bang! The car passed through a pothole, causing the whole car to shake. In the trunk, there was a loud noise, and the things inside were also hit. Sulo didn't care and said, "It's nothing, just a pothole." Inside the trunk. Impotent anger brewed in the trunk. Sulo looked at the road ahead. Now Sulo is heading to New York. The reason for going to New York is that there are more resources and it is more suitable for his research. Next, he will first obtain a fake identity in New York. Believing that in a bustling and sinful city like New York, this kind of thing should be relatively easy to obtain. Without a fake identity, many things he does will be more troublesome, such as renting a house, and so on. In addition, he also needs to obtain some equipment and a house in order to further his research. After all, without the necessary resources, he can't achieve much. Once these are settled, he can start researching the self-healing factor of clones. Buzz. Sulo stepped on the accelerator. The car rushed forward, heading towards a farther place. Essex Group headquarters. Deep underground, in the depths of a laboratory, it was dim and damp. In that darkness, there was a faint figure. Outside the laboratory, some executives of the company stood, looking extremely respectful, watching the depths of the laboratory. In the depths of darkness, a cold voice sounded, "The pursuit failed, and you lost X-24. You guys are really useless." A hand wearing black gloves reached out, raising the index finger. "Find me Steve Rogers and retrieve the company's assets." "Yes." The executives below hurriedly responded. Immediately after, the executives left this place. The outskirts of New York. Sulo looked at his phone. Not long ago, he sent an email to Klaus. He wanted to borrow some money from Klaus, expressing his desire to purchase some equipment and rent a house. After all, Sulo didn't have much money at the moment. If he wanted to buy equipment or rent a house, he would need a considerable amount of money. So he wanted to borrow some money from Klaus and pay it back in the future. In addition, he also asked Klaus about the place to obtain a fake identity in New York. After all, Sulo believed that Klaus should be familiar with this kind of situation. And now, he received an email from Klaus. "Brother, I also have a safe house in New York. The address is Hell's Kitchen, 314 Lanning Avenue. You can go there directly. It has a complete set of research equipment and abundant resources. The safe in the house contains 20 million USD. You can use the equipment inside the house as you please. As for the money in the safe, consider it as a loan from me, an investment in you. When you arrive, send me an email, and I will give you a real-time verification code. As for the issue of obtaining a fake identity that you mentioned, you've asked the right person. As someone who frequently deals with high-end goods, I always have several fake identities on me. You can go to 23 Black Duck Street in Queens. It's a place specifically for obtaining fake identities. It costs $50,000 for one fake identity, the kind that is indistinguishable from the real one, and it will be entered into the authorities' system." Looking at the email information on his phone, Sulo murmured, "Thank you, Klaus. You've directly solved the problem of the house and equipment for me. Don't worry, I will pay you back the money soon." Saying that, he looked at his phone. There was a piece of news on it. About Osborne Corporation. A few days ago. Due to the failure of Norman Osborn's new product research and the loss of military support, the stock plummeted instantly. And Norman Osborn was directly kicked out of the company by the board of directors due to his decision-making mistakes, causing Norman Osborn to lose his own company. Norman Osborn is the future Green Goblin. Or maybe he already is. Sulo didn't know. He didn't care about Osborn. He cared about Osborne Corporation. With Osborne Corporation's stock hitting rock bottom, it was a good opportunity to buy low. Although Osborne Corporation's market value was not good, its original capital was still very strong. It possessed extremely advanced biological equipment and a large amount of biological knowledge and patents. In addition, Osborne Corporation also possessed the extraordinary spider that bit Peter Parker. That was the origin of Peter Parker's journey to becoming a superhero. Chapter 31. It contains rich biological knowledge. Originally, the extraordinary spider was part of his plan. After all, after obtaining the ability to survive, a stronger self-defense ability is needed. Spider ability is such an ability, the easiest to obtain, and has great potential. If fully developed, it will have terrifying power on the scale of hundreds of tons. It is almost comparable to the early Hulk and Abomination. As long as the spider ability is developed to the extreme, it will be enough for him to deal with many things. If he can acquire Osborne, he will save a lot of work, without the need to steal the extraordinary spider or start from scratch with research, and so on. Therefore, Sulo is ready to bottom out Osborne's company, and when it is on the verge of bankruptcy, at the lowest price, he will take it over. Coincidentally, Chloe gave him a very generous amount of money. Moreover, as long as he acquires Osborne's company, he can easily revive Osborne by slightly improving some of Osborne's technology or the technology in his hands. This will allow him to receive generous rewards. By then, he can repay the debt he borrowed from Chloe. But next, he needs to get a fake identity first, otherwise it will be difficult to proceed. After all, his original identity is unusable, but in modern society, many things require an identity, otherwise it's not easy to handle. The money he has on him is just enough to get a fake identity. Thinking of this, he put his phone back in his pocket and drove towards the Queens area of New York. During the rush, a motorcycle came from the front. A man glanced at Sulo. Sulo also glanced at the other party. Then the two vehicles passed each other. Sulo's mind flashed the other person's face and murmured, Baron Zima. New York is really small. Just wandering around, you can meet someone with a head and a face. Baron Zima. His family died in the Sokovia incident, so he resented the members of the Avengers Alliance. He eventually planned a series of events, triggering the civil war within the Avengers Alliance, hoping to make the members of the Avengers Alliance kill each other. Sulo really didn't expect. Just arrived in New York, and met such a person. He looked at himself in the mirror, with a mask and sunglasses, his face mostly covered. He understood that he needed to learn some makeup techniques, otherwise, always covering his face would not be a solution. Whoosh. The car headed towards New York, towards this bustling and contradictory city filled with a lot of evil. Soon, he arrived at the place to get a fake identity. It was in an alley. A relatively secluded place. There were no signs outside, and behind the door was a curtain. Pushing aside the curtain and entering, he saw the situation inside. The space inside was narrow and messy. In the corner, there was a workbench. There were several computers on the workbench. A man with messy hair was sitting behind it, typing on the keyboard. What do you want? The man didn't look up. Sulo spoke, 50,000, a new identity. Oh, it seems like you were introduced by someone you know. You're quite familiar with this place. The man glanced at Sulo. Give money, take a photo, get an identity. The man sniffed. Sulo took out a stack of money from his backpack and placed it on the table. Count it. The man put the money into a counting machine. Clatter clatter. Soon the money was counted. After receiving the money, the man started to act, taking photos of Sulo while talking. The identities I provide here are basically foolproof. Because the identity information here is real. Just that these identity information belongs to missing persons. I will turn their information into yours, modify the photos in their systems, and let you continue to live under their identities. As long as you don't do anything stupid, there shouldn't be any problems. After taking the photo, the other person started working at lightning speed. The keyboard clacked and clattered. In no time at all, a brand new ID card was placed in Sulo's hand. The profile picture looked about 70 to 80% similar to Sulo. The speed was beyond Sulo's imagination. You're quite efficient. Of course, efficiency is life to me. Holding the new ID, Sulo said, from now on, I am Lulo. With this new identity, everything he did would be more convenient. He could even go and take down Osborne Corporation with this identity. The other person waved his hand and said, goodbye, brother. With the item in hand, Sulo left. He needed to go to the safe house and study the self-healing factor. Outside on the street, a car was parked with a motorcycle tied on top. 2 or 3 men were gathered around the car. One of them spoke, this car looks really good, and there's a decent looking motorcycle on top. If we take this car, we can get a good amount of money. Alright, I'll unlock this door. Saying that, one person took out a specialized lock-picking tool and prepared to open it. Just at that moment, a calm and powerful voice sounded from them, that's my car. The group turned their heads. They saw a man wearing sunglasses. Seeing the owner had arrived, the thieves not only didn't panic, but even took out weapons, either iron rods or daggers. The thief with the iron rod said, you brat, get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll show you. Seeing this, Sulo's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder it's New York, the city of sin, the legendary Gotham City. The people here are truly straightforward. When stealing a car doesn't work, they resort to direct robbery, fully understanding the concept of escalating crimes. He took a step forward, his expression unchanged, calmly saying, "Get lost." Hearing this, the thieves' faces instantly turned dark. "Are you looking to die?" Saying that, they charged towards Sulo. Just at that moment, a graceful figure rushed out. Golden hair fluttered, with a touch of pink at the tips. Bang! 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 Several powerful kicks were unleashed. Immediately, the thieves were sent flying, letting out cries of pain. A light hum came. "You guys are truly seeking death, robbing in broad daylight." The thieves quickly got up and ran away. The person who made the move turned around. It was a slender and elegant girl. She had a delicate appearance, with big, bright eyes, and carried a guitar on her back. She smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "Are you all right, friend?" Chapter 32. Sulo had intended to take action, but unexpectedly someone beat him to it. This was the first time someone had helped him. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He nodded and said, "I'm fine, thank you for your help." The girl's smile became even brighter. "It's nothing, I enjoy helping others. Goodbye, friend. I wish you a pleasant afternoon in the Queen's district." With that, she adjusted the strap of her guitar and prepared to leave gracefully. Looking at the girl's hair color, Sulo was reminded of a character from Marvel. But he wasn't sure if it was the same person. After all, in theory, there shouldn't be such a character in the Marvel universe, but considering that this world has integrated mutants, it's possible that character could be integrated as well. So he casually asked, "Since you helped me, can I ask for your name?" The girl blinked at him. "Gwen." After saying that, she left. Like the wind, coming and going lightly. Hearing this name, and comparing it to the girl's hair color, Sulo basically guessed the girl's identity. "Ghost Spider, Gwen." Sulo got into his car, started the engine, and drove away. He murmured, "I didn't expect it to be Ghost Spider Gwen. I just don't know if she has become Ghost Spider now." After all, from what he saw of Gwen's movements just now, they were at the speed and strength of an ordinary person. So he didn't know if she had become Ghost Spider. He turned the steering wheel, made a turn, and continued driving towards his destination. He looked at the scenery outside the window and murmured, "Sure enough, it's New York. I haven't been here for half a day and I've already encountered 2 well-known figures. Indeed, coming here was the right choice. I can find what I want faster here." In a corner, those 3 car thieves emerged, watching Sulo's car drive away. One of them squinted and said, "Such a good car, this guy must be an easy target." Another person spoke, "Definitely an easy target, we can't miss this opportunity. If it wasn't for that damn woman just now, we might have succeeded." "That damn woman. Now this fat sheep got away." A voice interrupted, "Who said that?" The thin man who had taken out professional lock-picking tools took out his phone. He tapped a few times, and a GPS system popped up. The other 2 widened their eyes. "What's this?" The thin man smiled proudly, "GPS system. I had placed a tracking button on the bottom of that car from the beginning. So, this guy can't escape from us. I used to work at Stark Industries, although I was fired for theft, I still have my abilities." The other 2 chuckled. "Meeting us, this guy can only consider himself unlucky. Let's go, follow him and see where this guy lives." They were about to get in the car and leave, when they saw 2 people approaching. One of them looked dejected. Immediately, the other person made a sarcastic remark. "Oh, isn't this the great thief Scott? How come you're out of prison? And isn't this Lewis next to you? How come you're hanging out with Scott again? Aren't you afraid both of you will end up back inside?" Perhaps thieves in the same profession are enemies, so the 3 of them mocked Scott and Lewis, who were also thieves. Scott, with a dejected look, clenched his fist in response to the other party's mockery. But he didn't dare to act because he knew that the 3 people in front of him were gang members, and they were crazy. If he provoked them, it wouldn't end well. He had only recently been released from prison and couldn't afford to cause trouble. Beside him, Lewis quickly pulled his friend away and whispered, "Don't bother with them, it's not worth it." If Sulo were here, he would be able to recognize him. The dejected person is none other than the future Ant-Man. The group of car thieves continued to mock the 2 as they walked away. After doing all this, the car thieves felt much better, and the frustration from Gwen's scolding had dissipated. "Let's go, let's not bother with this waste. Let's go find that unlucky guy. Yes, finding the fat sheep is more important. I have a good feeling about this, we're going to make a big profit this time." Hearing this, the group of people all showed satisfied smiles. They immediately hailed a taxi and followed the GPS to their destination. Shortly after, Sulo arrived at his destination. He arrived at the location of Claw in New York. It was an independent small villa with a fence around it and a small courtyard inside. Looking at the small villa in front of him, Sulo couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the safe house to be so high profile. A mansion in the bustling city. This is a bit too conspicuous. Sulo clicked his tongue in amazement. He got out of the car and approached the door, entering the temporary password sent by Claw into the electronic lock. Verification successful. Initiating iris data collection, unlocking owner mode. You will have free access to any area of this house in the future. Detecting that you have a car, opening the gate. Rows of words appeared on the electronic screen. The gate opened immediately. Sulo drove in and parked the car in the parking space. After doing all this, he excitedly opened the trunk. After all, the research was finally about to begin. The clone lay motionless like a stone, only its eyes could move. The clone stared at Sulo intently. Seeing Sulo's eager gaze, the clone X-24 swallowed nervously, feeling extremely uneasy. Sulo comforted, "Don't be nervous, it's just a small experiment." After saying that, Sulo lifted the clone and walked towards the house. Claw had already sent him the layout of the house, so he walked into the basement with ease. The basement was a tool room, equipped with tools and equipment similar to another safe house, quite complete. Sulo placed the clone on the steel experimental table. Using magnetic handcuffs, he firmly shackled the clone to the table. 4 magnetic handcuffs, locked onto the steel, even if the clone's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it couldn't break free. This way, even if the neurotoxin runs out, I don't have to worry about you running away. Sulo nodded in satisfaction. The clone on the experimental table became increasingly terrified. Sulo took out a sharp surgical knife from the side. "Let's test your recovery ability first." Saying that, he made a cut towards the clone. The 3 car thieves finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the villa in front of them, the group of them smiled knowingly. Indeed, it's a big fat sheep. Chapter 33. After colliding with 3 car thieves, Scott and Lewis left in silence. They walked on the street, their faces not looking good. Scott clenched his fist. "Those damn guys. I really want to punch them." Lewis smiled bitterly. "The 2 of us can't win against them. After all, they are gang members who are used to fighting. And it seems like they have some connection with the Hand, the secretive and powerful Japanese organization. It's not something we, powerless small-time crooks, can afford to provoke." Speaking of this, Lewis sighed. Scott was taken aback. "The Hand? Are you talking about that secretive and powerful Japanese organization in Hell's Kitchen?" Lewis nodded. Hearing this, Scott smiled bitterly. "Whether it's fighting alone or comparing power, we can't compare to them." Lewis continued, "I can see that you don't look good. What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Scott's expression became gloomy. "I got fired because of my criminal record. My boss fired me." Hearing this, Lewis patted Scott's shoulder and sighed. Then he said, "Then think about our situation again. We still need to make money, don't we?" Scott replied in a hoarse voice, "I'll think about it." He looked around. Tall buildings reflected the bright sunlight, filled with the vibrancy of New York. But all of this seemed unrelated to him, Scott. He was just a stain in this dreamlike and bustling city. On the other side, in the basement of a safe house, Sulo was conducting research on the clone. Wearing white surgical gloves, he cut open the clone's body, testing the healing process at different depths. At the same time, he recorded the data on the computer next to him. The keyboard was constantly being tapped. Cutting the epidermis only takes 15 seconds to heal. Cutting the deltoid muscle only takes 60 seconds to heal. Cutting the anterior tibial muscle only takes 55 seconds to heal. Sulo continued to experiment and constantly entered data on the keyboard. "I still have to personally tap the keyboard and enter data. The equipment here is not very intelligent. If it were Iron Man's set of equipment, with artificial intelligence assistance, the AI would automatically record, and most of the work could be completed through conversation. That would be true efficiency." Sulo sighed, "My efficiency is still too low. It seems that I need to upgrade my related equipment in the future. But that has to wait until I acquire Osborne's company. After all, only by acquiring Osborne can I have enough resources to upgrade the equipment." While muttering to himself, Sulo continued to work. On the operating table, the clone's body was covered in bloodstains, with some wounds still healing, grotesque and terrifying with red flesh protruding. His forehead was covered in sweat, his lips constantly trembling, and his body still somewhat stiff. He looked at Sulo with fear in his eyes. What he was most worried about was ending up in an irreparable state. And now, this situation had actually happened. The clone looked at the man in front of him, fear filling his eyes, especially when he saw him performing surgery and talking to himself. That was what scared the clone the most. Sulo glanced at the clone, This neurotoxin is even better than I imagined. It's been so long, and it still works. He continued, sorry, when one person is constantly doing research, they can't always be tense. So occasionally, they need to say something to relax their nerves. Although it may look terrifying, like a pervert. But don't worry, I am mentally stable, everything is under control, you don't need to be afraid. Listening to Sulo's words, the clone became even more fearful. His lips trembled even more intensely. Sulo looked at the wounds on the clone's body and said, your self-healing ability is not good. Next, I will start analyzing your genes. His eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. Once I decipher your genome, I will be able to obtain your ability. He dropped a drop of the clone's blood onto an electron microscope. Immediately, a double helix structure appeared before his eyes. It was 2 strands of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, coiling around a common central axis, forming a double helix structure, which is the DNA inside the body. DNA, also known as deoxyribonucleic acid, is a complex organic compound with a molecular structure. It is a long polymer composed of repeating nucleotide units, with a width of 2.2 to 2.6 nanometers and each nucleotide monomer measuring 0.33 nanometers in length. It exists as a component of chromosomes in the cell nucleus. Its function is to store genetic information. This genetic information is the source of the mutant's powerful abilities. He then zoomed in, and the double helix DNA appeared in a larger perspective, revealing a more high-level structure. It was a superstructure of DNA formed by further twisting, coiling, and folding of the double helix. Helical, coiled, folded. Forming a complex superhelix. Sulo understood. It is this high-level structure that influences the function of DNA and makes mutants different. Deciphering such a large genome is giving me a headache. Sulo felt a slight headache. After all, the genes inside the body are extremely vast. He couldn't help but think of Essex Corporation. Since Essex Corporation can create new mutants, they must have very mature genetic technology. If I can get it, I can save a lot of effort. Unfortunately, I can't get it now. I can only do it myself, starting from scratch. Sulo sighed. Also, to analyze these genomes, I need some test subjects, to observe the effects and analyze their functions. Later, I will go to the market and buy some test subjects. Sulo said as he began to analyze and record the genome in front of him. Outside the house, 3 car thieves were standing at the gate. One of them, who had worked at Stark Industries, took out a computer and connected it to the gate system. It can be said that he truly lived up to his reputation of having skills, having worked at Stark Industries. Soon, with the car thieves tapping, creak, the gate opened. The 3 of them were extremely excited. We did it. Let's go. Let's go in and make a fortune. Chapter 34. Speaking of this, several thieves wearing hoods and masks immediately entered the courtyard. They were carrying wrenches, daggers, and other tools for self-defense. Even the thin man who opened the door had his hand on his waist, where there was a gun. As they entered, the thieves saw a car parked in the courtyard. Seeing this, the thin man chuckled softly, when we leave, we can take this car with us. It's a perfect getaway vehicle. After we escape, we can even sell it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The other 2 also chuckled softly. With this car, we can take away more things. Yes, we can fleece this fat sheep for more wool. The thin man spoke, let's be careful not to alert the fat sheep. If he calls the police, our plan could be ruined. His companion nodded, you're right. They looked inside. A 3-story exquisite small building stood there, with intricate carvings and beautiful paintings. Wow, this house is really beautiful. Damn, these rich people live so comfortably. I can't bear not to fleece this fat sheep properly. FK. It's so unfair, if I encounter that fat sheep, I must beat him up. Why does he get to live in such a nice house? The few of them muttered enviously and jealously. They sneaked towards the house. Because the thin man had previously tampered with the security system when he broke in, they didn't encounter any alarms along the way. Using specialized lock-picking tools, the thin man opened the door and walked in. As they entered, everyone's eyes sharpened. The furniture and decorations inside were of the highest quality. Grand and majestic, exuding a classical beauty that was very pleasing to the eye. All the furniture was top-notch. Wow, this sofa is definitely custom-made by a top Italian workshop. So comfortable. The thin man gently stroked the genuine leather of the sofa, showing a sense of enjoyment. Another person touched the carpet. This carpet is definitely handmade, and it's very well made. It looks expensive at first glance. A whole wall of murals, a depiction of heaven, these angels are so lifelike and realistic, it's art. Looking at these things, the few of them had stars in their eyes. We hit the jackpot. We really hit the jackpot this time. This guy is so rich. We're going to make a fortune. They circled around the entire room, filled with excitement. Everything in this house, from the furniture to the decorations, exuded a sense of luxury. They also went upstairs, where the luxury continued. The few of them felt like they had hit the jackpot. But soon, their brows furrowed. One thief gritted his teeth, "We've been searching for so long, and I haven't seen a single bit of cash or treasure, just these expensive furniture and decorations." Another person said, "There's no cash or gold, are we supposed to steal these furniture? These furniture are bulky, it's difficult to steal them." He clenched his fist. "And, after going around in circles, we haven't seen the fat sheep's figure. Where is he? Did he go out?" The thin man looked at the surroundings, also furrowing his brow tightly. "This house is so luxurious, there must be some money here. This doesn't make sense. Normally, in such a wealthy house, there would be hundreds of thousands, if not more, but there isn't even a safe. It's abnormal. No, there must be a safe here, there's money." The thin man looked around, confident in his statement. "But we searched the entire house and didn't find anything," said the companion. "There is only one possibility then, there must be a hidden room here, and the things are hidden inside the hidden room." The thin man looked around, squinting his eyes slightly. "Once we find the hidden room, we will find the money." Upon hearing this, the people around them all brightened up. "Let's search." Immediately, a group of people started searching the room. Soon enough, the thin man found traces of the entrance to the hidden room. He tapped on a wall and found that the sound was slightly clearer than the others, instantly brightening his eyes. "I found it, the sound here is clearer, which means this is not a solid wall. Behind this wall, there must be something hidden. The switch should be nearby." The other two quickly ran over to help. Soon enough, one of the companions felt an inconspicuous groove. He pressed it, and a display screen appeared. The thin man quickly connected to it and started cracking the code. After a few tens of seconds, a creaking sound was heard. The wall opened up. A deep spiral passage leading underground was revealed. Seeing this scene, the three of them trembled with excitement. The thin man clenched his fist. "Finally found it? The safe, the cash, and the jewelry must be down here." The companion next to him's voice trembled. "We're definitely going big with this." Another companion interjected, "Since we didn't see that fat sheep here, could he be down here?" A coldness flashed in the companion's eyes. "If he's down here, I don't mind sending him off after taking the things. In such a hidden place, no one would discover a dead body inside." He smirked as he said this. The thin man said, "If we encounter that kid, we must eliminate him. After all, he has seen us before. So he might recognize us. Leaving him behind would leave us with trouble. You're right, this hidden room down here is so concealed that even if he's gone, it would be difficult for anyone to find it. Let's go." After saying that, the three of them walked towards the deep spiral staircase, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. The spiral staircase had no bright light, only some dim warm light, making the corridor even darker. The dim environment couldn't conceal the excitement in the hearts of the three. After reaching the bottom, they came across an iron door. There was a slight gap in the iron door. Light seeped through the gap, blending into the darkness outside. Besides the light seeping through, there was also a strange rhythmic sound of cutting meat, continuous and uninterrupted. In addition to that, there was the sound of a keyboard constantly ringing. Most importantly, there was a thick smell of blood wafting out. All of this had a hint of eeriness. The three of them froze in their tracks, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. Chapter 35. At this moment, the intense excitement in their hearts has diminished, replaced by a hint of inexplicable unease. However, they are trying to explain it to themselves. Perhaps they are cutting raw beef inside. Or slaughtering chickens or something, which is why there is a strong smell of blood and the sound of cutting meat. Even though they think this way, they still feel uneasy in their hearts. Looking at the bright gap ahead, they don't feel any sense of brightness, but rather a sense of gloominess. They exchange glances and see a trace of unease in each other's eyes. Especially with the strong smell of blood in the air and the sound of cutting meat in their ears. But then, a fierce light flashes in the eyes of the thin man, and he shouts, "There's a lot of money inside. Even if the devil comes today. Don't even think about stopping me from making money." After saying that, he takes out a pistol, releases the safety, and loads it. Bang! He kicks open the door. Immediately after, the scene inside is revealed. Only a figure stands in front. In front of him is an operating table. Locked on the table is a bloody man, covered in sweat, with bloody wounds and exposed flesh. And the one responsible for all this is the fat sheep they mentioned. The other person carefully cuts open the man's biceps on the operating table, revealing the red and textured muscles. This scene stuns the three who entered, their pupils shrinking and their spines chilling. The man performing the surgery doesn't react much to the commotion caused by the three. He continues to cut carefully, only saying, "You finally came. You took so long to find the secret room, you've really worked hard." Hearing the other person's words, the three are instantly horrified. The other person already knew they were coming. The black-haired man continues, "I was actually planning to go out and buy some guinea pigs, but I didn't expect to have free door-to-door service. That's great." He nods in satisfaction. Hearing this, the hearts of the few people grow even colder. At this moment, they feel the gaze of the clone on the operating table. Looking over, they see a deep sense of sympathy and pity in the other person's eyes. In fact, when the three were cracking the door, Sulo had already received an alert. Through the surveillance outside, he immediately recognized the three as the car thieves from before. He didn't expect. These three were so persistent. They even tried to break into the house after failing to steal the car. So, Sulo was waiting for them to come down on their own, becoming his experimental subjects, just in time to verify the massive genome on the clone. The thin man sees this and shouts, "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're more powerful than my bullets? I'll blow you up with one shot. FK." As he says that, he raises the gun in his hand. Whoosh. A cold light flashes through the air. A scream rings out. The thin man's face contorts as he grips his right hand, which has a surgical knife stuck in it, blood dripping from it. The pistol falls to the ground, stained with blood. Sulo's speed is incredibly fast. The other two didn't even see Sulo's action clearly. They only saw the scene of their companion being pierced through the hand. A huge amount of fear filled the hearts of the two people. In an instant, the two turned around, wanting to escape from here. They completely ignored their companion who was kneeling on the ground, screaming in pain. Bang. The door closed automatically, blocking the two's way out. "No, no, no. Let us out. I want to get out." The two pounded on the door, trying to break free. On the other side, Sulo also finished his actions and walked towards the three people. Seeing this, the two became even more frightened. Watching Sulo slowly approach, the fear in the hearts of the few people grew stronger and stronger, feeling increasingly suffocated. Seeing this, the thin man quickly reached for his gun with his left hand, trying to defend himself. Whoosh. Another cold light fell. The thin man covered his hand, which was pinned to the ground by a surgical knife, and screamed in pain again. In an extremely horrifying and oppressive situation. One person seemed to be on the verge of collapse, shouting angrily, "FK it? I'll fight you." He swung an iron plate wrench towards Sulo. Bang. Sulo kicked with his long legs, instantly knocking the opponent to the ground. He moved his figure. Soon, the last person also fell. After a moment, inside the spacious tool room, three naked bodies were tied to three workbenches. "Let us go. We know we were wrong. We were wrong, we were wrong. Spare us. We will never step foot in here again. Please, spare us. As long as you let us go, we will never come back." The few people cried bitterly, their eyes filled with fear. Sulo completely ignored them. Instead, he looked at a note that had just been taken from them, hidden in a secret compartment in a wallet. On it was written a date and address, a week later at the dock. Seeing this, Sulo spoke, "What is this?" Hiding something so discreetly, Sulo's intuition told him that this date and address were not simple. The thin man quickly spoke, I'll tell you the meaning of this information if you let me go." Hearing this, Sulo raised his hand, the sharp surgical knife emitting a cold light. Swoosh. The sharp blade easily cut through the muscles of the thin man's thigh. "Ah!" The thin man screamed in agony. Sulo calmly looked at the other two. The two quickly spilled everything like beans. I'll tell you. We were working for the Hand Association. The Japanese gang is preparing to transport something valuable to New York for the Hand Association. This is the time and place. We were specifically assigned to keep watch outside and assess the situation. That's all the relevant information." Sulo looked at the note and continued to ask, "What are they planning to transport?" The two shook their heads quickly, "We don't know about that. We were only responsible for keeping watch. The specific contents are not something we at our level would know. Only the higher UPS of the Hand Association probably know." Sulo glanced at the expressions and tone of the two, and it didn't seem like they were lying. However, he didn't expect that these three people would be connected to the Hand Association. Sulo didn't know much about the Hand Association either, only that it was a large and extraordinary ninja organization, belonging to the antagonist group. Chapter 36. This organization possesses the ability to resurrect dead man, and has a group of powerful ninjas, who seem to also possess ninjutsu skills. It seems to worship and sacrifice to an evil demon. As for what kind of demon it is and what abilities the demon has, Sulo doesn't know. The Hand Association is one of the top villainous organizations in Hell's Kitchen. He looked at the note in his hand again and murmured, "The Hand Association. A precious item for the Hand Association. Since even the Hand Association considers it precious, it must be valuable." Sulo murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming. He was curious about this treasure. He looked at the specific time and location on the note. A week later, maybe I can go and take a look. After saying that, he threw the note into the trash can. Next, let's continue researching my own things. Let's experiment with the newly obtained genome on you guys and see what reactions there will be. Saying that, he picked up a surgical knife, carried specialized equipment, and walked towards the skinny one. Soon, sounds of horrifying screams and howls filled the workshop. Watching the inhumane treatment the skinny one was enduring, the other two were scared and crying, constantly screaming. Sulo felt a bit annoyed. He immediately covered the mouths of the three. Compared to X-24, you guys are still too fragile. Your tolerance for pain is too weak. Sulo shook his head helplessly. But don't worry, I have a good sense of measure, I won't let you lose your lives. He looked at the three with a calm gaze. The three immediately screamed even louder, struggling with all their might, but their hands, feet, and waist were tightly locked to the operating table. As they struggled, their wrists and ankles were rubbed raw and bleeding. They looked at Sulo with bloodshot eyes, filled with fear and madness. At this moment, their only thought was death. To stay away from the devil in front of them. They had never longed for death like this before. Regarding this, Sulo's hand holding the surgical knife, syringe, and other instruments remained incredibly steady. Inside the entire room, sounds of screams coming from throats continued to echo. In stark contrast to the three, was the clone next to them. Facing various tortures, it remained motionless, without any screams, only trembling lips and sweating profusely. This greatly shocked the three. They couldn't imagine that there could be such a resolute person in the world. During their break, they looked at the clone, their eyes filled with disbelief. The clone looked back at them, still unmoving, only its lips twitching, its eyes filled with sorrow. It had something to say, but it was simply unable to move. The neurotoxin was too strong, and it hadn't recovered yet. In the following days, Sulo continued to study the clone, constantly reading cutting-edge biology knowledge and conducting experiments. With the help of 3 white mice, his progress was rapid. He constantly decrypts groups of genomes, continuously deciphering the high-level structure of DNA superhelix. Gradually mastered the combination and arrangement of a portion of the genome. Sulo drew a knife across the skinny man, blood flowed out, revealing fresh red flesh. Under intense pain, the skinny man's throat emitted a painful and suppressed growl, veins bulging on his forehead, and sweat oozing from his body. Sulo didn't care about this. He was completely focused on observing the wound. Because this was his 23rd experiment today. Because he had deciphered a portion of the genome, he wanted to replicate a part of the self-healing ability of the clone, in order to enhance the self-healing ability. If the subsequent research is completed, he can fill in the remaining parts, thus achieving a complete inheritance of Wolverine's self-healing ability. After 22 adjustments before, all the results failed, and the healing ability did not achieve the desired effect. After the previous failures, Sulo was more confident in the 23rd experiment. He had great confidence that this time would be successful. When he saw the wound still bleeding, he sighed, "It seems like a failure." Before he finished speaking, he saw the blood coagulating. Seeing this, Sulo's eyes brightened. It seems that the self-healing factor has formed, the self-healing ability has been enhanced, and platelets and fibrinogen have begun to accelerate the clotting process. Soon, the bleeding stopped and turned into a dark red scab. The scab quickly fell off, and the skin scars recovered. He tapped the keyboard and the screen displayed the microscopic activity inside the wound. In the depths of the cells, bursts of fluorescence appeared, followed by the rapid proliferation of tissue at the wound site and the rapid formation of granulation tissue, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. And that fluorescence in the depths of the cells was the successful generation of the self-healing factor. A trace of joy flashed in Sulo's eyes. Finally succeeded. Finally formed a certain self-healing factor. In a short period of time, the wound completely healed, although it can't match Wolverine's peak state, but it has far surpassed an ordinary person, reaching a non-human state. Even deep muscle injuries can recover relatively quickly. A 1 centimeter deep wound would take an ordinary person 1 to 2 weeks to heal, but with a partial replication of Wolverine's self-healing ability, it can heal in just a few minutes. Sulo clenched his fist. This healing ability is indeed very powerful. Even with a partial replication of Wolverine's self-healing ability, it is already astonishing. With this self-healing ability, I can consider myself to have a strong survival ability. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He immediately began typing on the keyboard, recording the experimental data from just now and reviewing and reflecting on the previous 23 experiments. At the moment when the skinny man's wound healed itself, the three car thieves were all shocked. They never expected that one of them would truly gain extraordinary power in this experiment. Even more unexpectedly, they would possess such a terrifying self-healing ability. The fact that the wound healed in such a short time was simply horrifying. They looked at the terrifying figure of the demon and their hearts were in turmoil. It was this person who created all this strangeness. The genius level of the other party exceeded their imagination. Looking at the young and handsome face, they couldn't believe that such a young person would possess such powerful scientific research abilities. It turns out that this guy is a true super genius. At the same time, their fear deepened. Facing such an exceptionally talented existence, they felt that they would probably never escape its clutches in their lifetime. Sulo seemed to be enveloped in infinite darkness. After typing the last word, Sulo twisted his neck. Next, I will replicate this ability on myself. Speaking of this, there was a hint of anticipation in his tone. Chapter 37. The X-24 next to him watched the successful experiment. As he watched the wounds on the skinny person quickly heal, he was stunned. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He really didn't expect it. He was just an ordinary person before, but in the next moment, he had such a strong self-healing ability. He now possessed the same self-healing ability as him. Although he didn't understand the knowledge behind it, he still felt shocked. He looked at Sulo, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, the disappearance of the neurotoxin in these days also allowed the clone to regain control of his body. But facing the magnetic handcuffs, he couldn't move at all. At the same time, facing the pain, he could no longer remain silent, and painful low growls came from his throat. This also brought a sense of comfort to the car thieves. Everyone is more or less the same. On Sulo's side, he didn't pay any attention to the feelings of the four people. He began to focus on replicating the core part of the experiment he had just conducted. Every movement of his was perfectly replicated, as if he were a precise machine. Mainly to ensure that there were no mistakes in the process. As time passed, the core part of the experiment was completely replicated onto his body. After a while, Sulo looked at his arm and said, "Next, it's time to test it." After saying that, he took out a surgical knife and made a cut. With a hissing sound, flesh was cut open and blood flowed out. The pain hit Sulo's nerves. He slightly frowned, and veins bulged on his forehead. But his gaze remained fixed on his own flesh and blood. The three car thieves next to him watched Sulo, who didn't make a sound, and their eyes widened. They swallowed their saliva and looked at each other, their pupils trembling slightly. To cut open one's own flesh and blood, under such intense pain, and not make a sound. They had personally experienced that pain, and it was unbearable. But they didn't expect Sulo to not make a sound at all. This level of willpower, this level of tolerance for pain, made the three car thieves feel fear. The person in front of them was not human at all. In fact, he was a devil wearing human skin. Sulo stared at the wound. After a while, he saw the blood begin to coagulate, and under the transmission electron microscope, he could clearly see the proliferating tissue starting to grow. The granulation tissue on both sides of the wound began to grow, intertwining and integrating into new flesh. A few minutes later, the wound on his arm had completely healed. Only some blood stains remained. After gently wiping them away, everything was back to normal, as if the cut had never existed. Seeing this, Sulo's eyes were filled with joy. Finally, it's done. A powerful self-healing ability. Although it hasn't reached the level of a young Wolverine, this self-healing ability is already very strong. With this powerful self-healing ability, Sulo finally felt a bit safer. From now on, he would no longer be so fragile. If his injuries were slightly more severe, he could lose his life. Although he had previously injected the super soldier serum and his self-healing ability had been enhanced to some extent, but it still belonged to the realm of a normal person. If the injuries were too severe and important organs were affected, he would still die. Now, even in the case of serious injuries, even if important organs were affected, as long as he was given time, he could fully recover. He touched the healed area and nodded in satisfaction. Definitely. This is not enough. This is only a partial self-healing ability of Wolverine, it has not reached its peak. He still needs to continue working hard, he wants to become a complete Wolverine. Next, it's about continuing to work hard and overcome the entire genome of Wolverine. At the same time, he looked at the clone and muttered to himself, through the research during this period, I have also discovered. The adamantium inside the clone is constantly growing. That is the fusion of adamantium and bones, generating adamantium beta version, replacing the native bones. And these adamantium indeed constantly release toxins, continuously suppressing and destroying the generation of flesh and self-healing factors. However, at the moment, the suppression and destruction of the self-healing factors are not very obvious due to the short time. But over time, it will accumulate terrifying toxicity, ultimately completely suppressing the self-healing factors, causing the flesh to completely decay, and eventually leading to death. Wolverine aging to such an extent is strongly related to the toxicity of adamantium. Putting adamantium in the body is like placing a deadly poison. But for me, there is no problem. Because I won't implant this thing into my body. At the same time, he looked at the records on the computer. Implanting adamantium into the body has both disadvantages and advantages. The advantage is that the indestructible adamantium can greatly protect the flesh of Wolverine's brain, making it harder for Wolverine to die. But this is a slow-acting lethal poison, and I won't do it. Just at this moment. His stomach growled. Sulo patted his stomach. It's time to feed you. Immediately. He tidied up his laboratory and went back upstairs. He started preparing his meal. Soon. A large amount of rice and high-quality protein were placed in front of Sulo. Now Sulo's physique is much stronger than before, and his demand for food is greater. The protein comes from chicken and beef. While eating, Sulo manipulated the computer and frantically bought stocks of Osborne Corporation. These days, apart from research, Sulo has been constantly acquiring stocks of Osborne Corporation. The value of Osborne Corporation stocks is now extremely low, almost like waste paper. Many people think that Osborne is completely finished. The reason for this result is twofold. One reason is that Norman Osborn's previous research mistakes led to the loss of the military, the most important investor. Without the support of massive military funds, the market generally does not have a positive view of Osborne Corporation, leading to a sharp drop in stock prices. Another important reason is that some important shareholders of Osborne Corporation have mysteriously died in recent days. This makes people even more reluctant to hold these stocks. More selling of stocks has caused the already sluggish stock prices to further decrease. These days, Sulo efficiently visited the homes of some major shareholders and acquired their stocks. Now, he holds a 28% stake in Osborne Corporation, and is about to reach 31%, basically becoming the largest shareholder of Osborne Corporation. As long as he goes to the last major shareholder's house tonight and acquires the 20% of shares in their hands, and also acquires the scattered stocks in the stock market, his stake will reach 51%. Reaching 51% means absolute controlling interest, meaning absolute decision-making power. He will completely control Osborne Corporation. Having absolute power of speech. By then, he will obtain all the resources within Osborne. He will have the superior Spider-Man. In addition, he will be able to upgrade his own laboratory iteratively. Sulo kept tapping on the keyboard, collecting scattered stocks in the stock market. He frowned slightly. There are still people constantly competing with me for the scattered stocks. At this time, there are still people buying in large quantities. Is it the Green Goblin? Sulo narrowed his eyes. No matter who you are, you can't win against me. As long as I get that 20% of the shares tonight, even if I can't completely control it, I will be the largest shareholder. Osborne Corporation is mine. Sulo's voice was calm and powerful. Chapter 38. A tall building built in the last century, carrying a hint of historical weight. One of the floors. Exquisitely decorated. Inside the spacious study. A middle-aged man sits at the desk, looking at the computer in front of him. On it is a stock trading interface. You can see that stock transactions are being completed, but it's not him who is doing it, it's someone else. The stocks being traded are the stocks of Osborne Corporation. The middle-aged man just sits there, watching others acquire a large number of stocks. He is also buying, but he doesn't have that much money, so he can only watch others acquire more stocks. The middle-aged man is Norman Osborne. He really has no money left. After all, over the years, he has put all his efforts into the production of a serum for human enhancement. The entire company has been continuously investing in this project. As a result, the company has not been profitable. It mainly relies on funding from the military to sustain itself. This is also the reason why the board of directors is dissatisfied with Osborne himself. They blame him for putting all the resources into a bottomless pit, causing the company to have no profits. This is also the reason why the project failed in the end, and after the military withdrew its funding, the board of directors kicked Osborne out. The company is not profitable, so Osborne himself has not had any income for these years, and he doesn't have much savings. As for expenses, they are mostly reimbursed by the company. Now, Osborne wants to regain control of the company, so he is constantly collecting stocks. Collecting scattered stocks in the stock market. Originally, he thought that no one would compete with him for the stocks of Osborne Corporation. After all, Osborne Corporation has no prospects now. But he didn't expect it. Recently, there has been someone in the market who is crazily acquiring stocks in the stock market, with much more capital than him. This scene drives Osborne crazy and angry. Seeing this scene, Osborne's eyes burn with anger, his face twisted. Damn it! Who is it? Constantly snatching the stocks in the market. During this period, this mysterious person has been constantly snatching Osborne's stocks in the market, acquiring them like crazy. He actually wants to take all of Osborne's shares into his hands. Does this guy want to take my company away? He raises his fist and smashes it against the iron cup beside him. Bang! The iron cup is unexpectedly flattened by him. Osborne grits his teeth and says, Osborne Corporation is mine. No one can take it away. Whoever wants to take my company away, I will kill him. At this moment, a struggle appears on Osborne's face. No, I can't kill. Killing is wrong. You can't control my body to kill. Osborne tightly clenches his fist, trembling all over, seemingly trying to control himself with all his might. But in the next moment, Osborne reveals a sinister smile. No, you want to kill. All those who try to take your company away are your enemies. Unforgivable enemies. These days, I have already killed several major shareholders and reclaimed a large number of shares. Aren't you happy? Osborne then changes his face, struggling. If I want to take back the company, I won't do such despicable things. I will use my abilities to regain the company. As long as I research more things, the military will definitely come back. The struggle disappears, Osborne's face twists into a grimace, and he sneers, you alone will never be able to take back the company. Only with my blessing can you get what you want. We are one, you shouldn't resist me. Immediately, Osborne looks at the stock trading interface on the computer. His face is terrifyingly twisted. No matter who you are, I will definitely find you. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. I will make you realize that there is only a dead end when you try to snatch something from me, Norman Osborne. At this point, Osborne clenched his fist, his eyes filled with cold light. He then looked to the side. A piece of paper lay calmly on the desk. The paper had an address written on it. Seeing this, Osborne sneered, no matter who you are, no matter how you struggle, you cannot take my company from me. As long as I get the remaining 20% of the shares from the last major shareholder tonight, I will be the largest shareholder of the company. I will have the greatest say. And you are just a jumping joker. He stood up. Walked towards the bookshelf on the side. Gently pressed a certain book. With a bang. The bookshelf opened, revealing a secret room. Inside, a set of green battlesuit hung. Next to it, there was a silver skateboard with a fierce appearance. Seeing this, Osborne grinned, and this is the capital for me to take back the company. That jumping joker hiding in the dark, when I find you, you will know how ridiculous you are. A sinister laughter echoed in the study. Safe house. Sulo continued to buy stocks on the market. At this time, an anonymous email was sent. After opening it, it was from Klaus. During this time, Klaus would occasionally inquire about his situation and ask if he needed help. In addition, Elizabeth would also inquire about him. This time, Klaus sent an email. Besides the usual inquiries about his situation, he also talked about his own situation. Almost a month has passed. Hydra has greatly reduced their search efforts for Klaus because they haven't found any clues. And Little Yi has been trapped in the deep mountains every day, feeling uncomfortable. So Klaus and Little Yi disguised themselves and went to a nearby amusement park to have some fun. Little Yi had a great time. After that, there were some greetings from Little Yi, indicating that she missed him a little. Looking at Klaus's email, Sulo's mouth curled up, and he felt a little happier. He immediately replied, saying that everything was fine on his side. After finishing the reply, Sulo looked at his account. The original balance of $20 million was almost depleted. Although Osborne's company's stocks were almost worthless, a camel is still bigger than a horse, and the stocks he bought had almost exhausted all his money. So, he currently has no cash to acquire the remaining 20% of the shares from the last major shareholder. But he must obtain the last 20% of the shares in order to have the greatest say in the company. Therefore, he needs something to help him obtain these shares. He looked up in the direction of Osborne's company. Chapter 39. He really has no money left. But that doesn't mean he can't get the shares from the last major shareholder. He can get the shares from the last shareholder by painting a realistic pie, a practical pie. As for what kind of pie it is, that would be him reviving Osborne Corporation and turning losses into profits. Then, he can use a portion of the profits as the purchase fee for a 20% stake. Using future money to buy current shares. It's basically a fantasy. In general, people wouldn't agree to it. But now is not a normal situation. After all, for the major shareholder, the shares in his hands are actually a hot potato. Their value has plummeted. Most importantly, holding onto these shares poses a life-threatening danger. So the major shareholder definitely wants to get rid of these shares. But in this situation, there's basically no one willing to take over these shares. His appearance at the moment is a lifeline. As long as he can further convince the other party that his pie can be exchanged, then the major shareholder has no reason not to sell. Speaking of which, he has to thank the person who made the situation so chaotic. If it weren't for that person, he definitely wouldn't be able to get so many shares with his own money. Definitely. To succeed, he also needs the other party to believe that he can exchange this pie. To believe that he can turn the company's losses into profits. So he needs a technology that can turn the company's losses into profits. After the other party sees it, they will willingly eat his pie. However, the technologies he currently has are not easy to present. Either they are from Hydra, which would cause trouble. Or they have distinct personal characteristics, which would easily lead others to associate them with him. Or they are simply not suitable for presentation, more important. So, he has set his sights on the outside world. Just right. He hasn't been idle these days and has done some investigation. In Osborne Corporation, there is a technology that can be brought to the market with some improvements. That is Kurt Connor's plasma technology. Kurt, who later became the Lizard Doctor, one of Spider-Man's opponents. During the Vietnam War, he was recruited and sent to the front lines to perform surgery on wounded soldiers. One day, the base was attacked by the enemy, and Connor suffered irreparable damage to his right hand in a big explosion. In order to save his life, he chose amputation and was sent back to the United States for recovery. To grow his right hand back and become a whole person again, Kurt began a long research career. He desperately studied the regenerative systems of reptiles and various aspects of reptile biology. During this time, Kurt's research finally yielded results. He developed a plasma extracted from reptile DNA. He tested it on a lame rabbit and it had great effects. According to Sulo's estimation, Kurt should have completed the full development of the plasma in these 2 days. To be able to completely grow new legs for a crippled rabbit. And this complete plasma will allow Kurt to grow new hands. However, with this comes powerful side effects. Kurt will turn into a lizard-like creature, and his mental state will be greatly affected and distorted. Sulo naturally does not want to directly use Kurt's plasma technology. The side effects are too great, and the effectiveness is too strong. Based on his deductions and tests over the past few days, as long as the effectiveness of this plasma technology is greatly weakened, the side effects will also be weakened without limits. While the effectiveness is at play, the side effects will be automatically excreted within the safe range of the human immune system, along with the body's digestive and rejection systems. It will not cause any harm to the human body. He plans to apply the weakened version of the plasma technology to adhesive bandages and medical bandages, which will only have the functions of stopping bleeding and protecting wounds compared to regular adhesive bandages and medical bandages. His plasma adhesive bandages and bandages will accelerate wound healing, 3 times faster than natural healing. Although it is far from the effects of the complete plasma or Wolverine's self-healing ability, it is much better than conventional drugs. Moreover, plasma can be extracted from reptiles, and the cost is within a controllable range, making it completely possible to produce medical products that can be used by the general public. This is enough for him to revive Osborne Corporation and turn losses into profits. This is the key for him to let the major shareholders eat the big cake with peace of mind. He glanced at the time. It's about time to talk to Kurt. After all, we can't let him take the plasma at this time and turn into a lizard-like creature. In that case, it would be much more troublesome to obtain the plasma formula. And, Kurt in his human state is also a good research assistant and subordinate. For the future development of the company, just having an adhesive bandage is not enough. As a genius biologist, Kurt can help me develop more things. After finishing speaking, Sulo finished his last bite of food and began to clean up the mess on the table. But to be honest, the food I made can only fill the stomach, it doesn't taste like anything. Claude's cooking is still better. Sulo shook his head at his own cooking skills. After cleaning up everything, he left, heading to Osborne Corporation to find Kurt, who is currently working as a researcher in the company. Definitely, before leaving, he also put on some makeup. He applied a fake beard and wore a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, basically changing his appearance. Soon, he arrived downstairs at Osborne Corporation by car. At this moment, there was a sense of decay in the air at Osborne Corporation. There were fewer people working, and it felt sparse. And everyone carried a sense of frustration. After all, in the eyes of everyone, the company is about to collapse, so how can they not feel frustrated? Sulo walked to the front desk. "Hello, I'm looking for Kurt Connors." The receptionist didn't look up and sneered, "Don't bother, he's not here." Sulo raised an eyebrow, "What do you mean?" "He was fired by the company. Kurt himself is always researching reptiles, and sometimes it delays his work. In addition, their research group has not produced any results. Besides, the company is already in a bad financial situation and can't afford to keep more idle people, so he was fired." Upon hearing this, Sulo narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 40. Hearing this, Sulo was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Kurt was actually fired. But it also feels reasonable. After all, even Osborne himself is struggling to survive, constantly reducing staff. Kurt, because he was busy with plasma technology, sometimes delayed his normal work, so naturally he would be fired. Sulo immediately asked the other party for Kit's home address. Of course, the front desk would not disclose such privacy to Sulo until Sulo offered $200. Immediately, he rushed towards Kit's address. At the same time, Sulo frowned slightly. Now that Kurt has been fired and his life has been hit, he is likely to inject plasma to change the situation. He must stop it. Thinking of this, Sulo suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The car shot out. An old apartment building. Various facilities are also quite old, even the plaster on the walls is peeling off. The corridor is narrow, and many lights are not working due to long-term disrepair, making it dim. Entered one of them. The space is cramped and crowded, with various cheap daily necessities crowded in corners and on tables. The damaged sofa reveals yellow sponge inside. Inside the kitchen. The faucet is broken at the joint, spraying a stream of water. Clattering. The sound of hurried slippers hitting the floor. A middle-aged woman hurriedly ran up. "Kurt. The faucet is broken again." She wrapped the gap in the faucet with a towel to stop the water from spraying. The overhead lights flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. She looked up. "Kurt, our lights have been broken for a week, let's find time to replace them." Clang. The refrigerator was opened, and the food inside was almost depleted. "Kurt, our food is running out too." She closed the refrigerator. She wiped off the water splashed on her face, walked out of the kitchen, and wiped the water on her waistband that had been used for several years. All of this shows the poverty of this family. On the sofa, a middle-aged man with a broken arm sat despondently, his head hanging down. He looked up at his wife, his face bitter. "Martha, I was fired." Hearing the other party's words, Martha stopped in her tracks. She looked at her husband, her hands wiping the water in confusion. What did you say?" Kurt spoke. "I received a call, the company told me not to go anymore, I was fired." Martha was a little dazed. "Then, what about our future expenses? We are running out of food at home, the faucet, the kitchen lights are broken, and the toilet in the bathroom is always having problems." Martha was at a loss. "The money I earn from working alone in the convenience store is completely insufficient for the expenses of this family." Martha sat next to Kurt, grabbing his leg. "Can you find a job as soon as possible?" Kurt clenched his hand slightly, lowered his head, and said ashamedly, I am a disabled person, and I am already middle-aged. Because of long-term research, I am out of touch with society. It's difficult to find a job quickly." Martha fell silent after hearing this. Neither of them expected to encounter a midlife crisis. The air in the entire room became unusually oppressive and heavy. This middle-aged couple seemed to be struggling to breathe. Especially Kurt. One hand tightly clutched onto his pants, head lowered. "It's all my fault. If I wasn't disabled, I wouldn't have desperately researched the plasma for curing my arm. If I hadn't been so focused on researching the plasma, I wouldn't have occasionally delayed my work, and I wouldn't have been fired. If I weren't disabled, if I were a normal person, I could find many things that normal people can do, and I wouldn't be facing this situation. It's all my fault. I'm useless, and I burdened you." Martha immediately hugged Kurt. "Don't be like this, Kurt. Let's think of another solution. If it really doesn't work, I'll go ask my parents for some money." Martha's parents have always looked down on Kurt, always mocking and ridiculing him, so Martha was very angry and hadn't contacted her parents for a long time. If it weren't for the family's difficulties, Martha would never have asked for their help. Hearing Martha's words, Kurt felt even more distressed. Martha quickly dialed her parents' number. On the other end, Martha's mother's voice came through. "What's wrong? Are you facing some difficulties? Otherwise, why would you think of us? Is Osborne Company about to collapse? Did he lose his job? Or has he already lost his job?" Martha's mother immediately guessed the purpose of Martha's call. And so, she began to mock and ridicule. "I told you before, not to marry him. A man with a severed hand, who can't earn money, and is just a bookworm. I told you, He won't amount to anything. You didn't listen, and now you come to us. You let him come up with the money. Can he? He's just a useless waste. I told you, marrying a shoe shiner would be better than him. Before Martha could speak, her mother's cold mockery made Martha shudder all over. Kurt, who was beside her, felt even more heartbroken upon hearing this. He reached out and hung up the phone. What are you doing? I'm still borrowing money, Martha said. Kurt lifted his head and looked at the cluttered coffee table. Among them was a small glass bottle filled with blood-red liquid, reflecting a dangerous blood-colored light. He gritted his teeth. Martha, don't say anything. Let me solve this myself. My plasma has already been tested on a crippled rabbit, and it perfectly grew a new leg. I'm planning to inject the plasma into myself and regenerate my hand. As long as I recover, I can do manual labor, take on odd jobs. We can support ourselves. Saying that, he reached out towards the glass bottle filled with plasma. Martha immediately grabbed his hand and shook her head. No, this won't do. You're a scientist, you know, one successful case is not enough to prove that plasma can be safely used on the human body. This kind of experiment can't be rushed, you need to try it multiple times. Kit's body trembled. I've already been fired by Osborne, I don't have the equipment and tools to continue the experiments. And we're barely getting by now, I don't have time to experiment. He gritted his teeth. Martha. Let go of me. Let me completely solve this matter this time. I promise, this time it will definitely be successful, and we will be able to get out of our predicament. Saying that, he felt a surge of determination from somewhere, broke free from his wife's embrace, and grabbed the bottle of plasma. Kit's eyes slightly reddened. I will definitely succeed this time. Bang. The half-closed door was pushed open. Hold on. A calm and powerful voice sounded. Chapter 41. Hearing this sound, the two quickly looked up. They saw a tall and upright man with a beard standing at the door, wearing a fisherman's hat and a pair of toed sunglasses. The whole person exuded a sense of mystery. Who are you? Sulo pushed his sunglasses and said the name of his new identity, Sulo. Sulo didn't move, still standing at the door. Compared to the Kurt couple sitting on the sofa, Sulo standing there was full of oppression. Sulo continued, if you inject this bottle of plasma, you will fail. Kurt clenched the bottle in his hand and gritted his teeth. No, I will succeed. I have succeeded once. Sulo shook his head. But you have only succeeded once on an animal, what kind of success is that? Without multiple tests, there must be a lot of unknown results in it. Science is about constantly experimenting, summarizing rules, and ultimately testing for successful results. It's not about doing one experiment and gambling on a very small probability among a large number of unknowns. You will always lose in gambling. And if you inject it, you will lose miserably. You rashly transplant a large amount of unstable reptile genes into your body, which will only lead to one result. That is, you will mutate and become a huge amount of reptiles, a huge amount of lizards. At that time, the genes of the beast will affect your mind, you will become a true beast, you will lose your humanity and be full of animalistic instincts. You will develop extremely strong aggressiveness. Do you think that after injecting this thing now, you can attack anyone? Hearing this, Kurt looked at his wife. Sulo nodded slightly. That's right. So, maybe your wife will pay for your mistake. Kurt heard this, his face turned pale, and the bottle of plasma was put back on the coffee table. He grabbed his hair in despair. If the plasma didn't work, he would completely lose a way to solve the current predicament. He let out a painful sob. Marcia beside him also felt heartbroken when she saw this. She grabbed her husband's leg. Don't be like this, Kurt, let's think of another solution. At this moment, Sulo standing at the door finally moved. He walked into the room and closed the door. He sat on the chair opposite the Kurt couple. The chair was old and made a creaking sound. Sulo got straight to the point. Don't be too anxious, I will help you get rid of the current predicament. I will give you a job and a salary so that you won't have to worry about your livelihood. At the same time, you can continue to optimize your plasma. As long as you are not impatient, you will succeed. Hearing Sulo's voice, the Kurt couple in front of him brightened up. Kurt hesitated. Who are you exactly? Why do you know so much about my situation? Sulo calmly said, Sulo, the largest shareholder of Osborne Corporation, will soon become the absolute controlling shareholder of Osborne Corporation. As for why I know so much about your situation, I naturally have my own ways of understanding. You don't need to know about it. After speaking, Sulo opened a tablet he carried with him. He showed his shares to Kurt, proving his identity as the largest shareholder. Kit's wife widened her eyes when she saw this. She never expected that her husband's boss would personally come to their home. And he even wanted to give her husband a job. The dilemma was suddenly resolved. At this moment, Martha's heart was filled with surprise and excitement, tears shimmering in her excited eyes. Kurt widened his eyes and said, You're the new shareholder. As an old employee of Osborne, Kurt naturally knew the shareholders of his company. But the person in front of him was definitely not one of them. So, this shareholder was new. He just couldn't understand why someone would acquire its shares when Osborne was already a mess. He asked in confusion, Osborne is in such a state, why would you still accept it? Sulo spoke up, since I chose to take over, it must be profitable. I believe it still has potential and can be revitalized. If you're willing to come back, I will appoint you as the head of the research department. I will also assign a research team to you, making you the research leader, and provide you with top-notch equipment and a research lab for your studies. Upon hearing Sulo's words, Kurt was extremely excited. But then he calmed down and asked, what do I need to give in return? Sulo replied, hand over your plasma technology to me, and in the future, you will specifically develop more things for me. Sulo knew the general idea of Kit's plasma technology, being able to deduce a rough equation, but he didn't have the specific data and formula. So he needed Kit's plasma technology. After considering for a moment, Kurt nodded. He had nothing left now and was in a difficult situation. He not only had no money but also faced discrimination from his mother-in-law. Most importantly, his wife had to suffer with him. He didn't want to live like this anymore. Kurt firmly said, Boss, I'm willing to give you the plasma technology. And I'm very grateful for giving me this opportunity. I will work hard. Kit's tone was extremely sincere. After finishing his words, he stood up and quickly walked to the side. From inside the cabinet, he took out a USB flash drive. He handed it to Sulo and said, Boss, the plasma technology is in here. Sulo took the USB flash drive and nodded in satisfaction. The crucial thing was in his hands. 20% of the shares would become his. In addition, he also acquired a genius biologist. Whether it was in science, business, or work, he couldn't handle everything alone. So, he needed some assistance to help him share the workload. At this moment, Sulo was feeling quite pleased. He said, Kurt, come to work tomorrow. I will give you some instructions then. Kurt straightened his back happily and said, yes, boss. Then, he thought of something and asked weakly, Boss, can our company really make a comeback, with the current situation being so bad? Sulo casually found a piece of paper and wrote down the derived equation for the weakened and improved version of the plasma technology. After finishing, Sulo turned and left. Kurt looked at the few lines of derived equations, his eyes slowly brightening, and then he took a deep breath. Oh my, the boss is truly a genius. Martha, who was next to him, was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. After all, Kurt, as a biological genius and a leader in a certain field, had never praised anyone like this before. At night, Sulo put down his work. He picked up a freshly made plasma bandage technology. It's time to buy the remaining 20% of the shares. Chapter 42. Blood plasma technology, in addition to being able to produce adhesive bandage technology. Sulo also deduced that if it is optimized and improved, it can solve the side effects of blood plasma and produce extremely powerful healing abilities. It can even achieve the rebirth of broken limbs, but according to Sulo's deduction, this kind of medicine is disposable. If he takes this medicine, his self-healing ability will become stronger. The principle is to allow the blood plasma to fully function, heal the wound, and then use a special serum to remove the spider genes and the healing ability they bring. By combining the two, a powerful self-healing potion can be obtained. However, the specific details still need further research and experimentation. Being able to optimize a powerful self-healing potion through blood plasma technology, Sulo is very excited. After all, it can further enhance his self-healing ability and improve his survival ability. However, the most urgent task is to first obtain that 20% of the shares. Sulo, holding the blood plasma adhesive bandage technology, drove towards the last shareholder's house. Under the night sky, the neon lights of New York City flickered, exceptionally dazzling. Like a city that never sleeps. Sulo drove the car that came from out of state and rushed on the road. In no time, he arrived at the shareholder's house. It was a detached villa. Definitely a high-end villa area, not an ordinary detached house for the middle class. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a man in his 50s walking towards him. He smiled and reached out his hand. Mr. Lulo, right? Sulo nodded. He introduced himself. I am James, a director of Osborne Corporation. He greeted warmly. Come, let's go inside and talk. I have prepared some snacks and wine from a private vineyard in Chile. Chile is the only country in the world that has immunity to root aphids, a true paradise for grape cultivation. The wine there is exceptional. For James. Because of the Osborne shares, he has been extremely worried these days. First, the Osborne stock plummeted, and then there were assassination attempts against Osborne shareholders. The police have not yet figured out what's going on. This has made him very uncomfortable, so he has been wanting to sell the hot potato in his hands. But no one is willing to take over. This has made him very anxious. So Sulo's appearance made him very happy. Soon, Sulo and James sat on the sofa. There were some exquisite snacks and wine in front of them. James rubbed his hands excitedly. Mr. Lee, I heard that you are willing to offer $13 million to buy the shares in my hands, is that right? The shares in James' hands are currently worth about $14 million in the market. Although Sulo's offer is lower than the market price, James is willing to take a loss and sell it. Sulo shook his head. That's just my initial price. You also know that these shares are a hot potato now, whoever takes over may have trouble. So I think $13 million is still a bit high. It needs to be lower. James showed a hint of difficulty. 13 million is already lower than the market price. If it goes any lower, I will be at a loss. Then he gritted his teeth. Mr. Lee, you first give a price. Sulo held up a finger. 10 million. Upon hearing this, James' face changed slightly. Mr. Lee, this offer is too low. 10 million, I can't even recover my initial investment. James gritted his teeth. How about this, Mr. Lee, I'll give you a discount, 12.5 million, how about that? It's already nearly 1.5 million lower than the market price. I've already suffered a big loss. Sulo's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. James took a deep breath. I'll lower it even more. 12 million. It's the lowest price. I can't go any lower. Sulo said, let's settle on a fixed price. 11.1 million, and I'll acquire it. Upon hearing Sulo's offer, James quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your price is just too low. He stood up, waved his hand to indicate it was impossible, and had a determined expression. Sulo didn't say anything, maintaining a calm expression as he locked eyes with James. Both sides remained deadlocked for a while. James forced a bitter smile. You really are a master negotiator. James sat dejectedly on the sofa. Deal. How do you plan to pay, with a check or a bank transfer? Sulo spoke up, I can't give you the money right now. Once I gain control of Osborne and make a profit, I'll give you the money and also provide you with interest. If I give it to you within 6 months, I'll pay you 10% interest, making a total of 11.1 million. If I give it to you after 6 months but within a year, I'll pay you 20% interest, making a total of 12.2 million. Upon hearing this, James immediately laughed. But his smile quickly disappeared, and his face showed a hint of anger. Mr. Lee, are you intentionally playing with me today? A wolf in sheep's clothing. You want my shares without offering a single penny. And you expect Osborne to make a profit and return my money? Can Osborne really make a profit? James stood up and said coldly, Mr. Lee, it seems you have no sincerity. You can leave. Sulo remained motionless. He simply threw the documents in his hand. Osborne will definitely make a profit. With me at the helm, it can regain its vitality. You can take a look and then make a decision. You need to understand that holding Osborne shares right now is a troublesome matter. You don't want to hold onto them, do you? James picked up the documents and glanced at them. After a few glances, his gaze froze. Can this really be achieved? Sulo said, there are test data behind it. You can take a look. James flipped through the pages and took a deep breath. A band-aid. It can accelerate wound healing, even achieving 3 times the effect. Is this possible? So, is this the new product you've prepared? Sulo nodded slightly. James looked at the documents in his hand and took a deep breath. All right, let's sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Sulo felt a slight joy in his heart. Finally, it was settled. He finally had 20% of the shares in his hands. Combined with the shares he already had, he was now very close to controlling 51% of Osborne. Sulo nodded and handed over the contract. Just at that moment, an eerie laughter echoed in the spacious living room. Finally found you, little mouse trying to steal something. Today, you won't be able to take away this share. Furthermore, you'll have to leave your life behind. A dart with a glint of cold light shot towards Sulo's hand holding the contract. Chapter 43. Hearing this cold and eerie sound, James trembled all over. Feeling a sense of fear and panic, his legs weakened. He thought about the recent deaths of Osborne shareholders. He understood that the person who came was most likely the mastermind behind it. Especially when he saw the flying darts heading towards Sulo. He exclaimed, "Be careful." Sulo moved swiftly, quickly retracting his hand and dodging the attack. The flying darts landed on the sofa, easily piercing through the surface. Immediately after, there was the sound of glass shattering. Then, a green figure flew in from the high window. Wearing a green demon mask, looking somewhat terrifying, dressed in green battle armor, and riding a silver hoverboard with spikes. "I didn't expect you to have some skills. To be able to dodge my flying darts." Looking at the opponent's attire, James was so frightened that he slumped onto the sofa. "Demon. It's over, I'm also going to pay for this." At that moment, a sense of despair rose in James' heart. The one who came was the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin hovered in midair on his hoverboard, looking down at Sulo with a sneer. "You're not an ordinary person either. No wonder you're so arrogant, knowing that shareholders keep dying and still daring to buy Osborne's shares. Indeed, you have some potential. But, sorry, even though you seem to have some potential, it's useless. Today I'm taking these shares." After saying that, he reached for the pumpkin bomb at his waist. But immediately, the Green Goblin's voice changed. "You guys, run. I can't control myself. Quick. Leave this place." The Green Goblin's body trembled, seemingly resisting with all his might. Sulo understood that this was Norman's own personality, fighting against the Green Goblin's personality. But then, the Green Goblin roared, "None of you can escape. Stay here." He reached for the bomb at his waist. Seeing this, James' body trembled. Damn it, is this a mental illness? However, compared to the Green Goblin, Sulo's movements were faster. Whoosh. A steel button the size of a coin shot out. Seeing Sulo throwing something, the Green Goblin instinctively tried to dodge. But he realized that the button wasn't aimed at him, it was several centimeters away. The Green Goblin laughed, "Your accuracy is indeed lacking." But then he realized that the other party didn't show any change in expression, remaining calm as if nothing went wrong. He quickly turned around, only to see the steel button hit the ceiling lamp, then reflect back and hit him. As if it had magnetic force, it stuck to his body. "You want to use this little button to inject poison into me? You're thinking too much, my battle armor can't even be penetrated by bullets." Saying that, he reached for the bomb at his waist. Just at that moment, buzz. An invisible small electromagnetic pulse was released. Instantly, all the electronic devices on the Green Goblin's body malfunctioned, including his hoverboard. Ouch. The Green Goblin fell heavily from mid-air and crashed onto the ground. The people nearby winced at the sight. The Green Goblin endured the pain of falling apart and climbed up. "Damn it. It's an electromagnetic pulse weapon, and it's so small." The button just now was a brand new mini electromagnetic pulse weapon developed by Sulo. Its range was not large, only a few meters. This type of electronic pulse weapon was mainly targeted at individuals, a pinpoint strike. Whoosh. Just as the Green Goblin had just stood up, Sulo made a move. He rushed forward with a swift step. Immediately, he delivered a whip kick and said, "You talk too much." Bang. Green Goblin was just getting up when he was blasted away. Like a cannonball flying out, he crashed into a nearby cabinet. The cabinet was shattered by the impact. Green Goblin let out a scream of pain. James saw the scene and swallowed his saliva, his eyes widened. He never expected Mr. Lee to be so fierce. The power of that kick was comparable to a violent collision with a motorcycle. He thought it was over. But unexpectedly, there was a master by his side. "No wonder Mr. Lee dares to acquire the shares in my hands. He is indeed bold and skilled." Green Goblin climbed out of the broken wood, blood at the corners of his mouth. He coughed and spat out blood from the mouthpiece of his mask. He angrily shouted, "I haven't lost yet." Green Goblin decided to take the initiative to attack, relying on his strengthened body to defeat his opponent. After saying that, he roared and charged towards Sulo, throwing a punch at him. Seeing Green Goblin's punching motion, Sulo shook his head and said, "Your fighting skills are too lousy, full of flaws." As he spoke, he slightly sidestepped and easily dodged the attack. Immediately, he threw a punch that landed on Green Goblin's cheek. Bang. Green Goblin felt a buzzing and pain in his head. He struck again, kneeing Sulo in the abdomen. Sulo took a step back, evading the attack. Then he delivered a whip kick, hitting Green Goblin's head. Bang. Green Goblin flipped 180 degrees and crashed to the ground. He got up, enduring the intense pain, and fought Sulo again. But every attack was easily resolved or evaded by Sulo, who continued to strike him. Although Green Goblin had a strong physique, he had no fighting skills because he had just appeared. Facing Sulo's formidable fighting skills, he was completely suppressed and beaten. Sulo effortlessly kept attacking Green Goblin. The more Green Goblin fought, the more desperate he became. He never expected the opponent's physique to be so powerful, not inferior to his own. What surprised him even more was that the opponent's fighting skills were so formidable. He was completely at the mercy of his opponent. He wanted to end this fight. But the opponent's attacks were too swift, and he couldn't escape. Most importantly, because of that damn pulse weapon. He couldn't use any of his high-tech equipment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to resort to close combat with the enemy. The pain in his body grew stronger and stronger. Green Goblin became even more desperate. James, sitting on the sofa, straightened his back and stared blankly at Green Goblin being beaten. Originally, at first glance, when he saw Green Goblin, he thought he was done for. But the opponent didn't even say 2 words before he fell. And he had been in a situation of being beaten ever since. He couldn't tell if the enemy was too weak or if our side was too strong. Green Goblin's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his fist with all his strength and said, "FK." Bang. A heavy punch. It landed on Green Goblin's face. With a thud, Green Goblin fell to the ground, unconscious. James behind him. Chapter 44. James, who was standing aside, was stunned when he saw this. It's resolved. James thought that Green Goblin was going to make a comeback and deliver a beautiful blow with his final punch. But unexpectedly, he was directly knocked out by our side with a punch. This ending feels a bit rushed. He looked at Sulo again, his eyes filled with awe. This man is really powerful. In his eyes, Green Goblin is already strong, both in terms of speed and strength. But the result is complete suppression without any discount. This can only mean that the man in front of him is even more formidable. Sulo looked at the unconscious Green Goblin and muttered to himself, "I thought I would have to use magnetic handcuffs to restrain your movements during the fight. But it turns out I was thinking too much. Your fighting ability is really lousy." After saying that, he took out 2 pairs of magnetic handcuffs from his waist and bound Green Goblin's hands and feet. After doing all this, he looked at James again and said, "The trouble is resolved, let's continue with the contract." James nodded quickly, "Okay, Mr. Lee, I will sign the contract now." Sulo walked back to the coffee table and handed the 2 copies of the contract to James. James quickly found a pen and began to sign his name. Seeing this, Sulo felt good. After all, the lowest market price was 13 million, but he managed to get it for 11 million. And it wasn't even cash, but the future profits of Osborne. It can be said that he made a great deal. With this 20% stake, after acquiring some scattered shares in the stock market tonight, he will have enough to achieve a 51% absolute controlling stake. After tonight, Osborne will belong to him, Sulo. Actually, even without Sulo, Osborne would not go bankrupt and decline. Because soon Green Goblin will regain control of the company, relying on his strong scientific and business abilities. He will quickly revive Osborne and make it grow bigger, eventually becoming a giant company that can rival Stark Industries. However, from this night on, history will change. Osborne will take a completely different path. It will belong to Sulo and become a massive business organization serving Sulo. James finished signing the 2 contracts and handed one of them to Sulo, saying, "Mr. Lee, the contract is signed. Congratulations. You will become the new ruler of Osborne." He extended his hand. Sulo shook the other person's hand and said, "Thank you." He put away the contract and pointed at Green Goblin, "I'll take care of this person." James nodded. Then, Sulo lifted Green Goblin and picked up his flight device. Skillfully, he placed it in the trunk. Then he put the flight device under the seat. After doing all this, Sulo drove home. The car shuttled through the neon lights, running on the road. The neon lights illuminated the entire car, as if it was coated with a layer of colorful dream paint. A song called Sunset Boulevard was playing in the car. In a good mood, Sulo hummed along. "We run in the middle of this road. We cry at both ends of this road. Whenever the sunset sunlight colors everything. I see the darkness of the night. The evening breeze blows over the Golden Beach banquet. I'm still not used to that taste." Accompanied by the familiar melody. Looking at the modern city, the same skyscrapers. Sulo felt as if he had returned to his past life. Fragments of memories from his past life flashed through his mind. Childhood, adolescence, youth. It felt as if he had never left. Unconsciously, the car drove back to the area of the Hell's Kitchen. Bang. Bang. Not far away. A jewelry store was being robbed. A massive rhinoceros-like man easily smashed the glass and took out the gold jewelry. The nearby store clerks trembled in the corner. That massive figure, that huge rhinoceros head, brought Sulo's thoughts back. Reality told him that this was no longer his past life, but a Marvel world full of fantasy. At this moment, Sulo completely felt that everything had changed. Sulo shook his head and cleared his mind. He continued driving towards the safe house. As for the rhinoceros man robbing the jewelry store, it had nothing to do with him. He was busy now, needing to go home to complete today's research tasks and deal with the Green Goblin. After a few more minutes of driving, Sulo finally arrived at the safe house. He carried the Green Goblin downstairs, opened the basement door, and placed the Green Goblin on the workbench. Using magnetic handcuffs, he securely chained him to the workbench. The basement had already undergone some changes. Transparent glass surrounded each workbench, turning them into separate rooms. When the clones and thieves saw Sulo carrying the Green Goblin, they all showed expressions of sympathy and sadness. Another unlucky guy with the same fate had arrived. Sulo saw the clones and others looking at the Green Goblin. So he pressed a button. Soon, the glass was no longer transparent and became invisible. After completing these tasks, he left the Green Goblin's room and prepared to wait for him to wake up and ask about the Green Goblin's strengthening potion. He returned to his equipment room and began to complete the unfinished tasks for the day. A row of unfinished button weapons was placed on the workbench. He was preparing to create a batch of button weapons. Currently, he already had two types of button weapons, neurotoxin and electromagnetic pulse. On the workbench, there were two more button weapons, one was a high-voltage shock button, and the other was an alarm button. The high-voltage shock button could release a huge electric current in a short period of time, stunning the enemy. The alarm button, when placed in a special location, could alert if someone appeared or through some other means. This thing was mainly used around houses for early warning. Sulo quickly operated with both hands. Soon, one weapon button after another appeared on Sulo's workbench. Suddenly, a slight vibration occurred while Sulo was working. Immediately, a loud noise came from the computer monitor. Sulo looked over. He saw the rhinoceros man who had previously robbed the store appearing in his neighborhood, fighting against an agile figure. It was Ghost Spider, Gwen. The rhinoceros man charged onto the road outside his house, flipping over the cars on the side and smashing them into the walls. If it weren't for his sturdy walls, they would have been smashed through. Gwen was fighting against the rhinoceros man. The wall across the street was directly blasted open by the rhinoceros man. Seeing that his home was about to be attacked, Sulo put on his toad goggles and fisherman's hat, and rushed out. He leaped up, crouched on top of his own wall, and lowered his hat brim, speaking in a low voice, "Hey, big guy, can you stay away from my house?" Chapter 45. However, the other party simply couldn't hear Sulo's voice. He roared and lifted a car, smashing it into Sulo's wall. Bang! Sulo's sturdy wall trembled slightly. Compared to the strength of the Rhino Man, Sulo was slightly amazed. The Rhino Man's strength was too powerful, able to easily lift cars, smash cars, and break through thick walls. His strength was on a completely different level. Although Sulo had been strengthened by the super serum and possessed strong power, he was not as abnormal. Compared to the Rhino Man and Spider-Man, they were completely on different levels. At this moment, Sulo became even more eager to obtain the extraordinary spider and its abilities. After all, in the Marvel world, even on Earth, there were still many monsters comparable to the Rhino Man. The power of the super serum was far from enough. Definitely. Although Sulo couldn't match the Rhino Man in terms of strength, he was more agile in terms of speed. In addition, he had some high-tech equipment in his hands, enough to make up for the gap between him and the Rhino Man. In front, the Rhino Man and Ghost Spider were constantly fighting. Especially the Ghost Spider, who seemed delicate and graceful, but burst out with strong power, even able to contend with the Rhino Man to some extent. Sulo could see from here. The Ghost Spider's abilities should have awakened not too long ago. Because the Ghost Spider's power could only contend with the Rhino Man to some extent, it was still not comparable to the Rhino Man. After all, if the Spider abilities were fully developed, Spider-Man's power would be stronger than the Rhino Man's. The Rhino Man punched towards the Ghost Spider. The Ghost Spider dodged slightly, and the Rhino Man's fist smashed into the ground, causing the cement to crack and sink. Seeing that the Rhino Man was about to attack his side, naturally, Sulo had to stop him. He didn't want the Rhino Man to destroy his wall. He leaped down, diving out. A flying kick in mid-air. Bang! Kicked the Rhino Man's head. Although Sulo's strength was not as strong as the Rhino Man's, he still weighed several tons, combined with the boost from his speed. The Rhino Man felt a bit dizzy from the kick. He roared in a muffled voice, his pronunciation unclear, "You're looking for death." The Rhino Man raised his fist and struck towards Sulo. Like the Green Goblin, the Rhino Man's fighting style was also mostly relying on brute force, without much technique. Sulo quickly dodged. Naturally, he couldn't directly take the Rhino Man's punch. However, the Rhino Man's fist carried a tremendous force, making a booming sound. Sweeping past Sulo, even bringing a sense of oppression to his face. One can imagine how powerful this punch was. Just a slight touch could cause huge amounts of destruction. The Rhino Man's punches frequently missed, making him even more angry. He charged towards Sulo with his immense strength. Sulo rolled to the side, avoiding the impact. The Rhino Man's head directly collided with a car, crushing it into a pancake. The Rhino Man still wanted to continue attacking Sulo. At this moment, the Ghost Spider also arrived. "Your opponent is me, big guy." She punched the Rhino Man, causing him to stagger and take a step back. The Rhino Man just shook his head and quickly recovered. Seeing this, the Ghost Spider felt extremely frustrated. "Damn it, this guy is too tough, I can't even hurt him." Sulo saw this. He took out a mechanical button from his body. A mechanical button containing a neurotoxin. The neurotoxin within this button is enough to make the hulking figure in front of me collapse. He throws it directly. Whoosh. It transforms into a blur and sticks to the Rhinoceros Man's body. The Rhinoceros Man looks down at the button and says, "What is this? What are you doing?" In the next moment, the mechanical button shapeshifts. 3 steel needles appear and pierce the Rhinoceros Man's skin. Ding. A crisp sound of metal colliding with stone. The mechanical button falls off the Rhinoceros Man, and all 3 steel needles are bent. It seems that the Rhinoceros Man's skin is too thick. The steel needles didn't penetrate, but instead became twisted. Sulo sees this and twitches his eyes slightly. This is the first time his mechanical button has failed. It can only be said that the Rhinoceros Man's skin is too tough, preventing the steel needles of his neurotoxin button from penetrating at all. The Rhinoceros Man looks at the button stuck to his body, then laughs heartily. "I thought it was something powerful, but it can't even pierce my skin." After speaking, he stomps on the small button on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ghost Spider launches an attack on the Rhinoceros Man. The two sides engage in battle once again. Due to the entanglement of Ghost Spider, the Rhinoceros Man is temporarily unable to attack Sulo. Bang. 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 They exchange blows. However, Ghost Spider seems to be at a slight disadvantage. After attacking for a while, she quickly shakes her hand and takes a deep breath, saying, "Ouch, it hurts. This guy is too tough. My fists are sore and numb." Sob. Ghost Spider looks at Sulo and says, "Hello, can you drive a big truck? Crash into him with all your might. I feel like that's the only way it'll work." After speaking, she quickly continues to deal with the Rhinoceros Man's attacks. The Rhinoceros Man exhales white air from his nose and roars in a muffled voice, his pronunciation somewhat unclear, "Once I'm done with the stinky piggy, Spider, I'll come and deal with you, little brat." Hearing the other party insult her as a stinky spider, Ghost Spider's tone rises, and she angrily says, "You're the stinky one. You're covered in sweat, so smelly. Stinky rhinoceros." She grits her teeth and says, "Watch me give you a couple of punches." Bang. Bang. With 2 angry punches from Ghost Spider, the Rhinoceros Man actually takes a few steps back. The Rhinoceros Man shakes his head in pain and says, "Damn it. You're finished. Today, I'm going to beat you to a pulp." The Rhinoceros Man exhales white air from his nose again, even more furious, his muscles tense and his veins bulging. He exerts force with his foot. Boom. The ground directly cracks open. The Rhinoceros Man enters a berserk mode. Ghost Spider sees this, and her eyes widen beneath her mask. "Oh my god, this guy is even more unstoppable." Sulo squints his eyes and takes out another mechanical button. It shoots out. The Rhinoceros Man glances at it. He sneers, "It's this useless thing again." He laughs angrily, "No one can stop me, the Rhinoceros Man, today." Without dodging at all, he simply throws a punch towards Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider looks at the mechanical button and sighs softly, "Useless, his skin is too thick." The mechanical button sticks to the Rhinoceros Man's body. In the next moment, boom. A terrifying electric current erupts. Chapter 46. Countless arcs of deep blue light were released from the small button, as if countless chains were being released. It was as if a large number of flower buds were blooming. In an instant, it enveloped the Rhino Man. It rushed into the Rhino Man's body. The Rhino Man immediately convulsed all over, his eyes rolling back, and he let out a scream. Immediately after, the massive electric current disappeared. The Rhino Man fell to the ground with a loud crash. With a rumble, the earth seemed to tremble. Occasionally, a mischievous little arc would still emerge from the Rhino Man's body, crackling and seemingly telling of its achievements. A faint blue smoke rose from the Rhino Man's body. This is Sulo's latest button weapon, the powerful electric shock button. Looking at its effect, Sulo was quite satisfied. The nearby ghost spider was bracing herself, preparing to withstand the Rhino Man's violent attack. But unexpectedly, that inconspicuous little button actually erupted with astonishing power. Directly onto the Rhino Man. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring blankly at the Rhino Man, who was emitting smoke and a few strands of electric current. This is another kind of button. This power is too great. She looked towards Sulo. Just now, due to the battle, she didn't pay attention to Sulo. But now, she suddenly realized that the other person looked familiar. A flash of insight crossed her mind, and she instantly remembered the other person. However, at that time, she wasn't wearing a mask and looked like a normal person. Immediately, she widened her eyes. She never expected that the person she helped at that time would possess such astonishing combat power, able to easily dodge the Rhino Man's attacks. And also possess such powerful technological means. Originally, she didn't need to intervene at all back then, as the other party could handle those few lackeys on their own. She looked at the fallen Rhino Man and smirked. Finally, it's resolved. She clapped the dust off her hands. Time to call it a day. She looked at Sulo and said, I'll take care of this guy. Saying that, she stepped on the Rhino Man with her small foot, her voice crisp, I'll send him to jail. Sulo nodded. He wasn't very interested in the Rhino Man. Because the reason the Rhino Man was so tough was simply because a layer of tough polymer was forcibly attached to his skin using radiation and genetic modification chemicals. Sulo wasn't very interested in such methods. He had his own plans for strengthening his defense. Moreover, he already had two projects in his hands, one being Wolverine and the other being the soon-to-be-obtained Super Spider. These two were enough for him to research. And the upper limit of the Spider ability's power was higher than that of the Rhino Man, and its functions were more comprehensive, so he didn't need to research the Rhino Man, sacrificing the essential for the trivial. She ran up to Sulo and extended her small hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Ghost Spider. Sulo shook the other person's hand, nodded, and politely said, nice to meet you too. Ghost Spider retracted her hand and scratched her head. I'll send him to jail first, so he won't cause trouble later. Goodbye. She waved her hand and ran towards the Rhino Man. Ghost Spider took a deep breath, then grabbed the Rhino Man and exerted force, lifting him up directly. She carried the Rhino Man and grinned at Sulo, then I'll be off. After saying that, she carried the Rhino Man and ran off. Soon, the other party disappeared. Sulo looked at his own fence and saw that it was basically undamaged. Picked up the discarded mechanical button from the ground and returned to his own house. It's no wonder it's Marvel, danger can exist anywhere. Even if you're sitting at home, you can't avoid some unexpected misfortune. Sulo shook his head. His gaze returned to the scrapped neurotoxin button. In the previous design, I didn't consider the situation where some people have thick skin and the steel needle may not penetrate. Next, I need to upgrade the neurotoxin button. Even when faced with tough skin or exoskeletons, it should be able to pierce with the poison needle. But how should I do it? He rubbed the neurotoxin button, lost in thought. With his contemplation, he returned to the basement once again. In the silent night, at a certain point on the border between Canada and the United States, there was an endless expanse of grassland, full of vastness and loneliness. Huge amounts of lights swept across, patrolling the border, alert for illegal immigrants. When the lights flew by, two figures, one large and one small, crawled through the iron fence and entered the United States from Canada. Taking advantage of the night, they lurked in the tall grass and quickly ran south. If you look closely, you will find it is Wolverine and his daughter. They have returned from Canada to the United States. However, this time they are not accompanied by the group of mutant children. Only Wolverine and the little wolf girl. The little wolf girl still had her serious little face. As she walked with a hunched back, she spoke, where should we go now? We have no idea where Sulo is. Wolverine still had that old appearance. His gaze was sharp, and he still exuded a strong wilderness aura. Let's first find an old friend of mine and inquire about what happened at the farm after we left that day. The little wolf girl nodded, okay. Because of Charles's words before he died, Wolverine couldn't sleep well. Especially when faced with the current bleak situation of mutants, it made him involuntarily think of Charles's words. During this time, Sulo's name kept flashing through his mind. That name seemed to have a magical power, taking root in his heart, sinking deeper and gaining more strength. In the end, Wolverine decided to come back. And as Wolverine's biological daughter, the little wolf girl naturally didn't want Wolverine to venture alone. Although Wolverine tried to stop her several times, the little wolf girl still followed. So, the two of them embarked on the journey back to the United States together. They were prepared to find Sulo, to find the person Charles mentioned. In their view, As long as they find the man who can change the fate of mutants, they can derail the wheels of established history and roll in a different direction. Desperate situations can change. The little wolf girl was somewhat confused and murmured, "Can we find him?" Wolverine clenched his fist, "We will definitely find him. Even if we have to tear open this land, we will find him." Chapter 47. He said in his heart, "Laura, your generation should live in a good era. So I must find him." Listening to Wolverine's determined tone, Laura's gaze became resolute. "We will find him." In terms of determination and stubbornness, Laura completely followed her father. At this moment, Laura was like an unsheathed sword. Wolverine looked at Laura and sighed in his heart. He didn't want her to follow because returning to this land meant being destined to be accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed, accompanied by death. He had lost too much, and he didn't want to lose any more. But this little one was too stubborn. She stubbornly followed him for 15 kilometers and finally followed him to the border. Looking at Laura, who was almost a carbon copy of himself, Wolverine smiled bitterly and felt a hint of warmth. He looked towards the vast grassland in the distance and spoke in a low voice, "Laura, remember, if there is danger, you must hide behind me. If I can't handle it either, you run far away, and never look back. Remember, this is what you promised me, this is why I will let you come back with me." Laura nodded heavily. "I know, Logan." Because Wolverine didn't die in the final battle, Laura didn't call him dad yet, and they hadn't broken through the final barrier. They had the relationship of father and daughter, but not the name of father and daughter. In the midst of the grassland, there were the sounds of rustling and friction, and the sound of the wind blowing through the grass. These two sounds mixed in this grassland. The cold and eternal starlight and the darkness bore witness to this scene. The history and future of mutants were crossing this vast grassland, heading towards the unknown. On an interstate highway, several boxy cars were speeding along. Sitting in the passenger seat of one of the cars was Donald with his mechanical arm. He was the leader of Essex's mercenaries. And the direction their car was heading was none other than New York. Donald's eyes were fierce. "Finally found you. Even if you hide so deep, we still found you. This time, I came with even stronger firepower. I will definitely catch you, you little mouse. I will take back X-24. I swear." He squeezed the thermos cup in his hand, causing water to splash on the glass. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several cars raced at high speed, shooting towards New York. Inside the basement, Green Goblin woke up. Sulo used some means on Green Goblin and finally pried out the human strengthening potion from his mouth. Definitely. Sulo didn't pry out the human strengthening potion from Green Goblin for his own use. Because the human strengthening potion of Green Goblin, similar to the super soldier serum, was something that tapped into the human potential. It fully unleashed the limits of the human body. His body had already been pushed to the limit by the super soldier serum, and the Green Goblin's strengthening potion couldn't take him any further. The reason he asked for the Green Goblin's strengthening potion was to develop the corresponding serum, eliminate Norman Osborn's Green Goblin persona, and restore Norman to normal. Norman originally had a good personality. Most importantly, he was a talented person with scientific research and business abilities. Sulo couldn't personally manage the company was just a means for him to obtain more resources. So he needed someone who could take care of the company for him. Someone who could turn Osborne Industries into a business giant, which fully demonstrated Norman's abilities. Most important, he helped Norman eliminate the Green Goblin, which is an unrepayable favor for Norman. For someone like Norman, he will definitely do his best to repay this favor. Therefore, loyalty can be guaranteed. Furthermore, Norman's ability to develop a series of weapons such as the Green Goblin serum also demonstrates his scientific research ability. Talent, when in one's own hands, can bring greater assistance to oneself. In addition, perhaps he can also develop some products that the company can sell from the Green Goblin serum. Sulo looked at the Green Goblin serum in his hand, with a satisfied expression. The Green Goblin looked at Sulo and gritted his teeth slightly, saying, "With your physique, this serum is useless." Sulo shrugged, "It's enough if it works for you." The Green Goblin heard Sulo's words and was somewhat puzzled. "How is it possible that it still works for me? This serum can only strengthen the body once." Sulo nodded, "You're right, it can indeed only strengthen once. But I can formulate an antidote to help Norman eliminate your Green Goblin persona." Upon hearing Sulo's words, the Green Goblin couldn't help but smirk. "You want to optimize this formula? Do you know how long this formula has been researched? It has already been the result of countless sweat and inspiration. This is already the best formula. You want to optimize it, even if Tony Stark comes, he wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim." The Green Goblin laughed heartily. "You want to eliminate me? It will take you 20 years of research." Sulo calmly replied, "Oh. And then he left, leaving behind a slightly dazed Green Goblin. What kind of response is this? What kind of reaction is this? Such indifference and contempt. The Green Goblin was so angry that his whole body trembled. Because of his experience with the Super Soldier Serum, Sulo was also quite familiar with body-strengthening serums. At the same time, on this night, Sulo also collected enough stocks in the stock market. His share reached 51%, which meant absolute control over Osborne Corporation. In terms of the company's future planning and development, he had absolute authority. It can be said that Osborne Corporation was completely under his control. Definitely, if there were any capital increase, reduction, merger, division, dissolution, or modification of the company's articles of association, it would require the approval of shareholders holding more than 2/3 of the shares, which means 67% of the shares. Definitely, for Sulo at the moment, 51% was already enough. When he had more money in the future, he could further increase his share. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Just like Sulo's mood. Because today was the day he completely took over Osborne Corporation. It was also the day he obtained the extraordinary spider ability. Because of the battle last night, Sulo was even more eager to obtain the spider ability. Boom. A car rushed out of his house, heading towards Osborne Corporation. Extraordinary spider, here I come. Sulo looked ahead with anticipation. Chapter 48. After Sulo acquired more than 50% of the shares, he sent a message to the directors, saying that a board meeting would be held this morning. Soon, Sulo arrived at the company. Definitely, he was also in disguise. He still had a beard and wore a large pair of sunglasses and a fisherman's hat. He took Kurt directly to the boardroom. Almost all the directors were present. Definitely, there were only a few directors. Because Sulo and Norman together held 3/4 of the shares, the remaining shares were in the stock market, and less than 10% of the shares were among the remaining directors. Therefore, the entire board meeting was just a formality. 3 or 4 directors. Sulo showed the share documents to a few people. He looked at the directors and said, "From today onwards, I am the largest shareholder of the company and have absolute control over the company. From now on, I appoint Kurt as the head of the research department. He will lead the development of the research department. In addition, I will appoint Norman as the CEO, who will manage the company's business operations in the future." At the same time, he also discussed some matters related to company management and production. The meeting ended quickly. After all, this meeting was just a formality, mainly for him to hand over power and officially gain control over the entire company, in a legitimate manner. It was also to allocate positions. After completing these tasks, Sulo asked the directors to leave. He called out to Kurt. Then he handed a document to him, saying, "These are some optimization ideas I have for plasma technology. You can conduct specific experiments on it, and I believe that soon, you will be able to develop plasma technology without side effects." Kurt was astonished and said, "Boss, you already have optimization ideas so quickly." He quickly took the document and started reading it. As he read, his eyes widened in shock. When he saw the crucial parts, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "So this is possible. It's possible to create such a serum. It can specifically target the parasitic genes in the body. By using this specialized serum to remove those parasitic genes, the ultimate goal of eliminating side effects can be achieved." As he looked at the derivation equations and formulas, Kurt's eyes became brighter and brighter. The feasibility of the entire plan was deduced, and the optimized potion could be completely realized. As long as he continued to experiment and make mistakes, he would eventually develop the perfect formula after optimization. The equations and key steps were all written down. After finishing reading, Kurt took a deep breath. He looked at Sulo in awe and said, "My goodness. Boss, it hasn't been long since you obtained the plasma technology, and you have already come up with an optimization plan. This is too terrifying. I spent so many years developing plasma technology and didn't even discover the side effects. And you, in such a short time, not only discovered the side effects but also provided an optimization plan. What kind of mind do you have?" Sulo shrugged and said, "Sulo's mind." Trembling, Kurt held the plan and said, "With this plan, I believe that soon, I will be able to develop optimized plasma. By then, I will be able to successfully restore my arm and become a normal person." Thinking of this, Kurt became extremely excited. The thought of being able to have 2 hands like a normal person made his nose tingle. For all these years, he had suffered so much because of his missing hand. "Thank you, boss," Kurt sincerely said. Sulo spoke up, "You should thank yourself. It is your daily research that has led to this plasma technology. It is you who created this technology. You are the greatest contributor, and I am just adding the finishing touch, He patted Kurt on the shoulder. Besides optimizing plasma, you also need to develop plasma wound medicine to make plasma bandages and dressings, Sulo continued. Kurt nodded quickly. I will work hard. I will develop plasma wound medicine as quickly as possible. Sulo nodded. Very good. He continued, next, take me to see the company's assets, those special spiders. Kurt asked, are you referring to the spiders developed by Richard Parker? Richard Parker, the father of Spider-Man Peter Parker. Sulo nodded, yes. Kurt nodded, all right, follow me then. After speaking, Kurt led the way to the location of the extraordinary spiders. Soon, both parties arrived outside the entrance of a laboratory. At this moment, Sulo felt a sense of anticipation and excitement. Finally, he was going to see those extraordinary spiders. Kurt took out his work card, swiped it at the door, and led Sulo inside. They saw numerous glass containers in front of them, filled with various plants. Among these plants, there were cobwebs, with spiders crawling on them. There were also spiders crawling on the plants. And spiders hanging in mid-air. Seeing these spiders, Sulo's eyes sparkled. Within these spiders, there was the extraordinary spider ability. It would give him tremendous power, allowing him to advance to another level of strength. Sulo spoke, I need the research data on these things. Kurt hesitated and said, boss, our company currently has very little understanding of these things, and there has been almost no progress. Because Richard didn't leave any breeding records or research data on these special spiders. Sulo was aware of this. Richard didn't leave any information on the special spiders to prevent the spider ability from falling into the wrong hands. Otherwise, Norman would have started researching the spider ability instead of the human strengthening potion. So if he wanted to obtain the spider ability, he could only deduce the genetic data of the extraordinary spiders through research and match it with humans. However, this process would be slow. Even if he had extraordinary abilities, it would still require a lot of effort. After all, even top biological geniuses like Richard and Kurt spent a huge amount of time to create them. Show me what you have. Okay. Kurt took out a tablet, entered his account, and pulled up the research data. Sulo quickly filtered through it and found very little useful value. He sighed. It seemed that he would have to do the research himself. This made Sulo slightly headache. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He quickly scrolled back to the section where Richard's files were left. He carefully examined it. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Chapter 49. Those materials record Richard's daily situation in the company. You can see some situations inside the laboratory. Sulo observed carefully. He discovered something. That is, in an inconspicuous corner of Richard's laboratory, there is a photo frame, a family photo of Richard, his wife, and son. Since Richard's first day in the laboratory, this photo frame has been in the laboratory. But not long before Richard said he wouldn't leave any experimental records, this photo frame disappeared. It's no longer in this laboratory. If it was an ordinary photo frame, there would be no need to take it away at this time. After all, the person hasn't left yet. And besides this photo frame, Richard's personal belongings were not taken away. Only the photo frame was taken away. Sulo immediately pulled up the time when Richard completely deleted all the experimental records. It was the day the photo frame disappeared. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Sulo's eyes. If it could be a coincidence, a series of coincidences, it would be hard to believe it's just a coincidence. He was basically certain that there must be something related to Richard's work notes hidden in that photo frame. Just the thought of Richard possibly leaving work notes, recording the key and even specific content of the experiments. Sulo felt excited. After all, starting from scratch and standing on the shoulders of giants are completely different concepts. If he didn't have these notes, he might have to spend several months starting from scratch to analyze the extraordinary spider, and then deduce the incredibly complex higher-order structure of the special human genome, DNA, and so on. Definitely, several months is already very short compared to others' research of more than a decade or even longer. But if he could get the notes, he would be able to figure out everything in a week, or even 1 or 2 days, and replicate the spider's abilities on himself. This would greatly save Sulo's time. Most importantly, it would allow him to obtain the spider's abilities faster, giving him a bit more security. He carefully examined the records and looked at some pictures related to Richard. Suddenly, he found a record indicating that Richard took the photo frame back home and placed it in his son's bedroom. Sulo thought to himself, it seems that this photo frame should be in Peter Parker's hands. Also, it's common for fathers to leave things to their own children. In addition, for Peter Parker, this photo frame is a photo of his whole family, a relic of his parents. He will definitely take good care of it. So this thing should be in the place where Peter Parker lives now. And for the sake of missing his parents, the child will definitely put it in a more conspicuous place. This way, he can constantly see his parents. Sulo finished his thoughts. And understood what he needed to do now. He needed to go to Peter Parker's house. Sulo handed the tablet to Kurt and said, let's go see Richard's son. Kurt was stunned and said, huh? At this moment, Kurt was a bit confused. After all, in his opinion, the boss's thinking is a bit erratic. After looking at some records, he suddenly said he wanted to go see Richard's son. After all, Richard's son has no connection to their company. Sulo spoke up, Richard was also an employee of our company. Although he had an accident and passed away later, he can still be considered a member of our company. Although he didn't leave any achievements in the matter of the super spider, he made significant contributions in other aspects. We are a company with warmth, and it is our duty to offer condolences to the family of a deceased outstanding employee. I want the people in the company to know that as long as they contribute to the company, I will not forget them. Hearing Sulo's words, Kurt showed respect. Boss, you are the best boss I have ever seen. Sulo nodded in agreement, I think so too. Kurt. Then, Kurt spoke up, I remember that after Richard and his wife passed away, their son was entrusted to his aunt for care. I will immediately have my subordinates investigate. But our company is currently declining, so the investigation may be slower. Osborne, as a company with some reputation, naturally has sources of information. After finishing speaking, Kurt made a phone call. After a while, Kurt received some news. Kurt said, Boss, I have found Richard's son's current address. He handed his phone to Sulo, and an address was displayed on it. Sulo nodded, let's go and see Richard's son. Kurt nodded and was about to call the driver. Sulo continued, on the way, let's buy something. We can't go empty-handed when visiting someone. Kurt said, understood. Not long after, in front of an apartment building, a car stopped. Sulo and Kurt got out of the car. The driver quickly brought out the things and followed behind Sulo and Kurt. Knock knock. According to the address, Kurt stopped at a door and knocked. Soon, the door opened, and a woman appeared. It was Aunt May. She looked at the unfamiliar people outside the door with some confusion. Except for Kurt. Kurt made her feel somewhat familiar. Aunt May asked, who are you? Sulo spoke up, hello, we are from Osborne Biotech Company. I am the new majority shareholder of the company, here to visit the family of the former outstanding employee, Richard. We know that Richard had a child, and we came to visit the child and show our concern. Upon hearing Osborne Biotech Company, Aunt May looked at Kurt again and suddenly realized. She said, you are one of Richard's colleagues, right? You also attended Richard's funeral. Because Kurt only had one hand, Aunt May had a slightly deeper impression of him. Kurt nodded, that's me, Richard's colleague, Kurt. Aunt May quickly said, please come in, I'll pour you some water. The three of them entered the room and sat on the sofa. Sulo glanced around, and when he looked at one of the bedrooms, his pupils contracted slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 50. Sulo glanced briefly. And saw a seemingly messy room, filled with many things belonging to teenagers. There were superhero action figures, wallpapers, comic books, and clothes and smelly socks scattered everywhere. Sulo immediately understood that this must be Peter Parker's room. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing was that on the cluttered desk, there was a photo frame. It was the same photo frame that Sulo had seen in the Richard laboratory. Inside was a family portrait of the Richards, with everyone smiling happily. Sulo never expected this. As soon as he entered the room, he saw what he was looking for. He originally thought he would have to spend some time and go into the bedroom to see it. But he didn't expect that as soon as he entered, he saw it. With a bang, Peter's room was closed. Aunt May showed a slightly embarrassed smile, this kid never tidies up his room. Kurt next to her laughed and said, it's normal, boys are like this. When we were young, we didn't like to tidy up our rooms either. Aunt May smiled and quickly placed the plate she was holding on the coffee table. She handed water to everyone. After entering the room, Sulo also took off his hat and glasses. Aunt May looked at Sulo's youthful appearance and was slightly surprised, oh my, you're so young. Although Sulo still had a stubble, his face showed that he was a young man in his 20s. Aunt May never expected that the boss of Osborne Corporation would be so young. Kurt laughed, our boss is young and promising. Then, Sulo had the driver give the things to Aunt May. They were some nutritional supplements and the like. They chatted about Peter for a while. Then Sulo spoke up, you guys continue chatting, I'll take a look at the kid's room and see if there's anything he needs. Aunt May smiled, Peter's room is a mess, no need to look. Sulo said, "It's okay," as Kurt said, "Which boy's room isn't messy? My room is still quite messy. You guys chat, I'll take a casual look." After saying that, he walked towards Peter's room. He pushed the door open and walked in. Of course, as a guest, he couldn't close the door. So every move of his could be seen by the people in the living room. He didn't go straight to the photo frame. Because he had just entered, it would be easier for others to pay attention to him, so it would be better to draw more attention to himself. So he walked in and just glanced at other things. He picked up an Iron Man action figure and smiled. Kids nowadays really like Iron Man, huh? I saw news online saying that Iron Man action figures are sold out. Aunt May smiled. Peter really likes the Avengers, especially when he saw the scene of the Avengers Alliance saving New York. So he admires the Avengers Alliance very much. Among them, the one he admires the most is Tony Stark. Because this kid is already very smart and has excellent grades, he has a special fondness for smart people. And it is said that Stark is the smartest person on this planet. So Peter admires Stark the most. Sulo said, "Boys are like this, they admire and like superheroes. I was the same when I was young." There were many photos in Peter's room. There were several pictures with his parents, and of course, there were also many pictures with Aunt May. The pictures with Aunt May were the most. From a little boy slowly growing up into a teenager. At the beginning, Sulo picked up some photos. Aunt May would say a few words about them, but since the photos were similar, Aunt May didn't say much afterwards. Instead, she talked to Kurt about Peter's matters. Kurt still cared about Peter. After all, he had a good relationship with Richard when they were colleagues. So Kurt asked a few more questions. Sulo was quite satisfied with Kit's performance, as he helped the boss share some of the workload. Sulo felt that the timing was right. He picked up the photo frame. Using his body, he created a perfect visual blind spot, blocking the photo frame in his hand. He quickly inspected the photo frame. After a few breaths, a delicate and compact mini USB appeared in his hand. When Sulo saw the USB, his breath seemed to pause for a moment. His eyes lit up with delight. Sure enough, there was something hidden in this photo frame. It was exactly as he had speculated. He silently put the mini USB into his pocket and then placed the photo frame back on the table. He looked at it for a while. Then he walked out of Peter's bedroom. Sulo asked, "Where is the bathroom?" Aunt May pointed out the location of the bathroom to Sulo. He immediately walked towards the direction of the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, he took out the USB. He took out an adapter from his body and plugged it into his phone. He quickly clicked on the USB. He quickly browsed through the contents inside. There were 2 folders in total. One was the experimental records. The other was work notes. After opening them, he quickly skimmed through. Inside were the extraordinary spiders and related research data on spider genes. He quickly glanced through. The contents inside were very detailed, and it should be Richard's complete research data on extraordinary spiders, including the data on using the genes of extraordinary spiders to give humans extraordinary powers. In the latest notes, it was revealed that Richard had already developed the spider ability and edited its genetic code into the body of an extraordinary spider. A hint of joy appeared on Sulo's face as he clenched his fist in excitement. Finally, he had obtained Richard's notes. Soon, he would be able to obtain the spider ability. He put away the USB. He pressed the flush button in the bathroom and then walked out. Just at that moment, there was the sound of unlocking outside the door. "Aunt May, I'm back." Immediately, Peter Parker rushed into the room, accompanied by his friend Ned, who was a chubby boy. As soon as Peter entered, he saw Sulo and the others, and he was slightly stunned. Aunt May spoke, "These are people from your father's previous company who came to check on you." Peter quickly greeted, "Hello." Sulo also looked at Peter. Peter Parker, Spider-Man, the character that had accompanied him throughout his childhood, the character he had always fantasized about, appearing alive in front of Sulo. That feeling was extremely strange. For a moment, Sulo was slightly dazed. But he quickly recovered and said, "Hello, I am Lulo, the boss of Osborne Biotech." Chapter 51. Peter slightly widened his eyes, with a hint of surprise in them. "Osborne Biotech, you guys are really advanced in the field of biogenetics. I really like your company. Your company has published some excellent research papers in the field of biotechnology. They were really well written." Aunt May, who was standing beside them, affectionately patted Peter's head and then explained to Sulo. "This child takes after his father, he's very intelligent and also very interested in science. He knows a lot about various technology companies." Sulo nodded. "It's a good thing to have an interest in science. People should be curious about the world and persistently explore the truth. I have high hopes for Peter. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Sulo looked at Peter. Based on his recent attention to New York news, Peter had not officially become Spider-Man yet. He was still just an ordinary high school student. Peter looked at Sulo's youthful face and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're really young. I used to think that the bosses of big companies were middle-aged or old men. I didn't expect that it could be someone as handsome as you, a young man. You're really handsome." Kurt, who was standing beside them, laughed. "This kid has a sweet mouth." Peter quickly waved his hand. No, I really think Mr. Logo is very handsome, comparable to those Hollywood stars, with facial features as finely sculpted as theirs." Sulo was pleased to hear this. He patted Peter's shoulder. "You're a sincere kid, not bad at all." Peter grinned. Kurt. He realized that his boss was not at all modest. One dared to praise, the other dared to accept. Aunt May then introduced Kurt. "This is Kurt, your dad's former colleague. He also attended your dad's funeral." When Peter heard the name Kurt, his eyes lit up. "I know you, Dr. Connors. My dad told me about you. He said you're a rare genius in biology, and your expertise in reptilian genetics is very profound. I've read your papers on the primary structure, secondary structure, and high-level structure of reptilian genes. They were written very well, easy to understand, and covered the topic comprehensively. You really are a great figure in the field of biogenetics." Peter looked at Kurt excitedly, praising him thoroughly, making Kurt feel a little embarrassed. Kurt quickly waved his hand. "I'm not that amazing. I'm not the great figure in biogenetics. I can't live up to such a title." Peter shook his head quickly. No, you definitely can. I've looked into the current state of genetics, and your expertise in the forefront of genetics definitely qualifies you as a great figure." Kurt quickly shook his head. "I'm not at the forefront. My boss is the true genius in biology. He surpasses me by far in this field. It was he who guided me in my research on reptilian genes, allowing me to make further progress." Upon hearing Kurt's words, Peter and the others were all shocked. They looked at Sulo in disbelief. They looked at his young face, finding it hard to associate him with the title of a biological genius. In their eyes, Sulo is just a wealthy person. Perhaps he comes from a wealthy family with a strong background. They have never associated Sulo with scientists. After all, in their opinion, a scientist in his early 20s, even reaching the level of a master, is hard to believe. A thought flashed through their minds. Perhaps this is Kurt's flattery towards his boss. Kurt looked at everyone somewhat incredulous expressions and smiled. "Indeed, my boss looks too young, and it seems he has nothing to do with being a master. After all, in most people's minds, masters in a certain scientific field are usually older." That's true. In this world, most masters in the field of scientific research are older. But there are always exceptions. Some people are geniuses that ordinary people can't reach. For example, Tony Stark, in his early 20s, took control of a giant company and made various research inventions, becoming a benchmark figure in the scientific community. My boss is also such an existence. Kurt's words and tone were relaxed and natural, not at all like flattery, very sincere. As a result, the gazes of the crowd towards Sulo instantly changed, adding a touch of respect. That was the respect for a genius. Peter quickly asked Sulo for some knowledge of biology, and some of the questions were very tricky and obscure. From Peter's questions, it could be seen that he was indeed very interested in biology and had put in a lot of effort privately. Sulo answered Peter's questions in a clear and concise manner. Peter's eyes became brighter as he listened. Finally, when he looked at Sulo, his eyes were filled with enthusiasm and admiration. "Mr. Logo, you are amazing. You can even give clear guidance on some cutting-edge difficulties. Now I truly believe that you are a master in the field of biology. Originally, I heard that Osborne Corporation was facing difficulties recently and might go bankrupt. But after talking to you, I feel that Osborne Corporation will definitely not go bankrupt and will only get better." Kurt looked at Sulo and smiled. "Boss, this kid has sharp eyes. We can leave a position for him in the company in the future." Sulo nodded and said to Peter, "When you enter university, you are welcome to work part-time at my company." Peter nodded eagerly. "I will definitely work hard and strive to enter Osborne Corporation." Sulo continued, "By the way, if you want to visit Osborne Corporation, I am always welcome." At this moment, Peter's friend, Ned, interjected, "Our class is scheduled to visit Osborne Corporation this Friday evening." Peter nodded. Upon hearing this, Sulo was stunned. Peter is going to visit Osborne Bio Company. In other words, Peter is about to become Spider-Man. Furthermore, Friday evening is the day when the hand will deliver the treasure to the pier. Wow. Both events are happening at the same time. Chapter 52. Sulo didn't expect this. Time is so coincidental. According to the development of the plot, Peter went to Osborne Corporation, got bitten by a radioactive spider, and gained spider abilities. So, Friday evening should be the time when Peter gains his spider abilities. And at this moment, it is also the day when the Hand Society has a treasure delivered to the dock. Actually, Sulo really wanted to witness the moment when Peter becomes Spider-Man. But he can't because the Hand Society has a treasure arriving, so he won't be able to see it. Because he is more curious about what the Hand Society has received. Sulo's conversation with Peter and the others is almost over. After a few more chats, Sulo and the others left. Inside Peter's room, Ned exclaimed, "I didn't expect the boss of Osborne Corporation to be so young and handsome." Peter became even more excited. More importantly, he is a super genius. Oh my god, a super genius, and he's super rich. He's like Iron Man. Ned laughed, "You have another idol now." Peter nodded eagerly, "Yes, from now on, I have another idol, and that's Logan from Osborne. Definitely, my biggest idol is still Iron Man, Tony Stark, his genius is unmatched." Ned said, "Indeed, after all, Tony Stark is recognized as the smartest person on this planet." Peter said, "Definitely, if Mr. Logan reaches the age of Mr. Stark, his achievements and prestige will be comparable to Stark's." Ned said, "I heard that Osborne Corporation is facing a lot of difficulties recently, I wonder if they can survive." Peter nodded firmly, "They definitely can. Soon." Their discussion turned to school matters. Laughter filled the room. After leaving Aunt May's house, the driver took Sulo back to the safe house. Kurt and the driver went to work. Back in the basement, Sulo took out the USB drive and plugged it into the computer. He started reading quickly. While reading the experimental records of the radioactive spider, he also read Richard's research notes. He quickly absorbed the knowledge about the radioactive spider and spider abilities from Richard's research. In order to understand the gene expression patterns of different spiders, Richard quantified the gene cells in the glands of thousands of adult female spiders using qPCR. Through extensive screening, he identified the potential and integration of spider genes matching human genes. Through day after day of research and screening, Richard selected 354 candidate genes through transcriptome data, 127 of which were highly homologous to protein transcripts. These candidate genes include enzymes such as kinases, proteases, dehydrogenases, and acetyltransferases. In the end, he discovered an evolutionary mechanism that rearranges and combines hundreds of genes, resulting in a special balance that creates sequence polymorphism more than 10 times that of normal genes, possessing extraordinary potential that is on par with human genes. Finally, Richard found a super spider genome that gives humans extraordinary powers. As Sulo read Richard's research, he became more and more fascinated. The combinations of genes and the integration of different types of genes are explained in a profound way. Sulo looked at those research papers and couldn't help but murmur, "Richard is truly a deserving biological genius. No wonder he was able to research and develop such a huge amount of spider ability." It took countless hours of screening, countless sweat, and a high level of diligence and hard work, coupled with exceptional ability. In the end, he completed the extraordinary spider genome research. A day and a half later, Sulo's eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. Sulo spent a whole day and a half without any rest, continuously reviewing Richard's experimental records and research notes. Finally, he thoroughly familiarized himself with Richard's research notes and memorized them. A slight smile of satisfaction appeared on Sulo's face. "Finally, I've finished reading it all. Fortunately, I have a strong physique and self-healing ability, otherwise I wouldn't be able to withstand such intense studying." As he spoke, he closed his slightly swollen eyes. Sulo had mastered Richard's creation of spider ability. Definitely. Richard's spider ability contained his own genes. After all, Richard had used his own genes to recombine with hundreds of spiders, reaching the highest level of compatibility. In other words, his spider ability was locked by his own genes. Others cannot directly use the spider ability researched by Richard, unless they are his direct relatives. And Richard edited his research on the extraordinary spider genome sequence into those dozen or so spiders, turning them into extraordinary spiders that contain the ability to activate spider ability, becoming mobile extraordinary gene activation devices. Although they are spiders, they are actually a dozen or so special biological gene devices. As long as Richard's direct relatives come into contact with these biological gene devices, the formed gene sequence will be packaged and injected into their bodies. After several days of integration and evolution, the two gene sequences will eventually integrate into the optimal state on the predetermined trajectory, giving birth to spider ability. Therefore, Sulo cannot use Richard's extraordinary gene sequence even if he obtains it. However, Sulo is not concerned about this, because he already understands the manufacturing process. And in Richard's database, there are already tens of thousands of spider genomes. He only needs to match them with his own genes. With his photographic memory and powerful reasoning ability, Sulo is confident that he can quickly develop his own spider ability. Looking at the information in front of him, Sulo suddenly remembered something. That is the ghost spider Gwen. Peter's spider ability comes from Richard, and because of the gene lock, it is unique and cannot be replicated by others. Gwen has no blood relation with Richard, so she cannot obtain Richard's spider ability. Sulo murmured with closed eyes, why does Gwen also have spider ability? Where did her spider ability come from? Sulo was puzzled. Could it be that there are other people in this world who have also researched the sequence genome of extraordinary spiders? After thinking for a while, Sulo couldn't figure it out. He tapped the table with his fingers a few times. Maybe I can investigate Gwen later. He regained his focus and noticed another situation besides the need for rematching. Sulo discovered that Richard's extraordinary spider sequence genome harbored a hidden danger. Chapter 53. This hidden danger is actually the same as the side effects of the lizard serum. That is, becoming a mutant monster. Once Kit's lizard serum is used, it will turn people into lizard-like creatures. The hidden danger of the super spider sequence genome is the same, except it turns people into spider-like monsters. The reason it is called a hidden danger is because certain conditions need to be triggered, wildness needs to suppress rationality, and the unstable sequence genome in the body needs to erupt in order to become a spider-like monster. This is also where the sequence genome of the super spider is more advanced than Kit's lizard serum technology. It is also Richard's ability. He has found an excellent balance point. According to Richard's calculations, as long as the spider ability is not used excessively, the hidden danger will not be triggered for a dozen or 20 years. Moreover, after becoming a monster, if one's will is strong enough, a special judgment will be completed, causing the genome to undergo a special change that will eliminate the instability of the sequence genome in the body, thus achieving the complete elimination of the hidden danger. Regarding this, Sulo murmured, with a strong will, the genome can undergo a special change and eliminate instability. As long as I find the equation for this special change and make it specific, I can directly find the new sequence genome after the special change. In this way, there will be no hidden danger. But this will take time, and experiments are needed to verify it. Richard's sequence genome hidden danger cannot be triggered in a short period of time, it is impossible to trigger it in 3 to 5 years. And to solve this hidden danger, I only need a few weeks. So, resolving the hidden danger is not the top priority. The top priority is to develop my own super spider sequence genome. Sulo took a short rest and recovered. Then he entered a state of frenzied research again. This Sulo has become obsessed with the feeling of constantly learning, researching, and expanding his knowledge and abilities. With every bit of knowledge gained, he feels a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Especially conquering those unknown things, it makes him even more fascinated. Seeking truth, pursuing power, for Sulo, it has become a very enjoyable thing. Next, most of Sulo's time is spent analyzing Wolverine's entire genome and studying his own super spider sequence genome. During this time, because Sulo has been researching Wolverine's genome, it is almost coming to an end. He has basically deciphered the entire genome of Wolverine's self-healing ability. One day later, in the basement, on the computer, there are locked red genomes, indicating that they have not been deciphered yet. Sulo stared at the screen, frantically typing on the keyboard, constantly inputting various equations and data. With the continuous input of these equations and data, one by one, the red genomes turned green, indicating successful deciphering. As Sulo's brain spun rapidly and he continued to input, he struck the final key. In an instant, all the red genomes on the screen turned green. The deciphering of Wolverine's self-healing ability is complete. Sulo excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "It's done." During this time, Sulo's brain has hardly rested, constantly working at high speed, deciphering Wolverine's entire genome. Finally, he has completed the decryption. This moment, Sulo's chest is filled with a sense of accomplishment, making him excited and happy. Sulo exhaled, finally completed the analysis of Wolverine's self-healing ability. Next, I will replicate it on myself. After saying that, Sulo began the actual operation. He directly walked towards a separate glass operating room. Entered the room of the skinny thief. Because the other party has already undergone gene editing once, adding part of Wolverine's self-healing ability. So this time, he just needs to complete it. By then, extract the special self-healing serum with the built-in gene editing function from the other party and inject it into his body. Sulo learned this method of self-healing serum from Richard. Richard fused the corresponding sequence genome into the extraordinary spider, and through a special method, used the extraordinary spider to inject this mature sequence genome into the human body. However, Sulo made the corresponding genome of self-healing ability into a special serum, which is fused into the body through intravenous injection, automatically reacting to carry out gene editing and integration, finally achieving the effect of granting self-healing ability. Seeing Sulo coming in, the skinny man shivered in fear, his eyes filled with terror. He quickly shook his head, whimpering and begging not to be experimented on by Sulo. But Sulo completely ignored him. He directly started his own actions and operated the complex instrument next to him. He began to modify nucleases through genetic engineering. Nucleases, also known as molecular scissors. These molecular scissors can produce site-specific double-strand breaks, DSB, at specific locations in the genome, inducing organisms to repair DSB through non-homologous end joining, NHEJ, or homologous recombination, HR. Because this repair process is prone to errors, it leads to targeted mutations. This targeted mutation is gene editing. Therefore, Sulo is creating a surgical knife for gene editing. Sulo genetically modified 4 different types of nucleases: meganucleases, zinc finger nucleases, transcription activator-like effector nucleases, and clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeat systems. The reason why Sulo chose these 4 nucleases instead of using common restriction enzymes is that restriction enzymes are effective in cutting DNA, but they usually recognize and cut at multiple sites, resulting in poor specificity. The other 4 enzymes can overcome this shortcoming. So Sulo needs to use these 4 different surgical knives to better achieve gene editing. Sulo is working extremely seriously, carrying out precise molecular engineering modifications to the molecular scissors. Time passes. Finally, Sulo completed the molecular scissors. He looked at the skinny man and began to use the molecular scissors to carry out targeted mutations, that is, gene editing, granting him the complete version of Wolverine's self-healing ability. Chapter 54. According to the decoded genome, Sulo began to re-edit the DNA of the skinny person. He was fully focused and carefully carried out targeted mutations, as if avoiding off-target effects, which would indicate editing failures, and preventing toxic reactions. Time passed by. Sweat beads appeared on Sulo's forehead. But he remained extremely focused. The targeted mutations proceeded in an orderly manner. Definitely, accidents were inevitable during the process, but Sulo resolved them one by one. Finally, the experiment came to an end. Sulo completed the final editing. After finishing all this, Sulo let out a sigh of relief and wiped away his sweat, saying, "Finally done." His eyes were filled with joy. Next, it's time to test whether the self-healing ability has reached the level of Wolverine. After a while, Sulo began testing the ability. As a result, the room once again echoed with painful cries. Various injuries appeared on the skinny person's body again, ranging from minor to severe, including cutting off hands and legs, and other series of tests. While conducting the tests, Sulo recorded relevant data. Cutting the epidermis only takes 15 seconds to heal. Consistent with the clone, meets the standard. Cutting the deltoid muscle takes only 60 seconds to heal. Consistent with the clone, meets the standard. Cutting the anterior tibial muscle takes only 55 seconds to heal. Consistent with the clone, meets the standard. With each piece of data and each standard met, the joy in Sulo's eyes grew stronger. The last piece of data also met the standard. In other words, this experiment was a perfect success. He successfully replicated Wolverine's powerful self-healing ability. Done. It took me so much time, but I finally replicated it. Next, it's time to extract the special serum and then make some edits to turn it into a special gene editor. When I inject it into my body, I will gain the self-healing ability. He acted swiftly. This moment went by quickly. Before long, he completed the task. A bottle of pale red special serum was made. After Sulo extracted the bottle of special serum, the skinny person lost his healing ability because the special genome had been extracted. It was packaged in the serum. He took a deep breath and then injected the bottle of special serum into his own body. Soon, Sulo felt his whole body filled with vitality. His cells seemed to be cheering and jumping, as if containing boundless vitality. He used a transmission electron microscope to observe his own body. The transmission electron microscope used an electron beam as a new light source to image objects. It could be used to conduct in-depth research on various aspects of the structure or the relationship between structure and function of samples, allowing for the observation of more subtle and internal things. Through the transmission electron microscope, he could clearly see the flow of self-healing factors, almost identical to the clone. In addition to granting people the self-healing ability, the self-healing factors could greatly delay the aging process of the human body. He tested his cells with the instrument, and it showed that his cells were full of vitality, reaching their peak state. Most importantly, his lifespan had greatly extended. Based on his calculations, he now had at least 300 to 400 years of life. His lifespan had multiplied several times over the original. 300 to 400 years. That was roughly the lifespan of a dynasty. And in the past 200 years, his appearance would not age at all. He would always maintain his current youthful state. Sulo nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very good, a powerful self-healing ability and several hundred years of life." Then he proceeded with gene sequencing, and the genome related to the self-healing ability was completely identical to the one he edited. He successfully transferred the complete version of the self-healing ability. Sulo took out a scalpel and made a cut on himself, and the healing speed was completely up to standard. A long wound healed very quickly. He conducted various tests on wounds. If someone witnessed all this, they would definitely consider Sulo a mad scientist, or even an evil scientist. Shortly after, Sulo was covered in bloodstains, sweating profusely, and his eyes were bloodshot. Finally succeeded. Sulo let out a long breath. Then he left the operating room, leaving behind a terrified and trembling skinny person. At this moment, the skinny person's lips turned pale, and his eyes seemed to be popping out, trembling uncontrollably. He swore that he had never seen Sulo as terrifying as he was now. This guy was definitely not human. Even the most terrifying devil couldn't compare to him. Between his trembling throat, he kept murmuring, "Monster, monster." It is evident that the skinny person's mental state seems to be somewhat poor. Sulo left the operating room and returned to his own biology laboratory. He clicked on the screen and immediately a medical plan popped up. Gene editing optimization for congenital heart disease and asthma. This is a gene editing treatment plan he made while working on the Wolverine and Spider ability, after enhancing gene editing technology. By then, the problems on Elizabeth's body can be solved. Immediately, he closed this plan. He looked at the computer screen on the other side. It was filled with various data, all of which were his continuous matching tests on those spider genes, selecting the most suitable genome for him. Progress was very fast. He had already completed half of the workload. Tomorrow, he would be able to select the most suitable genome for himself. He would be able to obtain the spider ability. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation arose in his heart. However, Sulo did not continue his research, but stood up. He checked the time. It was already early Friday morning. Today was the day the Hand Society's treasure arrived at the dock, and it was also a good time to relax his mind. After using his brain for so long, he felt a bit muddled. He shook his head. Sulo prepared to go to the scene first and check it out. He looked at the bloodstains on his body. Then he touched his messy hair and said, "I've been busy for so long, I'll take a shower and have breakfast before leaving." Immediately, he went upstairs. He washed himself thoroughly and then had a breakfast that was not delicious but nutritionally adequate. Afterwards, he set off. Not long after, Sulo arrived at the dock. The New Jersey port in New York. A fully automated dock. Located at the Atlantic Gateway of the Panama Canal, it is the largest port in the New York Bay Area. Compared to other ports on the east coast of North America, this port has more inland and overseas freight routes. A large number of huge containers were placed on the dock, and various mechanized cranes manipulated these containers. Sulo stood on a container and could also see the Statue of Liberty not far away. Sulo took out some mechanical buttons and said, "Let's start my reconnaissance work." Whoosh. Sulo leaped down and began to move quickly in the vast dock. It took quite a while. Sulo stopped by the river, his body covered in sweat, his back soaked. The reconnaissance is complete. I'll come and take a look when the time comes tonight. I wonder what kind of treasure these guys are transporting. Something that grants immortality? Or something that brings people back to life? Or something else? Sulo then left the dock. In the evening, Sulo went to the dock again. An anonymous email was sent to the computer in the safe house. "It's me, Claw. We've been discovered by Hydra, and Little Yi and I are running for our lives." In the evening, Sulo came to the dock again. Definitely, it was a bit earlier than the scheduled time. After all, it was impossible to do reconnaissance. Sulo was currently unaware of the fact that an anonymous email was received by the computer in the safe house. His attention was focused on what was in front of him. Because according to the information obtained, the goods would arrive soon. Sulo checked the time. There were still more than 10 minutes before the goods arrived. Sulo was still very curious. Just at this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Sulo frowned and was about to take out his phone. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures came from all directions and leaped onto the containers. 7 or 8 people dressed as ninjas surrounded Sulo. One of them sneered and spoke in a low and powerful voice, "Are you waiting for the Hand Society's treasure?" Chapter 55. The opponent's movements were so light that Sulo barely heard any sound before the opponent approached. It was as if they really had light kung fu skills. Sulo couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this what a ninja is like, making almost no sound? It's perfect for doing sneaky things. Is this a secret technique of the Hand-in-Hand Society?" At that moment, Sulo became slightly interested in the secret techniques of the Hand-in-Hand Society. After hearing the opponent's words, Sulo calmly said, "I'm just a passerby. I have no idea what you're talking about." Calm and indifferent, as if really telling the truth. You, being able to calmly and indifferently spout nonsense like this, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we might actually believe you. One of the ninjas sneered, a passerby lurking on top of a container, watching our predetermined meeting place with eyes full of anticipation. And, would a passerby cover themselves up so tightly? Would they carry a shield on their back? Would they have a gun strapped to their waist? They looked at Sulo's attire, with a hood on his head and a mask covering his mouth, making it impossible to see his appearance. Behind him, there was also a grey steel shield. His waist seemed bulging, as if carrying several guns or other weapons. Sulo glanced at the blades on the opponent's waist and said, "I'm a person who lacks a sense of security. I like to carry something with me wherever I go." Sulo's hand had already started trembling, and before the opponent charged at him, he silently reached into his collar, feeling around and preparing. From their skills and movements, Sulo understood that these guys were seasoned warriors, born killers, and warlords. And their physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Even if he faced them head-on, he would have to endure some hardships. Upon hearing Sulo's words, the opponent coldly snorted, still trying to argue. Ninjas grasped the handles of their blades at their waists, one by one, and said, "Where did you take those 3 unlucky bastards? It's been a few days, and they haven't come back. Do you think we wouldn't be vigilant? Do you think we would still keep this as the meeting point? Do you think we wouldn't change the location? Tell us, what did you do to those 3 unlucky bastards? And who are you? A member of the True Purity Society? Have you been targeting us for a long time? What other plans do you have? How long have you been brewing your plans?" The True Purity Society, the archenemy of the Hand-in-Hand Society, was also a ninja organization, but they belonged to the side of justice. He shook his head and said, "I'm just a passerby, completely unrelated to your conflicts." Sulo's words are really true, whether it's the Hand Association or the True Pure Association, they have nothing to do with him. Coming here is just to visit the treasures and see if there is an opportunity. In addition, Sulo doesn't want to take action. After all, if he can avoid it, he won't take action. This can save him some equipment and avoid wasting some elixirs. "You're still trying to argue. We will make you speak." The other party's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, all the ninjas around rushed towards Sulo. Swish. 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 Sharp katanas were drawn out, shining silver under the moonlight, with a cold light flowing. Seeing this, Sulo tightened his grip on what he held in his hand. "If there is a way to heaven, you don't take it, if there is no way to hell, you come on your own." Seeing this, Sulo couldn't help shaking his head, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If the other party simply retreats, nothing will happen. At least not for now. But since the other party rushed up like this, Sulo can only send them on their way." Whoosh. 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 Figures shot out and rushed towards Sulo. Cold light drew arcs in the air, chilling to the bone. The movements were incredibly light, almost without any sound. Like invisible assassins in the dark night. Sulo raised his hand, and mechanical buttons shot out instantly. Whoosh. 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 They rushed towards those ninjas. Seeing the flying hidden weapons, those ninjas all shifted their bodies slightly, preemptively avoiding the shooting hidden weapons. In the eyes of the ninjas, there was a trace of disdain for Sulo's methods. As masters of hidden weapons, they have an innate defense against hidden weapons and know how to avoid them. Thinking of using hidden weapons to hit them is simply wishful thinking. Just as they had just deviated from the predetermined trajectory of the flying hidden weapons, a faint electric arc burst out from those hidden weapons. Immediately, the flight trajectory of those mechanical buttons quickly changed. Suddenly, they made a sharp 90-degree turn. Whoosh. 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 Changing direction, they rushed towards the ninja steel blades. Seeing this scene, the disdain in the ninja's eyes instantly froze, then turned into shock. Almost everyone widened their eyes at the same time, their pupils trembling, watching the scene in disbelief. What? Because the ninjas only slightly shifted and dodged the original trajectory of the buttons, the distance between them and the buttons was relatively close. So when the button suddenly turned and flew towards the blades, they didn't have time to react at all. Ding! 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 A series of crisp metal hitting sounds rang out. One by one, the mechanical buttons stuck to the steel blades. Seeing the buttons on the steel blades, the ninjas were all shocked, feeling a trace of fear and dread in their hearts. They understood that these mechanical buttons were definitely very dangerous. They quickly let go of their hands, wanting to throw away the blades. But it was too late. One by one, the pocket-sized mechanical buttons suddenly exploded, powerful electric currents burst out, instantly filling the entire blade, enveloping the ninjas. Moans and groans filled the air. Bang! 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 One by one, the ninjas fell to the ground, smoking, with traces of electric current coming out. Sulo saw this and gave a belated reminder, these buttons have a powerful electromagnetic force and will move towards the nearest steel. Furthermore, these buttons have a strong electric shock effect. Even if someone has exceptional physical fitness, they can still be stunned. After the incident with the Rhino Man in the previous battle, Sulo strengthened his mechanical buttons once again. He added a small iron core inside the powerful electric shock buttons, wrapped with a conductive coil that matched its power. When electrified, the conductive coil would generate a magnetic field like a magnet, possessing a strong electromagnetic function. Everyone has some iron objects on them to some extent. As long as the timing is right, the enemy can be better targeted. Definitely. Not all the ninjas on the scene fell. The ninja who waved his hand did not rush towards Sulo and was not attacked by the electric shock buttons. He looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes almost popping out. He never expected that Sulo would possess such powerful high-tech weapons. Who are you? You definitely aren't a true shinobi. True shinobi rarely use these mechanical gadgets. True shinobi, also belong to the ninja, belong to the warriors. They mostly rely on cold weapons for combat. Sulo slowly walked towards the ninja, just an unknown passerby who wanted to see what treasures you guys brought, a bit curious. The remaining ninja, in fact, was intentionally left by Sulo, because he wanted to extract some information from the other party's mouth. The ninja sneered, it seems like you might have accidentally gotten involved. But once you're involved, life and death are no longer up to you. Whoosh. He shot towards Sulo, almost quickly reaching Sulo's vicinity. A clang. A cold light flashed. The ninja drew the sword from his waist. As long as I get close to you, we are within the range of the electric shock. You will have to be cautious. Without those high-tech gadgets, killing you would be as simple as killing a chicken or a dog. He coldly laughed, and the sharp katana slashed towards Sulo. The blade was fast, like a beam of light towards Sulo. Clang. Sulo took off his shield and easily caught the opponent's blade. Sparks flew. The speed of defending with the shield was extremely fast. The ninja on the opposite side looked surprised, slightly sucked in a breath. Your speed. Because Sulo's speed was even faster than his. It's important to note that he had been enhanced by secret techniques. Sulo blocked the blade, then directly used brute force to press down on the blade, colliding with the opponent. Facing a group of ninjas might give him a headache, might cause him some injuries. But if it was just one ninja, although their speed might be faster, it wouldn't be faster than him, and their strength wouldn't be much higher than an ordinary person. In terms of physical fitness, he completely overwhelmed them. So, taking down one ninja was an easy task for him. The formidable and inhuman giant force charged towards the ninja. Feeling the unstoppable and astonishing power, the ninja's pupils trembled. Damn it! Who is this guy? This power is too strong. Bang! The ninja was directly smashed onto the ground, emitting a painful groan. His head throbbed with pain, and the whole world seemed to blur. Sulo kicked away the opponent's weapons, handcuffed his hands, and lifted him up like a little chick. Sulo spoke, tell me, what did you guys transport? What did you change the location and time to? Also, how were you able to move almost silently? Is it some kind of secret technique from the Hand Association? The ninja coldly looked at Sulo and said, don't expect to get a word out of my mouth. Sulo calmly said, I want to give it a try. After speaking, he put the shield back on his back. He stepped to the side. A katana flew up into the air and was caught by Sulo in an instant. Just as Sulo was about to make a move, the ninja's pupils suddenly contracted, then lost their light. His head tilted, and white foam poured out of his mouth. He committed suicide. Seeing this, Sulo let out a breath and said, the members of the Hand Association are ruthless, even their suicides are so clean. It seems that the Hand Association's ninjas are ready to die at any time, just like death warriors. Fist. Sulo directly severed the opponent's head. Completing the final blow. He looked at the other ninjas lying on the ground, all unconscious. He murmured, "Just leave one, kill the rest." After speaking, he walked over. Psst. Psst. The sharp blade cut off the heads of these ninjas. At the same time, he searched their bodies, hoping to find something valuable. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Except for some poisoned hidden weapons. In the end, one ninja was left. He planned to take him home for interrogation. Just at that moment. Buzz. The phone rang again. A buzzing sound filled the air. It was an alarm. It was the alarm button he used for perception. When he came to scout this morning, he had placed alarm buttons in various corners of the dock. This way, he could control the situation of the entire dock. When the ninja had just arrived, the phone vibrated once, alerting him. He took out his phone directly. A small program popped up, showing the topography of the dock. On the map, there were several green dots scattered along the dock's shore. At this moment, on the other side of the dock, one green dot turned into a red dot. And it was still vibrating. This meant that someone was nearby. He quickly clicked on one of the red dots. Instantly, a surveillance video appeared. Inside the camera, a boat was approaching. On the shore, there were several ninjas and some gang members. Judging from their appearance, they were ninjas from the Hand Association and the gang members below. Sulo looked at the video and said, "So they changed the location to the other side of the dock and slightly adjusted the time. It seems that I haven't missed the Hand Association's treasure. Before going over, I'll deal with this ninja in front of me first. I can't let him die just like that. I still want to extract some information from his mouth." After speaking, he put the previous pair of magnetic handcuffs on the other person and used a button with a neurotoxin. "Very good, now I don't have to worry about this guy escaping or committing suicide." He immediately jumped off the container and found a corner container to hide the ninja in. He was ready to come back later and take this guy away. "All right, you can go now." Shortly after, on the other side of the dock, Sulo stood behind a taller container, looking ahead. The ship had already arrived at the shore. The container had just been brought to the shore. He glanced to the side and saw two figures not far away on another container. An old man and a man wearing a red tight battle suit with a red mask. Seeing the two, Sulo immediately recognized their identities. Daredevil, and his master, Stick. Stick was a top martial arts master with extraordinary fighting ability. Daredevil was also one of his most outstanding disciples. However, their relationship was not very good. Stick treated enemies cruelly and decisively, advocating the abandonment of weak emotions. Daredevil, on the other hand, advocated not killing. The two had ideological conflicts. Seeing this, Sulo thought to himself, "I didn't expect Daredevil to be here too. That's right, after all, Daredevil and the Hand are archenemies. It's normal for him to appear here." He took a glance at Daredevil's side. Then he withdrew his gaze. He looked at that container. It seemed that the thing was inside this container. "I wonder what the Hand has transported." Clang. The container was slowly opened. Inside, there was a bald boy sitting cross-legged, wearing a robe like a monk's robe. In front of him, there was an exquisite red wooden box. A gang member carefully picked up the wooden box. These gang members were all Asians and had a connection with the Hand, obviously members of a Japanese gang. The leader of the gang was burly and had an air of authority between his eyebrows. He waved his hand. Two gang members quickly went forward to support the closed-eyed little monk. Sulo raised an eyebrow and looked at the exquisite wooden box. Is this the treasure transported by the Hand? It should contain something valuable, judging by the exquisite wooden box. And who is this little child? The illegitimate child of a high-ranking member of the Hand. To be able to be sent along with the wooden box, his identity must not be ordinary. While Sulo was pondering, Daredevil also took action. Stick held a bow and arrow and shot at the people in front of him. Swoosh. Swoosh. Very accurate. And with great force. Easily shooting the bodies of those gang members. Damn it. We have enemies. Kill them. Some gang members quickly drew their guns and shot towards that direction. Some pulled out their blades and rushed towards Daredevil, engaging in a fight. Soon, a group of people surrounded Daredevil and Stick, launching an attack. It has to be said, Daredevil and Stick's close combat abilities were extremely powerful, not falling behind at all when facing a group of people. Sulo watched their combat abilities with narrowed eyes, realizing that their close combat abilities were even better than his. He understood that they were at the level of top martial arts masters. His gaze returned to the wooden box again. He had a strong feeling that there must be something good inside. Just as he was getting restless, the little monk suddenly opened his eyes completely black, without any whites. He looked at Sulo. Their gazes collided. Chapter 56. In this moment, Sulo felt a hint of cold darkness and a dangerous aura. It seemed that what was looking at him was not a little boy, but a monster in the darkness. At this moment, Sulo suddenly understood. Perhaps the most precious thing that the Hand Society wanted to transport was the little novice monk. Perhaps the contents of the wooden box were valuable, but for the Hand Society, the most important thing should be this strange boy. Sulo furrowed his brows slightly. What exactly is this little boy? Just at this moment, after the stick old man repelled the two, he pulled his bow again. He aimed at the little novice monk. Daredevil seemed to perceive something, and he rushed towards the stick old man, grabbing at him. You promised me that you would only target the wicked. Why would you target an innocent child? Stop. Due to Daredevil's actions, the stick old man's arrow was shot slightly off target. Swoosh. An arrow flew horizontally towards the direction of the little novice monk. Just as it was about to hit the little novice monk's shoulder, it seemed that an invisible force surged out, slightly bending the trajectory of the arrow. Psst. The arrow hit the person behind who was holding the wooden box, and with a scream, that person fell to the ground. At this moment, the little novice monk suddenly clenched his fists. In an instant, the speed and strength of the ninjas and gang members were enhanced. Together with the experienced gang members, they began to suppress Daredevil and the two, forcing them to retreat. This scene was all seen by Sulo. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this also a secret technique of the Hand Society? The leader of the gang pulled out a knife. A few of you protect me. Quickly leave this place. A few of you go and retrieve the box. He protected the little novice monk, and a few gang members surrounded him, firmly blocking the little novice monk. A few of them quickly left. Before leaving, the little novice monk's gaze fell on Sulo. 077 as if there was some treasure on Sulo. They turned around to retrieve the wooden box. When Sulo saw this, he instantly made a move. He wanted this wooden box. Swoosh. Like a bolt of lightning, he leaped down from the container and headed straight for the wooden box. Seeing someone about to pick up the wooden box, he took off his shield and threw it. Bang. Instantly, the person was blasted away. The shield flew back into his hand, and he had already arrived at the scene. A few Japanese gang members drew their swords and attacked Sulo. Hakaga. Sulo swung his shield and fought against them. These people indeed had been strengthened, their strength and speed surpassing that of ordinary people. Sulo's eyes brightened. It's truly amazing. How did they achieve this? I really want to dissect them. Perhaps I should leave one alive. Although the gang members had been strengthened, they still had a considerable gap compared to Sulo. Hearing Sulo say that he wanted to dissect them and seeing his eyes light up, the gang members all felt a chill down their spines. Immediately, they all became furious. Just with you alone, you think you can deal with us? Wishful thinking. We now possess huge amounts of power, get ready to die. The few of them tightly gripped their katanas and shouted loudly, raising their blades. Witness our Japanese-style Aido. However, Sulo's movements were even faster. After testing their strength, his hand directly reached for his waist. The dark steel barrel swept past the few people in front of him. If I were to use American-style Aido, how would you respond? He quickly pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 The muzzle smoked. The few people in front, for the most part, were shot in the forehead and stiffened in place. Immediately, there was a loud crash as it hit the ground. Only one member of the gang remained, standing still in place, fearfully looking at the gun in Sulo's hand. Seeing Sulo pointing the gun at him, he trembled and quickly dropped the knife in his hand. How should he respond? Surrender directly. The gang member's lips trembled as he looked at Sulo's gun, his eyes filled with unwillingness and grievances. We agreed to a close combat with bayonets, but you didn't play fair and pulled out a gun. Sulo looked satisfied with the gun in his hand and said, sometimes, this thing is more convenient. He walked forward and excitedly picked up the red wooden box from the ground. Finally, he had obtained this red wooden box. It must contain some valuable treasure that the Hand Association wanted to transport. Looking at the gang member, Sulo asked, what was that bald kid just now? And what is in the wooden box in my hand? The gang member quickly replied, I don't know. I'm just a thug in the gang. The Hand Association wouldn't let us know what they transport. We just follow orders and do things. Sulo looked at the gang member and could infer from his micro-expressions and demeanor that he was indeed not lying. So Sulo pulled the trigger in his hand. The man fell to the ground, blood gushing from his forehead. Since that's the case, then you're worthless. Sulo looked towards the other side. The Night Devil and his apprentice were fighting hard. However, they were clearly no match for the strengthened enemies. Their bodies were accumulating injuries, and their movements were becoming sluggish. Sulo looked at the strengthened ninjas and said, if we can capture a strengthened ninja and interrogate them about the hand association, that would be great. If we can extract the secrets of the hand association's techniques, even better. Also, the old man with the staff should know something about the wooden box in my hand and the strange boy. And Sulo also wanted to learn the meditation healing technique from the Night Devil and his apprentice. Through meditation, he could accelerate the healing of wounds. This would further enhance his self-healing ability. This was something he had long wanted to obtain. Definitely, if possible, he also hoped to learn the top martial arts skills from the two of them. Sulo immediately took action. He rushed towards the other side. He raised his hand and directly fired at the easily targeted individuals. Bang! 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 Several people on the periphery were directly shot dead. Seeing Sulo, the remaining people quickly shouted, "Kill him!" The people fighting against the Night Devil and his group mostly dispersed and rushed towards Sulo. After all, the Night Devil and his apprentice were already seriously injured and couldn't handle too many people. On the contrary, Sulo quickly dealt with several people, making him the most troublesome presence. Several ninjas rushed towards Sulo. Their movements were extremely agile, even if Sulo fired, they could dodge it. Several strengthened ninjas, along with a group of strengthened gang members, were not something Sulo could easily ignore and deal with. In addition, the electric shock buttons were mostly depleted when dealing with those ninjas just now. So he couldn't use the same method on them. And the neurotoxin buttons might not hit the target. So he could only engage in close combat. Thinking of this, Sulo muttered, "It seems that I can only go all out in this wave, endure some damage." Thinking of this, he burst out and rushed towards the opponents, holding the shield. He fought against those enemies, with a fierce and decisive fighting style. Using the shield, he easily severed the head of a gang member and broke the arm of another gang member. At the same time, he was constantly being attacked from all directions. Blades cut across his body, blood flowing, and pain appeared. Definitely, because of the shield, Sulo blocked most of the fierce attacks. At the same time, the wounds under his clothes were rapidly healing. So Sulo's offensive did not diminish in the slightest due to the increasing wounds on his body, still fierce and powerful. The more he fought, the more the opponents became frightened and fearful. Damn it! Is this guy a monster? Why does he have so many injuries but no impact on his condition? Yes, after being stabbed so many times, logically speaking, I shouldn't be able to hold on. At the very least, my movements should be slower. What the hell is going on here? The pain made Sulo frown. At the same time, it also triggered his ferocity. Bang! The violent shield directly crushed the head of a ninja. Just like smashing a watermelon. The shield was thrown, bouncing back and forth, instantly blasting away 3 people. Cutting off one person's arm. At this moment, the enemy also seized Sulo's opening. 2 blades directly pierced Sulo's body. 1 blade pierced Sulo's chest. 1 blade pierced Sulo's abdomen. It was basically a fatal injury. Seeing this, the enemy's eyes were filled with joy. Very good, finally killed this guy. Now, he won't survive. Well done. The edge of the shield in Sulo's hand swept across. Pist. Pist. Instantly slitting the throats of 2 people. Warm blood splattered. Immediately, Sulo put the shield back on his back. With a pist sound, he pulled out the 2 blades from his body and stood firmly in place. He didn't show any signs of falling down, completely unaffected. Seeing this scene, the people around all widened their eyes and looked at Sulo. How is this possible? With such serious injuries, why is he still unharmed? Damn it, is this guy a zombie? His body has been pierced, why can't he just collapse like an ordinary person? Daredevil and Stick in the distance also felt the scene and their pupils contracted. They were also shocked by Sulo's condition. Daredevil swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this really a human? Under such a terrifying penetrating injury, he can still stand like this. And, his breath and heartbeat are still very healthy and stable, completely like someone who hasn't been injured. How did he do it? Stick also took a deep breath, his unseen pupils trembling. Daredevil coughed because of his serious injuries, spitting out blood, half kneeling on the ground. The enemy's attack came, and Stick barely helped to block it. On Sulo's side, he shot out with dual blades, slashing 3 people in a row, with no delay in his movements, flowing smoothly. In contrast, the enemy, due to continuous fighting and injuries, became slower in their movements. No longer as fierce and agile as before. The dual blades in Sulo's hands drew merciless and cold arcs in the air, taking away one life after another. After a few breaths, There was only one ninja left in front of Sulo, covered in blood and full of wounds. The opponent looked at Sulo, his pupils trembling. What kind of monster are you? The ninja felt a hint of fear in his heart. Facing someone who couldn't be killed, even a resolute ninja couldn't hold on. Sulo didn't respond. He rushed forward. The ninja wanted to resist, but Sulo was faster, and he didn't directly stab and kill the opponent, but dodged the opponent's attack. The hilt of the blade smashed into the back of the opponent's neck. Seeing that Sulo didn't kill him, the ninja was first stunned, then understood the meaning. The opponent wanted to capture him alive. Realizing this, the ninja immediately prepared to commit suicide. However, Sulo had already anticipated this, and his attack came first. Bang! The ninja was hit in the back of the neck and immediately fell unconscious. Sulo then used a nerve toxin button on the opponent's body. After finishing these tasks, he ran towards Daredevil. The gang members who were fighting Daredevil were completely terrified by Sulo's performance. They quickly tried to escape. Sulo quickly fired several shots and took down those few people. He immediately arrived in front of Daredevil and Stick. Daredevil and Stick quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Sulo waved his hand. It's nothing. I saved you guys because I wanted to ask something. After asking, we'll consider it even. How about it? Daredevil nodded. Stick coughed and coughed up some blood, his face slightly pale. He nodded. All right, go ahead and ask. You saved me, so I will answer truthfully. Sulo took out the wooden box in his hand. Do you know what this is for? Stick asked. Can you show it to me? Sulo handed over the wooden box. Stick took the wooden box and opened it. Suddenly, a piece of bone appeared, not knowing from what creature. But the bone was quite extraordinary, with a flowing fluorescence. Sulo didn't expect that the hand had actually transported a piece of bone. Stick looked at the bone. This is a piece of mysterious dragon bone, a treasure of the hand. I don't know what kind of dragon's bone it is. All I know is that the hand uses mysterious dragon bones to help people extend their lives. They use secret techniques in conjunction with the dragon bones. The ancient relics of the hand that have been living in the world have been using the dragon bones to continuously prolong their lives. Sulo knew that the hand had a method of prolonging life. He just didn't expect that they would use dragon bones. Sulo murmured, so it's a treasure for extending life. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. After all, who wouldn't want to increase their lifespan? Everyone wants to live forever, and Sulo is no exception. It's no wonder the hand sent so many people to take over. It is indeed a precious treasure. This harvest is quite good. He then asked, what about the little boy? I can sense a dark and cold aura from him. Stick handed the box back to Sulo. He nodded approvingly. Your perception is very accurate. That is an evil thing. But, that is not a little boy, it is a little girl. She is a vessel for an evil demon. The hand is worshipping a demon, a primitive demon called Beast, and Beast will continuously possess humans, giving them powerful evil powers. At the same time, they obtain bloody sacrifices from humans. And that vessel is called Black Void, and she will become the leader of the hand. Sulo was taken aback. A girl. Seeing that the other party was a bald girl, he thought it was a little boy. Upon careful recollection, the figure was soft, indeed a girl. Beast. Sulo knew that the hand was worshipping a demon, but he didn't know much about it. From Stick, he finally learned what demon the hand was worshipping. Sulo said, sure enough, the girl is the most valuable in this shipment. In addition, before Black Void left, she constantly looked at him. Sulo felt that his entanglement with the hand would not end here. Sulo asked, why did Black Void suddenly open her eyes and keep watching me? Stick said, I don't know either. Maybe you are different from ordinary people, so she was interested in you. Sulo narrowed his eyes slightly. If I want to kill Beast, what should I do? Stick shook his head. Beast is a primitive demon, impossible to kill. But we can destroy its vessel, Black Void, and make Beast temporarily disappear from this world. Knowing that there is a way to deal with it, Sulo nodded. As for being impossible to kill? There is nothing in this world that cannot be killed. If it can't be killed, it just means that the strength is not enough. Chapter 57. Sulo continued, by the way, the movements of the Hand Clan's ninjas are usually silent. Why is that? How do they manage to do it? Can you do it? If the Stick Master also knew this technique, he would be ready to ask how the technique is used. Sulo also really wanted this technique that could suppress sound. After all, if you want to sneak up on someone, this technique is really good, almost achieving true silence. The Stick Master shook his head and coughed, I can't do it either. This is a technique of the Hand Clan, It can even eliminate the sound of the heartbeat. Even someone with exceptional hearing like him can't hear the heartbeat of the opponent. Night Devil's chest heaved violently as he endured the intense pain in his body. He nodded slightly, indicating that the stick master was right, he indeed couldn't hear the heartbeat of those ninjas. Hearing this, Sulo was stunned for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. He really didn't expect that this technique of the ninjas would even make the Night Devil unable to hear any sound. This was truly extraordinary. Although the Night Devil's physical abilities were not beyond that of an ordinary person, he was only at the limit of an ordinary person. But he possessed a terrifying perception ability. Especially his hearing, it was his most remarkable ability. His hearing surpassed the limit, able to hear people's voices several blocks away, or even farther. His hearing ability had reached an unimaginable level. Yet, such a person couldn't hear the heartbeat of a ninja just a few meters away. Sulo spoke, "I didn't expect this technique to be so powerful." The stick master sighed, "Indeed, some of the Hand Clan's techniques are truly extraordinary." He continued, "However, this technique has a flaw." Sulo asked in confusion, "What flaw?" The stick master coughed again, coughing up some blood. Seeing the stick master in this state, Sulo felt that if he kept asking without giving the other person a chance to heal, the stick master might not make it much longer. So he said, "Let's leave this place first and let you all recover." Both of them nodded. Sulo turned around and walked towards the spot where he had just bled. He took out something resembling a smoke bomb from his waist. He immediately pulled the pin and threw the smoke bomb out. In an instant, a dark green gas surged out and rapidly spread in all directions. This was a special mist invented by Sulo to contaminate the DNA in the blood outside the body. He didn't want his DNA to be obtained by others. After confirming that all the blood had been contaminated, Sulo carried the ninja and led the two of them away. Definitely, he also took care of the hidden ninja along the way and retrieved the magnetic handcuffs from him. Soon, the three of them arrived at an abandoned old house. The stick master and the Night Devil began to treat their injuries. They sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, relaxed their bodies, and their breathing became even, containing a certain special frequency. Sulo understood that both of them were using meditation to stabilize their injuries and speed up the recovery of their wounds. He carefully observed the two of them. He could clearly feel that the injuries on their bodies were quickly stabilizing. The wounds that were bleeding continuously were slowly clotting. Although it couldn't compare to his own healing speed, it was already very fast compared to their normal self-healing speed. This meditation healing method greatly improved their self-healing speed. Sulo narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing how this meditation healing method could enhance the body's self-healing speed and how it worked. But Sulo understood that he needed to figure out this meditation healing method. After a while, the stick master and the Night Devil stabilized their injuries and opened their eyes. Sulo asked, "How do you feel now?" The stick master replied, "Much better." "I am too," said Daredevil. Sulo spoke up, "By the way, what is the flaw of that secret technique?" Daredevil also looked at the old man with the staff. He was very curious about this question. The old man with the staff said, "That flaw is breathing. Although they can almost eliminate the sound of heartbeat, making it completely inaudible, they still have extremely subtle breathing sounds. If you listen carefully, you can hear this flaw." Sulo listened and nodded slightly. "Breathing is the flaw." He muttered to himself, "If you don't breathe, would there be no flaw?" Definitely, Sulo couldn't not breathe. Even though he had a powerful self-healing ability, it didn't mean he didn't need to breathe fresh air. He also needed to breathe. But he was thinking about whether he could not breathe or greatly extend the way of holding his breath. The old man with the staff and Daredevil. Not breathe? Can people really not breathe? Suddenly, they felt that the mysterious person in front of them seemed to have a strange way of thinking. When others hear breathing as a flaw, they should think about how to solve the enemy through breathing. But this guy's first thought was actually to solve breathing, the basic element of human survival. Both the old man with the staff and Daredevil twitched their mouths. Hearing the words of the old man with the staff, Daredevil also fell into contemplation. After all, for him, he had been in a beaten state because he couldn't sense the presence of the ninja before. He had no way to deal with the Hand Clan ninjas at all. Now, he finally knew how to deal with these guys. Sulo immediately asked the last question, "Can you teach me that healing method you just used?" The old man with the staff nodded. "Are you referring to the rapid self-healing through meditation?" "Definitely, you can. You saved me, and as I said, I have no secrets from you." Sulo suddenly felt that the old man with the staff was very pleasing to the eye. This old man was quite something. The old man with the staff asked, "Do you know meditation? Or have you tried it before?" Sulo shook his head. He had never tried meditation before. The old man with the staff then said, "Meditation is not something that everyone can learn. Only a very small number of people can comprehend the essence of meditation and truly enter a meditative state. I'm not sure if you can learn it. Sulo nodded. Okay, you tell me, I'll give it a try. Immediately, the old man with the staff began to explain the self-healing method through meditation. According to the old man with the staff, the first thing to learn is a special meditation method. That is to enter a state of emptiness through a special breathing technique. And that special breathing technique is also very complex, but it has a sense of rhythm. However, it takes time to remember. It is a very wonderful state, where one can feel oneself but also feel incredibly light, as if being alone in the world. In this state, one can clearly feel the pulsation of one's own cells, as if every cell is a heart, and as if every cell is breathing. After entering the meditative state, focus the attention on the wound, allowing the cells of the wound to adjust their pulsation rhythm to the same soothing and rhythmic frequency as breathing. Then, the wound will start to heal more quickly. The old man with the staff explained it seriously and demonstrated it. Sulo also listened very attentively. Because of his strong understanding ability, Sulo could accurately and clearly comprehend what the old man with the staff was saying. And he could accurately understand the demonstration the old man with the staff was doing. After going through it once, the old man with the staff said, meditation is very abstract for someone who has never been exposed to it. In general, it is difficult to understand it on the first try. This is a very normal phenomenon. Even for him, who is extremely intelligent and has extraordinary abilities, it took me several explanations to barely understand the meaning. It took him a day and a half to enter the first meditative state. So, if you feel that you didn't understand, it's normal. You can ask me where you are confused, or I can explain it again. The old man with the staff wanted to say a few more words. The result revealed that the person in front of them had already sat cross-legged and started to attempt the special breathing technique, trying to enter a state of meditation. The old man with the stick was taken aback. He looked towards Daredevil beside him. Daredevil was also a bit confused. They had never seen someone start trying after listening to a simple explanation and demonstration. The old man with the stick looked at Daredevil, his mouth twitching. His eyes seemed to say, "Is this kid too impatient?" Daredevil nodded slightly, shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he would soon be frustrated and continue to seek guidance from him. Their attention was focused on Sulo. Soon, they discovered that the other person's breathing was becoming even and quickly entered a certain special rhythm. Breathing evenly and rhythmically, extremely stable, it seemed very skilled, as if they had practiced it many times. The old man with the stick and Daredevil listened to Sulo's rhythmic breathing, their eyes widened. They looked at the mysterious person in front of them, wearing a hood and a mask. Both of them were almost dumbfounded. After all, such a complex breathing technique would take ordinary people a long time to master, but this person in front of them completely mastered it after just listening to the explanation once. This simply made the two of them feel terrified. The old man with the stick and Daredevil exchanged glances again. There was only one meaning in their eyes. That is, this guy must have practiced meditation. After all, who can remember such a complex breathing technique all at once? Even someone as talented as Daredevil couldn't do it. On Sulo's side, after the old man with the stick explained it, he instantly remembered that special breathing technique. After all, the photographic memory ability was not only used for seeing, but also for listening. He vividly remembered every movement of the old man with the stick and the length of each breath interval. He was like a precise instrument, starting to simulate and replicate his breathing technique and state. With an incredibly strong focus, he began to replicate and simulate. Soon, Sulo entered that special breathing technique. His breathing became extremely regular, and he felt a wonderful pulsation. After breathing for a while, he felt completely empty. It was a very strange feeling. In this state, he could clearly feel every cell in his body pulsating, all pulsating at the same frequency. He began to try to focus his attention on all the cells in a certain area of his body, using his attention to assimilate the pulsation of these cells. Let the pulsation rhythm of these cells follow his special breathing rhythm. Soon, the pulsation frequency of these cells was in sync with his breathing frequency. At the same time, he also discovered the activity of these cells had increased. Most importantly, the self-healing factor of the cells. It had actually increased. As he entered the special rhythm, these self-healing factors gradually increased and finally stabilized at 50%. 50%. It directly increased the effect by half. This amplification effect far exceeded Sulo's imagination. After all, Wolverine's self-healing ability was already very amazing, and increasing it by half was even more abnormal. At this moment, Sulo's calm and peaceful mind was shaken. He instantly exited the state of meditation. Then he saw the two men with the stick staring at him with wide eyes. Clearly, both blind men had no light in their eyes, they were empty, but they were staring at him so intently. That appearance made Sulo's heart skip a beat. Sulo's eye twitched. What are you guys doing? The old man with the stick forced a bitter smile. You have learned meditation techniques, right? And it's the set of meditation healing methods. Just now you lied to us, saying you haven't learned it. Sulo helplessly said, I really haven't learned it, I just have slightly better comprehension and memory than ordinary people. Night Devil's mouth also twitched. Remembering such a complex thing in an instant, that's just slightly better than ordinary people? That's called extraordinary. The old man with the stick said, all right, since you said you haven't learned it, I'll pretend you haven't. Night Devil didn't say anything either, but his expression was similar to Fu's. Seeing this, Sulo's eye twitched. Didn't expect it? Now, to be honest, there's no trust left. But Sulo didn't explain much either, whether they believed it or not didn't affect him. In addition, Sulo also learned from the old man what he wanted to know. He immediately said, I have asked everything I wanted to ask. We're even now. Next, goodbye. Night Devil nodded, thank you, I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me. Saying that, he pointed to his ear, indicating that he could hear Sulo's requests. For Night Devil, he had been just a bystander tonight, with the old man teaching everything. So he owed Sulo a favor. After saying that, Night Devil left. Just as Sulo was about to leave as well, the old man with the stick called Sulo. The old man with the stick spoke, I don't know if you're interested in learning martial arts techniques from me. I perceived your combat earlier, and I found that your close combat ability is only considered good, far from top-notch. Even if we both use the same strength, or you can use twice the strength I have, I can still defeat you. Because I am proficient in various martial arts and have integrated them, almost turning combat into a bodily instinct. Sulo was slightly stunned when he heard the old man with the stick's words. He didn't expect the other party to say such things, actually wanting to teach him close combat abilities. In fact, he was quite interested in their martial arts abilities. After all, the old man with the stick and Night Devil were few of those who had maxed out their close combat abilities, true blind martial arts masters. They could challenge those superpowered individuals with their ordinary bodies. Such powerful martial arts skills might be related to their blindness and their extraordinary control over their bodies. But Sulo realized that he had asked inappropriate questions. Asking about learning close combat was not something that could be done overnight. He planned to find an opportunity to learn from them later. For example, using city surveillance cameras to observe Night Devil's battles. But he didn't expect the old man with a stick to make such a request. Sulo was somewhat surprised. Had his personal charm reached this level? He asked, why? The old man with the stick spoke, the beast will definitely come after you, and the beast is also my enemy. So, when the beast comes after you, I hope you won't be defeated by him. And I can feel that you and I are the same kind of person, decisive and with certain principles. You won't abuse your power. So I think I can pass on my martial arts combat skills to you. For the opportunity to enhance his strength, Sulo naturally had no reason to refuse. Sulo pondered for a moment, all right. The two immediately agreed on the time and place for the lessons. After finishing these matters, Sulo carried the unconscious ninja back. As soon as he returned, he saw an anonymous email from Crow. His eyes immediately narrowed. Chapter 58. Inside a Hydra base. Baron Strucker sat in his office. With his hands crossed, he squinted slightly as he looked at the view outside the base, focusing on a tree. Outside, a forest. This Hydra base was still located in a remote and rarely visited place. On a large tree, a bug was crawling, completely unaware that danger was silently approaching. In the sky, a bird flapped its wings. It stared sharply at the bug. At this moment, a subordinate entered the office. Baron, we still haven't found any trace of Sulo. Since the incident with Claw, he seems to have vanished into thin air, and we haven't found any trace of him anywhere. We even suspect that Sulo might be dead. Upon hearing this, the Baron snorted coldly, his expression icy. All of you useless fools are dead, but Sulo cannot be dead. He was the one who single-handedly developed the super soldier serum. And he even injected himself with the serum, completely becoming a non-human. A smart and powerful person like him, and you tell me he's dead. The Baron continued, all of this is because he hid himself well. He must have changed his identity and is hiding in some corner of this vast land of America. He must still be continuing his research. In his mind, the Baron recalled the data Sulo took from the Research Institute. By the way, have you investigated the data he took on the super ability individuals? Has anything unusual come up? The subordinate quickly said, there has been a bit of an anomaly in one place. The Baron quickly turned his head and stared at the subordinate, asking, "Where?" The subordinate said, "Wolverine. Not long ago, there seemed to be a problem with the Essex group. It led to a conflict with Wolverine. After a conflict along the way, a man who appeared to be Captain America had a confrontation with the Essex people. That person possessed a physique like Superman and a vibranium shield like Captain America." The Baron squinted slightly. "Vibranium shield? Superman's physique, all of this does indeed look like Captain America. But it's also very possible that it's Sulo. After all, he had contact with Claw before he disappeared." The Baron murmured, "What is this kid up to?" He then asked, "Has anything similar happened?" The subordinate shook his head. The Baron's voice grew low. "Claw was the last person to see Sulo, he is our only lead. And for Sulo to disappear so completely and smoothly, there must be someone familiar with the grey industry and with safe houses providing him assistance. Otherwise, he could have disappeared so completely, leaving no trace. And Claw clearly fits this image of someone who helped Sulo. So, you must find him and pry Sulo's location out of his mouth. If Claw has no connection to Sulo, Hydra won't continue to spend a lot of time on him. After all, although a vibranium dealer is valuable, it is not enough to make Hydra so concerned." So many days have passed. Investigating Claw has been a huge drain on resources for the Baron, and even he feels the pain. But the clues to Sulo's whereabouts have vanished into thin air. The only connection is Claw. So he can only hold onto the thread of Claw. The subordinate quickly nodded, "We understand, Baron. We are relentlessly pursuing Claw and his 2 children, but Claw is quite cunning, so it may take some effort. Lord Deo, send more people and make sure to catch Claw. If you let Claw escape again this time." Lord's tone turned cold and sinister, "Then be prepared to die." The subordinate trembled and quickly said, "We will definitely catch Claw. He won't get away." Lord said, "Once we catch Claw, we will have 10,000 ways to extract Sulo's location from him." The subordinate nodded. "This time, besides the Winter Soldier on the mission, the other 4 Winter Soldiers have been sent out. Along with a complete strategic special forces team, a special exoskeleton squad. They are a force capable of annihilating an army. Don't say Sulo is just a super soldier, even if his strength doubles or triples, he won't be able to make a difference. Faced with this destructive power, he won't be able to escape. As long as we get Sulo's location, we will definitely hand him over to you." At this point, the subordinate showed a confident smile. Lord nodded, "By the way, have we released the reason for the high-profile capture of Claw?" The subordinate nodded, "Yes, in order to prevent people from knowing about Sulo's existence, we claimed that Claw broke his promise when he made a deal with us before. And he stole some important things from you. Don't worry, Lord, no one will associate this matter with an insignificant soldier. Even the other high-ranking members of Hydra won't know about it." Upon hearing this, Lord nodded in satisfaction. He turned his body and looked outside the base without speaking. The subordinate also exited the office on his own. Lord looked at the large tree outside the window. A bird in mid-air swooped down, easily pecking the insect with its sharp beak and swallowing it in one gulp. Seeing this, Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice cold, "Sulo, this time, you won't be able to escape disaster. You will be completely under my control, firmly in my grasp." On the other side, in a small town, a tall figure and a small figure were walking quickly in the streets and alleys, wearing caps with the brims pulled low. Their bodies were dirty, and even their faces had scratches. The little girl's round face was extremely pale, making her look even more pitiful with the scratches. The man had a sturdy build, with one hand wearing a black glove. It was Clay and his daughter. Suddenly, Elizabeth suddenly felt short of breath, and her face became even paler. Seeing this, Clay quickly took out a bottle of asthma spray from his pocket and sprayed it for Elizabeth. Only then did Elizabeth recover. Clay quickly touched his daughter's face. "Are you okay, little Liz?" Elizabeth shook her head, her voice weak. "I'm fine, Dad." Clay patted her little head. "Let's go, we still need to keep moving. We can't let the bad guys catch up to us." Elizabeth was puzzled. "Dad, why don't we go find Big Brother? If Big Brother is here, he can definitely deal with these bad guys, and we won't have to run around." Clay shook his head. "We can't go to him. Because these people are looking for us to find him through us. They are targeting him, not us. Although Big Brother is very powerful, he is still no match for Hydra. If we go to find him, the trouble won't be solved, it will just go from 2 people to 3. It will only make one more person suffer." Elizabeth nodded, obediently saying, "We can't make the situation worse, right?" Clay nodded. He held his daughter's hand, looked up at the sky, and his eyes showed some worry. "We can't stay here, let's go." The two continued walking, quickly disappearing into the alleyways. New York safe house. Sulo carried the ninja back to his basement and removed the poison from the ninja's mouth. He looked at the still unconscious ninja and said, "Soon, I will be able to extract some information about the Hand Clan from your mouth. For example, the abilities of the beasts, the secret techniques of the Hand Clan, including your mysterious hidden sound technique. But it's a pity that the enhancement state on your body has disappeared, otherwise I could study it better." After obtaining the enhancement state, the muscles and blood vessels throughout the ninja's body would slightly bulge. During the journey back with Sulo, this bulging effect disappeared, and the ninja lost a sense of coldness. Sulo glanced at the ninja. Sulo immediately placed the red wooden box in the biological laboratory. He opened the red wooden box and looked at the mysterious dragon bones inside. This trip was indeed not in vain. The Hand Clan does have some good things. They actually transported dragon bones that can extend one's lifespan. In addition, I also obtained a meditation healing technique that I have always wanted. The effect of this meditation technique exceeds my imagination. Sulo recalled the scene where his self-healing factor increased by 50%. Now, he felt excited and joyful. He knew that the meditation healing technique could enhance his self-healing ability, but he didn't expect it to directly increase his self-healing factor, and by so much. Combined with the meditation healing technique, his self-healing ability has far surpassed Wolverine's. Now, he could almost be considered invincible. His vitality became even more tenacious. With the further improvement of his survival ability, he felt a sense of security in the midst of chaos. A smile appeared on his face. When I have time, I will carefully study how this meditation technique works. For Sulo, science is the analysis of the essence of things, the search for the underlying logic of their operation, and its application. It is a means of exploring the truth. Whether it is material or spiritual, there are underlying laws and logic in their operation, and science is about finding these things. Even mysterious powers, in Sulo's view, can be summarized and classified, and their inner meanings can be sought. Science and the mysterious side are never in opposition. If something objectively exists and can be captured and analyzed by human consciousness, and then applied, it is science. Sulo planned to study the operation of the meditation healing technique and see if he could find some patterns. He then said, according to the old man, there are many types of meditation techniques. Different meditation techniques have different breathing frequencies, which bring about completely different effects. For example, the old man's meditation technique is specifically for enhancing healing ability. There are also some meditation techniques that can strengthen the mind or physical strength, or even some special hidden powers. But most meditation techniques are quite secretive and only known by specific meditation sects or factions. Sulo was very curious about other meditation techniques. If he could obtain more meditation techniques, he should be able to more easily identify the patterns of meditation techniques, and maybe even create new ones himself. So, I should pay attention to meditation techniques in my daily life. The next time the old man trains me, I can ask for more information about meditation techniques and see if there are any other places where I can find them. In addition to meditation techniques, Sulo also gained training from the old man. Once the training is complete, his martial arts combat ability will be completely different, and he will advance to become a martial arts master. He will completely turn close combat into instinct, greatly improving his close combat ability. This harvest was indeed quite significant for Sulo. But besides that, he also gained a trouble. That is the attention of the beasts. Sulo murmured, I wonder what they are paying attention to. I also don't know what tricks the beasts have up their sleeves. I will find out when I ask the ninja later. In any case, I need to be more vigilant against the Hand Clan. After murmuring, he looked at the computer in the corner, which was flashing. It seems that there is news. The mouse moved to the flashing area, revealing an anonymous email. Sulo understood that it should be a greeting email from Chloe, sent through a secret channel. It wouldn't be intercepted or traced by anyone. As usual, he opened the greeting email. The information inside made Sulo's eyes widen. It's me, Chloe. We've been discovered by Hydra, and Yelena and I are on the run. Immediately, Sulo's brows furrowed. How is this possible? How could Chloe be discovered by Hydra? After all this time, Hydra shouldn't still be focused on Chloe. After all, it's not worth the effort to search for Chloe, a dealer in precious metals. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a waste of money. In Sulo and Chloe's view, Hydra wouldn't invest too much effort in Chloe. That's why Chloe had been hiding for a while and decided to come out with Yelena secretly. But unexpectedly, Hydra had been searching for Chloe and keeping an eye on him. However, Sulo quickly understood the reason. He instantly realized that Chloe was being targeted by Hydra because of his connection to him. Hydra had been searching for him all along but couldn't find any trace of him. They must have guessed that he was able to hide so well with the help of someone rich and influential. And he didn't have many contacts, with Chloe being the last person. Coincidentally, Chloe fit the image of someone who could provide him with help, someone wealthy and well-connected. So Hydra focused their attention on Chloe. Sulo murmured, Hydra, you've gone to great lengths to find me. He looked at the email. The fact that Chloe didn't seek his help indicated that he didn't intend to come to him and probably planned to escape and hide elsewhere. He didn't want to bring trouble to him. After all, in Chloe's view, Hydra was a terrifying behemoth, and even if they found Sulo, they wouldn't be able to solve the difficulties Chloe and Yelena were facing. It had to be said that Chloe was indeed worth befriending. He had provided him with so much help. Even in times of danger, he still considered him. Sulo murmured, your situation arose because of me, so it's only right for me to solve it. Besides, I have received so many benefits from you. And I should settle the score with Hydra, at least to understand a part of it. In Sulo's view, this was something he had to personally handle. Moreover, he was no longer the Sulo who had just left the Hydra base. He had undergone huge amounts of change. He now had the ability to deal with things. At the very least, Sulo wouldn't let Chloe and his daughter be captured by Hydra because of him. He looked at the computer, where the composition of the super spider sequence genome was nearing completion. His spider ability would soon be born. Even if it was just the initial spider ability. But his strength would still undergo earth-shaking changes, with his speed and strength increasing several times, even close to 10 times. Combined with Wolverine's powerful self-healing ability. And some high-tech means. His strength would undergo huge amounts of change compared to before. A super soldier couldn't handle a group of winter soldiers and special forces from Hydra. But now, he was enough. He understood that his grudge with Hydra would soon be resolved. He immediately sent a message to Chloe. Come to New York, I will help you deal with Hydra chasing you. Chapter 59. After sending the message, Sulo clenched his fist and murmured, Hydra, let's settle an old score. His fist tightened, and the bones made a crisp cracking sound. The ninja should be waking up soon. Sulo immediately left the biological laboratory. In order to prepare for the upcoming battle, Chenluo made some thorough preparations. After all, he would be facing a powerful elite force of Hydra with formidable combat capabilities. This would definitely not be an easy fight. It would take some time for Claw to rush to New York. But he had enough time to prepare. He entered the room of the ninja. He planned to first extract the hidden secret techniques of the ninja. Outside the villa, the sky was extremely dark, without any stars or a bright moon, shrouded in continuous dark clouds. The air at this time was extremely stuffy. The whole world seemed to be in a suffocating atmosphere. Boom. A thunderous sound carrying a magnificent power resounded in the heavy dark clouds. In the belly of the dark clouds, some lights appeared. A strong wind blew, making the trees outside rustle. Countless leaves were blown off and drifted away. Countless households closed their windows and put away their clothes. The dark clouds are restless, thunder is coming. A heavy rain is about to come. It's thundering. It's going to rain. This wave of rain seems to be very heavy. It will be a pouring rain. Shan Yu Lai Feng Man Lu, He Yun Ya Chen Chen Yu Kui. New York. Inside a meeting room of SHIELD. Black Egg, Black Widow, Hawkeye and other agents stood there, each with a set of documents in their hands. Because of the heat, Black Widow opened her collar a little. She said, Hawkeye, go and check the window. It's too hot today. Hawkeye said speechlessly, if you're hot, why don't you open it yourself? Black Widow smiled and didn't say anything. Hawkeye went to open the window. There was a rumbling sound of thunder outside. He said, it looks like it's going to rain soon. Black Widow nodded, indeed, I guess it's going to be a heavy rain this time. Black Egg looked at the documents and said, did you see it? Strack from Hydra has mobilized a considerable amount of power and is frantically searching for the vibranium dealer, Claw. Hill nodded, I saw it. Claw didn't follow some secret agreements with Strack, and he also stole something from Strack. So Strack got furious and is trying to capture Claw. Hawkeye also nodded. Black Egg didn't respond to Hill's words and there was a moment of silence in the room. Black Widow broke the silence and looked at Black Egg, do you think there's something fishy about this? Black Egg nodded expressionlessly, yes, I don't think it's that simple. A guy who sells vibranium shouldn't cause such a big stir. Hill spoke, maybe Strack was indeed angered, causing him to lose some rationality and ultimately leading to this situation. Black Egg said, there is a small possibility, but it's very unlikely. Black Widow frowned slightly, do you think Strack's actions are for that person? Black Egg nodded, you should have read Sulo's information before. You should know the situation. He paused, previously, Strack sent out a large number of people to search, and their target was Sulo. This time, with such a large-scale manhunt, I suspect they found Sulo's address from Claw's mouth. In their eyes, there should be some kind of strong connection between Claw and Sulo. Their real goal is not to capture Claw, but to find Sulo. To find that seemingly ordinary but mysterious Sulo. Black Egg placed the documents on the table, pressed his hands against the table, and looked at the others. He said, I have a premonition that this hidden and elusive figure, Sulo, whom we have been unable to track, will appear in this incident. He will likely encounter Hydra's elite forces, so he is very likely to be captured by Hydra. And we must prevent this from happening. We absolutely cannot let Sulo fall into the hands of Hydra. If Hydra has put in so much effort to find Sulo, it means that Sulo must have huge amounts of value. It is enough to compensate for the long and extensive search, even far exceeding the losses. Imagine how valuable Sulo must be. If Hydra obtains him, their power will greatly strengthen, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. Black Widow nodded, I understand. You want us to closely monitor Hydra's actions. If Sulo appears and is at a disadvantage, in a predicament, we will intervene to help him escape. Black Egg nodded, next, your task is to keep an eye on Hydra's movements. Everyone nodded. Hill also nodded, I will issue the orders and have a portion of S.H.I.E.L.D agents specifically monitor Strucker's elite forces. Black Egg snapped his fingers, very well, go and do it. The group quickly left the meeting room to accomplish their objectives. Meanwhile, the orders were also issued. A portion of S.H.I.E.L.D's forces also moved out to monitor the elite forces dispatched by Strucker. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D, two massive organizations, began to take action. A storm of huge proportions began to brew. And the center of this storm was an unknown individual, someone completely unknown to the world. And all of this revolved around a person named Sulo. At this moment, the man who stirred up the storm was in the basement of his own house, looking at the materials brought back before him. At this moment, the ninja had already awakened, and Sulo had relieved the effects of the neurotoxin. However, Sulo had taken some measures. For example, he had tied the other person to the operating table. He had also taken some measures in the other person's mouth, mainly to prevent him from biting his tongue and committing suicide. After all, Sulo only had this one captive now, he couldn't let him die. At least not before he completed his mission. Sulo got straight to the point, I want to ask you some things. We can go through the procedure, I ask, you refuse, I use torture, you answer. Or I can just go straight to using torture. Sulo's expression was extremely serious, as if he was talking about something very normal and expected. The ninja looked at Sulo's appearance and inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. He felt that the person in front of him didn't seem like a normal person. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Sulo nodded slightly, forget it, the procedure is too troublesome, let's just go straight to it. After saying that, he raised his hand, holding a surgical knife gleaming with cold light, and an extremely sharp steel needle. Just looking at them sent chills down one's spine. Sulo acted directly. He was extremely fast, and the two steel needles smashed into the upper groove of the ninja's eye sockets, directly piercing the trigeminal nerve. Immediately, a scream of extreme agony rang out. The ninja trembled in pain. I'll talk. I'll talk. Sulo spoke, then speak. The ninja was on the verge of collapse, ask your questions. Sulo coughed, I didn't quite understand the procedure when I went straight to it for the first time. The ninja felt that the other party was deliberately messing with his state of mind. The other party was a madman. Sulo then asked, how do you ninjas manage to suppress your voices, even the sound of your heartbeat? We use secret techniques that can greatly suppress all body sounds, including the sound of the heartbeat. Through this secret technique, we slow down and lighten the heartbeat, making it impossible for others to hear. Immediately, the ninja, like a falling bean, revealed the secret technique of concealing sound. At the same time, Sulo also learned the name of this secret technique. The technique of concealing sound. This technique also requires a special breathing method. However, it does not require entering a meditative state. Just by using a special breathing method, it greatly enhances a person's control over their body. At the same time, in this breathing method, the body enters a special state, where movements become extremely light, and the sound of the heartbeat becomes almost inaudible. But there is still a slight sound of breathing. In addition to this slight flaw of having a sound of breathing. During battle, one must not exert too much force, it must be light enough. Otherwise, it will break the state of concealing sound. This move is suitable for stealth and assassin-like ambushes. Immediately, Sulo demonstrated it to the other party. After confirming that the other party had indeed entered the state of concealing sound and testing that they were not lying using an instrument, Sulo began to try it himself. He started to try that breathing method. Soon, he entered the state of concealing sound described by the ninja. He could clearly feel his heartbeat slowing down and could precisely control his body, and his movements became light and soundless. A very strange state. After obtaining this technique of concealing sound, it would be much easier for him to ambush others. This made him quite happy. The ninja felt Sulo immediately enter the state of concealing sound, causing his breathing to pause and his body to tremble slightly. What kind of monster is this person in front of him? He had never seen someone learn the technique of concealing sound so quickly. Even in the history of the hand association, there had never been someone who learned the complex breathing method of concealing sound in one breath. The ninja's voice trembled. Who are you? Sulo exited the state of concealing sound and said, just a normal person. Sulo's words directly silenced the ninja. He swore that if this person in front of him was a normal person, then there were no abnormal people in the world. Sulo continued to ask, do you know any other secret techniques, similar to the technique of concealing sound? The ninja shook his head. I don't know any others. The secret techniques of the hand association are generally held by the higher UPS or the leader. We ninjas only need to learn the technique of concealing sound and master combat skills. Of course, there are trusted ninjas among the higher UPS who may know a bit of secret techniques, but ordinary ninjas like us do not know them. Hearing this, Sulo felt a little regretful. After all, he wanted to take advantage of the hand association. Sulo nodded. I want to know what abilities the demons and beasts you worship possess. Upon hearing this, the ninja said, actually, we don't know much either. We only know that it can give us more powerful strength. Furthermore, if it possesses a person, it will make them exceptionally strong. In terms of strength, it far surpasses ordinary people, even those superheroes. However, the person possessed does not initially have such powerful strength. There is an integration process between them. During this process, the possessed person is not very strong. At most, they enhance their strength a bit and learn some secret techniques. The ninja explained everything he knew in detail. Sulo continued to ask, how long does this integration process take? Shortest is a few months, longest is a year. After learning this, Sulo nodded. Sulo asked more questions about the hand association. After asking the question, Sulo tested the ninja. After examining the other person's body, it had completely returned to normal, without any traces of enhancement detected. It seems that the examination has been enhanced. Alright, then you can just be an ordinary material. After saying that, Sulo left. He had to go and complete the remaining engineering of the extraordinary spider sequence genome. Upon hearing that Sulo wanted him to be a material, the ninja did not understand the meaning behind it. He didn't know what Sulo was talking about. But this guy in front of him was a madman, and what he said was definitely not something good. At this moment, the ninja only felt a slight chill down his spine, a trace of fear of the unknown enveloping his soul. If possible, he would prefer to die immediately. But the other party restricted all his self-destructive actions. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. At this moment, he suddenly envied those comrades who had died. He envied that they had all died and didn't need to face this madman. Fear grew stronger and stronger, and the ninja began to struggle desperately, trying to escape from the situation, but the restraints were too strong. In the room, struggling sounds could be heard. Sulo returned to his own biological laboratory. He began his research again, continuing to screen and match the sequence genome suitable for his extraordinary spider. His brain started spinning wildly. His hands were also moving rapidly, performing the final operations. He quickly carried out the screening and recombination. Under great pressure, Sulo was almost fully unleashed. The progress of the project further accelerated. Based on the current speed of progress, by tomorrow morning, he would be able to develop his own spider ability. On a country road, a black sedan was speeding along. And inside the car were Claude and his daughter. Perhaps because her father was a super criminal involved in selling valuable items, Claude's daughter also inherited his fearless personality. So Elizabeth remained very calm, not showing any signs of fear even during their escape. Although her face was pale and lacking color, her eyes were still bright, looking at the road receding behind them. Just at this moment. Ding. Claude's phone received a message. At this time, who would send a message? Claude murmured. He opened the message. It was an anonymous email. Come to New York, I will help you deal with the Hydra chasing you. The sender did not leave a name. But Claude understood that it was from Sulo. Looking at the message, Claude's body trembled slightly. He didn't expect Sulo to actually intervene for them and confront the formidable Hydra. In addition, from the short sentence, Claude sensed a feeling of calmness and stability. He seemed to see Sulo saying the sentence with great composure and strength. Claude understood Sulo, knowing that he was not someone who spoke without thinking. On the contrary, he was extremely meticulous. If the other party said there was someone who could deal with the Hydra chasing them, then the other party could definitely do it. If someone else said such a thing, he would just laugh it off and ignore it. But if it was Sulo, he firmly believed that the other party could do it. Just because his name was Sulo, the promise made by Sulo would definitely be fulfilled. The reason Claude had been investing in Sulo was because Sulo gave him a different feeling, as if there was a strange magic about him. It was a kind of magic that made people believe he could do anything. The reason Claude trembled was because he saw a turning point. Immediately, Claude quickly turned the car around and headed towards New York. At this moment, a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. Chapter 60. At this moment, Elizabeth, who was beside him, asked, "Dad, what's wrong? Why did we suddenly change direction?" Claude replied, "Because someone is coming to rescue us. We're going to meet him now." Elizabeth's eyes widened slightly, her voice crisp, "Really?" Claude smirked, "Your big brother, Sulo." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth widened her eyes, "Didn't you say that big brother couldn't solve our big problem?" Claude replied, "I used to think that, but now it seems that your big brother has become even more powerful." Elizabeth's eyes sparkled, "So, can we see big brother again?" Elizabeth really misses him. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Claude's mouth twitched. Shouldn't we be happier that the trouble might be resolved? Why focus on other things? Claude was speechless. His daughter was truly a devoted fan of Sulo. He smiled and said, "Yes. I believe we will be able to see him soon." Just as he said these words, a car rushed out from a diagonal road and headed straight towards Claude. Seeing this, Claude's eyes suddenly sharpened. He understood that it must be people from Hydra. These guys were tracking him relentlessly, making it impossible for him to escape. He quickly stepped on the gas pedal and shifted gears to the maximum. Boom! The car sped away. But then, the passenger window of the car was rolled down, and a head popped out, holding a gun. The person aimed at the car's tires in front and launched an attack directly. Claude quickly maneuvered the car, constantly evading the opponent's powerful attacks. Bang! 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 Bullets hit the ground. Sparks splattered everywhere. With his excellent driving skills, Claude dodged bullet after bullet. Just as he was preparing to take out his gun and fight back. Bang! The opponent's bullet hit, directly blowing up one of Claude's car tires. The car immediately lost control and crashed into a nearby tree. The car's airbags also deployed. Because Claude was hit, he suffered more serious injuries. There was a large wound on his forehead, and blood kept flowing out. At the same time, he felt like his whole body was falling apart. Elizabeth was luckier, with almost no injuries. However, she had a slight scrape on her forehead and her whole body was in pain. Elizabeth was very sensible and didn't scream at all. She just covered her slightly buzzing head with her small hand. Then she spoke, "Dad, are you okay?" Claude shook his dizzy head and said, "I'm fine, just a minor problem." At this moment, the Hydra car quickly stopped by the roadside, and the person holding the gun slowly approached Claude. Seeing this, Claude quickly pressed down on Elizabeth's body and said, "Get down. I'll deal with them." Then, enduring the pain all over his body, he opened the car door and got out, reaching for the back of the car. Inside the car, Elizabeth hunched over and muttered to herself, "Big brother said that Dad and I will be fine, we'll be fine, Dad won't be in danger." Claude quickly drew his gun from his waist and loaded it. He then extended the gun out and fired several shots at the enemy. Finally, he killed one person on the spot. The other person quickly retaliated with gunfire. Claude quickly pulled back his hand, and the bullets hit the spot where his hand had just been, sparking. After the opponent fired a burst of shots, he quickly went out again and fired several shots at the enemy, killing the enemy. "My car is no longer usable." So, Clara took Little Yi and got on the enemy's car, enduring the pain, and continued to flee towards New York. This scene of being constantly chased and injured has been playing out on this road of escape. Elizabeth sat in the driver's seat, her face pale, her eyes looking into the distance, shining brightly. "Big brother, you will definitely save Dad and Elizabeth, right?" Her tightly held little hand also indicated that the little girl was actually afraid. The next morning, after staying up all night, Sulo pressed the final button. Suddenly, inside the computer screen, groups of information began to rapidly combine and turned green, while unlocking symbols appeared one by one. Groups of sequence genomes were successfully matched. The data kept refreshing and unlocking. Finally, all the information was combined. The entire screen was filled with green, without a hint of red indicating failure. A box popped up. Ding! Your extraordinary spider sequence genome has completed the final match. Successfully unlocked your extraordinary spider sequence genome. Seeing this, Sulo shouted excitedly, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with joy. I finally completed it. Matching over 10,000 kinds, countless spider genomes, I finally found the one that matches me the most. I finally completed my own extraordinary spider sequence genome. Sulo stood up excitedly. Next, I will edit the sequence genome into the extraordinary spider. The reason for editing it into the extraordinary spider is because it's the simplest way. Because Richard has already set the extraordinary spider as a biological gene editing device, there is no need for anything else. Just need to edit the genes into it, and the extraordinary spider can directly package the special sequence genome into a person's body. He immediately looked at the extraordinary spider beside him. He quickly began his actions. Once again, he started his gene editing. Because the extraordinary spider already has many genomes, he only needs to make some adjustments. He constantly used molecular scissors to reset the genes of the extraordinary spider, performing new targeted mutations. Sulo was fully focused, carefully carrying out the targeted mutations. As time passed, targeted mutations constantly succeeded. The difficulty of this gene editing was much lower than the previous one with Wolverine. Finally, Sulo completed all the targeted mutations, and his extraordinary spider sequence genome was completed. Looking at the extraordinary spider in front of him, he took a deep breath. He finally created his spider ability. Next, he will inject it into his own body. At this moment, Sulo felt a mixture of anxiety, excitement, and anticipation. He swallowed his saliva and held his breath. Then he reached out his hand towards the extraordinary spider. Immediately, the extraordinary spider crawled onto Sulo's hand. Sulo could clearly feel the spider crawling on his hand, fuzzy and slightly ticklish, but he quickly got used to it. After all, it's just a spider, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, the spider can't pose any threat to him at all. In the past, he was afraid of venomous snakes and spiders because he feared death and their toxicity. When they couldn't harm him, Sulo no longer felt fear. He treated them as ordinary animals. He nervously stared at the spider, observing its every move. Sulo murmured, "Bite." As a result, the spider just stayed on Sulo's hand without moving. After a while, it even started spinning silk. Seeing this, Sulo's eye twitched. This spider is crazy. He immediately shook his hand, throwing the spider off, and then he used his hand to hit the spider a few times. As a result, the spider seemed to enjoy it and rubbed its head against Sulo's hand. Sulo saw this scene, widened his eyes, and gritted his teeth. This guy is really crazy. If the extraordinary spider didn't bite him, he wouldn't be able to inject the sequence genome into his body. Then he wouldn't be able to obtain spider strength. If he were to create a new serum containing the sequence genome, it would require a lot of effort, far more than putting the genes into a spider. Because he would need to edit more genetic information. Looking at the strange little Spider-Man in front of him, Sulo smirked. He lowered his head slightly and, through the glass, fiercely threatened the extraordinary spider, "Bite me quickly. If you don't bite me, I'll cook and eat you." The little Spider-Man seemed to be frightened by Sulo's appearance or tone, trembling all over. Seeing this scene, Sulo couldn't help but laugh. The creature he created this time was quite intelligent. Just as Sulo was feeling a bit troubled, the little Spider-Man cautiously approached Sulo and opened its mouth. But instead of biting directly, it observed Sulo's reaction. Sulo saw this and his eyes lit up. "Yes, quickly bite me." It seemed to understand Sulo's words. The little Spider-Man bit Sulo's hand. In an instant, the packaged sequence genome entered Sulo's body and quickly integrated into his cells, starting to compatibly integrate. In an instant, Sulo felt a bit dizzy and his body started to feel hot and cold. Sulo understood that his body was starting to integrate spider ability. His body was adapting to this change. He pulled back his hand, sat on the chair, closed his eyes tightly, and began to adapt to the changes in his body. Inside the glass box, the little Spider-Man lay on the glass, curiously observing Sulo outside, with a hint of concern and doubt in its eyes. For the little Spider-Man, Sulo made it feel an inexplicable sense of closeness. Perhaps it was because it originally had strong physical qualities and resistance. Sulo felt his head becoming increasingly dizzy and heavy, and soon fell asleep. During Sulo's sleep, his body began to undergo rapid changes. Evolving rapidly. Constantly strengthening, its strength and resistance constantly rising, undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, a special ability was also gestating within its body. The ability to climb walls, spider telepathy. While Sulo was sleeping, the little Spider-Man in the glass box kept staring at him. Eventually, it became too tired and curled up in a corner and fell into a deep sleep. Several hours later, on the chair, Sulo suddenly opened his eyes. I fell asleep. Sulo muttered to himself. He recalled and realized that he had indeed fallen into a deep sleep. At the same time, his attention turned to his own body. At this moment, he felt a powerful force surging through his entire body. Incredibly strong, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. Sulo was delighted. Wow, this power is too strong. Sulo knew that the spider ability would bring him tremendous strength. But it was only when he truly experienced this power that he felt the impact it brought. It was too strong. Sulo clenched his fist. Indeed, it's the spider ability. Just obtaining the spider ability without any development already far surpasses the strength brought by the super soldier serum. Indeed, these two are completely different levels. This spider strength is worth all the effort I put into creating it. It's really amazing. Sulo paused. Next, I need to test how much tonnage my initial spider ability has brought me. After saying that, he stood up. With a crack, the floor tiles were instantly crushed under his feet. Upon seeing this, Sulo's mouth twitched slightly. Because he had just gained too much power, he hadn't fully familiarized himself with its strength yet. With a casual step, he directly cracked the basement tiles. The sound of the tiles being crushed instantly woke up the sleeping little Spider-Man. It woke up abruptly, quickly raising its head and looking around vigilantly. Soon, it saw Sulo who had awakened, as well as the broken glass tiles on the ground. Seeing this, little Spider-Man tilted its head slightly in confusion, looking at Sulo. Sulo took a deep breath, then carefully restrained his power and walked out of the laboratory towards the equipment room. Seeing Sulo leave, little Spider-Man tilted its head in confusion, then quickly shrunk back and continued to sleep soundly. Inside the equipment room, there was a wall made of alloy iron. This was a power tester specifically made by Sulo for Spider-Man's abilities. It could test strength up to 30 tons. Sulo clenched his fist. Based on his observation of Gwen Spider's abilities, Spider-Man's initial strength was only a little over 10 tons. He should be within this range as well. He looked at the alloy iron wall and tightened his fists. Then he took a deep breath. And threw a punch. Bang. A loud noise. The basement was specially soundproofed by Sulo. So this loud noise couldn't penetrate the equipment room at all. He immediately looked at the screen. 15 tons. He threw another punch. Boom. Another loud noise. The numbers on the screen jumped from 0 again and finally stopped at the same number. 150. Seeing this, Sulo's eyes were filled with joy. The initial strength of my spider ability is 15 tons. With my current strength, I have surpassed most superheroes on Earth. After injecting the super soldier serum, my strength was probably around 2 to 3 tons. After obtaining spider strength, it increased by 6 or 7 times. Sulo squeezed his fist. With my current strength, I can easily suppress several winter soldiers working together. Furthermore, I can now feel a huge amount of improvement in my reaction ability and speed. Now, I have truly undergone a tremendous change. As long as I don't do anything stupid, it will be very difficult to kill me now. Next, I just need to familiarize myself with my power. Otherwise, when it comes to fighting, I might stumble and fall. Next, I can face Hydra's elite forces, the army, and the Winter Soldier. Even with my current strength, I still need to be very cautious, or I might end up in a disaster. Although he now possessed Wolverine's abilities and was not easily killed. If he fought endlessly and constantly got injured, he would eventually lose consciousness. Moreover, constant injuries would also deplete his self-healing factor, and the cultivation of the self-healing factor also required a process. If he depleted his self-healing factor, then he would also die. Just like the old Wolverine, eventually dying because his self-healing factor dried up and he couldn't heal himself. Sulo said, after dealing with Hydra's affairs, I still need to find a way to quickly develop my spider ability. To develop it to the limit as soon as possible, to reach the 500 tons that the early Hulk despises. So Sulo began to familiarize himself with his ability. Once he was familiar with it, it would be the time for him to step out of the laboratory, leave New York, and meet the Klaus father and daughter. At the same time, it would also be the time for him to resolve some conflicts with Hydra. Boom. Sulo punched a specific alloy sandbag. Chapter 61. The space in the basement under the safe house is extremely large. Even larger than the space upstairs. The space in the upstairs villa is already very large. But compared to the space under the safe house, it is still small. It seems like a bomb shelter has been dug underneath. It can only be said that Chloe must have put in a lot of effort to create this basement. Even though it has been divided into many rooms by Sulo. Each room is very large. For example, the equipment room is almost the size of a basketball court. Sulo quickly familiarizes himself with his powers inside the equipment room. There are many obstacles placed in the equipment room. He constantly runs back and forth, quickly avoiding those obstacles. At the same time, his spider telepathy is also in effect, constantly warning him of the appearance of obstacles, constantly reminding him to avoid them. But because he is not yet familiar with his powers, his reaction ability, there is no way, when strength grows too fast, this kind of situation will occur. At the beginning, even if he can predict the appearance of obstacles, he still cannot avoid them in time. So, bang, bang, bang. The entire equipment room constantly resounds with intense sounds. Sulo constantly collides with those obstacles. Because his speed is fast, it hurts a lot when he hits them. Sulo also grimaces in pain. On the wall at the entrance of the equipment room, a little Spider-Man is lying there, watching Sulo's actions, with a look of confusion in its big eyes. It tilts its head, watching Sulo constantly collide. This guy is naturally the extraordinary spider created by Sulo. After waking up, it saw that Sulo was not in the biological laboratory, so it crawled out of the glass box on its own and finally crawled into the equipment room where Sulo was. Then it crouched on the wall, watching Sulo's movements. Sulo naturally also noticed this guy. At first, he was surprised. After all, the glass box was closed. 253. He specifically called up the camera and saw this guy, who opened the lid of the glass box on its own and crawled out. What surprised Sulo the most was that the lid was quite heavy, and with the size of the little Spider-Man, it shouldn't have been able to open it. But it easily opened it. This indicates one thing. That is, the little Spider-Man has powers beyond an ordinary spider. Sulo immediately thought of the appearance of the other person. He suddenly understood that he had accidentally created a truly extraordinary spider, an extraordinary experimental spider. It is estimated that the set of spider sequence genomes he used had an effect on this guy, making it different from others. Moreover, Sulo could clearly feel the other person's fondness for him. Because he was busy, he temporarily ignored the other person. After all, his current task is to quickly familiarize himself with his abilities. Under the constant collisions, Sulo's control over his strength is also rapidly improving. After more than 10 minutes, a very fast figure moves through the tight obstacles, smooth and without any contact. Even very compact obstacles cannot completely block that figure, not even a slight touch. The little Spider-Man next to it, seeing this scene, widened its eyes, looking somewhat shocked. Perhaps it didn't expect that Sulo, who was constantly colliding just now, would become so smooth. Soon, Sulo stopped in his tracks. He stood still, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, finally completely adapted to the speed and reaction ability. He immediately began to familiarize himself with his powers. First, he controlled not to destroy ordinary things. He didn't want to go out and accidentally tear the house apart with a little more strength. He also didn't want to drive a car and pull off the steering wheel. As Sulo constantly trained, his control over his strength became more and more proficient. Soon, he became completely familiar with the strength. No more breaking things. Sulo said, "Next, I will turn the precise control of strength into my instinct. But this will require some time and effort." He twisted his neck, his bones cracking. "Now, I am completely familiar with my new powers. Clean up and it will be done." Also, Clay and the others should have entered New York State by now, and they should be approaching that canyon area. Sulo immediately moved and walked to the side, picked up his phone, and began to inquire about the whereabouts of Caro and the others. After sending the message, he started to pack things. He took out a multifunctional tactical backpack and put some of his weapons in it. There were even some specially customized mini-bombs. Definitely, although they were mini-bombs, their power was no less than that of ordinary bombs, and even stronger. In addition, he also packed some firearms and even a dagger. This knife was a ninja's knife, made of special alloy and very hard. Ordinary weapons and bullets could not damage it at all, so Sulo accepted it. With a clang, Sulo drew out the katana. The cold light bloomed, extremely sharp. "Not bad, maybe I should also make myself a hard sword." Sulo put the knife back in. After preparing everything, Caro also sent the address. After Sulo put on the backpack, he hung the shield and sword on the backpack. The sword was placed diagonally under the shield. After doing all this, Sulo was ready to go out. Sulo looked at the little Spider-Man on the wall. The other party was staring at him kindly. Sulo said, "I'm going out for a while, stay at home, stay in the glass box, wait for me to come back." Upon hearing this, the little Spider-Man immediately crawled out of the tool room and ran towards the biological laboratory. Finally, he opened a gap in the glass cover and obediently crawled in. Then he stayed in the glass box, obediently staring at Sulo. Seeing this, Sulo nodded in satisfaction, very good. After speaking, he left. The little Spider-Man lay on the glass, eagerly watching Sulo's disappearing figure. Sulo walked out of his room. He directly drove his car and rushed towards the address given by Caro. Definitely. Caro's location was constantly changing. So Sulo locked onto the location of his phone based on a special signal channel. Therefore, he was able to know the real-time location of the other party. Sulo looked ahead and murmured, "I'm coming, Lee." He stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared. Powerful horsepower erupted. The car raced on the highway outside New York City. At the same time, the sky was also covered with dark clouds. Strong winds blew. The trees on both sides of the road rustled, as if they were about to be uprooted by this demonic wind. The continuous dark clouds seemed to have finally gathered enough power. Boom! Thunder flashed, illuminating the world. The first thunder struck, as if a horn had been blown. Boom! 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 The violent and loud thunder continuously struck this oppressive world. Boom! Even a lightning struck a tree not far from Sulo, igniting a raging fire. The sound was deafening, and Sulo felt his ears ringing. A series of lightning strikes followed. Then came the violent downpour. Without warning, it poured down from the sky, a real torrential rain. Crash! It hit the ground hard. In an instant, the whole world was enveloped in a torrential rain. The strong wind still howled. The sky and earth were dim, with the violent storm, as if the end of the world had come. Sulo's eyes were cold, as if colder than the rain outside. His car cut through the rain curtain and raced towards a farther place. Inside a Hydra base. Intelligence room. Hydra members sat in front of computers with headphones on, constantly contacting distant troops. Communicating information, issuing orders. The whole room was rather noisy. And in the back of the intelligence room, Strucker closed his eyes tightly, lying on a chair with his feet on the table, a hat draped over his chest. At this moment, an intelligence officer took off his headphones and said loudly with joy, "Baron, our men have forced the Claw's father and daughter off the car and into the jungle. The Claw's father and daughter have lost their means of transportation. They are now fleeing on foot. Their movement speed has greatly decreased. Coupled with their ammunition running low, they are like turtles in a jar. They have no way to retreat. Our special forces are closely following them, surrounding them from all sides. We will soon capture them." Upon hearing the intelligence officer's response, Strucker opened his eyes and finally showed a smile on his face. "After so long, finally some good news. We will finally capture Klaus. At least you haven't been raised in vain. You have finally proven your worth." Strucker stared at the ceiling. "Once Klaus is captured, will Sulo be far behind? Soon, Sulo will return to Hydra, back into my hands, becoming my further ace." Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Strucker's face. He clenched the hat in front of his chest tightly. The momentum caused by Baron Strucker would inevitably attract the attention of other high-level and core members of Hydra. In a dark alley, a seductive woman easily slit a man's throat, causing him to fall to the ground in a pool of blood. She turned and walked out of the darkness, revealing a charming face. Madame Viper, one of the high-level members of Hydra. Viper murmured, "Strucker, what are you doing with such great effort?" She nodded and put on her earpiece. "Track Strucker's army for me, keep a close eye on them. I want to see what Strucker is up to." The response in the earpiece was only, "Yes, madam." In a dark corner of the world, a robot opened its eyes. This person is Dr. Zola. He did not truly die at the hands of Captain America, because he had already copied his consciousness and injected it into the body of a robot, becoming one of the deeper hidden high-level members of Hydra. Dr. Zola opened his mechanical mouth. "Strucker, you have gathered so many people, it can't be just for Klaus. What are you hiding?" In his eyes, streams of data flew by rapidly. Instructions spread through the network. Through a special backdoor, they infiltrated the electronic devices of Strucker's army and entered Strucker's base, eavesdropping on every move of Strucker. In a hidden place not far from the mountains and forests, Black Widow and Hawkeye stood there. In Black Widow's hand was a waterproof tablet and several mini-flight devices. Black Widow said, "According to the intelligence, the Claw's father and daughter have been forced into this jungle. I will release the flight devices to search for them." After speaking, she activated the flight devices. The mini-flight devices entered the jungle and flew forward. It has to be said, S.H.I.E.L. These flight devices are quite powerful. Even in heavy rain, they can still move steadily. At the same time, the tablet also displayed the perspective of the flight devices. The distant black egg also saw the perspective inside the flight devices through the connection. Strong winds and heavy rain. The treetops in the high jungle were rustling and swaying in the wind. At the same time, the heavy rain poured onto the treetops, continuously battering the leaves. At the same time, the treetops also acted as a buffer, slightly blocking the violent wind and rain outside. Underneath the jungle, the light becomes even dimmer. At the same time, a large amount of rainwater falls from the treetops with a rushing sound. The ground is all wet, muddy everywhere. Snap! 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 A pair of feet quickly stepping and splashing countless mud and water. It is Chloe and his daughter. Chloe is holding his daughter tightly as they run frantically. Both of them are completely soaked by the rain, like wet chickens. In this environment, Elizabeth's face becomes even paler, her lips lacking color. Chloe is not much better, his face pale, his lips also lacking color. The wounds all over his body have been washed by the rain, almost dyeing his whole body red, making him look like a bloody figure. At this moment, Chloe feels his head heavy and his whole body constantly alternating between hot and cold, his eyelids becoming heavy, making him want to sleep. But Chloe clenches his teeth and continues to run forward. He understands that he absolutely cannot fall asleep. Sulo is already on the way. He has hope with his daughter. So he absolutely cannot fall asleep at a time like this. He bites his tongue, using the pain to stimulate himself, trying to open his eyes wide and continue running frantically. Chloe holds his daughter tightly and says, "Soon, soon, big brother will be here soon, and we will be safe. Hold on, little Yi, you must hold on. We will soon escape this misery." Elizabeth nods laboriously, her voice hoarse, "I know, Dad." Elizabeth is trying hard to hold on, she absolutely won't fall asleep. Hearing his daughter's voice, Chloe feels a pang in his heart. He clenches his teeth. He must hold on. He absolutely cannot let his daughter die here. Just at this moment, there is a series of hurried footsteps behind them. Chloe's face changes slightly. He understands that it's the people from Hydra catching up. Whoosh. 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 Anesthetic bullets fly out from the darkness and hit the trees beside Chloe. In addition, rubber bullets are also shot out. Hydra is preparing to capture Chloe and his daughter alive. Chloe quickly dodges, no longer running in a straight line, but zigzagging, using the surrounding trees to avoid Hydra's attacks. Anesthetic bullets are slower, larger in size, and easier to dodge. Coupled with constantly changing ammunition, their firing speed is slower. They have not hit Chloe all this time. But rubber bullets, with faster speed and firing rate. Bang. 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 The sound of rubber bullets hitting Chloe. Pain fills Chloe's body. Chloe lets out a muffled groan. He wants to fight back, but he has run out of bullets. At this moment, the Hydra team surrounds them. A punch lands on Chloe's body. Chloe grits his teeth and lets out a muffled groan. He raises his iron fist and strikes. Bang. Directly knocking the person down to the ground. But at this moment, other Hydra members also approach. Bang. Bang. Chloe is hit again, and he kneels on the ground. Chloe feels his vision becoming blurry. In the end, do I still need to explain? In the distance, Black Widow's aircraft finally arrives and sees the scene. Hawkeye frowns and says, "It's over, Chloe is going to be captured by Hydra." Just at this moment, a crisp sound. A cold light blooms from the darkness not far away. Like lightning, it quickly arrives at the scene. The cold light flies through the air like a beam of light, swiftly cutting the throats of the Hydra agents. Chapter 62. Mild blood splattered, mixing with the cold rain and sprinkling all around. The cold light was sharp and swift, like a ghost, twisting and turning. Damn it! What is it? There's an attack. Defend. Too fast to resist, retreat. No. As soon as the members of Hydra saw the cold light, a chilling feeling instantly rose in their hearts, an inexplicable fear emerged. They continued to resist, raising their guns one after another, trying to aim at Sulo. But Sulo was faster. In an instant, he cut the throats of almost all the Hydra squads. The words of the Hydra team came to a sudden halt. Bang. 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 The members of the Hydra team fell, landing in the cold mud, splashing countless mud. Fresh blood gushed from their throats, blending with the rainwater, flowing into the muddy ground, staining it red. Each and every member of Hydra widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. The enemy was just too fast, faster than they could imagine. At the same time, the light in their eyes slowly disappeared. Clang. The cold blade pierced through the water flow, stopping at the throat of the last Hydra member, but it didn't strike. At the same time, the newcomer finally stopped. A tall figure stood in front of everyone, carrying a backpack and wearing a shield on his back. His arm straightened, tightly gripping a long knife, pointing it at the enemy's throat. The person wore a specially made black fiber mask. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Chloe and Elizabeth widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Chloe's voice was weak and trembling, "You've come." At the same time, he was astonished to find that Sulo's speed had undergone a tremendous change. He had been watching Sulo train all along, so he had a clear understanding of Sulo's speed. It surpassed that of an ordinary person, but still remained within the realm of humans. But the speed displayed by the opponent just now had completely exceeded the realm of humans. The speed was so fast that even ordinary people couldn't react in time. In just a blink of an eye, the opponent had arrived at the scene from a distance, harvesting almost all the enemies in an instant. Now Sulo's speed completely surpassed Chloe's imagination. How long had it been since then? The opponent's speed had undergone such a terrifying change. Chloe felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. His brother was even more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. In Elizabeth's eyes, there were tears mixed with rainwater. She sniffled, "Big brother, Elizabeth knew that you would definitely save us." Sulo's calm and clear voice came, "I said I would take care of the pursuers for you. Now, it's time to fulfill that promise." Not far away, Black Widow and the others also saw the scene through the camera. They saw the cold light emerge from the darkness. In the blink of an eye, it slaughtered a group of Hydra members. The speed was too fast. So fast that it was almost impossible to react. Everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. who saw the scene took a sharp breath. "My God, it's too fast." Black Widow swallowed her saliva. Hawkeye's voice trembled, "What kind of speed is this? It's beyond my imagination. I can hardly see that figure, I can only see a blurry shadow mixed with the cold light. The cold light cuts through the neck of each Hydra member, and they fall one by one. It's just too fast." Hawkeye swallowed his saliva. "Who is this guy? Such amazing skills." The cold light came to a stop. Black Widow saw that figure and her pupils contracted. Black Widow spoke into her earpiece, "It's him. He finally showed up. Sulo." Hawkeye next to him trembled, "Is this Sulo? He's actually this strong. I thought he was just at the peak of human limits. But now, this speed, it's completely inhuman. Too fast." Hawkeye looked at that tall figure. This is the man, causing Hydra to go to such lengths, stirring up this huge storm. Looking at that calm figure, Hawkeye found it hard to imagine that such a calm person could cause such a massive storm, involving both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., using a large amount of history. In this moment, Hawkeye could only feel that figure becoming even more mysterious and unfathomable. In a room in SHIELD, Black Widow and the others also saw this scene. At the same time, they heard Black Widow's words, and their pupils contracted. Everyone stared fixedly at the tall figure on the screen. He finally appeared, the rumored Sulo. Black Widow looked at that figure from behind and murmured. Black Widow murmured, "Why did you make Hydra go to such great lengths? What secret are you hiding? Is this Sulo?" Hill looked at that figure. She was somewhat astonished. "He's too fast, he has surpassed the limits of humans." Natasha Romanoff, "He's much faster than you described before. You previously described him as being at the level of Captain America at most, but now he has completely surpassed that." In the pouring rain, Black Widow looked at the figure on the screen and felt a huge wave surging in her heart. "He has become even faster. Far surpassing the last time I saw him. It hasn't been that long, and his speed has undergone earth-shattering changes. Either he was hiding most of his power in the previous battle, or he has made progress and undergone a qualitative leap during this time. If it's the former, it's fine. But if it's the latter, his progress is too terrifying." Black Widow swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Sulo. Looking at this person full of mysteries, they seemed to want to uncover the secrets within this person. In the jungle, Claude spoke, "Let's go, brother. Kill him, and then we quickly leave this dangerous place. There's a large Hydra force behind us, they will catch up soon. We'll be in trouble then. We must leave while they haven't caught up yet." Leaning against a nearby tree, Claude slowly stood up, rainwater continuously flowing down his body. Sulo didn't immediately respond, but said to the Hydra personnel, "Quickly relay the message, saying that you found the traces of Claude and his daughter in the nearby canyon. But Claude is extremely cunning and needs help." Saying that, his hand extended a bit longer, the tip of the knife pressed against the Hydra personnel's throat, slightly breaking the skin and causing some blood to seep out. Feeling the danger of death, the person quickly picked up the pager in their hand. "I found Claude and his daughter here. We've been closely following them into the nearby canyon. But this guy Claude is too cunning, our team has been unable to catch him. Requesting support. After finishing speaking, the pager emitted a burst of static. After the static, a voice sounded from the other end of the pager, request received. The main force is rushing towards the canyon. The main force is coming. He can't escape. After saying that, the sound stopped. The pager emitted another burst of static. On the other side, the Hydra personnel were extremely excited, because they would soon capture Claude. In their eyes, they didn't believe that Claude and his daughter could cause any trouble. After all, one injured adult and one injured little girl were just like fish in a barrel. Claude next to them heard this and revealed a smile. You want to lure the tiger out of the mountain, mislead them to another direction, so that we can escape smoothly. Very good, after this, no one will chase after us, and we can escape well. Sulo shook his head. No, I'm not misleading them again. I led them to the canyon because I want to get rid of them. I said I would help you deal with the pursuers, and I will keep my word. Sulo's tone was calm, but it carried a sense of unwavering power. Sulo arrived here. But he didn't just want to kill one or two members of the pursuing Hydra. He came here today to unleash a massacre. Since he wants to settle the score, this debt must be settled with satisfaction. Today, all the Hydra personnel who came here will stay. Not a single one will leave alive. He will give Hydra a little taste of his own Sulo's shock. He wants to bury an entire army with his own hands. He wants to make this land red with blood. Thinking of this, Sulo's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, Coulson trembled, his pupils shrinking. You want to face the Hydra Frog's large army. That's not just a few dozen people, that's a well-equipped army. And there are exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier inside. It's a terrifying force that can destroy everything. If you really face them, you will be captured by them. The Hydra members beside him widened their eyes in shock. They looked at the man in front of them in disbelief. He actually wanted to eliminate an entire Hydra army. This guy is simply a madman. A madman who doesn't care about his life. One person against a huge, well-trained elite force, including individuals far beyond ordinary people. This is like hitting a rock with an egg. It's simply going to die. In Hydra's eyes, Sulo is a complete lunatic. Not far away, Black Widow and the others heard Sulo's words and were taken aback, their eyes wide open. Black Widow couldn't believe it. What is he doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Although he has superhuman speed, he can't possibly be a match for so many soldiers, so many exoskeleton soldiers and Winter Soldiers. Such a huge army, one punch from each person would be enough to take his life. Hawkeye frowned. He actually wants to face an entire Hydra army. How is that possible? What is he thinking? Even if Hydra uses a human wave tactic, they can still overwhelm him. At this moment, Sulo in the screen suddenly raised his hand. A series of tearing air sounds rang out. Approaching, all the monitors lost contact and broke down. Black Widow's face turned ugly. He found the drones and destroyed them. Black Widow heard the voice in her ear. Stop him. Don't let him act so recklessly. He's too arrogant. Even a powerful superhero wouldn't dare to face such a powerful elite force from Hydra. Black Widow nodded quickly. Yes, we'll go and stop him. We won't let him do something foolish. After speaking, she put away her tablet and ran towards Sulo with Hawkeye. Da. 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 Mud was trampled everywhere by their footsteps. After lifting their feet, there were indentations, and the muddy water flowed in, covering the indentations. The two quickly disappeared into the dim jungle. On Sulo's side, he dealt with the drones. Elizabeth nodded beside him. Big brother, go and avenge us, kill them all. She certainly didn't doubt Sulo's words. Since Sulo said he could kill them all, then there will definitely be no survivors. Her big brother is someone who keeps his promises and does what he says. Sulo touched Elizabeth's head and nodded in satisfaction, not a little sister's illness. Elizabeth smiled, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, showing a bright smile. Even with rainwater all over her head, even looking like a drowned rat, it couldn't hide the beauty and cuteness of the little girl. Coulson twitched his mouth a few times as he looked at the daughter who unconditionally believed in Sulo. He looked at Sulo. Sulo's pitch-black eyes were incredibly calm and steady, giving people an involuntary sense of trust. Seeing this, Coulson nodded. Okay, since you say you can get rid of them, then you can. I believe in you. In the end, Chloe followed his daughter and chose to blindly trust Sulo. There's no other way. After all, in just 10 days, Sulo had mastered shooting and combat to a level that would take others more than 10 years to achieve. And not long after, his strength underwent another earth-shattering change. His speed reached an unimaginable level. In Chloe's eyes, Sulo wasn't creating miracles, he was originally a miracle himself. Sulo nodded slightly. With a light stab, he directly pierced through the last member of the Hydra team. He threw the key to Chloe and pointed in a direction, saying, "Keep going, there will be a car. Both of you are in very bad condition. Go back to the safe house and rest, otherwise you'll collapse soon." Chloe didn't say much either. He took the key and said solemnly, "You stay." Elizabeth's voice was hoarse, but her tone was full of energy. "Big brother, you should come back quickly too. My dad has prepared a lot of delicious food for you." Sulo patted little Elizabeth's head and said, "Very well, tonight we'll make braised Elizabeth." Elizabeth's face turned red. "Let's go," Chloe said. Sulo nodded. Immediately, Chloe rushed into the darkness while carrying little Elizabeth. They disappeared from Sulo's sight. Psst. Sulo drew out the knife from the opponent's throat. Then he burst out. Like a terrifying cheetah. Racing at an unimaginable speed. Breaking through the raindrops one by one. The cold light in Sulo's hand flickered, the sword blossomed, and then the knife was sheathed behind his back. Incredibly precise. The canyon was right next to him, very close. Soon, Sulo arrived here. On both sides were long mountains with steep slopes, forming a spacious long road. Sulo stood in front of the canyon and looked ahead, saying, "This is where the Hydra troops will be buried. No one will leave from here today." At this moment, the majority of the Hydra forces had not yet arrived. He immediately rushed into the canyon. At one end of the canyon, he took out many bombs from his backpack and shot them out. Whoosh! 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 One mini bomb after another was shot into the cliffs on both sides. After nearly half of the bombs were shot into the soil, Sulo quickly buried some bombs on the ground. After finishing all this, Sulo quickly rushed to the other end, imitating what he had done before, shooting them into the cliffs. Then, he had used up all the bombs on his body. After finishing all this, he came to the center of the canyon, leaped up, and his hands and feet adhered to the wall. He climbed up the 70 to 80 degree cliff directly. Arriving at the top. Sitting on the cliff, overlooking the long canyon below. Like a deity sitting high up. The pouring rain washed over the canyon, also washing away the fallen. He drew out his long knife, cutting through the rain curtain. He took off his shield and tightly gripped it in his hand. Sulo's cold voice mixed with the sound of rain, resounded in the heavy rain. "Next, it's your turn to enter the stage, Hydra." Soon, the Hydra troops arrived. A large number of off-road vehicles, off-road motorcycles, and fully armed soldiers poured into the canyon like a river. Seeing that all the Hydra personnel had arrived, Sulo pressed the button in his hand. Boom! 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 A terrifying roar resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 63. On the other side. Notify Hydra on Sulo's side, when Coulson is in the canyon. Hydra also relayed the message to Baron Strucker on their side. After hearing this news, Baron Strucker's face instantly showed a confident smile. "Now, Coulson, how will you escape? Finally, we will catch this guy." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Soon, we will know Sulo's whereabouts. I'm quite excited." He eagerly rubbed his hands together. On the other side, Dr. Zola murmured, "So, this guy, Strucker, is going to such lengths to capture Coulson just to catch that guy named Sulo. What does Sulo have that requires Strucker to put in so much effort? I'm curious to see what he's capable of." He immediately began searching for Sulo in the database. Soon, he found Sulo from the Research Institute. However, the description of Sulo in the database was very ordinary. This kind of person, Hydra can catch plenty of them. Just an ordinary researcher. Dr. Zola couldn't see anything outstanding about Sulo. Furthermore, Dr. Zola discovered something else. That is, this Research Institute number 71 has been cleared. Originally, Research Institute number 71 would be cleared due to poor performance. But usually, only researchers would be cleared, not the leaders and soldiers. But this time, they were cleared. It is obvious that clearing these people is to conceal some information. Dr. Zola spoke up. "Research Institute number 71 has been cleared. It seems that Strucker is hiding something. It seems that the Sulo has some secrets." Dr. Zola murmured, "What exactly happened in Research Institute number 71? At the canyon. Hydra's people had just entered the canyon. Boom. Huge amounts of explosions occurred at both ends of the canyon. The cliffs crumbled and turned into huge rocks, crashing down below. Countless boulders fell from above, like a bursting river or an avalanche. The terrifying momentum carried the breath of death and doomsday. It directly shocked a large area nearby. The Hydra members below saw the scene and exclaimed in fear. After all, for them, this scene was too terrifying. It was like the end of the world had come. They frantically fled forward. The people behind didn't have time to escape. The boulders fell. Cars were smashed. Off-road motorcycles were flattened. People were crushed into minced meat and blood. Screams of agony resounded. Like hell itself. One after another, Hydra soldiers died. Those who were a little further away from the edge of the canyon were not affected by the falling boulders. But underground, there were also bombs exploding. Boom. 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 Sparks bloomed. Cars and motorcycles were thrown into the air. People were directly torn into pieces. Blood and flesh flew. The scene was extremely cruel. Some people had their limbs severed but didn't die, only groaning in pain. Cries of agony and pain echoed one after another. Countless blood flowed, mixing with the pouring rain. The blood-red water flooded the land. Burning flames ignited in the rain. The smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air, incredibly strong. Both ends of the canyon were blocked by countless rocks due to the bombs. In an instant, the inside of the canyon turned into a hellish scene. Incredibly terrifying. In the distance, Black Widow and the others were searching for Sulo's trail, running towards the canyon. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the earth shook. The terrifying sound frightened Black Widow and Hawkeye. The two of them stood still. Black Widow's heart was pounding. What's going on? What happened? Hawkeye spoke up. What's happening? That sound came from the canyon. What's happening over there? Is Sulo over there? Did he encounter Hydra's people? Are they engaged in battle? Did Hydra use artillery? Are they trying to kill Sulo? The terrifying sound in front of them made them hesitate. Black Widow quickly took out a miniature flight device from her backpack. Let's see what's happening over there. Hawkeye nodded quickly, agreeing with Black Widow's suggestion. Black Widow released the flight device to investigate the situation. On the side of the canyon, a scene of hellish devastation. However, not all of Hydra's people died. Because Sulo's bombs were mainly distributed at both ends, the falling boulders only killed or injured a portion of Hydra's forces. And those mechanical exoskeletons and Winter soldiers faced these boulders. The larger ones dodged with their agile movements. The smaller ones shattered them with a single punch. The bombs on the ground were not placed densely enough, so they only killed or injured a portion of the enemy. About 1/3 of the people survived. And none of the exoskeleton soldiers or Winter soldiers died. In the middle of the canyon, the remaining Hydra members looked at their dead and injured comrades, their eyes turning red. In an instant, 2/3 of their forces were gone. In an instant, chaos erupted on the scene. Why is this happening? Why are there so many bombs here? Weren't we just chasing 2 injured people? And there clearly weren't any other large forces around. Why such a terrifying ambush? Damn it! Is this what Claw planned from the beginning, to lure us here? Could there be another force behind Claw? So, there has always been a large force lurking around. So we've been surrounded. Damn it! Could it be S.H.I.E.L.D.S people? Who the hell did this? Show yourselves. I'll kill all of you. Just at that moment, at the top of the canyon, a thunderous voice rang out, Hydra, you are surrounded by me. Today, this will be your burial ground. All eyes moved upwards. The heavy rain blurred their vision, but they strained to see. They saw a small figure standing on the cliff, with a glint of cold light in their hand, likely a blade. Seeing this, there was an uproar below. One person. He's saying that one person has surrounded us. Who is this guy? What conspiracy is he planning? Could all of this be done by him alone? How is that possible? Is it Claw? No, absolutely not Claw. At this moment, a Winter soldier spoke up. That voice, it's Sulo. Most of the Hydra soldiers had never heard this name. But the exoskeleton soldiers who came out this time mostly knew. This person was the one they were also trying to capture. And the core target. Sulo actually appeared. He's alone. Did he do all of this? What does he want to do? Does he want to take us on alone? It's just a pipe dream. We must capture him. But climbing up this cliff to catch him is difficult, said one exoskeleton soldier. Regular people couldn't possibly climb up, but exoskeleton soldiers and Winter soldiers could. But it was still quite difficult. After all, it was pouring rain, the ground was muddy, and the cliff was slippery. It would take some effort to climb up. At the same time, the shocking news of Sulo's appearance reached Strucker's ears. He stood up in shock, feeling incredulous. Strucker muttered to himself, what's going on? Sulo actually appeared by himself. Strucker never expected that Sulo would dare to appear alone. And he even dared to appear in front of his army. This guy even used bombs to send away 2/3 of my forces. But at this moment, Strack felt no nervousness, no sense of urgency. He only had one emotion at this moment, excitement. He burst into laughter. I searched for you tirelessly, but I never expected you to come to me in person. Do you really think a few bombs can stop my Winter Soldier and Exoskeleton Soldier? Even if you found some help, it still wouldn't be a match for my team. Very well. Since you've come to me, I'll accept it. He gave the command to his front, take down Sulo at all costs. Remember, I want him alive. As long as he's alive, we can find a way to keep him from dying, even if he's severely injured. The command reached the front lines. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, their eyes becoming eager. At the same time, they were preparing to find a way to go up and capture Sulo. But then, at this moment, that figure swiftly slid down from the cliff and fell into the gorge. There were no other comrades. Only that figure. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the situation to occur. The other party really came alone. The other party actually came to face them alone. Damn. This guy really intends to face all of us alone. Oh my god. What is he thinking? He's planning to fight against our army alone. He doesn't really think he has surrounded us, does he? Is this Sulo crazy? Never mind if he's crazy. Today we will take him down. Sulo was sliding down the cliff at high speed. He coldly looked at the Hydra members below. The blade in his hand, the shield tightly gripped. Today was a good day for Sulo. Under this kind of weather, it would affect the vision of ordinary people, but it wouldn't affect him at all. Today, he was going to wipe out the elite forces of Hydra. He was going to deal a heavy blow to Strack and Hydra. This was the first account he settled with Hydra. First, he would take out their elite force. When he was about 2/3 down the slide. When he was about 20 to 30 meters from the ground. Boom. Sulo's legs burst with terrifying power, stopping his slide, and he shot down towards the ground like a cannonball. He raised the blade in his hand. Die. A cold voice came from Sulo's mouth. Fist. He directly cut a person in half. Get him. Take him down. Even if we cripple him today, we will take him down. As long as we don't kill him, it doesn't matter if we cut off his limbs. Get him. The Hydra members were not afraid because of the blood, instead, it triggered their ferocity. Their eyes turned red, and they roared to take down Sulo. The battle erupted completely. In the pouring rain, Sulo was like a fierce beast. The blade rose and fell. One head after another was chopped off. The blade pierced through, penetrating the chest and heart with incredible accuracy. He threw the shield in his hand. The shield kept bouncing among the crowd. With its formidable power, it directly smashed the chests of people, leaving no chance of survival. With Sulo's current strength, using the shield, as long as he controlled it well, he could continuously kill. The efficiency greatly increased, far surpassing Captain America's use of the shield. Someone rushed up, wanting to stab Sulo with a knife. Spider telepathy was activated. Perceiving the danger behind him, he suddenly turned around. A cold gleam slashed out, cutting through the rain curtain, revealing Sulo's cold pupils behind the rain curtain. Fist. Cut that person in half directly. Filthy things fall out. Blood spurts. Bang bang bang. Bullets shoot towards Sulo's body. Most of them hit his chest. Sulo quickly blocks with his shield or hides behind someone. Clang clang clang. Sparks bloom in the rain. Boom boom boom. Two exoskeleton warriors charge towards Sulo. Fists pound towards Sulo. Spider telepathy activates, along with powerful reaction ability. He dodges the attack. A slash. Directly cuts through steel. Cuts off the operator's head inside. At the same time, another shield smashes out. Directly flattens the exoskeleton, smashing the opponent's head to pieces. Yellow and white matter flies. When did this happen? Sulo faces several exoskeleton warriors and is suppressed, finding it difficult to catch his breath. Now, under a large number of attacks, he easily kills two exoskeleton warriors. Definitely. Although Sulo has spider telepathy and a strong physique. But that doesn't mean he won't get injured. Facing a dense barrage of attacks. Even with spider telepathy and exceptional reaction ability, there are still times when he can't keep up. Fist. The alloy blade pierces through Sulo's clothes and into his body. He swings his shield to strike. Directly dents the opponent. With Sulo's battle, wounds constantly appear on his body, some even revealing bone. His body is covered in blood. He looks like a bloodied figure. There are his own wounds, as well as others. This place is like a slaughterhouse, only filled with madness. and Sulo is the center of the slaughterhouse. He is the butcher. Sulo's terrifying combat power makes the Hydra personnel on the scene shocked, and a hint of fear emerges in their hearts. They have hardly seen anyone with such terrifying combat power. Except for that green monster, who is already inhuman, and a few other freaks in the Avengers Alliance. The man in front of them has reached an unimaginable level. Seeing Sulo constantly being attacked and wounds appearing on him, the Hydra personnel breathe a sigh of relief. This guy can still get injured, that's good. Attack. The wounds on his body are increasing. He won't last long. Good, he's about to collapse soon. Keep attacking him. We need to keep attacking him. Make him completely fall. Everyone's hearts tremble. The Hydra soldiers roar. They all rush towards Sulo. But as time passes, they realize that Sulo doesn't feel the slightest bit weak. He is still full of vitality. Slaughtering madly. Like a meat grinder. What's going on? Why does he seem completely unaffected? He's already been injured so much. What's going on? Why hasn't he fallen yet? Even if he's a monster, after being stabbed so many times, he should be seriously injured. What kind of thing is the Sulo? Someone grits their teeth. The Winter Soldier has not made a move, hiding among the crowd. Wanting to use the tactic of overwhelming numbers to exhaust Sulo's vitality. But seeing this scene, they immediately understand that the tactic of overwhelming numbers won't work. One Winter Soldier shouts, "The four of us, together with the remaining exoskeleton warriors, attack him. Cut off his limbs and take him down." They shout loudly. Strax's most elite forces join in. Thinking that with their overwhelming force, they charge towards Sulo. Attacks come from all directions, surrounding Sulo. Chapter 64. Heavy rain pouring down. Washing Sulo's face, blurring his vision slightly. The cold rain soaked his clothes. But none of this affected Sulo, his body still burning hot. Looking at the crowd rushing towards him, Sulo's gaze remained unchanged, bursting out. That seemingly slender hand erupted with terrifying power, infused into the blade. The sharp blade in his hand turned into a deadly arc, tearing through the rain curtain, aiming at the three mechanical exoskeleton warriors in front. The cold and sharp blade easily sliced through the tough alloy of the three mechanical exoskeletons, splitting the people inside in half. Fist. Fist. Blood gushed out like a fountain. At the same time, spider telepathy activated. Danger emerged from more than a dozen places, coming from all directions. Sulo instantly used the dead three exoskeleton warriors as a breakthrough, charging out, grabbing a nearby living exoskeleton warrior as a shield. Bang. 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 Fists rained down on the person, instantly turning him into minced meat. At the same time, some attacks landed on Sulo. Fist. Fist. Two swords directly pierced his abdomen and arm muscles. A group of exoskeleton warriors and winter warriors simultaneously exerted their strength, displaying astonishing combat power. The pain made Sulo's eye twitch, gritting his teeth. But his gaze remained unchanged, ice cold. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Everyone must die. The words burst out from between Sulo's teeth, filled with a sense of power. He immediately took out a mechanical button. These were all electromagnetic pulse mechanical buttons. He didn't want to take out the neurotoxin button because it was difficult to hit the enemy accurately. These guys had highly sensitive combat awareness and could easily dodge it. He took out the electric shock button because it was raining and the enemies around him were close, making it easy to accidentally injure himself. So, the electromagnetic pulse mechanical button was the most suitable for him now. Sulo waved. Those mechanical buttons instantly turned into beams, rushing in all directions. The enemies saw the scene and became alert. Although they didn't know what these things were, but they understood. They knew that those things must be extremely dangerous. They quickly dodged, trying not to be hit by those things. In the end, they successfully avoided those mechanical buttons. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, buzz. 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 Invisible shockwaves spread out. Suddenly, a part of the affected mechanical exoskeletons instantly stopped moving, unable to budge. At the same time, the people inside were also imprisoned and unable to move by the steel prison. A wave of panic immediately swept through. Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I move? FK. Damn it, this guy's hidden weapon is actually an electromagnetic pulse weapon. It disrupted the operation of our exoskeletons. It's over, the exoskeleton has locked me tightly. I can't escape from it at all. Shit. If I can't get out, I'll be unemployed in front of Sulo. It's over, it's over. I can't move in front of this monster, I'm definitely going to die in his hands. At this moment, These immobilized people were filled with fear of being controlled by Sulo. Especially when they thought of the terrifying scenes of him killing ruthlessly, their fear intensified. And the reality was just as they wished. After shooting out those mechanical buttons, Sulo erupted again, pouring out terrifying power, acting on the shield. Whoosh! The terrifying shield has turned into the most efficient killing tool. It charges towards the motionless live targets in front. Bang! 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 The shield bounces around like a marble, colliding with the heads of the mechanical exoskeleton warriors. Boom! 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 Explosions sound one after another. One head after another is directly blown up. This scene is incredibly bloody and cruel. Upon seeing this, Sulo doesn't hesitate at all. He bursts out as well, charging towards the enemy. In an instant, a group of enemies engage in battle. His body instantly gains deep wounds, blood flowing profusely, and pain assaulting him. Sulo's face contorts slightly, the long knife in his hand turning into a weapon of death, instantly reaping several lives. 3 exoskeleton warriors and a Winter Soldier. Sulo pierces the head of the Winter Soldier with his long knife, not allowing the opponent to die with their eyes closed. Pissed. He swiftly pulls out the long knife and continues fighting with the people in front. Wounds constantly appear on his body, constantly healing. Pain also constantly assaults his nerves. In the midst of pain, Sulo transforms into the cruelest executioner, greedily harvesting lives. Suddenly, Sulo grunts, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Under the fierce attack of the enemy, a Winter Soldier successfully ambushes him, successfully severing one of Sulo's hands, and the shield falls to the ground as well. Intense pain fills Sulo's nerves. His other hand angrily stabs downward, piercing through the opponent's eye, directly piercing through their head. He swings, decapitating half of the opponent's head. Seeing Sulo's severed arm, the remaining Hydra members are all filled with excitement. Finally, they have severed one of his arms. With this one strike, the opponent will instantly lose a great deal of combat power. This allows the people of Hydra to finally see a glimmer of hope for success. Very good. Finally severed one of his hands. With only one hand left, his combat power will be greatly reduced. Not bad. Soon, we will be able to sever his other hand. Cut off his legs. Very good. Keep it up. We will soon be able to completely conquer him. Everyone's eyes are shining. And at this moment, Sulo steps on the shield on the ground, the shield leaps up, and the severed arm holding the shield falls into Sulo's hand. He reaches the severed arm. At the same time, he leaps up and instantly jumps out of the encirclement. At the same time, he quickly dodges left and right, avoiding the enemy's attacks. When the people of Hydra see Sulo reaching the severed arm, they are all stunned. Their gazes are somewhat astonished. What? What does this guy want to do? Does he want to reattach the severed arm? Is he going to weld it back on the spot? What is he doing? Does he think his arm is a building block? It broke, so he can just put it back together. What is this guy doing? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? At the moment of Hydra's astonishment, the self-healing factors in many of the severed arm areas begin to exert their power. At the sites of the wounds, buds of flesh begin to grow, connecting and merging with each other. The original injuries heal extremely rapidly. Soon, the sites of the wounds are completely connected. Under the powerful force of the self-healing factors, even the bones begin to heal, and in the end, there is not a single scar, fully restored. The entire arm instantly returns to its original state. If it weren't for the slow speed of his severed arm's regeneration, he might have already picked it up. Instead, he directly lets it grow a new arm. If he had a brand new one-time lizard self-healing potion, he could do that, but unfortunately, he doesn't have one right now. He waves his just-healed hand. Everything is back to normal, as if there was never a break. He pinches his fingers and still feels full of strength, as well as control. As Sulo read this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The surrounding members of Hydra watched as Sulo waved his severed arm and clenched his fingers. Each person widened their eyes, their pupils trembling, and their scalps tingling. Everyone felt that something was very wrong. Damn it! What's going on with this guy? Why did his hand grow back? His arm healed. FK, is this guy even human? FK. Is he a robot or a doll? Is this even possible? He lost his arm, but now it's back and he can use it freely. What is this really? Just a monster in human skin. So we worked so hard and killed someone for nothing. How can a person be so terrifying? At this moment, the remaining members of Hydra began to doubt their lives. They looked at Sulo in front of them and felt a strong sense of defeat. And a hint of fear, the fear dominated by Sulo. Sulo didn't give these people a chance to think. There weren't many people left. Sulo shot out again and killed the remaining group of people. At this moment, many of Hydra's members had lost confidence and the will to fight, and they began to scatter and flee. A Winter Soldier saw this and became furious. Running away is a dead end. He won't spare anyone. Only by burning the bridges can we fight for a chance to survive. The words abruptly stopped. Because Sulo pounced like a demon and cut off the opponent's head with a single slash. Too talkative. Die. Seeing this scene, seeing the Winter Soldier who had just motivated everyone being beheaded, everyone's fighting spirit was instantly crushed. Damn it, he's just a monster. We can't defeat him at all. Run. Run. This guy is not human. In an instant, the remaining people started to flee frantically. Only a few people resisted stubbornly. Among them was a Winter Soldier, who was blasted into a bloody mess by Sulo with his shield. The others were also killed with a single sword. Seeing the fleeing people, Sulo sneered. Can you escape? The entire canyon had long been blocked by Sulo, with cliffs on both sides. This place had long become a dead end by Sulo. He was here to leave no one behind from Hydra who came. He had said that not a single one would be spared. He, Sulo, promised to keep his word. Boom. Sulo shot out again. His speed was too fast. To the point where, under the rain curtain, a temporary rain-free passage was torn open. The cold light flew from his hand, the shield shot out, chasing after the last person. After a moment. Fist. He pulled out a long knife from the last person. The rain washed away the blood on the knife. In the vast canyon. At this moment, only Sulo stood alone, his face cold, wet hair flying in the strong wind, and his wet and heavy clothes billowing in the wind. The ground was covered with bodies, densely packed, a battlefield of corpses and blood. The blood stained the earth red, and the strong smell of blood permeated the air. Clusters of oil fires were burning fiercely. The smell of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, filling the air and the rain. Sulo's figure appeared small on the vast battlefield. But that figure was destined to be full of infinite deterrence at this moment. This deterrence enveloped the entire canyon. And it was destined to radiate out, enveloping countless people. Just because. In the entire battlefield, he alone, single-handedly, cut through the sea of corpses and mountains of blood. This terrifying battlefield. It was created by this man. At this moment. He, with the body of a human, has achieved godlike feats. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he appears not as a person, but as a true god of slaughter. The strong smell of blood in the air seems to be his essence of killing. The storm rages on. The wind blows Sulo's black hair, and his clothes rustle. The long knife in his hand is clean and bright, without a trace of blood. He looks up, gazing at the battlefield, his eyes calm but still filled with a chilling feeling. He swings his long knife, splashing countless raindrops, calmly saying, "Not a single one left, I've done it." At this moment. Above the sky. A miniature flight device, just arrived not long ago. Witnessed Sulo's final slaughter of a group of Hydra. Finally, they saw Sulo pulling out the long knife from the last person, standing alone amidst an infinite number of corpses, a spectacular and shocking scene. The scene was filled with bodies. Countless bodies. All were caused by blades and blunt force. It was intentional. And they were all Hydra's people. Only one person survived. That person is Sulo. The one who has always been shrouded in mystery, Sulo. They originally thought that Sulo would definitely be taken down by Hydra's people. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be like this. Completely subverting their expectations. With just one person, one sword, and one shield, Sulo slaughtered the entire army of Hydra in this canyon. With his own strength, he overturned Hydra's elite forces. What kind of power is this? Black Widow and Hawkeye looked at the brutal scene in the canyon, looked at the man standing on the sea of corpses, and felt a huge impact. They both took a deep breath. Looking at the man on the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. From above, the figure standing on the sea of blood seemed so frail and small. But Black Widow and Hawkeye felt an infinite sense of oppression. For the first time. Just by looking at the screen, they could feel the terrifying intimidation carried by the person in the screen. That intimidation seemed to seep out from the screen. Pressing down on them. Standing amidst the infinite mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he was not just a person, but a god of war descending upon the world. An invincible god of slaughter. The storm and rain seemed to be impacting not his body, but their souls. Causing a raging storm in their hearts. Not only Black Widow and Hawkeye, but also everyone in SHIELD. Seeing this scene, their minds were greatly impacted. Everyone was shocked into silence, forgetting how to speak. A dead silence. In everyone's eyes, There was only shock. Because tonight, that person created a legend. One person, leaving behind a super army of Hydra. Hawkeye swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Is this Sulo? He is actually so terrifying, possessing such unimaginable strength. Is he really a human? Such power, it's like a god descending upon the world. Black Widow's scalp tingled, her hair standing on end, when I learned that he was going to face Hydra's team alone. I was a bit dismissive. I thought he was crazy. I thought he was too arrogant, underestimating the power of Hydra. But I was wrong. He is not arrogant, he is just confident. He just knows very well that he can truly annihilate a super army of Hydra. Black Widow's body trembled in the cold rain. Her eyes fixed on the terrifying figure on the screen. Is this Sulo's true strength? The reason why Hydra wanted to find Sulo is because he possesses such terrifying power. Black Widow murmured, so, Sulo is actually a super weapon created by Hydra. Chapter 65. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Hawkeye's pupils contracted. He spoke, has Hydra really obtained such terrifying technology? To be able to create such a terrifying super weapon like Sulo? Black Widow fell silent for a moment, then said, after all, this is Hydra, a massive organization that has spread its tentacles all over the world. And they have been hiding behind S.H.I.E.L.D, gaining a lot of resources and knowledge. They are constantly conducting various research. Think about it, the base we previously conquered, Baron Strucker's base, created powerful superhumans like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. They even wanted to create an electronic life similar to Ultron through the Mind Scepter. If we hadn't broken through, we wouldn't have known all this. Just a base we conquered could produce such powerful beings. Not to mention, Hydra still has many hidden bases that we haven't discovered. So they really might be hiding powerful technology from us and have successfully created a super weapon like Sulo, so terrifying. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's face changed slightly, even looking a bit grim. If Hydra really possesses such terrifying technology, that would be extremely dangerous. The rest of S.H.I.E.L.D heard Black Widow's words and furrowed their brows. Then, Black Widow paused for a moment. Definitely, although Hydra has such technology, it may be very immature, and even the creation of Sulo could be a coincidence. Just like Hulk, who was accidentally created in a time experiment and possesses godlike power. After Sulo gained his power, he escaped just like Hulk. Her thoughts raced, recalling Hulk's experiences. She instinctively connected him with Sulo. She pondered, it is precisely because the technology of 233 is immature or coincidentally created that Hydra cannot replicate a new Sulo. So they started looking for Hulk, just like General Ross did in the past. But because they couldn't replicate a new Sulo, they could only use outdated power to deal with this new force. But in the end, they failed because this force was too strong. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Thinking of this, Black Widow's eyes brightened slightly, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth, as if she had found the truth and felt a hint of joy. A sense of having the upper hand appeared on her face. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Hawkeye, who was initially nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they can't replicate it. If Hydra could replicate it, that would be truly terrifying. Black Widow's words were logical, and with Hulk as a precedent. Hawkeye found it very reasonable and said seriously, if what you say is true, then everything can indeed be explained. It seems that Sulo might really be a completely new weapon accidentally created by Hydra. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D, they also heard Black Widow's words. Each of them furrowed their brows. Black Dumpling remained silent for a moment before saying, I didn't expect Hydra, this damn mother VR, to be able to create such a powerful super weapon. Indeed, the strength of the Hydra is still deep. We need to be more prepared and vigilant against Hydra. At the same time, we need to use more firepower to destroy them. Black Dumpling nodded, his eyes gleaming coldly, you're right, we need to continue to strike them and strike them fiercely. We must completely eliminate this damn motherfucking Hydra. Our previous actions were too gentle, and our investigation was not thorough enough. Previously, we thought Hydra had suffered heavy damage and was weakened, but now it seems that we were mistaken. Perhaps Hydra hasn't been seriously injured. So now we need to deploy more forces specifically to target Hydra and strike and destroy them. At this moment, Black Dumpling's voice became extremely cold. Hill's expression became serious as she nodded, yes, we should do that. Hydra, on the other hand, was unaware. Because of Sulo's actions, S.H.I.E.L.D had developed a great misunderstanding about them. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D became even more wary of them and prepared to launch a more fierce attack on them, thinking that they were already weakened. At this moment, when Black Dumpling made up his mind, The high-ranking members of Hydra, scattered in different places, inexplicably felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being watched by something filthy. Inside the canyon, Sulo looked at the corpses and blood on the ground. He looked up at the sky and threw a DNA contamination bomb. He took out a gun from his waist and fired a shot at the contamination bomb. Bang! A large amount of gas sprayed out, blending into the rainwater and dripping onto the ground. Mixing with the abundant blood, it contaminated the DNA. After finishing all this, he climbed up the steep cliff and immediately headed towards New York. Moving at an extremely fast speed, he shuttled through the jungle and disappeared into the darkness. At the same moment, outside of Earth, a spacecraft returning from space had an accident and crashed into a forest. And this spacecraft was launched by the Life Foundation. During the return, something went wrong, causing it to deviate from its orbit and ultimately crash. Soon after, personnel from the Life Foundation arrived at the crash site. They took out several containers from inside. Inside the containers was a liquid that was constantly shape-shifting, as if it had life. However, one of the containers was broken during the crash and was empty. The staff quickly dialed a phone number. Dr. Drake, one of the containers broke, and it seems that the extraterrestrial life inside escaped. A deep voice came from the other end. I know, quickly bring back all the remaining containers. Yes. So, these containers were quickly loaded onto a plane and flew towards New York. Hydra base, somewhere. Where Baron Strucker was located. Inside the intelligence room, Baron was lying on a chair, extremely excited. Because he was about to capture Sulo. But soon, things changed. At the same time, on the computer screen, the life signatures of the exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier also began to disappear continuously. Reports from the front line kept coming back. And it was getting worse and worse. Report to Baron. Sulo is crazily killing our special forces. Report to Baron. 4 exoskeleton soldiers dead. 32 more. Report to Baron. We only have 1/5 of our regular soldiers left. Report to Baron. 10 exoskeleton soldiers died at once. Only 9 left. Report to Baron. 1 Winter Soldier dead. Only 3 left. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided. And it was their side that was completely one-sided. Sulo was suppressing his forces with terrifying power. Baron Strucker's face became increasingly worse, paler. He stood up, hands on the desk, murmuring, how could this happen? For a small Sulo, a super soldier, how can he achieve such a level? His arms were trembling. Finally, on the screen, everything turned gray. The avatars of the exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier dimmed, losing their life signatures. Report to Baron. On the battlefield, none of our people survived. 4,000 ordinary mercenaries, 1,000 elite special forces. 36 exoskeleton soldiers. 4 Winter Soldiers. All killed. As the last report came in, the large intelligence room became chaotic. Everyone was shocked, waves of turmoil surged in their hearts. All killed. How could this happen? A single person, actually annihilated an elite Hydra army. Who is this guy? Is he a monster? Like a monster similar to the Hulk. When did such a terrifying figure emerge in the world? To annihilate a super army, what kind of power is this? Is it a god in disguise? Just as everyone was in an uproar. Bang. A loud gunshot rang out. That unlucky guy who was reading the report, his head exploded from a gunshot. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The people around were pale and trembling. Suddenly, the chaotic intelligence room fell silent. Only the sound of people's breathing. Sweat dripped from everyone's forehead. And the one who fired the gun was the furious and extremely fearful Baron. He held the gun, smoke still rising from the barrel. The Baron's face was extremely pale, his eyes filled with fear, anger, and disbelief. Extreme emotions overwhelmed his brain. Suddenly, his mind went blank, his vision darkened, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The gun in the book fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. He immediately stabilized himself by placing both hands on the table. After a moment, he raised his head again. He looked at the dark screen, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. This was his most elite force, his right-hand man. And now, they were all wiped out? It was equivalent to rendering his martial arts useless. Not disabled, but almost disabled. At this moment, he really couldn't understand. How did things come to this point? Meanwhile, not long after Sulo left, a fully armed team arrived outside the canyon and reached the cliffs of the canyon. The leader said into the earpiece, "Report to Madam, we are about to reach the canyon. I will immediately go and investigate the loud noise we heard earlier. Also, based on what we overheard from Stark's side. They seemed to be capturing someone named Sulo, and this time they happened to encounter each other. Both sides engaged in battle. I estimate that Sulo should have. These people are the ones arranged by Madam Viper of Hydra to monitor the Baron's troops. After hearing the loud noise from this side earlier, worried about the possibility of geological disasters, for safety reasons, they waited outside for a while. And then continued to come. On the other side, Madam Viper stood quietly on top of a building in the city, overlooking the sleeping city. Her enchanting figure formed seductive curves in the dim light. Hearing her subordinate's words, she said, "Very well. Be careful when you go over, don't be discovered." Madam Viper's team arrived at the edge of the cliff, and immediately there were gasps of astonishment. They saw the horrifying scene in the canyon. A large number of corpses, blood flowing like a river, and the flames of war still burning. It was obvious that the battle had just ended. There was not a single survivor at the scene. Looking at the equipment and vehicles, the dead people below were all Hydra's men. They were all elite forces of Stark. The terrifying smell of blood filled the entire canyon. Even in heavy rain, the strong smell of blood couldn't be washed away. The entire canyon resembled a true hell. The members of the team trembled as they spoke. How is this possible? What exactly happened here? Why did this situation occur? The cold voice of Madam Hydra rang out, "What happened?" A team member quickly said, "Madam, they're all dead. Stark's super army, all buried in this canyon. They were all slaughtered. The scene is like hell itself, filled with bodies and blood." Hearing this, Madam Hydra's breath hitched, her pupils shrinking. How is that possible? They're all dead? That was Stark's super army. There were not only a considerable number of special forces, but also a significant number of exoskeleton soldiers and 4 winter soldiers. This is an extremely powerful force. How did they all die? She quickly asked. Were there traces of other large teams at the scene? The team members looked around with binoculars, surveying the surroundings and the area below. In the end, they gave an answer that left Madam Hydra incredulous. "Report, Madam, there are no traces of other large teams. Furthermore, based on our investigation of the scene, there is only one person's trace, going down from the cliff and then coming back up. No other traces of people were found. And based on the majority of the injuries on the bodies we saw at the scene, they were all consistent. They were either caused by a sharp blade or a blunt weapon, with very few other signs of injury. It can be said that the cause of death for this unit mostly points to one person." As the team members reasoned, they themselves felt a sense of horror about their own deduction. All of this was done by one person. A sound of inhalation came through the earpiece. One person? Are you saying that a person named Sulo single-handedly wiped out Stark's super army? The team member swallowed and said, "Based on the traces at the scene and the information we captured, yes." "Send me the photos of the scene." "Yes, madam." 1.5 team members quickly took out a special camera, took a picture, and sent it to Madam Hydra. Madam Hydra remained silent for a long time after seeing the hellish scene in the canyon. She immediately pulled up Sulo's file. It was the same as the information obtained from Zola and Shield. Then she looked up at the city and murmured, "So, Stark, Sulo is your hidden secret. You destroyed the Super Serum 71 research facility to hide Sulo, didn't you? You deceived us and secretly researched a new secret weapon, ultimately creating Sulo. And then you let him escape. To cover up his information, you destroyed the 71 research facility. At the same time, you didn't produce a second Sulo, indicating that Sulo's success was accidental. You went through so much trouble to find Claw, just to capture Sulo and continue the research, right? You actually hid such important research from us. You really deserve to die." On Zola's side, he had been monitoring Stark through a hidden network portal and also learned about Sulo's destruction of the army. He had the same suspicion as Madam Hydra. In the end, the high-ranking members of Hydra pressured Stark to hand over the research data related to Sulo. However, Stark didn't have any research data. In the end, he confessed to the fact that Sulo had developed the super serum. But everyone scoffed at it. After all, a super soldier couldn't possibly cause such terrifying destruction. Everyone believed that Stark was trying to hide something and had no intention of contributing the data. So they fell out with Stark. At the same time, some covert plans against Stark began. Sulo ran swiftly. Not long after, he returned to New York. Chapter 66. When Sulo returned to New York, it was still stormy and rainy. Coupled with the night, the whole city seemed to be completely asleep. This sleepless city finally fell asleep. On top of the building, Sulo was running towards his safe house. At this moment, he had already changed out of the torn and blood-stained clothes he had on when he returned to the city, and put on a new set of clothes. The strong winds and rain couldn't stop Sulo's steady pace. He was running against the wind, at an astonishing speed. Having dealt with Hydra's army, Sulo's mood became much happier. His thoughts now returned to himself. Now, he had obtained spider abilities. However, his spider abilities were still undeveloped and in the initial stage. His strength was only 15 tons, far from the peak strength of hundreds of tons, and there was still a lot of potential to be tapped. In the coming time, he would need to constantly develop his spider abilities and explore their potential. To make himself stronger, this would require intense training, constantly stimulating muscle cells, constantly squeezing the muscles, making them grow rapidly, becoming stronger and more explosive. To make muscles grow quickly, first, one must do heavy load strength training, which means making the muscles bear the maximum load. Performing resistance training under maximum load can make the muscles grow quickly. The human body's muscles are composed of muscle fibers, and the number of muscle fibers is determined by genetics. To make the muscles stronger, one must make the existing muscle fibers thicker and stronger through weight training. In heavy weight training, the muscles will become congested, and even cause partial ruptures in muscle cells. Afterwards, by replenishing a large amount of nutrients, especially protein, the damaged muscles will be repaired. When these damaged muscle fibers are completely healed, the muscles will become thicker and stronger. Therefore, he now needed to constantly engage in powerful weight training. Making the muscles contract continuously, making the muscles constantly rupture, regenerate, and strengthen. His muscles were different from ordinary people's, able to accommodate more explosive power, able to withstand more intense training. This led to his muscles having a high potential limit. Through continuous rupture, regeneration, and strengthening, he could eventually reach an unimaginable level. At the same time, after strengthening his muscle fibers, they would not infinitely expand in size, but would simply increase in mass, increasing unit strength and unit explosive power. Now, the dimensions of his muscles had reached their limit, they would not continue to grow, only continue to become stronger. This was also what set him apart from ordinary people. Sulo immediately made arrangements for his upcoming days. That is to constantly engage in overload training and constantly replenish a large amount of nutrients and protein. In order to constantly enhance his strength, ordinary exercise equipment and tools would definitely have no effect on him. So, he needed more powerful exercise tools and equipment. In addition, Sulo thought of the strange little Spider-Man he unintentionally created. Clearly, his little Spider-Man had undergone a huge metamorphosis, possessing powerful strength beyond that of an ordinary spider, and also having a certain level of intelligence. Sulo was ready to examine the little Spider-Man, to see what exactly caused it, which combination of genes caused such a mutation. In addition, he also wanted to test how strong the little Spider-Man's strength was, and whether it had any other abilities. Furthermore, he had obtained Wolverine's abilities along with the spider abilities. Now he could be considered to have a certain level of self-defense ability. Next, he could start his Superman plan. Thinking of this, Sulo's eyes flashed with excitement. In this world, there is no Superman. So he cannot find a template for himself to reference, nor can he find Superman's DNA for research. Therefore, he can only start from scratch and gradually build himself into a true Superman, a true Silver Superman. To make the god of the mortal world appear in the Marvel world. To gradually become invincible. Definitely, this process will not be easy. It will definitely require a lot of research. The first step is to shape his body into the prototype of Superman. That is to study different super ability holders, to understand their similarities with Superman. Ultimately, he wants to possess various abilities similar to Superman, but these powers will all be obtained from others, so they will mostly be isolated. They will not form an organic whole, nor will there be an organic cycle. So, what he needs to do next is to thoroughly integrate and upgrade these isolated abilities, to fuse all his abilities into one, to become an organic whole, to become a cycle. The various abilities will establish organic connections. These abilities will combine in a certain order, forming a new system or a new whole. Within the system or new framework, the elements of each ability will interact and influence each other, forming a more powerful force, and constantly undergoing unified strengthening upgrades. When he reaches this step, the true Superman will have appeared. Definitely. During this process, he can modify Superman's weakness in magic resistance. He will search for corresponding methods to strengthen his magic resistance, and even improve his magical abilities. In the end, he will create a Superman without weaknesses, and who can undergo infinite upgrades. This is his future main work route, as well as his main mission. Definitely, while doing the main mission, if he encounters other things of interest, he will study them and enhance his own strength. And to create a template for Superman, it is necessary to find super abilities similar to Superman's various abilities. His first goal is to obtain a strong and indestructible physique. He has already identified a target. A superhero. His super ability is to have an incredibly strong physique, and his body will not change color or shapeshift. That is Luke Cage. He is friends with superheroes like Daredevil and Iron Fist. Digging into Spider-Man's abilities, he begins the Superman creation plan, which is what he will do next. Whoosh. Sulo's feet burst with powerful force as he races towards a certain location in Hell's Kitchen. Using his powerful leg strength, he leaps and bounces on the rooftops of tall buildings. After intense and continuous exertion, Sulo is starting to feel tired. In addition, some buildings are too far apart for him to jump over, so he has to take detours, which is a bit troublesome. Sulo murmurs, indeed, in the city, using cobwebs to swing is quite a convenient way. As long as there is something to support it, you can reach anywhere. And Spider-Man's cobwebs have many other effects, whether it's against enemies or restraining others, it's a good choice. I can indeed create one. Inside the safe house. Claude and Xiaoyi have already taken a hot shower and treated their injuries. The entire safe house has been reinforced and modified by Sulo. Even Claude can only move around upstairs. Claude no longer has access to the downstairs area. Sulo is the only one who currently has access to the entire basement. After all, Sulo has a lot of research in the basement, and he won't let others get close. So he set it up to allow only himself to enter and exit. When Claude enters the house, he becomes aware of his permissions. He doesn't mind this. After all, he understood that in the basement, it must be Sulo's own experimental achievements. Although he lent the house to the other party, it did not mean that everything inside the house belonged to him. The things created by Sulo inside the house still belonged to the other party. So it was natural for Sulo to protect his privacy. When he lent the house to Sulo, he allowed Sulo to do whatever he wanted. At the moment, Xiaoyi was huddled next to a small electric stove, wrapped in a blanket to keep herself warm. Claude brought a cup of steaming medicine and handed it to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, drink it. Your whole body is soaked in the cold rain, you need to drink some medicine to prevent catching a cold. Xiaoyi took the medicine and drank it, feeling much warmer all over her body. However, her face was still pale, and her lips were white. Her voice hoarse, she asked, Big brother, when will you come back? Claude looked at the pouring rain outside the window, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He should be back soon, right? However, at this moment, Claude's heart was also uncertain. After all, this Hydra battle was huge, with a strong force that was almost impossible to resist with human power. He really didn't know how Sulo should confront this force, or even eliminate it. He couldn't think of a way. So he was worried at this moment. Just then, with a crack, the window was opened, and the sound of the raging storm grew louder. Claude and his daughter quickly looked over. They saw a figure flipping in from outside the window. Seeing the unfamiliar clothes, Claude instantly reached for his gun at his waist and coldly asked, Who are you? But then he felt that the figure seemed familiar. Following the joyful shout of his daughter next to him, Big brother, you're back. He realized that it was Sulo who had changed into a different outfit. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up when she saw Sulo, and she hurriedly ran up to give him a hug. But Sulo pressed his finger against her forehead. I'm all wet, don't hug me. Xiaoyi looked aggrieved. Okay. Claude also walked up happily, ignoring the fact that Sulo was soaked, and gave him a big hug. Claude laughed heartily. You're finally back. That's great. He quickly looked at Sulo's body. Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? He looked left and right. Sulo shrugged. No wounds anywhere on my body. Sulo told the truth. He really didn't have any wounds on his body. Seeing Sulo being hugged by her father, Xiaoyi pouted and felt a bit unhappy. Immediately, she also ran up and hugged Sulo, instantly showing a happy smile. She giggled, I want to hug Big brother too. Sulo helplessly rubbed the little girl's head. Xiaoyi couldn't smell the scent on Sulo's body because her nose was blocked. Claude nodded when he saw this, a genuine happiness showing on his face. It's good as long as you're not injured, that's the most important thing. We don't need to confront them head on, after all, they have so many people. Strategic retreat is the best option. He then asked, as for those Hydra members, is it okay if we don't deal with them? But we need to be more careful in the future. They will definitely continue to intensify their efforts to find us. Claude thought that Sulo chose to strategically retreat because he saw too many enemies and their equipment was too advanced. For Claude, it didn't matter if Hydra wasn't dealt with, as long as everyone was safe, that was the most important thing. When Sulo heard his words, he shook his head calmly and said, they probably don't have time to look for you for now. Because I have taken care of their large forces that came this time. Force struck her, it's a serious blow, and it will take him a lot of energy and time to recover. Claude's expression froze, and his mind couldn't react for a moment. He spoke up, saying, are you really saying that you have dealt with Hydra's people? Sulo nodded and then gently pulled Xiaoyi away from himself, replacing the blanket with a clean one, allowing her to continue warming herself by the small stove. After doing all this, Sulo said, I'm going to take a shower. With that, he went upstairs to his master bedroom, preparing to take a bath. After all, even though he had changed his clothes, his whole body was still dirty and there was a strong smell of blood. Leaving behind a stunned and somewhat dazed Chloe. He stood still, muttering, he has completely eliminated Hydra's main forces. In Chloe's eyes, Sulo had no reason to lie about this matter, and Sulo was not someone who lied about such things. So since the other party said that they had eliminated Hydra's main forces, they must have really done so. However, this matter was shocking. After all, Hydra's main forces were extremely powerful, with many mechanical exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier among them. To eliminate such a large force, one must possess terrifying power. He remembered the terrifying speed that Sulo had shown when he saw him earlier. To improve his speed to such a level in such a short time was already a miracle. This miraculous progress seemed to explain how he could eliminate the main forces. Chloe was somewhat absent-minded, muttering, too fierce, it's really too fierce, simply a godlike person. At the same time, Chloe was somewhat pleased, saying, I really have a good eye for people, I recognized that my brother is extraordinary at first sight, and invested in him early. He smiled smugly, saying, I seem to have some ability in judging people. He closed the window and returned to the small stove. Soon, Sulo finished washing up, and the smell of blood on his body had greatly diminished. He went downstairs. Chloe was still watching cartoons with Xiaoyi, but at this moment, Xiaoyi had fallen asleep in her father's arms due to exhaustion. Sulo whispered, let's go upstairs. Chloe nodded with a smile, saying, this little girl has fallen asleep, I was just about to take her upstairs. Sulo continued, tomorrow, I will perform surgery on Xiaoyi to cure her congenital heart disease and asthma. Hearing this, Chloe suddenly stiffened, his pupils shrinking, staring blankly at Sulo. He couldn't help but doubt his own ears. After all, these two diseases were incurable, even the world's top doctors had no way to cure them. Sulo nodded affirmatively, saying, I already have a mature plan, I will heal her. Go to sleep now. Seeing Sulo's promise, this strong man's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. He choked up slightly, saying, thank you, brother. For Chloe, his daughter was everything to him, and his daughter's illness had always weighed heavily on his heart. He had already given up hope. But he didn't expect. Sulo waved his hand, saying, I just happen to like Xiaoyi. Then, he went downstairs. Chloe wiped his eyes and looked at Xiaoyi, a smile appearing on his face. Under the warm light of the small stove, the smile seemed incredibly warm. Sulo arrived downstairs. He turned on the computer. Opened a file. Speculation and production of web shooters. This was something he had worked on during his spare time while tinkering with his cobweb ability. To create web shooters, first, he needed to create a subatomic cobweb solution. A man-made nanomaterial that appeared as a liquid and was directly compressed into subatomic form through high-energy compression. Chapter 67. After this nanomaterial is condensed into subatomic form, it can be placed in a specially designed cobweb container. The cobweb container is activated by a variable frequency electric current. The subatomic cobweb solution can be instantly released from the container and undergo continuous changes, eventually transforming into cobweb. First, it instantly transforms from subatomic to atomic, and then from atomic to gas. The gas undergoes intense friction with the atmosphere at high speeds, and the heat causes the spiderweb material to rapidly transition from gas to liquid. The liquid quickly solidifies into a solid, resulting in the final cobweb. Although the process seems complex, the transformations actually occur in an instant. Spiderweb is in a liquid state at normal temperatures and only becomes cobweb when the spiderweb material generates heat through intense friction with the atmosphere at high speeds. This makes it easy to store in small containers, allowing for a large quantity of pure cobweb. Additionally, after a period of time, the spiderweb will melt and disappear on its own, without causing any environmental impact. Looking at the general direction on his document, Sulo spoke up, next, we need to find the corresponding materials. Inside the glass box beside him, Little Spider-Man obediently stayed inside, watching Sulo like this. Sulo planned to take Little Spider-Man to Osborne tomorrow for a more detailed examination and testing. His equipment here was ultimately not as complete as Osborne's. Especially the testing equipment. Sulo said, you can play in this room, but you can't go out, understand? Upon hearing Sulo's words, little Spider-Man nodded. But it didn't move, just quietly stayed there, watching Sulo. Regarding this, Logo didn't say anything either. Instead, he began his own research. He started by researching the properties of a large number of materials and quickly screening them to find materials that met the criteria, and then conducting experiments and matching them. His brain worked rapidly, and his hands were busy. Tapping the keyboard, using instruments, his speed was so fast that one could almost see after images. After a few hours, Sulo successfully produced version 1.0 of the initial cobweb solution. It could be compressed to a subatomic state and, when shot out, instantly transform into cobweb, sticking to the target. The stickiness was extremely strong. And it had great toughness. The only drawback was that after transforming into cobweb, it was extremely afraid of flames, which could easily burn through the cobweb. However, Sulo was already very satisfied. After all, this was just the initial version of the cobweb solution he had spent a few hours creating. Sulo held a special test tube. Inside the special test tube lay a silver liquid, resembling mercury. He gently shook the test tube and looked quite satisfied, saying, "Very good, I've made version 1.0 of the cobweb solution. Next, I'll make the web shooters and then compress the solution to a subatomic level and inject it into the web shooters. In that case, the web shooters will also need special materials." Sulo murmured. To compress a large amount of solution to a subatomic level and store it in a container, the compressive strength of this container also had to be exceptionally high. Sulo needed to find a special material with such high compressive strength. But this kind of thing was relatively easy to find in the Marvel world, with various alloys and superfibers. In the end, Sulo chose an alloy material specifically used to make exoskeleton armor from Hydra's data. It was more than enough to serve as a container for the cobweb solution. The container material is easy to solve, and the button for the shooter is relatively easy to solve as well. The shooter button is not a switch of some kind, but a power switch. The power switch connects to the shooter's mainboard CPU, which changes the frequency and power output of the electric current through electronic frequency conversion and transfers the electric current to the cobweb container. Different electric currents can produce different webbing forms. The slightly more difficult part to solve is how to shoot things out. I need to create a powerful pushing device to shoot the solution out at high speed. I need to create a gas pulse, similar to the principle of an air cannon. The air cannon shoots out like a smoke ring, and it rotates, similar to the spider principle. By using a gas pulse, the cobweb liquid can be released at high speed, and in the high-speed friction, it transforms into cobweb. Then, using high-energy materials to generate extremely high electricity, creating a pulse force that allows the spiderweb to be shot out at a speed surpassing that of a normal bullet. I need to make a gas pulse device. But this thing is a bit difficult to make. I estimate it will take some effort. The gas pulse device utilizes the principle of air power. The working medium is air, consisting of a differential pressure device and a fast exhaust valve that can achieve automatic control, instantly converting air pressure into air jet kinetic energy, thereby generating a powerful impact force. Sulo immediately immersed himself in the development of the gas pulse generator. He began designing various components of the gas pulse generator, including the gas pulse body, including the jet component, three-way solenoid valves, gas pulse controller, and blowing pipe. Time passed quickly. Soon enough. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Sulo was also tired and decided to take a rest. After all, he had been staying up late for a while, and even with his extraordinary physique, he couldn't bear it. It seems that I still need to put some effort into this gas pulse generator to complete it. I'll work on it tomorrow when I have time. Inside the glass box next to him, little Spider-Man had already fallen asleep. Sulo went upstairs and took a nap. The next morning, Sulo woke up refreshed, as if he had regained a new lease on life. He yawned. Feels great. Although I only slept for a few hours, I feel completely restored. He stretched his muscles and bones, making crisp cracking sounds. Next, it's time to perform surgery on Xiaoyi. He immediately went downstairs. Claude had already prepared breakfast because he knew Sulo had a big appetite and needed high-nutrient food. It was a breakfast specially made for Sulo. Claude looked at Sulo coming downstairs and smiled. "You're up." Sulo nodded. Xiaoyi was lying on the sofa, still yawning, looking completely unawake. "Good morning, big brother." Even her greeting seemed lackluster. She yawned again, with tears in her eyes. Xiaoyi touched her belly. "Daddy, Elizabeth is a little hungry." Claude spoke. "Your big brother will treat you later. Don't eat for now." Xiaoyi drooped her head. "Okay." Then, Xiaoyi asked, "What illness are you going to treat me for?" "To cure your congenital heart disease and asthma. After that, you will be comfortable and be able to play and jump around like a normal child." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, instantly becoming spirited. She looked at Sulo with anticipation. Big brother, can you really cure my illness? Sulo sat at the dining table and nodded. Don't worry, soon you will be just like everyone else. Xiaoyi continued, then can I practice fighting like you and dad? Can I use a gun? I want to become as powerful as my big brother and dad. Sulo nodded, definitely. As long as you're willing, you can do whatever you want in the future. Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled, raising her hands high. That's great. Elizabeth is so happy. Sulo finished his food and took Xiaoyi to a surgery room in the basement. At this moment, little Spider-Man sneaked along and hid behind the door, secretly watching. Sulo naturally noticed the presence of the little Spider-Man. In addition, he discovered something. He had a strange connection with little Spider-Man. Whenever he saw it or was in close proximity, he could sense it. Sulo suspected that this was a unique ability among Spider-Men, called spider telepathy. Spider-Man could sense other Spider-Men. Although little Spider-Man wasn't exactly a Spider-Man, in a certain sense, it might possess the abilities and intelligence of a Spider-Man, as well as great strength. So, even if the other party had spider telepathy, Sulo wasn't particularly curious. What Sulo was curious about was at what point little Spider-Man became different from the others. Feeling little Spider-Man sneaking around, Sulo helplessly said, "Alright, stop peeking and come out to watch. From now on, you can move around the entire basement." Little Spider-Man heard this and quickly ran out, sticking to the wall, watching Sulo and Xiaoyi. Elizabeth saw that little Spider-Man wasn't afraid at all, but rather curious, and widened her eyes. Seeing Xiaoyi's expression, Sulo's eyes twitched. This girl is truly fearless and bold. Xiaoyi spoke up, it seems like it can understand what you're saying too. Can I be friends with it? Sulo said, it's my experiment, it's a very clever little Spider-Man. As long as it's willing, you can be friends. Alright, Xiaoyi, we're going to start now. Xiaoyi quickly lay down obediently. Soon, Sulo began to treat Xiaoyi. The surgery lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours of precise treatment, Sulo's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. Finally, Sulo completed the surgery. Xiaoyi's complexion also became rosy. The effect was immediate. Xiaoyi woke up from anesthesia. When she woke up, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Big brother, I no longer have the feeling of palpitations." Her eyes sparkled. Sulo nodded, because your illness has been cured. Xiaoyi asked, what about my asthma? Sulo nodded, it's also cured. Xiaoyi quickly hugged Sulo and kissed him on the face, saying, thank you, big brother. She waved her fists and exclaimed, from now on, I will become as amazing as big brother and dad. Sulo couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyi looked at the little Spider-Man beside her and asked, little Spider-Man, do you want to be friends with Elizabeth? Dad can make a lot of delicious food for you. She looked at little Spider-Man expectantly and raised her hand in the air. As a result, little Spider-Man was startled and took several steps back. Elizabeth saw this and felt disappointed. Don't you want to be friends with Elizabeth? Sulo patted Elizabeth's head, it looks like it's just timid. Just spend more time together in the future. Alright, I'll take you up now to make your dad happy. After saying that, Sulo took Elizabeth upstairs. Seeing his daughter with a healthier complexion, Chloe became extremely happy and excited. He hugged Sulo excitedly and expressed his gratitude. Seeing Chloe and Xiaoyi in such a happy state, Sulo also felt warm in his heart. Sulo said, alright, you and Xiaoyi go and have fun, I won't go down to work. Chloe quickly said, you're busy, you don't need to worry about us. Immediately, Chloe took Xiaoyi to play games in the yard, jumping and bouncing happily. This was the first time Chloe had played like this with his daughter. After all, his daughter couldn't engage in vigorous activities before due to her heart disease and asthma. Seeing the two outside, Sulo finally had a smile on his face. He watched for a while, then went downstairs. Next, I'll make my spider launcher in one go. Sulo went to the basement. He continued his work. One component after another was completed. Submerging pulse valve, a diaphragm-type submerging pulse valve used to automatically start the gas pulse generator. Completed. Gas pulse controller, a microcontroller with timing setting and multiple function cobweb release, used to control the pulse generator's action interval or control the corresponding program for releasing multiple cobwebs. Completed. Gas pulse pipeline fittings, including air filters, pressure regulators, oil misters, etc. Production completed. Pipeline check valve, to prevent a decrease in air pressure due to inflation pipeline issues. Production completed. 1 hour. A small and delicate wristband-style web shooters is complete. Like a beautiful bracelet, with a pure metallic texture, as black as ink. Seeing this, Sulo is very happy, a sense of accomplishment arises. Conquering and creating something new is so joyful. Finally completed. Next, let's try it. He uses a subatomic compressor to compress the cobweb solution to a subatomic level, then injects it into the web shooters. He puts on the launcher. Immediately activates the controller. Whoosh. A strand of white silk shoots towards the ceiling. Instantly sticking to it. Sulo pulls on it and instantly rushes towards the ceiling. Both hands stick to the ceiling, and he is stuck to it. Sulo looks at the launcher, feeling excited, not bad, worthy of something I developed. Let's try again. He constantly shoots cobweb in different directions, constantly spreading throughout the room, shooting here and there. Finally, Sulo lands on the ground, with a satisfied expression on his face. In the future, when I'm in a hurry, I can save more effort and be more versatile. Afterwards, I can further adjust the formula of the spider solution, making it more fireproof, acid-proof, and insulating, making it more resilient. At the same time, he shoots again. Instantly, what shoots out is not just a strand of cobweb, but a spider web that can be used to capture others. Web shooters can shoot cobwebs with different functions. It can also shoot thicker rope-like cobwebs, or cobwebs that can automatically bend to bind others, and so on. After testing is complete, Sulo's gaze falls on little Spider-Man. Next, I'll take you to Osborne Corporation for testing. At the same time, I'll have some custom exercise equipment made for myself at Osborne Corporation for overload training. Let's go. The spider immediately jumps onto Sulo and crawls into his shirt pocket. So, Sulo sets off. With his standard accessories, a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, he drives towards Osborne Corporation. 1. Sulo arrives at Osborne Corporation. He walks towards the laboratory with little Spider-Man, walking in the hallway of the laboratory. Little Spider-Man even pops out a little head, curiously looking around. At this moment, at the corner of the hallway, the door opens, and Kurt rushes out, excitedly saying, "Boss, boss. We've figured out the formula for the healing medicine." Suddenly appearing Kurt startles little Spider-Man. Then, in the shocked eyes of Sulo and Kurt, little Spider-Man emits an electric current and charges straight towards Kurt. A scream, Kurt is sent flying, crashing into the door. Sulo widens his eyes. Wow. Did he unintentionally create a Pikachu? Chapter 68. The startled little Spider-Man unleashed an astonishing electric current. The high voltage directly pierced the air between little Spider-Man and the human body, causing the air to rapidly expand and explode, ultimately sending Kurt flying. Sulo was completely stunned by the scene. He never expected that little Spider-Man could unleash an electric current. Although he knew that some parallel universe Spider-Man indeed possessed the ability to release an electric current. But he never expected that his own little Spider-Man could also do this. Sulo felt like his jaw was about to drop. Wow. What on earth did Sulo create? It seems that the extraordinary sequence genome has produced a very strange chemical reaction with little Spider-Man's own genome, making little Spider-Man so special. After releasing the electric current, little Spider-Man quickly hid in the depths of Sulo's shirt pocket. At the same time, the edge of Sulo's shirt pocket had a burnt hole from the electric current. Sulo's eyes twitched slightly, his clothes were ruined. In front, Kurt fell to the ground. A cry of pain. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. Originally just a weak researcher, with this happening, Kurt felt like he couldn't bear it. He had only seen the scene in the corridor through the camera and knew that the boss was coming. So he came up to surprise the boss, but unexpectedly, he was the one who got scared first. Kurt quickly took out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside was a pale green liquid. He drank it in one gulp. Instantly, the pain in his whole body eased a lot, warm and comforting. Sulo looked at Kurt, whose face quickly improved, and asked in confusion, "What did you drink?" "An oral wound medicine." Seeing Kurt's face getting better, Sulo understood that the other party must have taken a medicine to stabilize and treat the injuries. Combined with what Kurt said about the wound medicine being developed, Sulo guessed that it was probably an oral wound medicine. Kurt's eyes lit up, impressive, "Boss, you guessed it right away." He got up from the ground. His body still hurt a bit, he took a slight breath and grimaced. Then a smile appeared on his face. "Not bad, we developed two types of wound medicine. One is an external wound medicine that can be made into adhesive bandages, or directly sold as powder. The second is an internal wound medicine, which may not have as good healing effects for specific wounds, but it can stabilize the injuries and accelerate the recovery speed. With these two medicines, I believe our Osborne will soon make a comeback." Sulo heard this and showed a satisfied expression in his eyes. Finally, the first flagship product of his company was about to be released. At the same time, his company would also start operating. Sulo continued, "Have you applied for a patent?" Kurt nodded quickly, "Yes, I have applied for it. I paid more money to expedite the process, and it will be approved soon." Speaking of this, Kurt was quite excited. After all, this was the first flagship product he led the development of. It was also the best and most effective commercial product he had developed so far. At this moment, Kurt was filled with a sense of accomplishment, and his whole demeanor was completely different from before. The previous Kurt, due to the long period of being armless and focusing on developing the medicine to treat his arm, was introverted and melancholic, like an aging willow tree. Now Kurt became more confident, filled with a new vitality. Sulo was very satisfied with this. He took a step forward, wanting to pat Kurt's shoulder to encourage him. But it scared Kurt, who quickly took 3 steps back. "Boss, don't come near me, I have a psychological shadow now." Feeling the pain all over his body, Kurt was at a loss for words. Who did he provoke? At the same time, Kurt also swallowed his saliva and looked into the pocket on Sulo's chest. He spoke up, saying, Sir, if I didn't see wrong just now, there was a spider hidden in your pocket. And, it was that thing." He paused, swallowed his saliva, it released an electric current that exploded the air in front of me. It sent me flying. As he said this, Kurt's eyes showed a hint of fear and disbelief. His eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. Hearing this, Sulo nodded slightly. "This is a mutated spider I recently developed. I didn't expect this little Spider-Man to be able to release electricity. There are too many strange things in this world. A little Spider-Man that can release electric current doesn't seem so unique anymore." Sulo didn't hide anything. Hearing Sulo's answer, Kurt's jaw dropped, and he stuttered, "Oh my, sir, you actually created a spider that can release electric current. I thought it was a spider robot, a spider-shaped electric shock tool that can release electric current. Oh my, sir, you are truly amazing. You have given an animal such a super ability, you truly are the most genius person in my mind, you are at the forefront of the times. Can I take another look at this spider?" Kurt asked eagerly, yet uncertain. Sulo patted his pocket and said, "Be brave, it's fine." Immediately, the little Spider-Man crawled out of Sulo's pocket. Its eyes curiously observed Kurt. Kurt looked at the little Spider-Man in front of him and took a deep breath, feeling extremely shocked. Such a small spider can actually release such a high voltage of electric current that it explodes the air. It's truly incredible. Kurt carefully examined the little Spider-Man in front of him as if he was visiting a sacred object. "Sir, you are truly amazing, you are like a creator. I have no doubt that you will create even more amazing things in the future. Even if one day you blow up a planet, I won't be shocked. You are definitely the smartest person on this planet." After examining it for a while, the little Spider-Man crawled back into Sulo's pocket. Sulo said, "It seems like it doesn't like being stared at all the time. I'm going to use the laboratory now." Kurt nodded quickly, understood. At the same time, Sulo handed him a document. "According to these design drawings, build a batch of specialized training equipment for me. Also, this matter must be kept confidential, let different people build different parts. Then let people who haven't been involved in the manufacturing process assemble them." Kurt nodded, "No problem. Training equipment is easy, I will have the equipment department make it for you in no time. I will definitely deliver it to you within half a day." He muttered to himself, "But it's just training equipment, is it necessary to keep it so confidential?" Sulo nodded, satisfied, "Very well." He was about to pat Kurt's shoulder. But Kurt instinctively took 2 steps back, then smiled awkwardly, "Sir, don't blame me, that hit just now really gave me a bit of a psychological shadow." Sulo's eye twitched. Then he looked serious, "Don't worry, there will be more psychological shadows with me in the future. I believe it will strengthen your will and make you stronger." After saying that, he walked into the experimental department and headed towards one of the testing laboratories. Leaving Kurt, who swallowed his saliva. Kurt's eyes froze. More psychological shadows, sir, are you serious?" Then, Kurt looked at the document in his hand, somewhat puzzled, "And why do we have to build the training equipment ourselves? Isn't it better to just buy top brands training equipment?" He opened the documents. Looking at the training equipment inside, as he looked, Kurt's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. His whole person was shocked once again. His mouth twitched, and his voice trembled slightly. "Special magnetic barbell, adjustable strength range from 10 tons to 30 tons. Super gravity squat rack, adjustable strength range from 10 tons to 30 tons. Looking at those terrifyingly powerful training devices, Kurt was in a bad state. What kind of exercise equipment is this? Other people's fitness equipment is measured in kilograms, 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms. The boss wants fitness equipment measured in tons. Kurt grabbed his messy hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Is this exercise equipment even usable by humans? 1 ton could crush a person to death, let alone 10 tons, 20 tons. Kurt finally understood why the boss wanted to keep it a secret. After all, these exercise equipment were astonishing. But then, Kurt's face turned bitter. This is not your ordinary fitness equipment. I just made a promise to the boss and now I have to figure it out in half a day. It's quite difficult. Immediately, Kurt grabbed his hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After all, who knew that fitness equipment could be measured in tons? Is this fitness equipment for Hulk to use? Kurt laughed bitterly. Indeed, boss, you're right. Being by your side does indeed create more psychological shadows. It hasn't even been a few minutes and I'm already surprised again. Kurt took a deep breath and slapped his face. It seems like I have to make the equipment department work overtime, call everyone in, and have them work together. Kurt looked at the design drawings. I need to optimize the production process and allocate the personnel. In addition, I need to have them sign a confidentiality agreement. I'll try to have them produce everything within half a day. After finishing this, I'll continue to tackle the final challenge of developing the super healing potion. Since he promised the boss, no matter how difficult it is, Kurt will find a way to do it. Because the boss showed him kindness and helped him out of a difficult situation. So for Kurt, the boss's words are like his guiding principle. Whatever the boss asks him to do, he will do it and work hard to complete it. Immediately, Kurt set off and went to the equipment department. On Sulo's side, he went directly into the testing laboratory. He said, once Kurt finishes making the exercise equipment, I can start training. With this kind of overload training, my strength will skyrocket and reach the level of hundreds of tons in no time. Developing spider physique to the extreme. Thinking of this, Sulo felt quite happy. Standing inside the laboratory, Sulo was ready to start the corresponding tests for little Spider-Man. Sulo turned off the surveillance system of the entire laboratory. Then he said, all right, come out, let me test you. Let's see what you're capable of. Upon hearing Sulo's words, little Spider-Man crawled out of his pocket and jumped to the ground. Sulo said, all right, next, we'll test your power zone. Go and strike the alloy sandbag wrapped in super fibers in front. Give it your all, let me see your ability. Little Spider-Man looked up at Sulo, listening attentively to his words. After listening, it nodded quickly, as if pounding garlic. Then it looked at the iron wall in front, with a serious expression. Immediately, little Spider-Man shot out. Its legs moved so fast, like a spinning wheel, that it was almost impossible to see. Then, little Spider-Man leaped up and crashed into the soft-looking alloy sandbag wrapped in super fibers. Bang! A loud noise. Immediately after, on the screen beside them, suddenly, a row of numbers appeared. 1002 kilograms. 1 ton. Seeing this, Sulo took a deep breath and looked at the little Spider-Man with some surprise. He didn't expect that the little Spider-Man could unleash such a powerful force. The strength of 1 ton, such a small guy, actually unleashed the strength of a fierce tiger. Sulo clicked his tongue in amazement. Not bad. Seemingly hearing Sulo's praise, the little Spider-Man ran over, shaking its butt proudly. Seeing this, Sulo raised his chin and pointed to the machine testing speed nearby. Go test your own speed, run hard. The little Spider-Man quickly ran towards the machine. It was actually a short track. Next to it was a speed testing device stand. Sulo had the little Spider-Man go to the starting point. Then he shouted, start. Whoosh. The little Spider-Man shot out like an arrow, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the entire short track. Sulo looked at the speed and said, 70 kilometers per hour, not bad, comparable to the speed of a regular car. With this physical fitness, it's almost on par with a superhero's physical fitness. Very good. Immediately, Sulo adjusted his sunglasses and said, next, we need to test your ability to release electric current. He took out a conductive iron rod and connected it to a specialized testing device. At the same time, he set up special cell scanners around. He brought the little Spider-Man to the side of the conductive rod. Next, you will release your own electric current to attack the conductive pole. Understand? Release your powerful electric current, the one you used just now to repel others' abilities. The little Spider-Man nodded. It stood still for a moment. Then, tiny arcs of electricity emerged from its body, accompanied by crackling sounds. Getting closer. Boom. A powerful electric current was released and rushed towards the conductive rod. The strong electric current flowed into the specialized detection device through the conductive rod. A series of numbers appeared. 50,000 volts. Seeing this, Sulo's mouth twitched. Okay, it's like half the power of a Pikachu. Such a small body, releasing such a powerful electric current, indeed impressive. He looked into the computer and observed through the scanner. He could clearly see that deep within the little Spider-Man's cells, there was an astonishing special bioelectricity. These special high-voltage bioelectricity were hidden deep within the little Spider-Man's cells. When released, these bioelectricity would conduct to the little Spider-Man's mouth, gather together, and establish a strong electric field intensity. Then, the aggregated electric current would be released, forming an electric current attack. Seeing this, Sulo said, so, within the little Spider-Man's body, there was originally the presence of electricity, the discharge core element of the special bioelectricity within the cells. The mutations that the little Spider-Man undergoes are related to the extraordinary sequence genome I edited. This set of genomes, combined with the little Spider-Man's genes, caused the transformation of the little Spider-Man. I also have this set of genomes in my body. After combining with my genes, will it give me similar abilities? He looked at his own body cells. Do they contain the same bioelectricity? A scan will reveal. Chapter 69. After all, there is a Spider-Man who can release electricity. Among the Spider-Men in parallel worlds, there are also those who have the ability to discharge electricity. The other party did not initially possess the ability to discharge electricity, but after a certain amount of exploration and development, they discovered their own ability to discharge electricity. Sulo remembered Spider-Man Miles, who could discharge electricity. Perhaps I also possess the same ability, but it has not been developed yet. Just by examining the depths of my cells, I will know if there is a special bioelectricity similar to little Spider-Man. Thinking of this, Sulo became excited. He began to use a scanning device to scan himself comprehensively. Soon, relevant data and microscopic cell images came out. Through the screen, it could be clearly seen. Deep within Sulo's cells, there was also a special bioelectricity. It was the same as the bioelectricity inside little Spider-Man. Seeing this, Sulo's eyes lit up instantly. He actually possessed the ability to release electricity. I didn't expect that the set of extraordinary spider sequence genomes I put together really contains the ability to release electricity. He carefully looked at the images and data on the screen. However, the special bioelectricity in my cells is less than that of little Spider-Man, Sulo. Because there is less electrical energy, it is more dull, as if it is deeply hidden in my cells like stagnant water. I can't even sense it at all. So, I can't use this electric current at all right now. Sulo pondered for a moment. If I want to use the special bioelectricity deep within my cells, I have to increase its quantity and make it more active. Only then can I perceive it and release it. Sulo quickly tapped on the keyboard of the computer next to him. Why is the electrical energy in my cell units lower than that of little Spider-Man? Soon, the image of little Spider-Man cells and related data popped up on the computer screen, forming a comparison with Sulo's own data. Sulo quickly dragged the mouse to view the information of both. His eyes swiftly scanned the two sets of data. His brain was also working at an incredibly fast pace, constantly comparing the data on the two sets of information. Soon, his hand movements stopped. He looked at the data above, enlightened. Although little Spider-Man cannot match me in overall strength, its unit cell mass is slightly stronger than mine. And this special bioelectricity is born from the unit cells. The stronger the unit cells, the stronger the bioelectricity they give birth to. Little Spider-Man only developed the ability to release electricity because its unit cells reached a certain threshold. Seeing this, a gleam of light flashed in Sulo's eyes. So, as long as my unit cells reach a certain threshold, I will also be able to generate the ability to release electric current. So, what is this threshold for me? I need to calculate it. He took out pen and paper from the side. His hand quickly moved on it. Rows of formulas were written out rapidly and constantly solved. Soon, just as the blank paper was about to be filled with formulas, Sulo calculated the result. 30 tons. Sulo picked up the paper and looked at the result. I need to reach a strength of 30 tons in order to allow my cells to accumulate enough special bioelectricity. When this special bioelectricity reaches this threshold, it will become more active. At this point, I will be able to perceive this electrical energy and release it. Seeing this, Sulo let out a sigh of relief. Burn that piece of paper. So, if I want to discharge electricity now, I need to strengthen my training and increase my strength to 30 tons. In other words, just enough to double my own strength. My fitness equipment will be completed soon. Soon, I will start training with overload and strive to tap into my body's potential and improve. I believe that soon, I will be able to meet the standards for releasing electric current. Thinking about being able to release electricity in the future, Sulo was quite excited. I wonder how far my ability to discharge electricity will reach. I wonder how it will compare to Thor's power. Sulo murmured, feeling curious. However, currently, Sulo has no intention of challenging Thor. Not to mention that Thor has gone through several major trials and his strength is already strong enough. Even if Thor has weaknesses in his strength, he cannot withstand someone backing him up. King of the gods, Odin. His strength has been honed through countless wars and is terrifying. And the older the gods, the stronger they become. The current king of the gods, Odin, has reached the peak of his divine power in his twilight years. With such a background, it allows Thor to grow happily and safely. Sulo clicked the keyboard and deleted the data inside. Then he looked at little Spider-Man beside him. Little Spider-Man also looked at the data on the computer screen with him, but his big eyes were full of confusion. It looked at the screen, then at Sulo, then back at the screen. In its small head, there was great confusion. Sulo touched little Spider-Man's head and nodded in satisfaction, well done. Without you, I wouldn't have known that I could release electricity. Feeling Sulo's touch, little Spider-Man half closed its eyes comfortably, enjoying the moment. Sulo continued, next, we will continue to test all aspects of you. Immediately, Sulo began to test little Spider-Man in various aspects. Various tests, including little Spider-Man's physical fitness, self-healing ability, reaction ability, intelligence, and so on. A comprehensive test was conducted. In the end, Sulo was amazed to find that little Spider-Man was simply a mini version of Spider-Man. His physical fitness was also extremely strong. He could continue to move at high intensity constantly. And little Spider-Man's self-healing ability was also fast, similar to that of an ordinary Spider-Man. Definitely not as fast as his self-healing speed, after all, he possesses Wolverine's self-healing ability. In addition, little Spider-Man even had spider telepathy. He could anticipate the imminent danger. In the tests, with spider telepathy, little Spider-Man almost evaded attacks from various blind spots. Yes, little Spider-Man had blind spots. Because little Spider-Man is different from most spiders, it doesn't have 8 eyes, only 2. Most spiders have 8 eyes of different sizes, some spiders have 6 eyes. And a small number of spiders have no eyes, or have 2, 4, or 12 eyes. Hunting spiders need to actively capture prey, so they have 8 eyes to provide vision. Web-building spiders hunt by building webs, usually with 2 to 8 eyes providing vision. High-legged spiders live in dark caves without eyes. Little Spider-Man belongs to the web-building type of spider. Definitely, although spiders have many eyes, its vision is quite average, and what it sees is always blurry. Little Spider-Man was able to skillfully evade various attacks, even continuous attacks outside its line of sight. It is because it has spider telepathy. This is also why Sulo was able to sense little Spider-Man before. It is because it also possesses spider telepathy. Finally, Sulo conducted an intelligence test on little Spider-Man. He found that little Spider-Man currently has the intelligence of a 10-year-old child. Most importantly, little Spider-Man has a strong learning ability. It learns things very quickly. This means that little Spider-Man will have wisdom. It will be able to think, learn, and communicate like a human. Sulo looked at little Spider-Man in front of him and said, "Very good, you look like a promising learner." When little Spider-Man heard Sulo's praise, it became very happy, jumping and bouncing with joy. Sulo then said, "From today onwards, get ready for class. Start learning various knowledge. Officially begin your student life." Upon hearing Sulo's words, little Spider-Man didn't fully understand, but it was still happy. It jumped and bounced, full of joy, unaware that it would soon lead a busy student life. Sulo saw this and was very satisfied. "Not bad, quite similar to me, and both love learning. That's good, we'll increase the amount of coursework and study hard in the future. When I'm not at home, you take care of the house." Little Spider-Man obediently nodded upon hearing Sulo's words, then jumped a few times with a determined look, showing that it will definitely work hard to complete the task. After testing little Spider-Man's abilities, Sulo checked little Spider-Man's genes and planned to study them further when he had time. After completing these tasks, Sulo looked at the time. Finished testing little Spider-Man. It took most of the day. At this time, Kurt should have finished my training equipment. Next, I will try out my training equipment. I wonder how much my strength will increase under intense training. Thinking of this, Sulo felt quite excited. Once I reach a certain level of training, I will be able to release electric current. I'm really looking forward to the moment of discharge. Sulo instantly thought of reconnecting his hands when he fights. That is to say, if his recovery ability is fast enough, he needs to retrieve his hands and reattach them. After all, sometimes in battle, others won't give you the opportunity to retrieve your hands. Fighting with one hand will greatly reduce combat effectiveness. So in this case, it's best to quickly grow out the arm. As for obtaining such a terrifying self-healing ability, it is the super enhanced self-healing serum optimized from lizard serum. As long as Sulo has such a powerful self-healing serum, he will have a higher chance of survival in battle. Thinking of this, Sulo said, the trauma medicine has been successfully developed. I wonder how far the research on the self-healing serum has progressed. He then looked at little Spider-Man. Let's go. Little Spider-Man quickly jumped onto Sulo's body and entered the pocket of his shirt. Sulo then walked towards the laboratory door. Inside a laboratory in the experimental area, a group of researchers in white coats gathered together, each one frowning as they looked at the difficult problem on the whiteboard in front of them. And Kurt was in the center of this group of researchers. The difficult problem on the whiteboard is the final crucial problem of the self-healing serum. That is, how to calculate the number of amino acids in the protein and the number of mRNA bases in the double-stranded DNA gene in the self-healing serum. Kurt has been studying the specific formula for optimizing the lizard serum. He occasionally brings up some difficult problems in biological equations to encourage everyone to brainstorm and research how to solve these problems. These biological equations are quite fragmented and there is no release of key data, so no one knows the whole picture. We only know that Minister Kurt is working on a more powerful self-healing potion, far surpassing the effectiveness of trauma medicine. Trauma medicine is already considered a very powerful treatment drug in their minds, and they can hardly imagine what kind of effect will a more powerful self-healing potion have. As everyone continues to brainstorm together, the problems are constantly being overcome. The specific formula optimization is constantly taking shape. The efficiency far exceeds when Kurt was researching alone. So, every time a problem is continuously overcome, Kurt feels a trace of gratitude towards Sulo. If the boss gives him the position of research department head and gives him a research team, he would never have achieved such success in such a short time. As the problems continue to be solved, in the end, only the problem on the whiteboard remains. But this problem has been plaguing everyone in the research institute. 0. So many days have passed. The other problems have all been solved. Only this problem has remained unsolved, as if there is no correct answer at all. People in the laboratory are all feeling anxious. Some people even calculate on the walls of the restroom, covering several panels with calculations. Some people are so deep in thought and too engrossed that they even calculate these two values in their dreams. In the end, the result of their calculations turns into a word, xiaotian. In the end, the dream turned into a nightmare, causing people to wake up in a cold sweat. Among them, Kurt is the most dedicated. During this time, he has been thinking about this problem every day. Eating, walking, going to the restroom, sleeping, he has been tirelessly trying to solve this problem. He has tried countless times, but has not found a successful answer. Now, his mind is filled with number of amino acids in proteins and number of RNA bases in double-stranded DNA genes. At this moment, everyone is sitting in the laboratory, trying to solve the problem. Some are discussing, some are constantly trying to establish new equations to find the answer, and some are scratching their heads. Some people are starting to doubt themselves. Can we really find the required number of amino acids and mRNA bases? I have tried so many times, but I can't find the correct solution. Maybe there is no answer. I tried to find the number of peptide bonds, loss of water, and the number of peptide chains, but I couldn't find them at all. What I have solved is simply wrong and cannot be put together. I have also tried countless times, but I can't find the number of peptide chains. I calculated the total molecular weight of nucleotides and the total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA to calculate the molecular weight of DNA, but I can't calculate further. My brain is about to explode. I tried to solve the total number of nucleotides, but it's impossible. It's too difficult. Or maybe the problem itself is wrong. Everyone is feeling frustrated, feeling that their mindset is about to collapse. Kurt looked at the whiteboard and also started to doubt, is it really impossible to solve? Is it really impossible to synthesize the self-healing potion? He shook his head, no, it must be solvable. The previous equations are correct, which means there must be a solution. But how can we find the solution? Kurt grabbed his hair with his remaining hand. He must find the solution because he doesn't want to live with only one hand anymore. While everyone was struggling with headaches, Sulo walked in. He looked at the numerous formulas on the whiteboards around him. He immediately recognized that these were the formulas related to the super powerful self-healing potion. Looking at those densely packed formulas, Sulo nodded slightly. If he were to calculate them, it would also take a lot of time, but he simply didn't have that much time for these calculations. He looked at the central whiteboard. Calculate the number of amino acids in proteins and the number of mRNA bases in double-stranded DNA genes. Sulo murmured. His brain started to calculate rapidly. He softly recited, number of bases in DNA genes, number of bases in mRNA, number of amino acids in proteins equals 6, 3, 1. Number of peptide bonds, plus number of peptide chains equals number of amino acids equals number of mRNA bases / 3 equals number of DNA gene bases / 6. He walked towards a whiteboard and started to calculate. Chapter 70. Sulo started calculating directly on a whiteboard. As he muttered to himself, he wrote at the same time. DNA molecular weight equals total molecular weight of nucleotides, total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA equals 6n, D18, minus 2, so I should calculate the total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA. mRNA molecular weight equals total molecular weight of nucleotides, total molecular weight of dehydrated mRNA equals 3n, D18, minus 1. I've calculated the total molecular weight of nucleotides, now I'll continue calculating. His hands moved swiftly on the whiteboard. A large number of equations were written, continuously solved, and performed. There was only Sulo's murmuring and the sound of the brush on the blackboard. Inside the pocket of his jacket, little Spider-Man crawled out a bit, curious as it observed the equations Sulo kept writing. But it couldn't understand them at all. As it watched, little Spider-Man started feeling dizzy and weak, and it fell back into the pocket from the edge of the jacket. For little Spider-Man, those were not equations, but rather incomprehensible scriptures that made one's head spin. Sulo's actions here quickly attracted the people around. Some people also recognized Sulo's appearance. They recognized him as their new boss, Sulo. Although no one had ever seen Sulo's face. But that hat, those big sunglasses, that stubble, all indicated the identity of the person in front of them. Watching Sulo's actions, everyone started discussing. Isn't this our boss, Sulo? What is he doing, solving equations? He's actually solving equations, is he completing some university task? He seems to be solving our problem. Someone uncertainly said when they saw those familiar data and formulas. Hearing this, everyone in the 760 field was stunned. After all, no one had ever heard of a well-known biologist or rising star named Sulo. Everyone was an elite in the field of biology, so they naturally knew the people in their field very well. Our boss is trying to solve our problem. I feel strange. Our boss looks like he has studied biology, the formulas, and everything, it's quite professional, but can our boss challenge our entire research department? Is the boss trying to relax us, playing with us? When they saw Sulo solving the problem, everyone felt strange. They didn't really believe that Sulo could solve the problem. After all, he wasn't a top biologist, so why would he be able to solve a problem that they couldn't solve? Did they really think that something like Good Will Hunting would happen in real life? A top university math professor released a difficult math problem that no one could solve, only to be solved by a young janitor. Did they really think that there would be those kinds of unknown geniuses who would emerge after many years? How could that be possible? If someone was a genius, they would have already made a name for themselves and be known by everyone. But after carefully looking at what Sulo wrote, everyone was stunned once again. However, this time it was because they saw that Sulo's equation seemed to have something to them. Why do I feel like the boss's approach seems correct? It seems like it should be solved this way. A bald middle-aged researcher started doubting his life. Oh my god, so this is how you solve the total number of nucleotides. This way we can obtain the number of dehydrated DNA. A researcher with a horse face suddenly realized. I can't believe it, this equation should be written like this. This way, we can solve the number of peptide chains, and then we can obtain the number of amino acids equals mRNA base pair / 3 equals gene base pair / 6. A dark-skinned female researcher widened her eyes. As they watched Sulo constantly write the process of solving two values, everyone's initial doubts disappeared in an instant, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. Someone held their breath and said, "Oh my god, our boss, is he going to solve this difficult problem? I can't believe it, this top-level problem that has puzzled so many of us is going to be solved like this. Our boss's knowledge of biology is so terrifying, he has surpassed all of us, the top figures in the field of biology." They looked at Sulo's back in disbelief. They looked at his stubble and big sunglasses. At this moment, they felt like they finally saw the true face of Sulo beneath this disguise. What does this man, who can write down so many correct ideas, actually look like? No one had any idea at all. Scenes that only appear in movies unexpectedly appeared in reality at this moment. So, in the world, there really are those kinds of unknown geniuses. Those kinds of hidden talents. He doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's astonishing. At this moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath, staring intently at Sulo's writing. Inside the spacious laboratory. Instantly, silence fell. Only the murmuring sound of Sulo's voice. And the sound of his pen scratching on the whiteboard. The whole room became extremely quiet. Kurt, who was next to him, looked at Sulo's problem-solving process and train of thought, and suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. The problem that had been lingering in his mind was instantly solved at this moment. The most crucial problem was solved. After watching half of it, Kurt, who understood the train of thought, instantly knew how to arrive at the correct answer. At this moment of knowing there was a correct answer, Kurt's mind went blank in an instant. Because the appearance of the correct answer meant that the optimization results of his lizard serum were out, and the formula for his lizard super strong self-healing potion was out. It also meant that the method he had been longing for to heal his injured arm was out. He would be able to restore his damaged arm immediately. Thinking of this, Kurt instantly felt his head rush, enveloped in huge amounts of happiness. After the excitement and joy, he looked at Sulo's back and cast a gaze of admiration and respect. His boss's ability in biology was truly terrifying. Far surpassing Kurt's imagination. He couldn't imagine why there would be such a world-shaking talent in this world. The problem that had besieged their entire research department for such a long time was easily solved by the other party. At this moment, Sulo's writing also reached the final step. With a few strokes, the last few steps were completed. Finally, 2 key values were written down. Seeing the final result, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Sulo's eyes. It's solved. On the latest data researched by the laboratory researchers, he calculated the final result. This also meant that the formula for the lizard self-healing potion had been successfully deduced. It also meant that he could carry the lizard self-healing potion with him in the future, as if he had an extra life. With the problem solved, Sulo felt a sense of accomplishment and happiness. Sulo nodded in satisfaction. I truly am amazing. The people around him, who were silent, twitched their mouths when they heard Sulo's self-praise. They didn't expect that their boss would have such an interesting personality. It made everyone feel a bit amused and helpless. Sulo put down his pen. At this moment, he just emerged from his concentration. At the same time, he noticed that the entire laboratory was unusually quiet, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was absent, as if there was no one there. This was completely different from when he first entered. He turned around and saw that all eyes were focused on him. In those eyes, there was disbelief, eagerness, and admiration. Each face was flushed with excitement. Before Sulo could say anything, the room exploded in an instant. Oh my god. Boss. You actually solved this problem. Boss, you're actually a biology genius. Why have I never heard of your name or your academic papers? Oh my god, I never expected you to hide your talents so well. Turns out you're the most talented biologist in our company. I always thought you were just someone who cared about money, but I never expected you to be a technical person. And one of the best. Boss, how did you come up with this solution? How did you find your approach to solving it? Seeing everyone's praises, Sulo calmly accepted them. Then he answered some of the researchers' questions. Some of the questions were very difficult, ones that had been puzzling these researchers for a long time, but he answered them all. After all, he now had a broader and deeper understanding of biology than the researchers. His words enlightened the researchers. At the same time, it made them admire him even more. After answering some questions, he pulled Kurt aside and said something. Sulo left. The researchers' eyes were still on Sulo. After all, to them, Sulo was simply the leader in the field of biology. For these researchers, nothing attracted their attention and admiration more than a peer in their industry who was an expert and a master. I never expected our boss to be so amazing. I heard our boss is very young, not even 30 yet. Upon hearing this, the people around them all gasped. So young? Wow, to have such deep knowledge at such a young age, our boss is like a second Tony Stark. If they knew that Sulo was only in his early 20s, not even 25 yet, they would probably be even more amazed. At this moment, almost all the researchers present became fans of Sulo, solely because of his academic achievements. While the researchers were discussing excitedly, inside the closed meeting room of the laboratory, there were only Sulo and Kurt. Sulo looked at Kurt and said, "The crucial data is out. There shouldn't be any difficulties in making the lizard self-healing potion." Kurt nodded quickly, "Don't worry, boss. With the addition of these last 2 values, I have completely figured out the formula. Next, we just need to start production. With our current production line, we have the capacity to produce this lizard self-healing potion." Upon hearing Kurt's words, Sulo nodded in satisfaction. Kurt continued, "However, compared to ordinary wound medicine, This self-healing potion will be much more expensive. Because it involves extraction and purification, and the production process is quite complex. So the cost of one vial of the potion will be around 100,000 USD. Sulo murmured, only 100,000 USD. It seems that the cost of this potion is not high. Kurt nodded. Indeed, compared to ordinary wound medicine, it is considered expensive, but considering its terrifying self-healing ability, it is actually quite cheap. Sulo said, currently, this potion will not be sold to the public. We will only produce it in small quantities and provide it exclusively to me. Definitely, after it is produced, I will give you a bottle to help you recover. Also, give me a copy of the formula later. Upon hearing this, Kurt nodded excitedly and said, thank you, boss. I will write down the formula for you later. He looked at his empty severed arm and smiled slightly. After so many years, these days of hardship have finally come to an end. Sulo continued, by the way, is my fitness equipment ready? Upon hearing this, Kurt quickly nodded and said, don't worry, boss. I will definitely fulfill the promise I made. An hour ago, the fitness equipment you requested has been completely built. Furthermore, the production was done in batches and a confidentiality agreement was signed. The technology of these fitness equipment will not be leaked. Sulo was very satisfied with Kit's cautious attitude. He said, take me there. Kurt nodded and said, all right. Immediately, Kurt led the way. Kurt walked beside Sulo and said, because your equipment is relatively large in size and requires a lot of energy, I placed them in a large laboratory. And this way, it ensures privacy and security. Furthermore, I had the unnecessary equipment in the large laboratory moved to another place, turning the laboratory into a fitness room. And only you have the permission to enter, others are not allowed. In the future, you can use it here with peace of mind. Sulo was very satisfied with Kit's work. He thought that Kurt had indeed considered everything thoroughly. At the same time, Sulo was also looking forward to his own training. Soon, Sulo arrived at his specially made fitness room. The door recognized Sulo's identity and opened. Immediately, Sulo walked in. Kurt did not enter. After all, the equipment inside was built according to Sulo's requirements, and he didn't know how to use them. As soon as Sulo entered, he saw a large number of massive equipment, each piece taking up the space of an ordinary room. They looked like small mountains made of steel, giving off a sense of weightiness. Sulo looked at these equipment with a satisfied expression. At this moment, little Spider-Man also jumped out and curiously looked around at the massive equipment. For little Spider-Man, they were like mountains. Sulo's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, next, it's time for my spider ability to rapidly improve. He then approached a barbell machine. The bar of the barbell was made of super alloy and was extremely hard. On both sides of the alloy bar were two huge amounts of alloy plates, originally with a heavy weight. The entire barbell was placed on a massive machine. This machine could generate powerful electromagnetic force to exert a terrifying weight on the barbell. It could reach up to 30 tons. The force exerted on the barbell could be adjusted by adjusting the electrical energy, ranging from 10 to 30 tons. Sulo adjusted it to 15 tons, took a deep breath, lay on the solid alloy bench, and grabbed the magnetic barbell. Start. Veins bulged on Sulo's hands. Boom. Boom. Sulo slowly pushed up the steel weighing 15 tons. Chapter 71. The little Spider-Man next to him saw the scene and almost popped his eyes out in shock, quickly retreating several steps with his 8 legs. 15 tons is basically Sulo's limit. Even if he lifts it, it's still a bit difficult. When Sulo's hands are extremely stable, without any trembling, as if they were robotic arms. At the same time, the posture is extremely standard. Only a stable and standard posture can give the muscles the greatest sense of compression and achieve the maximum exercise effect for the muscles. Pushing the magnetic barbell to the highest point, several veins popped on Sulo's forehead. Sulo took a breath and slowly lowered the magnetic barbell. Boom. The terrifying weight of 15 tons, like a mountain, pressed down on Sulo's arms, also stretching his chest muscles. Like this, Sulo lifted and dropped repeatedly. The terrifying weight pressed on his body, constantly stimulating his muscle cells. Soon enough, Sulo was covered in sweat, his muscles swollen and sore. He still persisted. His hands continued to output with great stability. When he finally reached the point of exhaustion, the machine detected Sulo's condition and immediately stopped applying gravity. The powerful electromagnetic force disappeared, and Sulo's hands suddenly felt empty. The steel was suspended in mid-air by the adsorbent. Sulo stood up from the bench, completely drenched in sweat, like a soaked chicken, his hands slightly weak, and his chest muscles extremely sore. Sulo understood that some muscle fibers in his chest muscles were starting to break and heal at this moment. Sulo gasped for breath, saying, This is just the first set of chest muscle exercises. Rest for a while and continue. In addition to the chest muscles, I need to train all the muscles in my back, shoulders, abdomen, arms, and legs. It seems, my mission for today is still heavy. Sulo said. After resting for a while, Sulo continued to throw himself into training. He trained like crazy in this training ground, drenched in sweat. After finishing the magnetic dumbbell exercises, he started doing heavy squats. The entire squat rack was filled with huge amounts of iron blocks, like a mountain. He lifted the giant iron block and squatted down. With each rise and fall, there were constant booming sounds, like muffled thunder in the sky. The earth trembled slightly. From a distance, it looked like he was carrying a mountain. A tiny person, holding up a huge mountain, creating a strong contrast that was extremely impactful. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, an ordinary person would have probably gone into shock with such a crazy training method. As Sulo continued to exercise constantly, the muscle fibers in his body were constantly being exercised and constantly healing, becoming stronger. He could clearly perceive that his muscle cells were becoming stronger and more powerful. At the end of the training, Sulo was almost completely out of strength, and his body had reached its limit. Finally, gritting his teeth, after completing the last few sets, he completely collapsed on the ground, every muscle in his body extremely sore, as if they were about to burst. At this moment, Sulo was covered in sweat, his skin red, veins popping, unexpectedly high body temperature. He was like a furnace. The overloaded operation activated every muscle cell in Sulo's body, but also left him exhausted. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, waiting for his body to recover some strength. Little Spider-Man cautiously sat down beside him, with a concerned look in its eyes. It rubbed Sulo's forehead with its head. Sulo smiled and gasped, "I'm fine, just an overloaded workout, just a bit tired. I just need to rest for a while." Hearing Sulo's words, little Spider-Man nodded. Sulo looked at little Spider-Man and gasped, "Don't worry. I won't favor one over the other. I will create a set of specialized training equipment for you too. In the future, you will train with me to improve your own strength." He paused, "Rest assured, I will develop your spider physique to the fullest and make you the most powerful spider." Hearing Sulo's words, little Spider-Man looked at Sulo's exhausted state and the terrifying exercise equipment around, and its small eyes immediately became dull. Sulo nodded seriously, "Yes, in the future, you will train like me. Engage in overloaded training every day, maximizing the strengthening of your body. Don't worry, I will definitely give you the best equipment and invest the most money to create the most suitable training equipment for you." Sulo smiled, "Constantly training, constantly pushing your limits, and constantly breaking them is a very enjoyable thing. I know you are also happy, being able to have your own independent heavyweight training equipment without spending a penny, and being able to constantly become stronger." Upon hearing Sulo's words, little Spider-Man quickly shook its head vigorously, its eyes filled with fear, and it retreated several steps in fear. Seeing this, Sulo furrowed his brows slightly, "Are you not satisfied with my arrangement? Don't you want to become stronger with me?" Upon hearing Sulo say don't want to be together, little Spider-Man quickly shook its head to deny, indicating that it really wants to be together. It took a deep breath and took a few determined steps forward. In little Spider-Man's eyes, it will always be with Sulo. It quickly pointed to the fitness equipment, then pointed to itself, and nodded. It means that it is willing to train and become stronger. Seeing this, Sulo's face relaxed, nodding in satisfaction, "That's right, becoming stronger is where we belong, understand?" Seeing Sulo's satisfied expression, little Spider-Man's eyes lit up. "Happy." Hearing Sulo say "we." Little Spider-Man quickly straightened its chest and nodded vigorously, deeply agreeing with Sulo's words. Immediately, a hint of determination filled its eyes. It raised its two front legs and imitated the appearance of a human, showing off its biceps. It means that it also wants to become stronger. It wants to become stronger with Sulo. Seeing little Spider-Man like this, Sulo was particularly satisfied. To be honest, Sulo was quite satisfied with this little Spider-Man that he unintentionally created. It is very obedient and has great potential. At this moment, Sulo's strength has also recovered somewhat. He slowly climbed up from the ground, feeling the soreness all over his body. This round of exercise has completely met the standard. "I can stand up now, it seems that I should have recovered enough, no problem." He took a few steps, but his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Little Spider-Man beside him was startled by Sulo's kneeling and jumped up high. Sulo's mouth twitched slightly, "It seems like I need more time to recover." He immediately sat down on the ground. "I wonder how much strength I will gain after this training. With the repeated tearing and healing of my muscles, my strength should have improved significantly. I'll check with the instrument later. As he said this, Sulo's stomach growled. Sulo touched his hungry stomach. I just finished exercising, and the consumption was huge. Now I need to replenish with a large amount of high-nutrient food. Only with sufficient nutritional supplementation can the muscles become stronger. Otherwise, if there is only consumption without replenishment, the muscles will suffer significant damage and it will actually impair their strength. So, I'll finish eating first, and then do the testing. Sulo sat for a while, recovering more energy. He stood up, and Kurt prepared a large amount of food for him to replenish more nutrients. Soon, he devoured the piles of food. Patting his full stomach, looking at the piles of bowls and plates in front of him, my appetite has increased now. After finishing the food, Sulo immediately felt a significant recovery of his physical strength, although there was still a strong sense of fatigue. He then went to the testing room and started the strength test. He punched the alloy sandbag. Boom. A loud noise. The numbers on the screen next to it rapidly climbed, finally reaching its peak. 15.5 tons. Seeing this, Sulo narrowed his eyes slightly, so it increased by half a ton? With this high-intensity training, I can only train once a day. So it's equivalent to me gaining half a ton a day. Gaining half a ton of strength in a day would be astonishing if it were to be seen by others. But Sulo was not very satisfied with this result. He still felt it was too slow. Sulo murmured, it seems that simply overloading training is not enough to meet my expectations. The stimulation to the muscles is still not enough. I need to find a way to increase the effectiveness of the training and further enhance the speed of strength improvement. For Sulo, he will constantly search for various materials resembling Superman. Some of these materials have strong abilities, so he needs strong strength as a guarantee. Therefore, he needs to develop his spider physique to the extreme in order to have the confidence and assurance to search for materials. Sulo stood still, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Right, if I want to enhance the training effect and stimulate muscle bursts, I can use electric current for stimulation. Electrocuting the muscles can make them exert strength beyond normal levels in a short period of time. It can also stimulate muscle healing and eliminate fatigue, allowing for more intense training. If stimulated scientifically for a long time, it can greatly accelerate muscle strengthening. However, the electric current needs to be specially designed, specifically tailored for my muscles, so that it won't damage them while stimulating and strengthening them. This type of electric current is called muscle function electricity. By placing electrodes on the surface of the skin and using carefully designed electric current, the muscles can contract and relax, enhancing their regenerative ability. Improving the final effort can increase muscle strength. In the case of injury and inability to train, maintaining the original level while relatively increasing some strength can promote the improvement of strength endurance. Sulo thought of this and quickly started moving. He hurriedly ran to the laboratory and began conducting experiments and making preparations. He conducted experiments rapidly while continuously recording. In the application of muscle hypertrophy, it is advisable to use high-frequency, high-intensity, and narrow-pulse stimulation loads with the aim of increasing muscle cross-sectional area. However, the stimulation intensity should not exceed the subject's maximum tolerance ability. Hormones that have a significant impact on muscle strength and growth include growth hormone, GH, and testosterone. GH exerts its effects through IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor 1, IGF-1EA, MGF, mechanical growth factor, and MyoG, myogenic differentiation factor. Based on calculations and speculation, it was found that MGF and mRNA significantly increased and peaked in the first week of electric stimulation in rat skeletal muscles, while MyoG and MGF were synchronized. And IGF-1 mRNA showed a linear increase, with the highest expression in the second week. It reached a plateau in the fourth week. In conclusion, muscle strength increased and muscle power significantly grew after more than 3 weeks of electrical stimulation. Sulo's brain quickly started working, constantly calculating the values of muscle function electricity he needed and how to use the patterns. Because Sulo was very familiar with his own body data. In addition, there were corresponding techniques for stimulating muscle growth with electric current. Sulo only needed to upgrade and optimize them, so it didn't take much time. In no time at all, Sulo completed the corresponding equipment for muscle function electricity. A specially designed bodysuit that covered the entire body. It had a large number of electrodes on it, which accurately and precisely stimulated Sulo's muscle. Whether it was the position of the muscles or the intensity of the electric current released, everything was very precise. And it will automatically match the corresponding muscle groups and the corresponding electric current intensity with exercise, achieving the most efficient training. The entire technology has been optimized by Sulo, and the effect far surpasses other muscle stimulation techniques on the market, making it safer and more powerful. It can significantly improve muscle strengthening speed. Looking at the clothes in front of him, Sulo showed a satisfied expression. Very good, with this set of electric shock equipment, my future training should be more efficient. Thinking of this, Sulo was quite happy. I'll test the effect first. He immediately put on the electric shock suit, then activated it, targeting the muscles of his arms. Immediately, a tingling electric current entered his arm muscles. In an instant, he could feel his muscles becoming stronger, and he felt that he could continue training for a while longer. Definitely, his body was already filled with fatigue, feeling sore and weak, so Sulo couldn't continue training at all. He needed to rest. He looked at the screen next to him, which displayed real-time data of his body. It showed that the cells in his arm muscles had indeed been briefly strengthened and become stronger. Sulo expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Very good, tomorrow I can try the true effect of this equipment. The post-training enhancement effect should have a significant improvement." Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, suddenly, his gaze froze. He looked at a certain item and instantly held his breath, saying, "This is..." Chapter 72. On the screen, a data fluctuation appeared. That is the data of the special bioelectricity deep inside Sulo's cells, and something has happened. According to the data, after Sulo used electric shocks, the activity of the special bioelectricity in the shock cells increased slightly. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Sulo's eyes. To release the internal electric current, it is necessary to increase their activity, so that they remain dormant in the depths of the body like stagnant water, unable to feel anything. According to Sulo's research, to enhance activity, it is necessary to increase the amount of special bioelectricity. As long as there is enough special bioelectricity inside the cells, they will automatically become active. As long as the activity of the special bioelectricity reaches a certain level, it can be sensed by the human body and released. To increase the amount of special bioelectricity, it is necessary to strengthen the body. The stronger the body, the more special bioelectricity inside the cells. As long as the strength reaches 30 tons, the activity level of the special bioelectricity in the body reaches the point where it can be sensed and released by humans. But now Sulo has discovered another way to increase the body's activity, which is to stimulate the cells through electric shocks. So, if I simultaneously increase my physical strength and stimulate the cells with electric shocks, then I can quickly react to the special bioelectricity inside my body and release them. Thinking of the power of that little Spider-Man strike, 50,000 volts, the power of half a Pikachu. Sulo's spirit was lifted. After all, for him, he was very much looking forward to having such a powerful electric ability. I didn't expect this electric shock suit to have such benefits. What an unexpected gain. A gleam of light flashed in Sulo's eyes. Next, I will continue to see how long this electric shock effect can last and how much benefit it can bring. Saying this, Sulo started to take action. He began to continuously stimulate his cells with electric current while watching the changes in the data on the screen. After a while, Sulo found that each cell's activity would increase for a period of time after being stimulated by the electric shock suit. After a certain period of growth, the activity increase would saturate. In terms of efficiency, it is not comparable to the effects brought by daily exercise, but through accumulation, the benefits are still considerable. He immediately calculated the combined effects of exercise and electric shocks. Suddenly, he discovered that by exercising and receiving electric shocks at the same time, when his strength reached 24 tons, he could almost feel the special bioelectricity inside his body and release it. The threshold for release has been lowered to 24 tons, which means I can release the electric current earlier. Seeing this, Sulo was quite happy. After Ming Angel uses the electric shock suit, my training effect will also be greatly improved. Then I will be able to reach the standard of 24 tons faster. Sulo raised his hand and clenched it. In other words, I will soon have my own offensive super ability, elemental attacks. Sulo let out a breath. Then he put his electric shock suit in the training room. At the same time, Sulo did not forget to optimize Osborne's network system and security system in the network department. He also set his own permissions to the highest level and imposed varying degrees of restrictions on others' permissions. After completing these tasks, Sulo began to design training equipment for little Spider-Man. Because of his previous experience, Sulo's design this time was very fast. In just a while, he designed all the heavyweight training equipment little Spider-Man needed. All that was left was to build them. After completing these tasks, Sulo was ready to leave the company. But before leaving, he had some things to explain to Kurt. Sulo called for Kurt. In a meeting room, Sulo sat in a chair. Kurt stood in front of him. Kurt handed a formula to Sulo. It is the formula for the lizard self-healing potion. At the same time, Kurt spoke up, "Boss, the lizard self-healing potion has a powerful self-healing ability, but it cannot be continuously and indefinitely used. Based on my current clinical experience. After using the lizard self-healing potion once, the body will temporarily produce some potion antibodies. After taking it 5 times in a row, a complete medicinal antibody will be produced. If you take the lizard self-healing potion again within the next day, it will no longer have any effect. Hearing Kit's words, Sulo felt a slight unease. So you can use it 5 times in a row. Once you've used it 5 times, there will be a 1-day cooldown period. Kurt nodded. Boss, you understand correctly. Sulo looked at the formula in his hand and calmly said, 5 times is enough, it's almost like having 5 lives. This lizard self-healing potion is indeed very powerful. It's not in vain that you've researched it for so many years. Upon hearing this, Kurt blushed and smiled. This is not my credit, it's all thanks to you, boss. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be such a powerful lizard self-healing potion. Without you, I might have already turned into a monster, being chased by everyone. Maybe I would have been captured by superheroes and locked up in prison by now. Sulo nodded in agreement upon hearing this. If he hadn't intervened to stop Kurt would have become a supervillain, Dr. Lizard. And then he would have been severely taught a lesson by Spider-Man, and might have been captured by SHIELD. Sulo took out a lighter and burned the formula. He looked at Kurt again and handed him a document, which was the training equipment for little Spider-Man. Build this set of training equipment by tomorrow morning. Kurt flipped through the information and nodded quickly. Okay, I can definitely build it by tomorrow morning. Sulo was very satisfied with Kit's efficiency. This guy, Kurt, had no flaws in terms of loyalty, scientific research ability, and execution. He was truly a rare talent. Definitely, the most important thing was the other person's loyalty. Through various micro-expressions and heartbeats, Sulo could feel Kit's high level of loyalty towards him. From the bottom of his heart, Kurt was grateful and admired him. That was why Sulo valued him so much. Sulo then took out something and handed it to Kurt, saying, take a look at this. Install the corresponding unnoticed cameras in the designated locations, or park the car there and place a monitor on it. Kurt took the document. It was a set of topographic maps for placing cameras. Kurt didn't ask why these cameras were being placed, he just nodded. I understand, I will arrange for someone to do it later. For Kurt, when the boss gave him something to do, he didn't need to ask, he just needed to do it. Sulo was very satisfied with Kit's attitude. Then he pointed to the back of the document. In addition, go investigate the state prison in New York. I want you to investigate the super ability experiments being conducted in that prison. Find out the location of their laboratory and who is conducting this super ability experiment. Also, this investigation must be conducted in secret. We can't let anyone know that we are investigating this matter, understand? Kurt looked at the end and said, I understand, boss. Investigating the state prison is something that will bring trouble if it leaks. Don't worry, I will send someone to secretly investigate this matter and make sure no information leaks out. Kurt assured with a firm gaze. Seeing Kit's determined and efficient appearance, full of stability and confidence, Sulo couldn't help but think of how he looked when they first met, depressed, introverted, and cowardly, filled with an atmosphere of pessimism and failure. Suddenly, everything seemed to have changed so much. It had to be said that since giving him hope and a new position and status, Kit's state had been getting better and better. His inner potential had also been fully tapped into. Sulo spoke up, don't you want to ask me why I'm doing all this? Kurt smiled and said, whatever the boss tells me to do, I will do it. I just need to focus on doing it. Sulo nodded and said, all right, I'll leave these things to you. After saying that, Sulo stood up and prepared to leave. Kurt quickly stopped Sulo. Sulo asked, what's wrong? Is there something else? Kurt sighed and said, boss, my new product is about to launch and face the market. I am just a technical person, someone who is good at execution. If you give me a plan, I can quickly execute it. But when it comes to managing the company, creating more profits, and selling products, I am really not capable. You really need to find a professional manager to take care of the company. Otherwise, the company might end up in a mess. Upon hearing Kit's words, Sulo nodded slightly and said, you're right, I almost forgot about the lack of management personnel in the company. He then said, all right, I understand. I will find a company manager as soon as possible. Kurt nodded and said, all right, I'll leave first and take care of the things on my hands. Sulo nodded and said, go ahead. Before leaving, Kurt glanced at the little Spider-Man badge on Sulo's chest. There was some sympathy in his eyes. After seeing the super-gravity training equipment, Kurt immediately realized that it was not something humans could use. Humans were not suitable for such equipment. With just a quick glance, Kurt understood that the heavyweight training equipment was meant for the electric little Spider-Man. Yes, in Kit's mind, the little Spider-Man already had his own title, which was the Electric Little Spider-Man. Kurt could imagine how difficult and even painful it must be to train with such heavyweight equipment. Thinking about the small stature of the little Spider-Man, having to endure such a huge weight and train with the same intensity as the boss, Kurt felt deep sympathy. Perhaps this was the pain unique to the strong. Kurt was very fortunate that he was just an ordinary person, otherwise his boss might have trained him as well. Kurt sympathetically glanced at the little Spider-Man and then quickly left the meeting room. When Kurt mentioned management personnel, Sulo thought of Norman Osborne. From the beginning, he intended to have Norman manage the company. But these past few days, he had been busy and forgot about it. Sulo said, "Indeed, we should bring Norman out. The new product is about to be released, we can't be without someone to oversee everything." Managing the company and selling products were things that Sulo naturally couldn't handle himself. Such matters had to be entrusted to others, and he only needed to make money effortlessly. Go back and improve the Green Goblin serum, erase the Green Goblin persona. Alright, it's changed back. Then, Sulo walked towards the outside of the meeting room. In the depths of Hell's Kitchen. In a large underground basement. There was a coffin placed inside. The coffin slowly opened, and cold white mist emerged from it. A beautiful girl stood up from the coffin, her hair was very short, probably only 5 or 6 centimeters long. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. She was the host of the beast that Sulo had seen before. She was also the current leader of the Black Void and the Hand. Her hair had grown out, and it grew very quickly. In front of her, a group of people knelt down. There were black-clad ninjas, as well as several high-ranking members of the Hand, including the Japanese man Sulo had seen before, escorting Kuroko. She looked down at the kneeling people with indifference, like a queen. One of the high-ranking members of the Hand below said, "You have finally awakened. It has been several days since you arrived in New York. After you left, all of our people died, and the dragon bone was taken away," the high-ranking member of the Hand said through gritted teeth. The girl's eyes were indifferent as she asked, "Who killed them, members of the True Pure Society? Or the person I saw that day?" The Japanese man spoke up, "According to our intelligence, the person who killed us is mainly the mysterious person you saw that day. He almost killed all the people we left behind. He is extremely powerful." Kuroko asked, "Have you found that person?" The people below shook their heads. "He is very cautious and left no traces," Kuroko said. "Continue searching. Once you find him, bring him here," Kuroko ordered. "Yes." Kuroko continued, "The evil god needs more sacrifices." The evil god referred to in Kuroko's words was the primitive demon, beast, inside her. The people below nodded, saying, "Rest assured, leader. We will offer more sacrifices to the evil god." Kuroko nodded slightly and then lay back in the coffin. The coffin lid was slowly closed. Kuroko muttered expressionlessly, "Where are you? The evil god needs you." After saying that, she closed her eyes. With the coffin lid closed, she completely disappeared into the cold darkness. Cars drove into New York. In one of the cars, Donald and Dr. Lay sat inside. Beside them sat 2 strong men wearing masks, who looked almost identical. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these 2 men were clones of Wolverine. Donald said, "We have found a guy's trail." Dr. Less's eyes turned cold as he said, "Finally found him. He hid so well. We must retrieve X-24. After all, X-24 is the most perfect experiment at the moment. The others still have flaws." Sulo walked out of Osborne Corporation and headed towards the other side of the street. There was a supermarket over there. He was planning to buy some daily necessities to take back. Soon. He arrived at the other end of the street. "I need to buy some oyster sauce, tissues, and a new toothbrush to take back. Oh, I also need to buy a new towel, to use as a replacement," Sulo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to enter the supermarket, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. It was a man's loud shout, "Damn it! Don't run. Just because you're hiding, doesn't mean we can't find you." In addition to the shout, there were hurried footsteps. The other party was quickly approaching from a distance. Sulo narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Donald." He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect you to be able to find me. It really surprises me. But your success this time will be a fatal mistake. You shouldn't have come looking for me." Sulo murmured in a barely audible voice, his eyes slightly cold as he turned around slowly. His fist was already clenched slightly. He could feel that the other person was only 7 or 8 meters away from him. But to his surprise, the burly men led by Donald rushed past Sulo without even looking at him. They ran towards the front, shouting, "Stop." At the intersection ahead, the injured Captain America rushed out, running desperately, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, who are you people? Sulo's gaze froze for a moment as he stood still in his original position.